The existence of wizards is to perceive the truths of this world. Salin Metatlin, an ordinary wizard, initially sought only to alter a fragment of his own destiny. Chapter 1. The Star of Magic Part 1. In the Arctic of the Metatlin continent, the colossal ice cap upon the frozen sea exceeds a thickness of 5 miles. Above this vast expanse lies a small city constructed from mysterious ice, an institution that serves as a fully equipped academy of magic. Establishing an academy in such an inhospitable region is a formidable challenge. Temperatures remain perpetually below freezing, precisely 20 degrees beneath the freezing point. That on sunny days, not a single hue of green can be observed here. Even the most resilient magical flora refuse to thrive in this desolation. An exception exists at the heart of the academy. Beneath the 18-story magic tower stands a grand statue, encircled by a modest garden. This garden is a forbidden realm of the academy, and the statue is said to represent Salin, the ruler of the Metatlin continent and the academy's inaugural headmaster. Yet, no student has ever laid eyes upon this headmaster, who became a legend from the very inception of the institution. The small garden, spanning merely 100 meters, maintains a temperature above freezing, perpetually shrouded in mist, obscuring all but the statue's visage. In this garden, a young girl, no more than a teenager, waters the plants, cradling a jade vial from which streams of water burst forth, dividing into hundreds of rivulets to nourish the soil. The girl, clad only in a long dress and barefoot, stands out starkly against the icy backdrop. Students from the academy passing by often murmur, "What a pity." Those who gain entry into this academy are already 9th-level sorcerers, eager to delve deeper into the mysteries of the magical realm. While 9th-level sorcerer may not be particularly remarkable across the Metatlin continent, they are undeniably individuals of considerable resolve. The girl's silent actions evoke a profound sympathy from the wizards, who remain unaware of the psychological influence she exerts over them. Each occurrence of such sympathy brings a faint smile to the girl's lips. Then a beautiful maiden emerges, admonishing, "Mel's, focus on your work." The girl named Mel's bows her head, appearing even more pitiable as she resumes her tasks. Though Mel's garners compassion, none dare speak ill of the maiden. Those who do find themselves met with dire consequences. Being stripped bare and encased in ice upon the square is merely the lightest of punishments. Some truly vanish forever, having displayed disrespect to the maiden. This maiden is renowned within the academy as a magic deity, reputed to share a close bond with the headmaster. Courageous souls abound on the Metatlin continent, yet it is said that Mel's harbors a demon sealed within her, cursed by a divine beast hidden beneath the frozen sea. Each year, the academy issues a plethora of tasks, with but one remaining unfulfilled: the quest to expel the demon. To achieve this, one must slay the divine beast and collect its blood to purify the maiden. As the melodious chime of bells resonates, the academy buzzes with activity, with many inadequately ranked sorcerers eagerly flocking to the water elemental hall to partake in the excitement. 9th-level sorcerers, the most junior of students, now behave with the exuberance of youthful girls. It is no wonder, for the academy has stood for millennia, and the emergence of a star of magic has occurred fewer than 10 times. In the past 3 centuries, it has not occurred at all. The Star of Magic not only possesses a unique bloodline capable of mastering potent magical legacies, but also wields formidable control abilities, adept in alchemy, crafting their own equipment to complete 12 diverse academy tasks. These endeavors merely mark the beginning of selecting the academy's star. Given the vast number of students, the completion of such tasks is inevitable, and the odds are not insubstantial. Those admitted to the Arctic Academy are already distinguished individuals. Moreover, the recent bell's chime follows a peculiar pattern, sounding 3 times, each time 13 notes. This signifies that the newly emerged Star of Magic is a 13th level student at the Arctic Academy. 9th level denotes a formal student, while 12th level allows for graduation. However, 12th level students may continue their studies and are referred to as seniors. Levels 13 to 15 are all classified as seniors, with 13th being the minimum. Thus, the Star of Magic is a 13th level senior. The tasks assigned to the Star of Magic culminate in a final selection challenge, the highest tier being 15th level. The hall is sparsely populated, with just over 300 attendees, and upon the central platform stands the figure of the headmaster. Franz, a 16th level wizard, is said to possess only average aptitude as a sorcerer. However, by following the first headmaster, Salin, he received meticulous guidance, leading to his current accomplishments. Yet this does not diminish Fran's status as an idol among students, that a figure who has lived for millennia and participated in great battles. He once quelled the evil forces of the Golden Plains. Whispers circulate in the hall as all eyes turn enviously toward Mephistopheles. This prodigious young woman, having entered the academy just 10 years prior, has ascended from 10th to 13th level, marking her as the most exceptional sorcerer in centuries. Though her rank may seem modest, it is considerable within the Arctic Academy. In the 5th dynasty, the backbone consists of 12th level magic masters. Mephistopheles, do you have any requests? Franz inquires, gazing fondly at the girl, who, despite her innate limitations to water elemental magic, has diligently mastered complex skills such as elemental transformation, allowing her to advance at this opportune moment. Requests? Indeed. You are the victor among the 12 students. You may present an additional request. Mephistopheles beams with delight, although she alone has attained the title of Star of Magic. The other 11 will also receive rewards and honor. She is merely the fortunate one, and I wish to enter the Elemental Magic Tower for study. Very well, it shall be granted. A chilling voice interrupts, belonging to a fellow student who had awaited his turn. He had suffered defeat at the hands of Mephistopheles during the decisive battling, unexpected outcome that left him disheartened, as a 15th level sorcerer fell to a 13th level sorcerer. For others, second place is an honor. For him, it is a source of shame. Adam, congratulations on achieving second place in the selection of the Star of Magic. The Academy has decided to reward you. Please cherish it. Franz replies, undeterred by Adam's demeanor. A wizard without character would be better suited to become a control wizard. Franz produces a magical staff. Upon sighting it, Adam's ire dissipates significantly. Mephistopheles had not deceived him. The reward for second place indeed surpasses that of the first in practical terms. This staff, a composite type, is forged with mysterious techniques and adorned with a massive dragon crystal. The dragon crystal remains unrefined, yet boasts an impressively regular 64 facets. This is a dragon crystal of the 16th level and above. Adam, you too may present a request. Taken aback, Adam soon exclaims with joy, Headmaster, I wish to release that little girl. The little girl? Franz is momentarily taken aback. Yes, Mel's the poor Mel's. Adam's eyes brim with tears at the thought of the unfortunate girl imprisoned within the garden, allegedly for several millennia. What concern does the demon within her hold for her? That is impossible. Headmaster, you stated I could present a request without restrictions. Adam, the demands of a mage should not be a burden to others, should they? Adam gazed at the dean in confusion, pondering what could possibly pose a challenge for someone of the dean's stature. Chapter 2, The Last Metatlin, Part 1. In the northern port of the Scocenia Empire, the city of Salin was besieged by a sudden torrential downpour. Rainwater surged through the crevices of the fortifications, while the heavens darkened, resembling a canvas stained with dragon and amp, Opos, blood ink. Fishing boats huddled in the harbor, their frames battered by towering waves that crashed against the breakwater, sending plumes of mist soaring high into the air, accompanied by a deafening roar. Water rapidly accumulated, inundating the impoverished district, where the streets transformed into shallow rivers. The drainage system, neglected for at least 5 years, proved utterly ineffective, and in an instant, the slums were submerged. The once thriving Salin, known for its bountiful fishing industry, had long since faded, and the lord of the city found himself powerless to remedy the situation. To repair the drainage system, he would require the expertise of an alchemist and a multitude of magical apprentices. The mere drafting of plans would demand thousands of gold coins. It had been at least 2 centuries since a sorcerer had graced Salin, rendering the municipal office nearly obsolete. Lightning tore through the darkened sky, with the rumble of thunder trailing behind, as serpents of electricity danced above the tempestuous city. On the desolate streets, a frail boy of about 10 waded through the water with great difficulty. His thin frame was topped with unevenly cropped brown hair, while rainwater streamed over his eyelashes, rendering his eyes unable to open. A faint mist escaped his lips as he shivered uncontrollably, clutching tightly to an oiled paper bundle, his meager meal for the day. With a thunderous crash, the boy finally succumbed to exhaustion and collapsed, his face submerged in the water, prompting a fit of coughing. He struggled desperately to rise, but his frail body could no longer endure. With a feeble turn, He lost consciousness, yet his grip on the oiled paper remained steadfast. The storm raged for nearly 2 hours before the skies cleared. The floodwaters receded, revealing pedestrians cautiously emerging. The unconscious boy was swept beneath an overhang, his body resting against a hitching post. As the door swung open, a servant, upon spotting the boy, rushed over and delivered a harsh kick, barking, "Beggar, get lost. Don't die here." His voice was sharp and piercing, reminiscent of a castrated performer from the court of the Tangula's empire. The boy groaned awake from the force of the kick, coughing violently. He felt feverish, a telltale sign of illness. The oiled paper bundle remained clutched tightly in his hand. And with a sigh of relief, he turned and crawled a few pained steps away before struggling to unwrap the bundle. The stale rice crumbled in his mouth like sand, each grain grinding against his teeth as he swallowed it down. "Cursed!" exclaimed the irate servant, observing the boy's inability to rise. He spat contemptuously before retreating inside. From beyond the crimson door emerged a rotund merchant, dressed in poor quality silk, his hair slicked back as if drenched by the rain. "Isn't that the Metatlin boy?" he inquired, eyeing the youth's retreating figure and addressing the 2 servants behind him. "Sir, his name is Salin," one servant replied with a sycophantic smile, his voice resembling that of a chicken with its throat grasped. The 3 figures, master and servants alike, exuded a sense of lewdness, their gazes toward the boy dripping with malice. "How is he still alive?" "Humph. Keep a close watch. If he dies, ensure you purchase that house swiftly, lest others seize the opportunity." The corpulent merchant muttered casually, his cumbersome flesh jiggling as he turned to depart in another direction. "Yes, my lord," the servant replied, cautiously trailing behind, both men nearly obscured by the merchant's shadow. This grand stone edifice was the last remnant of the Metatlin family. Salin pushed open the door and staggered into the house. The stone walls, thickly draped in moss, emanated an unsettling chill, and none of the windows on the 2 floors bore glass, rendering the solitary stone dwelling eerily desolate and cold. It was kicked by that servant, Salin thought through gritted teeth as he lay down. Sleep was his only refuge from the torment. Moonlight and frigid air seeped through the window, utterly devoid of poetry. Salin felt a fever coursing through his body, his head pounding as if it might split apart. If this fever continued, his life would be forfeit. He struggled to rise, dragging a box from beneath the bed. The lock had long been removed, the silver clasp exchanged for a week's worth of food. The moth-repelling camphor wood chest had found no buyers, and Salin intended to use it for kindling one day. The Metatlin family had once been noble, their name a symbol of wealth in the northern reaches of the empire. Yet, by Salin's generation, the Metatlins had been stripped of all possessions. The debt certificates had become mere scraps of paper, as those who owed had long since met their end. The shifting tides of power and the scourge of war had gradually led to the family's decline. Had the debtors still lived, Salin could have leveraged these documents to purchase 10 cities of Salon. Orphaned at the tender age of 6, Salin was left with only this chest and the ancestral home. With no means to support himself, he resorted to selling the possessions within the house. Unscrupulous merchants eagerly seized the opportunity for profit, knowing full well that a mere child understood nothing of the world. Within half a year, Salin had sold every last item in the house. Now 12. He appeared no older than 10, frail and emaciated from malnutrition. He had not sold the ancestral home, not from a lack of desire, but because real estate transactions required official procedures at the town hall, rendering deceit impossible. The merchants eyeing his property opted not to purchase, simply waiting for Salin to perish from hunger. Upon his death, the house would become ownerless, requiring only a purchase of the land, essentially a pittance. Yet Salin proved resilient, managing to survive through begging until the age of 12. Bang, bang, bang. Salin jolted awake, eyes wide, as sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating a cloud of dust. It was peculiar for someone to be knocking at this early hour. His ancestral home lay far from the main road, nestled at the foot of a hill, requiring passage through a small grove. Since he had run out of items to sell, no one had come to seek him. Bang, bang. With a creak, the door swung open, and sunlight poured in, bringing a hint of warmth. Among the scattered shadows of the trees stood a middle-aged man, with long black hair and a gray robe, leaning on a wooden staff. The man appeared to be under 40, with sharp eyebrows and long eyes, devoid of facial hair. On the hand gripping the staff was a massive ring, intricately engraved with complex symbols of a silver-black hue. Salin found himself momentarily lost in thought. The attire of the middle-aged man was quite peculiar. Could he be a cleric from the church? The man and Apos' expression exuded a gentle demeanor. Yet this warmth resembled the poise of nobility, an ingrained habit that bore no relevance to Salin. Years spent in the life of a beggar had rendered Salin sensitive to the nuances of social interaction. He discerned who was approachable and who warranted distance. However, this man, knocking at his door, seemed unlike anyone from Salin City. Although he stood before Salin, the latter felt an unsettling absence of the man and Apos' presence. The middle-aged man smiled and inquired, "Where is your master?" This stranger hailed from afar. Surely, the locals of Salin City would not be oblivious to Salin and Apos' unfortunate plight. Salin and Apos' heart calmed as he rubbed his forehead and replied, "There is no one else here, sir." "What brings you?" he asked politely, striving to maintain an air of composure. His 12 years of experience had taught him that to survive, one must not evoke disdain in others. "Is this house yours?" the man asked gently. "Yes," Salin replied, his gaze dropping to the ground, his brown eyes narrowing with apprehension. Could this man be a robber? "Well, I wish to purchase this house. May I come in to discuss it?" The notion of selling his home left Salin momentarily bewildered. He had long desired to sell the property and seek work in the city. Even laboring to handle fresh fish could provide a meager sustenance. Yet, apprenticeships often included room and board, and should he seek employment, he would face starvation within the first month. Salin, in a daze, stepped aside. "Please, come in." The middle-aged man entered the stone house, and the dust beneath his feet vanished without a trace. A gentle breeze swept through, dissipating the mustiness that had lingered in the living room. Salin stifled his inner excitement, closed the door, and began to contemplate how much would be an appropriate sum. "I have some," Salin nodded but refrained from retrieving the deed from the bedroom. With age, he had become more astute, recognizing the deception of merchants from his youth, and had learned to approach matters with caution. The middle-aged man chuckled, reaching out to touzle Salin's hair. "You needn't worry. I am a magician and shall not deceive you for your money. Now, how much do you intend to sell this house for in gold coins?" "Gold coins?" Salin's eyes lit up. He had never received gold in exchange for his possessions. When he sold a 4-foot oil painting, he was given merely a silver coin in return. A gilded candlestick fetched only 2 silver coins. Such transactions seemed merciful in comparison to the time a merchant had taken an entire set of cabinets, leaving Salin with merely 2 loaves of bread. Chapter 3. The Last Metatlin, Part 2. However, Salin quickly regained his composure, his eyes widening as he exclaimed, "You are a wizard." The notion of a wizard conjures images of mystery, status, terror, and distance. Ordinary people have no means of interacting with wizards. Only the aristocracy, emperors, armies, and the immensely wealthy have the privilege of knowing them. Wizards are typically exceptionally affluent individuals, living in seclusion and wielding immense magical power. A single wizard possesses the capability to obliterate an entire city, and even before an emperor, a wizard need not bow their head. In essence, wizards are living legends. They erect magical towers where they practice their arts, unbound by mundane forces. In times of war, any army must circumvent the wizard's tower. Should a noble gain the favor of a wizard, the opportunity to sustain and support a wizard will elevate their status instantaneously. Salin's mind became a whirlwind of thoughts as he acutely realized that the appearance of this wizard could alter his destiny. Yet, he was uncertain how to seize this chance. Was it more gold that was required? Would he risk incurring the wizard's displeasure? Gold. Bread. Would 100 gold coins suffice? "I could venture into the city and procure a small house for you, ample enough for your stay." The wizard gazed at the child with a tinge of compassion. Salin's frail body made his ribs conspicuous, and a bruise adorned one side, rendering him even more pitiable. The prospect of 100 gold coins overwhelmed Salin, and he nearly acquiesced immediately. However, a sudden pang of pain in his side made him gasp, furrowing his brow and bending over. "Oh, let me take a look," the wizard said, one hand steadying Salin while the other conjured a spell. A cerulean glow radiated forth, enveloping Salin and Apos' form. He felt as though submerged in warm water, the blue light seeping into his skin, erasing his agony. A thought emerged in Salin and Apos' mind, akin to a devil and Apos' temptation, refusing to dissipate. "I do not desire gold." Salin straightened his posture and declared, "Wizard, please accept me as your student." Uncertain of how to properly bow, he lifted his gaze, locking eyes with the wizard. At that moment, his emotions transcended mere anxiety. How would the wizard respond? Would he perceive this as an affront to the dignity of his profession? Perhaps turning hostile and ending his life? The wizard and Apos' black eyes were profound and luminous, reminiscent of obsidian, seemingly harboring intricate inner patterns. He regarded Salin thoughtfully and inquired, "You wish to be my student?" "Yes, I wish to learn magic," Salin replied with unwavering resolve. Despite his trepidation, the pain in his side spurred his heart onward. What value does a fortune from selling a household if one is left without the means to sustain oneself? In the face of thieves, he might not even safeguard his own life. "Learning magic is arduous," the wizard interjected, halting Salin and Appos' interjection. "Out of 10 individuals, 9 may become magic apprentices. However, among 100 apprentices, only 1 or 2 may ascend to the rank of wizard. The power of a magic apprentice is not formidable. It serves merely as a means of subsistence. Should you become my student, you are prohibited from changing your path without my consent." Salin knelt upon the ground, bowing his head in reverence, expressing his desire to become the apprentice of the esteemed wizard. He endeavored to elevate his speech, incorporating respectful language. "Rise," commanded the sorcerer, his voice taking on a chill, imbued with an air of authority. "Even as a novice in magic, one must not bow before others. Remember, should you wish to be my student, this shall be your final act of submission in your lifetime." "Yes, master," Salin replied, filled with joy as he stood, understanding that the wizard had acquiesced to his request. "What is your name, and how old are you?" the sorcerer inquired, his tone softening once more. A smile graced the wizard's lips as he added, "Change your attire and have something to eat. I shall await you in the parlor." "Is this all you will eat?" The wizard and Appos' voice echoed from the doorway, startling Salin, who paused, rendered speechless by his embarrassment. With a sigh, the wizard produced a piece of jerky and offered it to Salin. Tears streamed down Salin and Appos' cheeks, falling without hesitation. He wiped his eyes with his sleeve, opting not to consume the jerky just yet, but instead declared, "Master, I vow that I shall not weep again, nor bring you shame." The wizard observed the boy, witnessing his tears as he devoured the food, yet chose to remain silent. Despite his stature, even the promise of 1,000 gold coins would not have compelled him to take on an apprentice. However, upon their first encounter, he felt a profound sense of compassion for Salin, whose eyes reflected a lifeless despair, teetering on the brink of death. The wizard refrained from imposing any tasks upon Salin, instead retrieving more jerky and bread, placing them in the kitchen. Salin, mystified by the source of these provisions, accepted the sorcerer's omnipotence as a given. "Rest for now," the wizard instructed as he observed Salin lying upon the bed, casting a hypnotic spell. Salin's vision blurred, and he succumbed to a deep slumber. When he awoke, hunger gnawed at him once more. The wizard's voice resonated softly in his ear. "Take a moment to explore your surroundings and familiarize yourself with the environment. Then join me in the parlor." The enchanting magic of his voice penetrated directly to Salin and Appos' ears, neither too soft nor too loud. With a sense of wonder, Salin leapt from the bed, discovering that his shoes had dried. Upon donning them, he noticed an additional door had appeared in his room. The chamber had transformed, now furnished with a table, chairs, and a wardrobe topped with a grand mirror. The entire space was immaculate, as though it had been meticulously cleaned. Though the furniture was not brand new, the bed now boasted a mattress, blankets, and pillows. He had slept so soundly that he had been oblivious to these changes. Upon opening the door, he found the hallway equally pristine, with several rooms adorned with freshly hung doors and adorned walls featuring various paintings. A wave of nostalgia washed over him, reminiscent of the days when his parents were alive, stirring within him the urge to weep, yet he managed to restrain himself. The second floor contained 8 rooms, divided into 4 larger and 4 smaller ones. Salin's room, situated at the end of the hallway, was one of the smaller ones. He inspected each room, discovering that the 4 larger ones had been transformed into studies, while one of the remaining smaller rooms served as a bedroom, and the doors to the other 2 remained locked. To Salin's astonishment, the entire second floor had been refurbished, the flooring newly laid, and the doors and windows restored. Adorned with countless mysterious symbols, the walls appeared freshly painted, and the ceiling was spotless, devoid of even a single spider. The house had become strangely unfamiliar. Salin descended the stairs with a sense of unease. The furniture had already been arranged in the main hall on the first floor, and the kitchen was filled with an array of utensils. Salin did not venture into the basement. Instead, he made his way to the living room. Upon opening the door, he gasped in astonishment at the completely transformed space, despite having mentally prepared himself for the change. In the center of the living room stood an enormous rectangular table, its material indiscernible, laden with an assortment of peculiar instruments, some of which were bizarrely shaped. A crucible burned with a black flame beneath it, Surrounding the table was but a single chair, and against the walls stood several cabinets cluttered with unfamiliar objects. Everywhere Salin looked, he encountered enigmatic symbols, while a crystal chandelier hung from the ceiling, casting a soft light that obscured shadows. The mage looked up and spoke gently. "Salin, you are awake. Feel free to prepare something to eat, and then we shall converse." "Master, please proceed. I am not yet hungry," Salin replied, standing by the table with trepidation. "Very well. Then I shall begin. I am Jason Stanson, a citizen of the Chinese Empire and a 5th-level mage. As my student, I cannot provide you with extensive guidance, for my time is limited. I will first teach you a spell for reading. It is a 0-level magic. Should you master this spell, I will impart to you the principles of meditation, enabling you to read magical tomes and acquire knowledge of the arcane. Until you reach the rank of a 10th-level apprentice, I shall not offer you further instruction." 10th-level apprentice? Salin inquired cautiously, perplexed by the term. How does one advance in rank? "Enough. You must practice on your own. Upon your success, I shall then teach you the principles of meditation, allowing you to peruse the books I have prepared for you. Begin with the first room. Do not move on to the next until you have thoroughly examined the text within this one." "Yes, master," Salin replied, bowing respectfully, akin to how one would greet a noble in Salin City. He closed the door behind him and, with a lightened step, proceeded to the kitchen. There, he discovered a box containing rice and flour. Famished, he decided to take down some cured meat, pairing it with white bread and fresh water, and enjoyed his meal with delight. Chapter 4. The Apprentice Confronts the Soldier. Reason Eludes Clarity. Part 1. For the subsequent 10 days, Salin tirelessly repeated the incantation of the spell, yet he failed to succeed even once. Regardless of how flawless and adept his gestures and incantations were, he simply could not master this seemingly simple level 0 magic. During this time, the wizard Jason appeared only once, spending the remainder of his hours in the transformed laboratory of the Grand Hall. He seemed to require no sustenance, perpetually engrossed in magical experiments within the confines of the room. Salin felt a growing sense of urgency. However, in the pursuit of magic, impatience proved futile, and he could only practice time and again. At long last, during the third 10-day period, Salin finally mastered the spell. He eagerly approached Jason and Apos' laboratory, brimming with excitement. Upon witnessing Salin's elation, Jason sighed and remarked, "You have taken 30 days to learn a level 0 spell. Your aptitude is, to put it mildly, quite poor. I suggest you reconsider your path. Otherwise, you may find yourself a mere apprentice for the rest of your life." Salin stood in stunned silence. "Teacher, unwilling to accept this fate? Very well, let us conduct an experiment," Jason replied, retrieving a crystal orb and placing it upon the table. "Cast a spell upon this orb." Salin complied without hesitation, swiftly performing a reading spell, yet the transparent crystal orb exhibited scarcely any change. Jason retrieved the orb, stating, "It is even worse than I anticipated. Your mental strength is considerable, yet your affinity for the elements is severely lacking. According to the test results, you may not ascend to the rank of a level 1 wizard until you reach the age of 100. Salin, if you wish, I can offer you some funds to travel to the city of Scosenia and seek a swordsmanship academy. At your age, pursuing swordsmanship may provide you with an alternative path." Salin felt as though he had been doused with cold water. Without this opportunity, he might have heeded Jason's advice. However, 30 days of practice had ensnared him in the allure of magic. The exhilaration of finally mastering a level 0 spell brought a profound joy that he could not easily relinquish. Become a swordsman? Like those guards in Salin City, wandering the streets daily, blocking the gates to collect taxes, or perhaps becoming a mercenary, unable to find a spouse even in his 30s? "Teacher, is there truly no other way?" Salin questioned, grappling with his inner turmoil. "I still wish to try. I would rather be a 100-year-old apprentice than become a swordsman. Please impart to me the principles of meditation." Salin spoke with determination, harboring a deep disdain for swordsmen, particularly those in Salin City, who were far from admirable. Moreover, he had spent Jason and Apos' gold to pursue magic. Who knew what might transpire? Having been deceived numerous times in his youth, Salin felt a pang of disillusionment with the world. "If you are resolute, very well. However, once you learn my principles of meditation, you cannot depart unless you become a formal wizard. I am willing to continue. My principles of meditation are exceedingly rare, even in the Chinese Empire. If you disclose them to others, I shall take your life. Do you comprehend?" Jason spoke in an even tone, sending a chill down Salin's spine. He understood that his teacher was not to be trifled with, should he violate this stipulation. "Where shall we begin?" Jason mused to himself, feeling somewhat at a loss, as this was his first time taking on a student. When the teacher imparted his meditation principles, I was already a level 2 apprentice, possessing a wealth of foundational knowledge. Salin, on the other hand, was evidently still a novice. The meditation principles encompassed not only meditation techniques, but also elemental absorption, hypnosis, and mental resonance. Typically, a mere magician can only master the art of meditation, while the complete set of meditation principles is exclusively taught by grand magicians. The literature available only introduces individual meditation techniques. Self-study will never lead one to become a grand magician. Jason tirelessly provided Salin with a thorough review from the very beginning, imparting knowledge step by step. Remarkably, Salin retained Jason and Apos' teachings in just half an hour. Jason marveled at Salin and Apos' intelligence, yet felt a twinge of sorrow for the boy. Such brilliance was overshadowed by his exceptionally low elemental affinity. Well, I have shared the entirety of the meditation principles with you. You are remarkably astute. Now, proceed to read the books upstairs in order. Meditate at least once each day. It may prove beneficial for you. Remember to prepare a meal for me once a week. And if the bread runs out, venture into the city to procure some. I shall leave you a gold coin. Once you have fully grasped the meditation principles, I will have further tasks for you. Yes, teacher, Salin replied, bowing his head and exiting the room. Being still quite young, he did not comprehend the arduous path he had chosen. Excitement filled his heart, as if a gateway to another world had been unveiled before him. Little did he know the cost required to cross that threshold. Salin proceeded directly to the first room filled with books and commenced his studies. The initial bookshelf contained works on linguistics, yet he recognized scarcely a few letters, forcing him to advance step by step. The magic of reading was wondrous, enabling him to self-learn the written word. The sole inconvenience was that each time he employed the reading magic, he required a half-hour respite before casting it again. Thus, after a month of diligent effort, Salin finally mastered the common language of the continent, the very tongue he now spoke. He yearned to preview the subsequent volumes but discovered that the magical tomes within the room were vast and not entirely written in the common tongue. The shelves housed texts in over 20 different languages. Salin realized he must complete the entire first shelf before he could explore further. Magicians are typically erudite individuals. Without the reading magic, one could scarcely accomplish the study of magic. Fortunately, after a month, Salin had successfully grasped the meditation principles. He could now cast reading magic twice consecutively, recovering fully in a mere 10 minutes. The magical elements stored within the body of an apprentice were pitifully scant, and Salin possessed even less than the average apprentice. Nonetheless, he felt immense satisfaction. In 4 expansive rooms, each adorned with dozens of towering bookshelves, lay tens of thousands of volumes, sufficient to occupy him for a considerable time. He was no longer impatient for advancement. Rather, he craved further knowledge. Salin patiently adhered to a systematic approach to his studies, with over 1,000 books on linguistics, including Common Tongue, Mel's, Magical Language, Chinese, Scocinia, and Tangulus. Salin even ventured into the study of Caucasian language. The Caucasians had never produced a magician, and the region remained quite primitive, inhabited only by priests. However, Salin had become somewhat obsessed with language acquisition. He dedicated 6 months to mastering the languages presented in over 1,000 books. Initially, his progress was slow, but as he recognized an increasing number of characters, his learning accelerated. By the time he finished the last book, he was capable of casting the reading spell 3 times in succession, indicating that he had ascended to the rank of a level 2 mage apprentice. Unbeknownst to him, this was largely due to his exceptional mental fortitude, which minimized the magical energy consumption during his spell casting. Given that he was merely employing a level 0 spell, the expenditure was remarkably trivial. In reality, the magical elements stored within him still reflected the capacity of a level 1 apprentice. Such a rapid advancement could not be deemed unprecedented, yet it was undoubtedly extraordinary. Typically, an individual exhibiting such a pace of training would have long been dismissed. Salin possessed the finest meditative principles, but after half a year, he had made little progress in enhancing his capacity for storing magical elements. Jason did not dismiss him, rather. It was evident that Salin was ill-suited for the study of magic. The origins of magic are shrouded in mystery, but it is generally believed that the magic of the Mel's continent boasts a history of at least 30,000 years, culminating in the Second Dynasty over 10,000 years ago, when it was categorized into 6 primary schools: earth, water, wind, fire, light, and darkness. It was only then that the calendar of the Mel's continent was formalized, dividing the year into 12 months. each containing 30 days, with a week comprising 6 days. The 6th day of each week was designated as the Day of Darkness, a day of rest for various professions. Even after the fall of the goddess of Mels, the goddess of nature, and the rise of the Holy See, this tradition remained unchanged. The calendar of the Holy See was excessively convoluted, proposing a 7-day week. However, after a century of implementation, the new calendar was only adopted within the church, ultimately leading to its abandonment. Before ascending to the status of a level 1 mage, apprentices are not confined to casting only level 0 spells. Upon reaching level 6 apprentice status, they are permitted to learn a level 1 spell and complete its casting. This phenomenon is referred to as overlevel casting, which is a singular opportunity available to all mages. However, engaging in overlevel casting often results in a state of frailty, rendering recovery nearly impossible without meditation, which may allow for the recuperation of expended magical strings. Magical strings serve as the foundation of magic. Without them, a mage apprentice can never progress to become a formal mage. The formation of magical strings necessitates robust mental strength and elemental affinity. Salin and Apos' elemental affinity is notably low, which is why Jason suggested that his aspiration to become a mage might require him to wait until the age of 100. Given Salin's rate of progression, this was not an exaggeration. The nature of magical strings is elaborated upon in numerous texts, yet a consensus remains elusive. What Salin comprehended was that magical strings reside within a mage's body, providing the elemental power required for spellcasting. Through relentless practice, an apprentice accumulates magical elements within their body, transforming quantitative increases into qualitative changes. This process constitutes the formation of magical strings, marking the transition from apprentice to formal mage. What disheartened Salin was his inability to discover in any book an alternative method for forming magical strings, if reliance on accumulation was the sole path. He truly harbored little hope of becoming a mage. After 6 months, the supplies in the kitchen had been completely consumed, and Salin realized it was time to venture into the city for procurement. He arrived at Jason and Apos' laboratory and informed him of his intent to go into town. "How has your learning progressed?" Jason inquired. "I am now capable of completing 3 reading techniques consecutively." Salin emphasized the word 3, hoping to capture his teacher and Apos' attention. "Very well. You may proceed," Jason replied succinctly, handing Salin 5 gold coins without further elaboration. Salin's rate of advancement surpassed his expectations, but Jason understood that this was primarily due to Salin and Apos' formidable mental fortitude. He assessed that Salin still possessed the capabilities of a mere first-level apprentice. Casting an additional 0-level spell would hold little significance, as it would not aid Salin in accumulating sufficient magical elements. Thus, it ultimately meant that he would still be unable to form a magic string. Chapter 5. The Apprentice Encounters Soldiers. Reason fails to clarify. Part 2. Salin acquired some gold coins and donned the robe that Jason had prepared for him. This robe was not tailored to fit, and although Salin was now well-fed, at the tender age of 12, he remained rather diminutive. The hem of the robe had been cut, yet it still failed to fit him properly. With 6 gold coins now in his possession, he felt affluent, an amount he could scarcely have imagined spending in an entire year prior. The city of Siren remained largely unchanged, and the lethargic soldiers at the city gates paid Salin no heed. Despite his absence for 6 months, they still recognized the little beggar. To impose a city tax on a beggar? Such news would surely provoke laughter from other towns. Salin strolled along the main road until he arrived at an inn, unhurried in his pursuit of the grain shop, as time was still plentiful. During his days of poverty, he had longed to dine here just once. Now, with 6 gold coins in hand, he could finally fulfill that dream. The inn boasted a considerable expanse, with a yard on the right for parked carriages. Though Siren was no longer the bustling city it once was, a few nobles and merchants still frequented the area. Skokenia, a nation built on commerce, had its 4 major trading houses scattered throughout the Mels continent, and Siren, being a port city, still retained some semblance of vitality, despite its decline. The inn was thriving, as affluent citizens of Siren often chose this establishment for their gatherings. Now literate, Salin raised his gaze to the signboard, where the name The Whale of Siren was inscribed in Mel's language. In the city's heyday, this inn was renowned for its whale meat. With fewer fishermen willing to venture into the sea for whaling these days, the inn had employed a chef from the Qin Empire to maintain its faude. However, the centuries-old signboard had never been replaced, for those willing to part with sufficient gold could still find fishermen brave enough to face the perils of the deep sea. Though Salin could not afford whale meat, He knew that ordering 2 dishes on the first floor would cost him no more than 2 silver coins. He entered the Whale of Siren and found an empty seat. To his surprise, a server rushed to his table and loudly exclaimed, "You beggar, get out. There is nothing here for you to eat." Salin felt a surge of anger, his face flushed crimson. Once a beggar, he was now a magic apprentice. Even as an apprentice, he deserved respect. He pulled a gold coin from his pocket and slammed it on the table, casting a sideways glance at the server. "Who is the beggar here?" he inquired. The server, taken aback, quickly donned a smile and, bowing apologetically, replied, "Ah, young master, I mistook you for someone else. Just yesterday, a scoundrel dined here without paying. You are certainly not that person. Please do not hold it against me. I shall fetch the menu for you at once." Fearing further confrontation, he turned on his heel and departed. Though Salin's anger had not completely subsided, the server had already apologized, and he felt that further outrage would only make him appear foolish. At that moment, several individuals descended from the upper floor, but Salin paid them little mind. Leading the group was a rotund merchant, accompanied by the very servant who had once kicked him, nearly costing him his life. Upon noticing Salin, the merchant paused, particularly struck by the gold coins laid out on Salin and Amp Oppo's table, gleaming unmistakably as genuine oak coins from Skokenia. The merchant, maintaining an air of composure, departed from the salon Wales, exiting through the grand doors. It was only then that he turned to his attendant and remarked, "That young lad seemed to be the unfortunate wretch from the Metatlin family. How is it that he still draws breath? Curious indeed, for a beggar. Where could he possibly have acquired gold coins?" "My lord," the servant interjected, "it is rumored that a band of thieves has emerged in the city, abducting several children. Might it be? Regardless of whether it is or not, go to the city guard and summon a few soldiers. Simply state that we have lost some money and have this young scoundrel apprehended. Make haste to dispose of him. You may take a gold coin to facilitate this." The merchant instructed with meticulous care before re-entering the Salon Wales with several other attendants. Unbeknownst to Salin, calamity was imminent. He had ordered 2 dishes, neither particularly extravagant, totaling less than 2 silver coins. Being still quite young, he dared not indulge in alcohol and instead requested a pot of tea, savoring it with delight. However, he could not shake the feeling that his attire was ill-suited for the establishment, as he observed patrons dressed impeccably, some even adorned in garments tailored from the silks of the Qin Empire. His own robe felt as though it had been scavenged, and he understood why the servers had been so eager to usher him out. Once he acquired wealth, he vowed to procure a respectable wardrobe to avoid such disdain. Just as Salin was about to partake of his first dish, 4 soldiers burst through the door, seizing him without uttering a word, and clamped chains upon him. "What is the meaning of this?" Salin exclaimed, a mixture of shock and fury coursing through him as he struggled against their grip, utterly powerless to resist. "Nonsense," one soldier barked, pressing Salin and Oppo's face against the unforgiving tabletop, leaving him dazed and confused. He believed he had committed no offense and attempted to fight back. A guard from the city watch delivered a swift kick to Salin and Oppo's ribs. "Ah," the soldier jeered, "the money you possess is stolen. Do you seek to claim the ill-gotten gains?" Regaining a modicum of strength, Salin pounded against the iron bars, shouting, "Why are you apprehending me? That money is mine." They confiscated 6 gold coins from him, leaving him unable to mount any form of defense. It was only now that true fear began to take root in Salin's heart, a sense of despair washing over him as he remained oblivious to the events that had transpired. Jason often vanished for days on end, while Salin would neglect the meals he prepared weekly. The dungeon was engulfed in darkness, and Salin's trepidation deepened. He opened his mouth to scream, yet no words emerged. His face throbbed with pain, particularly his jaw, which he feared might be fractured, his lips swelling painfully. Tears welled in his eyes, yet he resolutely held them back. "I am now an apprentice of magic. I cannot cry. I must not." As night descended, the city of Salon fell into a tranquil hush, the gates firmly secured. Beneath the moonlight, a figure approached the city gates with astonishing speed. Upon reaching the entrance, the individual furrowed his brow, and with a powerful sweep of his arms, a pair of wing-like appendages unfurled from his back. He soared into the air, cleared the city wall, and descended into the inner sanctum. The patrolling soldiers, alerted to the silhouette, shouted, "Who goes there?" The magical sigils could guide a sorcerer even if Salin were imprisoned underground, and Jason was undeterred. He raised his hand, casting a fireball that shattered the city guard and Amp Oppo's door, striding boldly inside. "Who?" The guard on duty began to shout. only to be seized by Jason by the collar, lifted effortlessly from the ground. The 5th-level mage possessed an exceptionally robust physique, making it challenging for even an ordinary swordsman to contend with him. "Where are the children you captured today? Let me there." Jason's voice was icy, devoid of the kindness he had shown to Salin earlier. "What children?" Jason pulled the soldier's face closer, locking his gaze onto the man's eyes. "Take me to the place where the prisoners are held, and summon all of your comrades." The soldier was paralyzed with fear, for he perceived a demon lurking in the eyes of the middle-aged man holding him. Its tongue slithering from the abyss of its dark gaze, tightening around his throat and suffocating him. His legs weakened, and he fell to the ground, frothing at the mouth. Jason frowned, realizing he had perhaps overused his intimidation magic. This soldier was merely a novice swordsman, unable to withstand such pressure. Following the magical sigils and Appos' guidance, Jason made his way to the dungeon, casting a spell of illumination that filled the space with light. Upon seeing Jason and Appos' sudden arrival, Salin clutched the iron bars tightly. Rendered speechless, his throat nearly completely hoarse. The commotion had drawn the attention of patrolling soldiers, who quickly blocked the dungeon and Appos' exit. One soldier shouted, "You brazen thief! How dare you attempt a prison break? Drop your weapon at once." Before he could continue, another observant soldier pointed toward the glowing dungeon, stammering, It seems like magic? What a jest. Indeed, look." Disregarding their chatter, Jason grasped the lock with one hand and, with a gentle pull, it sprang open effortlessly. Salin pushed the iron door aside and rushed out, nearly collapsing into Jason's embrace. His lips moved silently, the sound escaping his throat barely audible to himself. "Who brought my student here?" Jason inquired, his expression impassive. If no one knew. Jason remained taciturn, extending his hand, a fireball materializing within his palm, hovering quietly. The fireball spell was merely a 1st-level magic, yet to wield it discreetly required the strength of at least a 4th-level mage. However, for these ordinary soldiers, the level of the mage was of little concern. "Peel, please, my lord, do not be angry. I shall find them for you at once." One soldier, quick-witted, turned and fled. Jason and Appos' face was as stoic as the depths of a lake as he grasped Salin and Appos' hand. Exiting the dungeon and proceeding directly to the main hall of the city guard office, where he took a seat in the center. Chapter 6. The Principles of the Sorcerer, Part 1. The soldiers dared not depart, trembling as they remained nearby. The city guard of Salin was scantily manned, with the true military forces entirely under the control of the Lord's estate, having formed the Lord and Appos' personal guard. As chaos erupted at the guard post, someone had already gone to notify the Lord's retinue. Before long, the streets outside were filled with the thunderous sound of hooves rushing toward the guard post. Over 100 swordsmen surrounded the premises, with 10 dismounting to enter through the shattered entrance, which had been obliterated by Jason's fireball. Leading this contingent was a swordsman clad in armor, who unsheathed his sword and approached the main hall, followed closely by his comrades, all of whom drew their weapons. Upon witnessing the scene within the hall, the armored swordsman was incensed, pointing at Jason and demanding, "Who are you to dare stage a prison break? Surrender at once." "Fool," Jason retorted, gesturing with a finger. A flash of azure light erupted, and a corrosive liquid shot forth, striking the swordsman squarely in the face. The sound of sizzling filled the air as white smoke billowed forth, the acid swiftly eroding the swordsman's flesh. He screamed in agony and collapsed to the ground. Having completed this act, Jason turned to Salin beside him and calmly remarked, "Even enemies should not insult a sorcerer. Not even an emperor can compel a sorcerer to bow. Such rudeness does not warrant courtesy. Drag him outside. It's too noisy," Jason instructed the soldiers before him. The intruding soldiers, as if granted a reprieve, hastily removed the injured swordsman. "I have little time. Who captured my student? Bring them to me within half an hour," Jason commanded. Casually retrieving a magical hourglass and placing it on the nearby table, flipping it over. At that moment, 2 armored swordsmen entered, their armor distinctly superior, indicating their rank as officers. Both were tall and imposing, one with red hair and the other with golden locks. The blond swordsman, upon noticing Jason maintaining a light spell, felt a chill run down his spine. He was no ordinary soldier. He recognized the 2 magical symbols on Jason and Appos' gray robe, signifying that he was a level 5 sorcerer. Who was the fool that provoked such a formidable individual? Sorcerer's robes come in 3 colors, white for levels 1 to 3, gray for levels 4 to 6, and black for levels 7 to 9. The symbols on the robe denote the sorcerer's rank. And a gray-robed sorcerer is considered a great sorcerer. Such a person is beyond the reach of even the city lord. The soldiers cast furtive glances at Jason, who remained expressionless, showing no opposition. Only then did they disperse. The red-haired swordsman cautiously addressed Jason. "My lord sorcerer, is there anything else you require of me?" Jason pondered briefly before responding. "Do not allow your lord to arrive. I have no desire to meet him." The red-haired swordsman was taken aback, bowing his head in compliance. "Yes, my lord sorcerer. The young master is injured. Shall I summon a healer for him?" "Unnecessary, he can endure this minor pain." Jason declined the red-haired swordsman and Apos' offer. He was in no rush to tend to Salin's wounds, as they were merely superficial. Allowing Salin to linger a while longer would serve to etch today and damp Apos' events into his memory. Salin must have done something to warrant his capture, regardless of right or wrong. There is a lesson to be learned, one that can prevent similar occurrences in the future. The red-haired swordsman whispered a few words to the blonde swordsman, who bowed his head and exited the hall. The red-haired swordsman remained by his side, as Saren initially believed his fate was sealed. However, upon the arrival of his mentor, the situation shifted dramatically. From the tone of his teacher, it was evident that even the lord of the city was of little concern to him. In less than half an hour, the 4 soldiers who had apprehended Saren, along with the merchant and his servant, were brought forth. The 6 individuals were oblivious to the unfolding events. Upon seeing Saren standing beside Jason, the merchant realized the gravity of the situation and was the first to kneel. His servant quickly followed suit. "Who apprehended my student?" Jason inquired coldly. The soldiers pointed at the merchant, their expressions innocent. "Janbu? It was you, Wazd and Apos, Tiet? Why did you falsely accuse my student?" Jason fixed his gaze upon the merchant, articulating each word with precision. "My lord, it was a misunderstanding. I mistook the person." The merchant stammered. "You lie." "I shall grant you one more opportunity," Jason interjected. "My lord, it truly is as I say. I hold no grudge against him. How could I possibly frame him?" The merchant attempted to elaborate, but Jason, growing impatient, unleashed a spell. A flash of white light erupted as an ice spike pierced the merchant's skull, creating a gaping wound the size of a cup. "Do not be so foolish. A mage can detect lies. Now, tell me, why did you slander my student?" After dispatching the merchant, Jason turned his attention to the servant. He did not seek to condemn anyone. Rather, he desired to ascertain whether Saren had instigated any trouble. The servant, utterly terrified, collapsed to the ground, weeping uncontrollably. "My lord, this was not my idea. My master wished to purchase Master Metatlin and Apos' estate without going through the municipal procedures. Master Metatlin is ever vigilant, and my lord conceived this plan. It truly has nothing to do with me." "I am aware it does not concern you," Jason replied, before casually conjuring a blade of wind. The pale blue wind blade swiftly severed the servant's head from his body, blood gushing forth as the head, still smeared with snot and tears, rolled to the side. "My lord, your student is unharmed." Yet, the red-haired swordsman interjected in plea. Jason rose, ignoring the red-haired swordsman as he led Saren out of the hall. His voice resonated within the chamber. "My student remains unharmed. That is why I have spared them. Had he truly perished, I would ensure that all of you accompany him to the grave. Tomorrow, inventory Jambu's assets and transport them outside the city as an apology to my student. For every gold coin amiss, 1 life shall be forfeited." A shiver ran through the red-haired swordsman. In Shilon City, there were no mages. If this 5th-level sorcerer truly unleashed his wrath, a massacre could ensue. He silently drew his longsword, advancing towards the 4 soldiers. Saren was escorted by Jason as they exited Shilon City. The sentinels had already received word and hurriedly opened the city gates, sending the 2 harbingers of misfortune away. "I must grow stronger, without fail." Indeed, he lay wide-eyed in bed, unable to find slumber. The room was dim, reminiscent of the dungeon. The sensation of trepidation and despair lingered, as the fear of death gnawed at his tender heart. Salin fumbled his way out of bed and lit the candle on the table before closing his eyes and slowly drifting into slumber. The following morning, the red-haired swordsman arrived bearing a bounty of gold coins. It appeared he had not been idle the previous night, for tallying one's possessions is no trivial endeavor. Jason did not engage him in conversation, merely instructing Salin to attend to him. Any matters could be discussed with Salin. The red-haired swordsman sat anxiously in the foyer, and upon seeing Salin descend the staircase, he promptly rose to greet him. "Young Master Metatlin, you are awake." Noticing Salin lost in thought, the swordsman tentatively called out to him. What is it?" The swordsman placed 4 bulging pouches of coins upon the table. Salin and Apos' eyelids fluttered with excitement. Yet after the tumult of the previous day, he refrained from rushing to count the gold. Instead, he composed himself and said, "For those two properties, if you can gather 300 gold coins, they shall be yours. If it is convenient, please deliver the funds this afternoon, along with half a year and Appos' worth of rice, flour, spices, and dried meat. Is that agreeable?" "Not a problem," the red-haired swordsman exclaimed joyfully. Initially, he had anticipated selling the two properties for 400 gold coins, a challenging feat, especially in light of Jason's ominous warning that for every gold coin less, a life would be forfeited. Now that Salin was willing to sell at a discount, he could turn a profit of several gold coins without the burden of compensating for a loss. After bidding farewell to the red-haired swordsman, Salin carried the 4 pouches and 2 banknotes from the Imperial Bank to Jason's magical laboratory. "Master, here is your due. Leave it there. Should your magic progress, you will require substantial funds. When depleted, you may ask me again." Jason declined to take Salin's money. He was indifferent to such a modest sum. The previous night had merely irked him, for a mere merchant had dared to affront the dignity of a sorcerer with a series of lies. Thus, he had casually appropriated the merchant and Appos' abode as a means to compensate both himself and Salin. Chapter 7. The Principles of the Magician, Part 2. After some contemplation, Salin found himself in a rather ludicrous predicament. With a teacher present, what thief would dare to intrude upon this abode? Reflecting on Jason and Appos' prowess at the city guard, effortlessly conjuring spell after spell with merely a flick of his fingers and without uttering a single incantation, Salin and Appos' hearts surged with excitement. If he could wield such power, who would dare to bully him? Magic, indeed, epitomizes the singular truth of this world. Those endowed with magical abilities transcend the confines of law. With this realization, Salin could no longer remain seated. He hastily placed his money upon the bed and made his way to the chamber housing the magical tomes. Gazing at the rows of shelves, he found himself lacking the patience to peruse each volume individually. He stepped back and approached the shelf designated for 0-level spellbooks. Contrary to expectations, 0-level spells are not the most numerous. In fact, they are fewer in number than first-level spells. Nevertheless, the compendium of 0-level spells consists of 4 exceedingly thick tomes. Salin withdrew one and settled onto the floor, leaning against the bookshelf as he began to leaf through its pages. Reading spell, light spell, burning spell, detect magic, detect poison, and the invisibility shield. As he perused the list, Salin felt slightly dizzy. He realized that without a theoretical framework to guide him, he was at a loss for how to select what to learn. Leaning against the shelf, he drifted into contemplation, recognizing that his eagerness to gain strength had led him to an unsound approach. Though the desire to advance was fervent, it was unwise to aim too high. His teacher had advised him to study in sequence. By skipping foundational knowledge, he would undoubtedly leave himself vulnerable. Spells are categorized into 6 primary attributes. However, in practice, they are more often classified by their intended use: offensive, defensive, healing, alchemical, and potion-making, among others. Beyond these 6 categories lies the summoning school, a truly obscure branch of magic, having originated less than 10 millennia ago and having fallen into decline 5 millennia prior. Furthermore, secondary casting necessitates a magician possessing formidable mental fortitude. Otherwise, they risk losing control, resulting in elemental chaos that could inflict severe harm upon themselves. All 3 components hinge on mental strength. Target locking is the most fundamental ability. Without tracking capabilities, a magician is no different from an archer. The ultimate slicing of elements is critical to mana consumption. Lacking this skill, a magician and Appos' expenditure will always remain at its maximum, if poorly managed. Even a first-level magician might exhaust their magical reserves after casting merely 2 first-level spells, rather than the expected 12. Mastery of these abilities is the bare minimum to be considered a competent magician. Salin also learned that the fundamental attributes of a spell are not fixed. The casting time, range, and energy units are all variable. The duration of a spell is not measured in seconds, rather, it is quantified in frames, with 1 frame equivalent to 1/60th of a second. Such a skill is termed advanced control and is fraught with peril. Without this foundational knowledge, not only is a magician and Appos' capacity confined to a narrow spectrum, but they also cannot accurately assess the capabilities of others. For instance, understanding the minimization and maximization of casting times, the conversion of values between casting range and attack power, and the relationship between energy units and elemental slicing are all crucial aspects. A masterful magician possesses the ability to perform calculations instantaneously, discerning the potential effects of the spells they cast, rather than leaving matters to fate. Control. The true power of magic lies in mastery. Salin diligently perused the texts, embarking on a journey to acquire knowledge of mathematics, learning how to compute these arcane formulas. Such mathematical knowledge is also crucial for inscribing magic circles. As 3 months swiftly passed, Salin, save for the necessities of sustenance and nature, scarcely ventured beyond the confines of his chamber. The deeper he delved into his studies, the more disheartened he became. His intellect and mental fortitude were exemplary, yet his elemental affinity proved insufficient. Even if his elemental affinity were merely average, it would suffice to qualify him as an exceptional magician. Alas, he found himself woefully lacking in this regard, which hindered his ability to form magic strings. Without these strings, all his efforts were akin to castles in the air, mere theoretical musings. A year elapsed, and Salin remained at the threshold of a level 1 apprentice, yet possessed the abilities of a level 2. He had mastered 5 cantrips: reading, poison detection, acid splash, flame burst, and elemental infusion. His grasp of meditation techniques was nearly complete, enabling him to swiftly replenish the meager reserves of magical elements within him. This rapid recovery was due to the sparse accumulation of magical elements in his body, even relying on natural replenishment. It took merely 10 minutes of inactivity to regain some power. What could 3 cantrips accomplish? They were insufficient in combat, rendering a small dagger far more practical. Yet, after a year of nurturing, Salin's physical condition had improved significantly. Though he still appeared frail, his strength had notably increased. The provisions sent by the red-haired swordsman were now depleted, prompting Salin to venture into the city once more. He had long since abandoned any foolish notions of extravagant garments, fashionable hairstyles, or ostentatious carriages. For a magician, such desires were utterly absurd. Knowledge remained the sole pillar of a magician's existence. Draped in that ludicrous robe and clad in the black boots purchased by Jason, Salin bid farewell to Jason and departed from his ancestral home. Jason bestowed upon him 2 bags of gold coins, totaling 100, accompanied by a list of required items. A magician's experiments necessitated an abundance of low-level materials, and Jason's laboratory had been in constant operation, nearly exhausting its foundational supplies over the year. Salin City, a port metropolis, offered an array of goods unavailable in local markets. Deliveries could be made within a week, which elucidated Jason and Apos' choice to linger there. It was a relatively remote locale where essential supplies could be procured. Upon returning to Salin City, Salin perceived the dilapidated city through a transformed lens. The soldiers stationed at the city gates straightened at the sight of him on the main road. The gate guards, affiliated with the Lord and Apos' manor rather than the city watch, recalled the lessons of 6 months prior. The magician had wreaked havoc, and the Lord reacted as though nothing had transpired. That formidable magician resided just beyond the city, and the lad from the Metatlin family had become his apprentice. The soldiers and Apos' gazes were rife with a peculiar blend of envy, jealousy, and fear, contorting their expressions into a grotesque semblance of flattery. "Good morning, young Master Metatlin." Young Master Metatlin? Had it been 6 months ago? Saren might have felt a sense of pride. However, after the events at the city watch, Saren has matured considerably. He understands that it is the teachers they fear, terrified of the prospect of a level 5 mage obliterating them. As Saren walked towards the docks, the sun beaming down upon him, he followed the main road leading to a long street lined with various shops. Here stood the only equipment store in Salin City, and as Saren entered, he nearly collided with a young boy. The boy, of a similar age to Saren, appeared startled by his presence, stumbling slightly before rebounding back. Though merely an apprentice mage, Saren's mental acuity rivaled that of a true sorcerer, allowing him to perceive the boy's subtle movements. He noticed the boy's hand inching towards his coin pouch, an action executed with great stealth. Amused by the misfortune of encountering a thief so soon after stepping outside, Saren gently pushed the boy and Apos' hand away. In an instant, a flash of fire sparked as he pressed down on the boy's hand. The boy recoiled in pain, feeling as if his hand had been seared by a branding iron. Astonished, he looked up and suddenly exclaimed, "And Apos, Saren, is that you?" And Apos, Chapter 8, The Art of Alchemy, Part 1. Deca recognized the boy across from him, feeling a twinge of curiosity. He had met Salin during his days of destitution. Both were orphans at that time, equally emaciated and filthy. Now, encountering each other here, Salin and Apos' demeanor had undergone a complete transformation, and so had Decca S, who bore no resemblance to the vagabond he once was. Decca smiled awkwardly, aware of Salin and Appo's circumstances. Yet he had failed to recognize him at first. Now a student of magic, he wondered if Salin would still acknowledge a friend from his impoverished past. "Wait for me by the door," Salin said, patting Decca on the shoulder. In the span of a year, he had grown taller than Decca. A warmth surged in Decca and Appo's heart as he stepped outside, waiting in the shadows across the street. In Siren City, there was no guild for adventurers, rendering the equipment shop rather desolate. Most adventurers had gathered in the southern territories of the Empire, while the northern coast saw scarcely any pirates. Salin approached the counter and called out to the owner. The counter stood more than a foot above the ground, and the owner, drowsy, was dozing off with his head resting on it. Upon hearing a voice, he opened his eyes but didn't see anyone initially. Only when he straightened up did he notice Salin, who was even shorter than the counter. "Ah, young Master Metatlin," the owner exclaimed, instantly invigorated upon recognizing Salin. Salin waved his hand, signaling the owner to keep the noise down. He handed over the item list Jason had given him and inquired, "How much deposit is required for these?" The owner and Appo's eyes scanned the list, and his face broke into a broad smile. This transaction was no trifling matter, worth at least 100 gold coins. While it might not be significant in a large city, in Siren City, such business was rare. "Please hold on, young Master Metatlin," the owner said, taking up an abacus and swiftly calculating. Seeing the owner engrossed in his calculations, Salin began to wander around the shop. The establishment was spacious, yet devoid of shelves. All merchandise was displayed in cabinets against the walls. The most striking items were 2 suits of armor at the entrance. These were 2 fully enclosed knight armors, even the eye slits embedded with polished crystals. Such armor styles had become rare, as the knightly class had vanished during the 4th dynasty. Now, only the Holy See maintained a knightly order of 10,000, while all 4 empires had abolished their knightly ranks. The ancient design of these armors, with their metal plates refurbished, appeared more as antiques than functional gear, possessing greater historical value than practical use. Salin admired the armor, placing his hand upon it. Surprisingly, his mental energy could not penetrate. It seemed to be genuine, as it was nearly impossible to breach the armor and Appo's defenses with 0-level magic. This metal armor offered better protection than ordinary leather armor, yet it was inferior to magical armor. Salin assessed his combat prowess. Facing a swordsman clad in such armor would be somewhat challenging for him. If he were to confront 2 soldiers, he would stand little chance. Feeling a mix of discouragement and excitement, he swiftly gauged the armor and Appo's defensive capabilities through mere contact, estimating the level of magic required for destruction. Regrettably, the prospect of becoming a bona fide magician felt distant and unattainable. "Master Metatlin," the proprietor, with a beaming smile, calculated the total and announced, "The sum amounts to 180 gold coins. Might you be able to provide a deposit of 100 gold coins? This is a modest establishment, and I struggle with liquidity." Salin turned, tossing 2 full bags of coins onto the counter, inquiring, "When can I collect the goods?" "Next week at this time should suffice. Do you require delivery?" "No need. My master prefers to avoid disturbances." "Very well. Please hold on a moment while I prepare the invoice." The proprietor pocketed the gold, and Salin casually asked, "Can you order anything?" "Master Metatlin, I procure my goods from Radiant City. Anything available there can be ordered here. For special requests, one must source from Holy Rock City, which is considerably slower, perhaps a month's wait." "Understood." Salin accepted the invoice and exited the equipment store. Upon stepping outside, he waved to the opposite side of the street. Decca emerged from the shadows, and the 2 stood facing each other, momentarily at a loss for words. "Let us find somewhere to dine," Salin suggested. Feeling a pang of hunger, this time, he would not venture to the Whale of Salon. The pair strolled north along the dock, seeking a quaint eatery. It was still morning, and few patrons occupied the space. Seated by the window, Salin ordered 2 servings of fish noodle soup. With forks in hand, they silently consumed their meal. Once they had nearly finished, Salin set his fork down and asked, "Decca, how did you resort to thievery?" Decca interjected, also laying down his fork. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke softly. "Around this time last year, a band of thieves infiltrated the city. A number of children were taken, and I was among them. No one forced me. You know as well as I do that children like us can starve to death on the streets." "A band of thieves?" Salin and Appo's brow furrowed. The reputation of such groups was dire. If apprehended, most nobles would execute thieves without trial. Decca sensed Salin and Appo's concern and reassured him, It's all right. This particular band does not engage in violent crimes. Noting Salin's confusion, Daika elaborated, we only take possessions, we do not kill. We typically rely on deception rather than robbery. If things go awry, we simply flee, and rarely does anyone pursue. That is not a sustainable path, Salin remarked. There are seldom happy endings in the life of a thief. Even if one ascends to become a master thief and amasses wealth, it is challenging to withdraw gracefully. I have no choice. It is too late for me to back out now, Daika murmured, his gaze darting towards the entrance. How will I find you in the future? Daika felt a chill run through him. Salin and Apos' gaze pierced like a sharp blade, prompting an instinctive motion to reach for the dagger hidden in his boot. Yet, as his wrist twitched, a sudden pain shot through his hand, reminding him of Salin's true nature. Salin, I too am a prisoner of circumstance. In truth, during winter, the leader instructed me to seek you out. Daika sat there, lost in thought. Salin was no longer the simple child he once knew. He had effortlessly discerned the vague suggestion Daika had made. Was this the power of magic? As Salin stepped outside, a gust of wind greeted him, alleviating the tension that had weighed heavily on his heart. A thief, daring to attach himself to a mage. Even the city lord received scant attention from his master. If this person remains ungrateful, it would be best to find a way to eliminate him, lest he implicate Daika. In Salin City, I have but this one friend left. Salin, unbeknownst to himself, has become resolute and unusually sensitive to danger following the events of 6 months prior. Jason offered no superfluous guidance. He simply immersed himself in books, prepared meals, and shared them with Salin. Thus, through subtle influence, Salin and Apos' demeanor underwent a profound transformation. Upon reaching the grain store, he placed an order and exchanged gold coins for enough provisions to last half a year, departing Salin City with a heavy heart. He had envisioned a life of grandeur in the city, adorned in fine attire, riding gallantly, and indulging in exquisite wine and music. Yet, upon acquiring wealth, he found such aspirations to be naively childish. Dark clouds gathered on the horizon, prompting Salin to quicken his pace. Summer rains in Salin City often arrived unexpectedly. Returning to his ancestral home, Salin met with Jason to discuss the delivery date. Suddenly, Jason inquired, Salin, how long have I been here? 1 year and 6 days. Well, next week you will collect the goods. Take this. Jason handed Salin a large leather pouch and continued, starting next week, on the first day of each week, you will assist me with magical experiments. Master, from today forth, you are officially my student. Salin felt a surge of excitement. Jason had never permitted him to observe experiments, and he had believed direct mentorship was beyond his reach. He had not realized that Jason had been shadowing him throughout his visit to the city. Even overhearing his conversation with Daika, Salin had passed this trial. Had his exchange with Daika faltered, Jason would have had no choice but to abandon him. Nurturing a student requires not only energy but also emotional investment. As for Salin and Apos' elemental affinity, that would require gradual exploration in due course. Jason smiled at his pupil, retrieving a vial and presenting it to Salin. Inside this vial is a potion. Take 1 pill daily to enhance your constitution. When it runs out, simply ask me for more. Salin caressed the palm-sized porcelain bottle, at a loss for words to express his feelings. Go study. I hope you will continue to work diligently. He cast aside thoughts of Daika. The emergence of a hidden band of thieves in Salin City was a matter for the lord of the city to address. Salin had accepted the notion from his readings that wizards operate outside the realm of mundanity, refraining from interfering in the lives of ordinary people unless hired to do so. Audible alarms serve to protect the team, audible to all, while silent alarms can only be perceived by the wizard themselves, unbeknownst to the one who triggered the magic. Chapter 9. The Art of Potion Making Part 2. Salin and Apos' progress was hindered by 2 primary factors. The first was his persistent lack of elemental affinity. Despite consuming the pills provided by Jason daily, he struggled to perceive the elements with clarity. The second reason lay in Salin and Apos' approach to learning magic. He insisted on mastering each spell to perfection before moving on to the next. Presently, he had attained proficiency in casting secondary spells and had also grasped the fundamentals of level 2 magic. He was capable of releasing 4 level 0 spells in succession, whether individually, simultaneously, or in a sequential manner, where the latter 3 would be cast instantaneously. Recognizing his innate limitations, Salin resolved to compensate through technical diligence. He held steadfast in his belief that once he formed the magical strings, he would emerge as a flawless mage. Through 6 months of arduous training, Salin gradually discerned that Jason, despite appearances, was merely 35 years of age, a rarity in the Qin Empire for a level 5 magician. Jason was not only exceptionally gifted but also possessed a formal magical lineage, having been tutored by a level 9 magician. His departure from the Qin Empire was prompted by reaching a plateau in his cultivation, as he was on the brink of ascending to level 6. Salin considered himself fortunate. Most magicians lacked the means to provide such an abundance of magical tomes. Even if they did, carrying them to Salin City would require formidable spatial artifacts. Ordinary spatial tools could only accommodate a few cubic feet, insufficient to hold the volumes of books that filled several rooms. Jason and Apos' travels led him to Salin City just as Salin faced starvation. A serendipitous twist of fate for the latter. Salin's fervent dedication to learning resonated with Jason's temperament and recognizing Salin's intelligence. Jason decided to formally mentor him after a year of evaluation. Having finally completed the foundational studies of magic, Salin found the subsequent shelves filled with more profound topics, such as the principles of magic, knowledge that could not be merely memorized. He was now confronted with choices. Understanding these principles required gradual comprehension along with Jason and Apos' guidance. With the remaining time, he could not only practice new spells but also delve into a broader spectrum of knowledge, including alchemy, potion making, magical arrays, and summoning spells. Salin ultimately dismissed summoning spells due to their inherent instability. The creatures summoned could vary tremendously. It was said that during the Second Dynasty, magicians could summon any specified being at will, but for reasons unknown, by the Third Dynasty, approximately 5,000 years ago, summoning magic devolved into randomness. Salin had no desire to inadvertently summon a mere grass-eating rabbit, or worse, a fly, during combat. He also abandoned the study of magical arrays, as mastering them necessitated a robust elemental affinity, a deficiency in which he found himself severely lacking. His internal magical elements were insufficient even to sketch a level 0 magical array. Between alchemy and potion making, Salin ultimately opted for the latter. While alchemy might prove lucrative, it offered little in the way of combat assistance. Having recognized the significance of strength, Salin had delineated a clear objective for his studies: to grow stronger and to become even more formidable. Undoubtedly, alchemy was the most practical pursuit for Salin, as it allowed the creation of auxiliary potions using inexpensive materials. With sufficient mental fortitude and precise control over the potion and Apos' formulation, the probability of failure diminished significantly. Once he had determined his path, Salin embarked on a rigorous study. The materials for crafting magical potions amounted to tens of thousands, primarily consisting of plants, with approximately 10% being minerals. The rarest components were biological materials, such as the blood, fur, and horns of magical beasts. Salin requested a set of potion-making equipment from Jason and established a modest laboratory within his bedroom. His ancestral home, a noble edifice with a fortress-like structure, was impervious to the explosions that might arise from his experiments. It was this very aspect that had drawn Jason to Salin and Apos' residence. Salin's learning accelerated due to his ability to cast the reading spell 4 times consecutively, enabling him to memorize thousands of diagrams in just 3 months. During this period, he forewent sleep, relying entirely on meditation to restore his energy. Having mastered the material diagrams, Salin did not pursue systematic study of the formulas beyond the commonly used potions. He began searching for rare recipes. One day, as he sat on the floor, leaning against a bookshelf while engrossed in a tome titled An Overview of Magical Potions, he suddenly felt a tremor above him. Upon glancing up, a massive book plummeted, striking him squarely on the nose and causing blood to spatter. Salin had not learned the spell Invisibility Shield, and after prolonged reading, his energy was somewhat depleted. Although he sensed impending danger, he could not evade it. Groaning, Salin clutched his nose, fumbling in his pocket for a hemostatic potion. The impact was severe. The tome likely weighed over 10 pounds. And Salin felt as though his nasal bone was on the verge of fracturing. After tilting his head back to apply the hemostatic potion, a buzzing filled his mind, and his vision became blurred. Was this what was described in pathology as a concussion? He hoped he had not rendered himself foolish. Picking up the hefty volume, he cradled it in both arms, sensing its extraordinary weight. The book was nearly square in shape, measuring a foot in width and close to half a foot in thickness. Its black cover bore no text, merely adorned with dark golden patterns. Salin was somewhat familiar with magical motifs, yet the designs on the cover were unfamiliar, defying classification by any known era. As he opened the thick cover, the title page displayed the absurdity of magical potions inscribed in Male's language. Captivated by the title, Salin noted that alchemy was a highly structured science, whose principles and operations were nearly flawless. To describe it as absurd was, in itself, a ludicrous assertion. Turning to the first page, he encountered a preface written in ornate cursive. Looking back, he found no author and Apo's signature, prompting him to begin reading from the start. The author of this tome commenced by dismissing the very structure of alchemy, arguing that it was an empirical study riddled with theoretical flaws. He asserted that only through continuous experimentation could the field of magical potions advance. Otherwise, it would descend into a cul-de-sac. Upon reading this, Salin felt the author was speaking nonsense, seeking to attract attention. With a history spanning millennia, alchemy predated the very formation of magic, and this author was undoubtedly deranged. However, the more he read, the more alarmed he became. The author incisively pointed out the logical fallacies within the realm of magical potion making. The author asserted that even the purest minerals cannot correspond exclusively to a single element, and this is even more true for herbal and animal materials. The magical potions invented according to the alchemical diagrams are, in essence, merely commonplace mixtures, lacking in perfect structure. The concept of purification in potion making is a monumental error. The genuine direction of potionology should be toward a say, wherein the structure of potion materials is discerned through magical detection. And only through relentless experimentation can the most exquisite formulas be achieved. The same material may exhibit subtle differences based on its origin. A true potion master should possess the ability to discern these intricacies in detail. As Salin continued his reading, he discovered that the book and Apo's author was not only a genius in the field of potion making but also possessed formidable mastery over magic itself. In the section concerning elemental condensation potions, the author highlighted the errors within this potion while enumerating 3 spells. He elucidated how these spells could be synergized with genuine potions and how to mitigate the damage inflicted by the potions. Salin had never encountered these 3 spells before. Despite their advanced nature, he committed them to memory using his reading technique for future verification. However, the formula provided by the author left Salin with a throbbing headache, as it contained an astonishing 600 fundamental ingredients. Over 50 of these had alternative substitutes, with most materials meticulously detailing their properties and analytical ratios. Salin resolutely flipped the book to its beginning and commenced memorizing it from the start, utilizing his reading technique. He toiled from afternoon until dusk, and upon reaching the final page, his eyelids twitched. The last page was inscribed in the language of magic, the script so minuscule it was nearly indecipherable, and the entire text was rendered in red, as if it were a dire warning. Salin was momentarily stunned by the minuscule title, the formula for the magic string potion. In this world, 9 out of 10 individuals could aspire to be magic apprentices, yet among 100 magic apprentices, only 1 or 2 could ascend to the rank of a formal magician. The formation of the magic string was exceedingly arduous. Yet, astonishingly, the author of this book had provided a potion formula that could aid magic apprentices in forming the magic string. Salin thought perhaps his intense yearning had conjured a mirage. He scrutinized the text once more to confirm he had not erred. This formula was indeed designed specifically for the magic string, regardless of the apprentice's level. Consuming this potion would instantly enable the formation of the magic string. Salin and Apo's hands trembled, his breathing grew labored, and his nose threatened to bleed again. He cast a detection spell upon the opposing page, and indeed, beneath the crimson text, a layer of golden letters emerged. Salin read each word, drenched in cold sweat. The golden text revealed the true formula for the magic string, if one were to concoct the potion according to the red text and ingest it. Even a level 9 magical beast could be fatally poisoned. Was the author jesting? Perhaps such a person, possessing a morbid sense of humor, was despised in life and thus had refrained from leaving their name in the book. Chapter 10. The Arcane String Potion, Part 1. The golden text meticulously detailed the recipe for the arcane string potion, comprising a total of 72 fundamental ingredients, each accompanied by a comprehensive description of its properties. At the conclusion of the recipe, the author left a cautionary note that piqued Salin and Apo's wariness. What you give will exceed what you receive. The price is unpredictable. Salin hesitated. He held a profound admiration for the book's author and could not disregard the warning inscribed therein. What kind of price would he have to pay? Death? Unlikely. Any magical potion that posed a danger to its user would be accompanied by explicit annotations from its inventor, such as warnings against consumption by the elderly, low-level mages, or those with heart ailments, and so forth. Furthermore, Any potential side effects would also be noted in detail. If not a threat of death, then what could it be? The author and imp, Apos, grave tone suggested something of great severity that could rival the formation of the arcane string. Salin racked his brain, unable to discern what the author was alluding to. He closed the book, quietly reciting the names of the 72 ingredients while estimating their approximate costs. The least expensive ingredient was merely 1 silver coin, while the most expensive was a mere 200 gold coins, summing to around 1,000 gold coins to gather the components for a single arcane string potion. Currently, Salin possessed insufficient gold to cover the materials for 3 potions. The recipe did not specify the success rate of the arcane string potion. Following common trends, one could surmise that its success rate would be rather low, at best not exceeding 10%. The success of crafting magical potions is not contingent upon luck, but rather hinges upon experience and mental fortitude. Salin's mental prowess was ample, yet his experience was scant. Having studied potion making for merely 3 months, even the simplest potions had a success rate hovering around 50%. For materials worth only 1 gold coin, he could accept any failure. However, the arcane string potion was different. A single failure would result in a loss of 1,000 gold coins. Since discovering this recipe, Salin had never considered relinquishing it. He could not forget the days of his poverty, nor the harrowing incident that nearly cost him his life while imprisoned. Had it not been for Jason's timely arrival, he would likely have perished within those walls. Yet, Jason would not always be there. To truly thrive, he needed to possess his own power. The band of thieves, Daika. A spark ignited in Salin's eyes. That was the answer. Thieves required various potions for their craft, and legitimate shops would not sell perilous potions. To procure the magical concoctions desired by thieves, one must enlist the aid of a mage familiar with their ways. Salin smiled. It seemed that knowing a thief might not be such a disadvantage after all. A week later, upon entering the city, Salin left a message with the owner of an equipment store, seeking a person named Daika. Half a month passed before he finally made contact with the young thief. This time, Daika did not ask any questions. He merely awaited Salin's intent. One cannot jest with a mage. Last time, Salin's message had reached the thief leader, who promptly abandoned any plans to recruit Salin. I have magical potions for sale, Salin stated directly. Very well, I accept. Daika readily acquiesced. I do not trust your commander. Is there a way to eliminate him? Salin and Amp, Apos' second remarks startled Daika. Absolutely not, Salin. They number more than 20. Daika grew anxious. With his enormous pack in tow, Salin departed with a smile. Could Daika truly dismiss his proposal? Should he refuse, he would be compelled to report Salin and Apos' words to the commander, potentially incurring the wrath of a sorcerer. Indeed, Daika dared not reject Salin and Amp, Apos' suggestion. A month later, the city guards discovered the bodies of the thieves in a secret chamber, 24 in total, all perished from potent poison. This marked Salin and Amp, Apos' inaugural act of murder. Though he did not wield the blade himself, it was his poison that delivered the fatal blow. Having dealt with the external thieves, Daika swiftly organized the local juvenile bandits. Salin and Apos' potion had found a secure market, and gold coins multiplied day by day. Within a year, Salin amassed a total of 3,000 gold. The local market in Shillon City was not vast. However, Daika was astute, having tailored Salin and Apos' potion specifically to the needs of the thieves. Apart from his own usage, the majority were sold to external markets. In merely 6 months, he established a stable distribution network, with nearby bandit factions aware of the unique potions available in Shillon City, from which Daika also profited. Accumulating over 5,000 gold coins, Salin's prowess in potion making dramatically advanced. He finally reached the level of a 3rd-tier magical apprentice, capable of casting 5 0-level spells consecutively, mastering 7 0-level spells: reading, poison detection, acid splash, flame burn, elemental infusion, magic alarm, and magic detection. After recuperation, Salin and Amp, Apos' physique had strengthened considerably. Although he still appeared somewhat frail, he could now briskly carry a pack weighing over 100 pounds. Each week, he ventured into the city to procure supplies, with Jason always ensuring that the large pack was filled to the brim. In the first week of June, the weather was stifling, sweat perpetually glistening on the skin. Salin had just turned 15, and he resolved to begin crafting the magical string potion. A sense of unease washed over him, even prompting thoughts of kneeling in prayer, though he lacked faith. Despite the clergy of the Holy See asserting that divine grace would not show favoritism, Salin inherently doubted such claims. Persuading the Scorchenians to become believers seemed far more arduous than coaxing the Chinese people to relinquish their pride. This realization dawned upon Salin only after his association with Jason. Once, a great sorcerer had served the Metatlin family. What an honor that must have been. Suddenly, Salin perceived a fleeting glimmer of azure light within the deep, lightning-shaped scar. He rubbed his eyes, yet the blue hue vanished. What could that be? Was it a magical mark? Given the decline of his own family, any magical sigil they once possessed must have long since faded. Growing increasingly anxious, Salin comprehended, with each book he read, the vastness and profundity of the magical realm. Equally, it was a world brimming with peril. A moment and Apos' carelessness could lead to utter destruction, an irrevocable fate. The pause, scarcely lasting a mere instant, would have gone unnoticed had it not been for Salin's burgeoning mastery of the instantaneous principles of magic and his finely tuned mental acuity. The once vibrant spirit within him had diminished to a hollow shell. His eyes lost their luster, vitality extinguished, and his heart ceased its rhythmic beating. Salin felt himself ensnared in darkness, surrounded by an abyss devoid of color, sound, and taste, utter emptiness. As if all memories from his birth to the age of 15 had evaporated. Is this what death entails? The solitary thought that remained echoed the purest response of life in the face of oblivion. Though Salin's heart had stopped, it was suddenly jolted back to life by a surge of electricity, causing it to convulse violently as blood was forcefully propelled throughout his body. Boom, boom, boom. Salin's body surged back to life, his senses returning, and the surrounding void dissipated. He was propelled from the floor, nearly colliding with the ceiling, only to crash down heavily. This fall caused blood to flow from his mouth and nose, a purplish hue laced with clots. The pain was indescribable as his senses revived. An onslaught of negative sensations besieged him: weakness, agony, coldness, and burning. These horrifying feelings repeated incessantly and apart from that initial jolt. Salin could muster no further strength to fight. He lacked even the ability to lift a finger, his eyelids sealed shut, teetering on the brink of mental collapse. Chapter 11. The Enchanted Elixir, Part 2. The passage of time became excruciatingly slow, each minute stretching out like an entire day. This torment persisted for a full 24 hours. And it was only when darkness once again enveloped the sky that Salin regained control over his body. What is this enchanted artifact? 3 millennia ago, during the era of the First Dynasty, humanity was a formidable race capable of tearing apart the fabric of space, traversing dimensions, and capturing demons for domestication. Some demons proved untrainable and were consequently transformed into magical implements. These powerful artifacts, forged from the essence of formidable demons, were known as enchanted artifacts. Although they initially served merely as playthings, a mere 1,000 years later, humanity fell from grace, losing its formidable prowess. As a result, these magical artifacts became exceedingly precious. For humans could no longer traverse dimensions to capture demons. They were hoarded by powerful sorcerers, who could also enslave the souls of the demons contained within. By the time of the Fourth Dynasty, over a millennium ago, only the mightiest 9th-level sorcerers could hope to subjugate the souls residing within these artifacts. Enchanted artifacts evolved into symbols of terror. Sorcerers below the 7th level found themselves utterly powerless against their might. These rebellious demons, even in their spectral forms, refused to forge contracts with humans. The insatiable nature of the enchanted artifacts was such that they claimed one soul after another. But wait. If this were indeed an enchanted artifact, I would likely have lost my very essence. Salin examined his limbs. Flesh and blood remained intact, a tangible reality. In his moment of fright, he regained a semblance of intelligence and soon realized he was being somewhat paranoid. If it were truly an enchanted artifact, even a teacher could not withstand its power, let alone someone like him, who had lost the capacity for resistance and yet somehow survived. What else could it possibly be? With a hand bracing himself, Salin sat up to assess his condition. All was well, aside from an overwhelming weakness. He even sensed a modest increase in the meager magical elements within him. Indeed, there was a slight increase, though the additional elements were pitifully few. For someone like Salin, who cherished every fragment of elemental power, even a mere tenth of an elemental unit was discernible. His mental acuity had also noticeably improved. Salin and Apos' mental fortitude had always been considerable, and Jason once remarked that even when he became a true sorcerer, his mental prowess would be more than sufficient. Now, Salin and Apos' mental clarity was markedly purer and more concentrated, even hinting at the possibility of a breakthrough. The ordeal he had just endured was profoundly painful, despite his tumultuous childhood. This level of suffering was almost unbearable. When accustomed to certain circumstances, change becomes a formidable challenge. Over the past few years, he had lived in relative comfort, and his capacity for endurance had diminished. Salin imagined Jason sprawled helplessly on the floor, enduring a myriad of negative effects, and couldn't he help but chuckle. Well, I shall take my time to explore this. At least I need not cast spells at it directly. In the following month, Salin faced 3 failures, depleting 3,000 gold coins worth of materials for the enchanted elixir, leaving him with nothing but refuse. This setback was a significant blow, for his once cherished mental acuity seemed insufficient to manage the precise use of the materials for the elixir. Is it over? Nothing has transpired. It seems that carrying it with him in the future would pose no problems. Salin finally felt a sense of relief. Otherwise, this item would have to remain confined within a chest, far from reach. Having endured the most arduous days, Salin emerged with newfound confidence. Unbeknownst to him, his demeanor underwent a fundamental transformation. No longer did panic, hesitation, or fear plague him. Instead, his smile blossomed, a genuine reflection of his inner joy. Salin resolved to persist in his training, firmly believing that with unwavering dedication, he would eventually attain immunity to all negative magical states. The only aspect that remained unchanged was Salin and Imp, Appos, S obsession with gold coins. He devoted all his remaining time to concocting magical potions to sell to Daika, amassing over 3,000 coins in these past 3 months. Unfortunately, the pace could not quicken further, as Daika could no longer keep up. The consumption capacity of Salin City was limited. After seizing the position of the thief leader, he found himself surrounded by local young thieves, unable to execute grand schemes. Selling excess potions to external thieves required prior stockpiling, and Daika lacked sufficient liquid funds. He lacked the audacity to extend credit to Salin, nor did he possess the influence to demand a deposit from distant thieves. This weekend, the weather was dreadful. The wind had calmed, yet the rain fell coldly, casting a rust-colored cloud over the harbor of Salin City. 2 swordsmen, similarly built with broad shoulders and slender waists, stood tall. "Captain, that lad wouldn't dare miss our meeting, would he?" inquired the red-haired swordsman, glancing anxiously at the intensifying downpour. "Nay, Chris. For 3 years, he has appeared at this hour, rain or shine," replied the golden-haired swordsman, patiently observing the cobblestone path beneath the eaves, unfazed by the rain that the wind whipped towards him. Chris had no choice but to shrink inward, pondering when he too would cultivate his sword energy like the captain. The cobblestone path, long neglected, began to pool with water. The rain fell in curtains, splashing and creating a mist upon the ground. In such weather, few ventured outside. Autumn had set in, and Salin City grew increasingly chilly. The golden-haired swordsman's gaze pierced through the rain, spotting a frail youth approaching leisurely at the path's end. The boy, devoid of an umbrella and clad in a comical robe, bore a large leather pouch on his back. As raindrops cascaded down, they danced off his body. Even his boots remained pristine, untouched by the water below. As the boy drew closer, his features became clearer. His hair and eyes were chestnut brown, with a slightly prominent nose that gave his deep-set eyes an air of nobility, reminiscent of southern aristocracy. His brows were relaxed, seemingly indifferent to the wretched weather, and a small leather pouch dangled from his slender fingers. This pouch, standard for holding gold coins, could accommodate 50 coins, and he swung it lightly as he walked. The harbor and Appos, as security was tenuous. Had it not been for the rain, he might have been targeted by thieves. Salin the mage, called the golden-haired swordsman warmly, waving at the youth. Salin merely curled the corners of his mouth, feigning ignorance, and continued walking through the rain. His name is Salin, not a mage. Merely a level 3 magic apprentice. The golden-haired swordsman felt somewhat awkward. He could not address him as an Imp, Appos, apprentice Salin, and Imp, Appos, for such a title would be rather disrespectful. The esteemed Viscount had instructed him to maintain a certain level of courtesy, which proved quite challenging. Master Metatlin, the golden-haired swordsman raised his voice. Yet the other had already passed him by, leaving only the silhouette in his view. Salin, as the youth and Imp, Appos, figure receded into the distance. The swordsman had no choice but to hasten after him. Chris, with a resigned expression, followed suit, striding into the downpour. The rain instantly soaked his splendid attire, leaving only the tightly laced boots to retain a hint of dryness. What a chilling rain! Chris shuddered. Chapter 12. The Invitation of the Ancient Duke. I am Salin. May I inquire about the matter? Salin halted his steps and turned to face the two swordsmen who towered over him. He gazed into their eyes with a composed demeanor, neither submissive nor arrogant, as though they were the ones bowing before him. An ethereal shield seemed to envelop him, creating a curtain of water that arched above him, repelling the rain. This was the 8th level 0 spell he had mastered, the invisible shield. Speaking in the rain is rather inconvenient. Please, follow me, suggested the golden-haired swordsman. Aware of the predicament Chris faced in the downpour, and mindful of the Duke's repeated instructions to treat the boy with respect, Salin nodded slightly, indicating for the swordsman to lead the way. The atmosphere around him had shifted. He was no longer the orphan of 3 years prior. His identity had transformed, and with it, his aura. Although a mere apprentice in magic might lack combat prowess, he had the backing of a 5th-level sorcerer. No faction within the city of Siren would dare to act against Salin. Jason had extricated him from prison, and the Duke had not even uttered a word of protest. The reserved demeanor Salin displayed made the golden-haired swordsman feel apprehensive, for the Duke had previously been rebuffed by a sorcerer. This boy was likely no easy adversary. Approaching the desolate tavern, Chris shook off the rain from his damp hair and summoned a server. 2 servings of Lelon, and, Master Salin a glass of clear water. Please. Salin and the golden-haired swordsman took their seats across from one another. He did not remove the substantial leather satchel from his back, merely securing the coin pouch to his waist. The swordsman, keenly aware of weight, estimated that the satchel must contain at least 100 pounds. Observing Salin's still developing physique, it appeared effortless for him to bear such a burden. This physique was undoubtedly that of a swordsman, not a sorcerer. A robust apprentice magician? The golden-haired swordsman began to regard Salin with newfound respect. Indeed, sorcerers were enigmatic and formidable figures. 3 years ago, this child had been on the brink of starvation. What physicality could he have possessed then? The server delivered the drinks, maintaining a respectful demeanor, avoiding eye contact. Upon entering, he had noticed the robe adorning the youth, and hearing Chris address him as a magician only further silenced his chatter. Chris slipped a silver coin into the server and Apos' hand, instructing, close the door, and go to the back. You are not to come out unless summoned. Even without the rain, the tavern would not attract many patrons. Furthermore, these 2 swordsmen were from the Lord's manor. Even the proprietor would not dare oppose them. The server hastily secured the door and retreated to the back, complying obediently. Salin lifted his cup of water and cast a level 0 spell to detect toxins. The water was undoubtedly safe. He merely wished to practice his magic. After all, his meager magical energy was insufficient for combat. Moreover, having previously sold highly toxic magical potions in Siren, if he were to perish from his own concoction, he would become the most pitiful apprentice magician in existence. Master Salin, the ancient Duke has sent us to pay you a visit, the golden-haired swordsman announced. His words somewhat disjointed, as he had clearly intercepted Salin on the road. If it were a visit, it should have taken place outside the city. Viscount Gug Freeney is the lord of the city of Salon, a stronghold of the Freeney family for generations. As the city of Salon has declined, so too has the Freeney lineage, descending from a count of the 2nd rank to a viscount of the 1st, losing vast tracts of land. His Majesty the Emperor has grown indifferent to any proclamations from Salon, which has become a place devoid of prospects, abandoned by adventurers and merchants alike. Jason Stanson, Salin and Apos' mentor, is the first wizard to reside in Salon in 2 centuries, and he is a level 5 sorcerer, on the brink of ascending to level 6, at which point he could construct a magical tower. Upon Jason and Apos' arrival, Viscount Gug expressed an interest in recruiting him. However, Jason promptly dismissed the notion, leaving the Viscount wary of further attempts. The initial rejection might have been a mere expulsion, but the next could very well lead to violence. 3 years later, the Viscount sought Salin. What could this herald? Salin pondered, maintaining an unwavering gaze. Disappointment flickered within him. While the invitation was indeed significant, he had hoped for a sum of several hundred gold coins. Financially strained, Salin was in urgent need of funds, and despite his anxiousness, he could not extract water from stone. Realizing he could not entice Jason, Viscount Gug had turned his ambitions towards Salin. The presence of a wizard at an event would undoubtedly be a matter of prestige. Though still quite young, Salin could perceive the underlying motives. The Viscount wishes for you to dress more formally as a token of gratitude, remarked the golden-haired swordsman, inadvertently employing a respectful tone. Salin and Apos' demeanor confounded him. The 15 or 16-year-old displayed no discernible reaction. The swordsman retrieved a gift and placed it on the table before Salin. More formal? Salin mused, glancing at his robe. Finding no fault. The swordsman presented a small box, which Salin casually opened, his eyes widening in astonishment. Inside, 10 magical cores were meticulously arranged, each the size of a thumb, shimmering under the dim tavern lights. Beneath the cores lay a few banknotes from the Imperial Bank, likely amounting to 1,000 gold coins based on their hue. Salin and Apos' heart raced uncontrollably. The magical cores could very well be of the third tier, each valued at over 150 gold coins, with the banknotes totaling 4,000 to 5,000, a substantial fortune. Attending a celebration or hiring a magical apprentice hardly warranted such an expenditure. Although inexperienced in the world beyond, Salin understood that with the plethora of mercenaries in Scorchinia, even a wizard could be secured for such a sum, ensuring at least a formal magician rather than merely an apprentice. Salin quickly grasped the Viscount's true intention, to curry favor with his mentor. If he accepted this money and his teacher discovered it. Upon witnessing Salin gently close the box without a flicker of an eyelid, the golden-haired swordsman sensed unease. He spoke in hushed tones, "Wizard Salin, the Viscount and Amp, Apos' intention is for you to temporarily assume the guise of a magician, which is unrelated to your mentor. The Viscount has further matters he wishes to discuss with you." "What is your name?" Salin inquired suddenly of the golden-haired swordsman. Ulysses Kuya," the swordsman replied, perplexed by Salin and Amp, Apos' query. In the Lord and Amp, Apos' mansion of Salon City, the Count Gug stood perspiring as he attended to his lady. The remnants of his youthful vigor were discernible among the thick hair on his chest and abdomen, his well-defined muscles a testament to past exertions. "Natasha." The Count sighed, collapsing onto his wife. Lady Countess pushed Gug away, gasping for breath. She was acutely aware that Gug must be indulging in infidelity behind her back. Yet such betrayals were hardly surprising among the nobility. At least Gug had the decency to avoid entanglements with perilous women. The issue lay in her unfulfilled desires. She needed an outlet for her frustrations. "Gug, I hear you have offered 5,000 gold coins to that young man? Is a mere apprentice worth such a sum?" The Countess, no stranger to the world, had traveled extensively with her merchant father and witnessed a plethora of extraordinary individuals. "His master is worth it," Gug replied with renewed vigor. He turned to his wife and said, "I am currently short on funds. I need your father to lend me another 10,000 gold coins." "What do you take my father for?" The Countess gently kicked Gug. He grinned and took advantage of the moment, leaning down to lavish attention on his wife. She let out a couple of soft moans, then patted his head, asking, "Come up. I want to know what you intend to do with this money." "What does it have to do with that apprentice?" She still couldn't, and Apos' grasped the situation. "The wizard refuses to come to me. I am powerless in that regard. However, his student is a different matter. I have heard that the lad named Salin is desperately trying to gather funds. As long as I provide him with money, he will surely do my bidding." "An apprentice lacks any real capability," the Countess remarked, displaying her understanding. "Even a high-level apprentice would only match the skill of an intermediate swordsman. While there might not be many high-ranking professionals in the mansion, there were certainly a good number of intermediate swordsmen. Ulysses, for instance, was the youngest junior swordsman in the vicinity, already manifesting sword energy. But this place was impoverished. Where would one find pirates? What would happen if the wizard found out?" The Countess felt a twinge of anxiety. Provoking a wizard could spell doom even for a count. "I have spent so much money precisely to ensure that the lad remains silent. If he does not speak, the wizard will naturally remain oblivious. Even if he were to find out, it would merely reflect the greed of his student. What concern is that of ours? Gug, you truly are a genius. Come, once more." The Countess pressed down on her husband and Apos' head, desperately drawing him closer. Her father and Apos' investment had indeed proved wise. Gug was undeniably intelligent and ambitious. Such a kind-hearted and industrious nobleman was a rarity. Had it been another, they would have resorted to slaughtering fishermen to fill their coffers. Gug even knew to prepare scapegoats in advance. Chapter 13. The Invitation of the Earl of Gugu, Part 2. Salin was oblivious to the fact that he had been likened to a grand sorcerer. He prepared to accept the invitation from the esteemed earl, yet he was troubled by his attire. Where could he procure a magical robe? He tossed and turned in bed, contemplating the reward of 5,000 or 6,000 gold coins, a staggering sum. 3 years prior, when Jason had appeared before Salin, he was on the brink of starvation. Apart from this vast stone house, he had exchanged all his furnishings and decorations for food. However, the house remained unsold. Potential buyers understood one undeniable truth. If Salin perished from hunger, the property would be even more affordable. Salin could not fathom why he endured such hardship. He only knew that upon becoming a formal mage, he would never again have to live as he once did. No one comprehended the fears of an orphan. The moment Salin saved his first gold coin, he immediately purchased 50 half-pound loaves of bread, stashing them beneath his bed. That night, Salin experienced a peaceful sleep for the first time, feeling an overwhelming sense of happiness. However, as the bread grew moldy, he began to realize that bread could not be hoarded. Even gold coins could be stolen. Only by becoming a mage could he escape the need to curry favor with others. Even the lord of the city would be compelled to bow before his master. Salin found it impossible to decline the offer of 5,000 gold coins, which represented the materials for 5 magical string potions. To earn that sum through his own methods would require at least another 2 years. Daika had exerted his utmost efforts, yet Salin found himself bereft of any viable solutions. Should he venture into commerce? That would demand time, and Salin had no inclination to engage in mundane affairs. All his energies were devoted to magic and knowledge. The question remained, what did the Earl of Gugu intend for him to do? Salin felt uncertain. Despite his intelligence, he was still a youth, unversed in the intricate power games of the nobility. This matter could not be disclosed to his teacher, leaving Salin in a state of unease. He contemplated leaving the money behind and departing directly. Within the Lord and Amp, Apos' estate, the Earl of Gugu and Ulysses meticulously inquired about the circumstances at hand. Indeed, not a single eyelid was batted. His expression remained unchanged throughout. The Earl pondered for a moment and remarked, "You have done well. Next week, go to the city gate to receive him, but do not alarm the mage." "Yes, but when shall I go?" Ulysses, fearful of errors, inquired further. "Fool, you shall wait at dawn," the Earl said with a smile, clearly in good spirits, not a trace of anger to be found. Reluctantly, Ulysses withdrew, destined to wait for the apprentice early the next morning. The apprentice always arrived in the afternoon, and here he was, a novice swordsman, tasked with waiting for a mage apprentice. The Earl stretched his body, feeling quite satisfied, although it was somewhat unexpected that Salin did not take the money. The fact that he was willing to come and discuss matters indicated hope. Now, he felt that marrying Nasha was an exceptionally wise decision. Without the support of his father-in-law, he would not have had such resources to manage his affairs. The walls of Siren City were imposing, nearing 10 meters in height, with gates wide enough to accommodate 4 carriages side by side. Despite the city's air of decay, remnants of its former splendor could still be discerned from various traces. For many years, the continent of Melis has been untouched by the wars of the 4 great empires. The city of Salin has enjoyed a prolonged peace, and the trees beyond its walls remain uncut. The broad official road is flanked by trees and shrubs of varying heights, and over time, the ruts in the cobblestones have become disordered, with no one to mend or polish them. Salin's figure soon appeared on this ancient thoroughfare, still burdened by a massive leather pack, his attire unchanged. Ulysses breathed a sigh of relief. After all, waiting until afternoon would be a tedious and arduous affair. Simultaneously, he felt fortunate to have heeded the advice of the esteemed Viscount and had arrived early. "Master Salin," Ulysses called out as he hastened toward him. It was none other than the sword saint, Ulysses. Salin smiled, making a jest that was neither too grand nor too trivial. Ulysses flushed slightly, though not overly embarrassed. Salin seemed notably gentler than their last encounter, his gaze devoid of the previously unyielding calm. "The Viscount has sent me to escort you. I shall retrieve the goods first." "You see, let Chris handle it," Ulysses remarked, calling over Chris, the red-haired swordsman, who reluctantly accepted Salin's pack and the shop's receipt. "The payment has already been settled. You may simply check the packaging. You know the place, right?" Salin reminded Chris. Given the economic downturn in Salin, the shops were limited. And since Gug had studied Salin and Apos' patterns, he was well aware of which establishment Salin frequented for his orders. Suppressing the urge to strike Salin, Chris strode away with purpose. "Let us be off, Sword Saint," Ulysses said with a wry smile, addressing Salin. "From now on, I shall call you Salin. Please, do not refer to me as Sword Saint, lest I be ridiculed." The spacious carriage was adorned with carpets from the Caucasus region, the seats draped in velvety fabric from the Tangulasi Empire, and the cushions crafted from the exquisite silk of the Chinan Empire. In truth, the carriage itself was manufactured in the Cloudflow Empire, gliding along almost imperceptibly, causing minimal disturbance to a seasoned archer and Apos' combat. Though Salin had declined, the Skocinia Empire thrived, hosting the continent and Apos' largest mercantile and mercenary enterprises, where one could procure virtually anything. Salin, oblivious to the Viscount and Apo's attentiveness, found the scent within the carriage somewhat peculiar. Employing a cleansing spell, he soon dispelled the odd aroma with refreshing vapors. In the span of 6 hours, he could still cast 6 additional 0-level spells. Might the Gug Viscount indeed be inviting him for a performance? Leaning against the soft cushion, Salin's thoughts were difficult to articulate. 3 years prior, he had endured hunger and cold. Who would have imagined such a day would come, being fetched in the Viscount's carriage, a display of flattery? All of this was magic. A gift bestowed upon him by Jason Statham. When would he truly possess the honor he longed for? As these thoughts swirled, his anticipation for the Viscount's promised reward of several thousand gold coins intensified. He chose not to engage Ulysses in conversation, instead sinking into meditation upon his seat. The Gug Viscount did not come out to greet them, and Salin was led by Ulysses to a small parlor to wait. This was not considered neglect. The noble's intimate parlor was reserved for close acquaintances, a privilege not afforded to ordinary guests. The Duke of Guge, thanks to the support of his father-in-law, led a relatively comfortable life despite the bleak state of taxation. Salin, indulging in tea imported from the Chinean Empire and savoring dried fruits from the Bide city, was attended by a young and alluring maid who persistently cast him flirtatious glances. Wizards are a rarity, and the maids were indifferent to Salin's current rank. Their intentions were clear. If they succeeded in seducing him, their status would dramatically elevate. Although Salin was not devoid of humor, he found the situation rather tedious. Fortunately, Ulysses kept him company, and the two maids dared not overstep their bounds. Master Salin, I have heard that wizards can fly in the sky. Is that true? You must have read countless books, speaking as if you were a nobleman. Even for an apprentice, this was no mere flattery. Salin, wishing to avoid becoming a subject of amusement for Ulysses, adopted a serious demeanor and resolved not to dismiss the maids lightly. The maids giggled behind their hands. Are you planning to punish us? Chapter 14. The Troubles of the Minor Nobility, Part 1. Fortunately, the esteemed Viscount Guger did not keep Salin waiting for long and soon appeared in the modest sitting room. As a fellow resident of Siren City, Salin had not encountered him before. The Viscount appeared to be in his mid-30s, possessing a visage typical of northern nobility, broad forehead, brown eyes that were not particularly large, lacking the deep-set quality often seen in southerners. His golden hair was styled into a flame-like wave at the back, a fashionable choice that lent him an air of youthfulness. Guger stood significantly taller than Salin, towering at nearly 6 feet 3 inches. His broad shoulders were clearly not merely the result of excess flesh, while his large hands bore no signs of delicacy, indicating that the Viscount had not entirely forsaken martial training and occasionally engaged in physical exercise. Salin the mage. Guger greeted warmly, embracing Salin. The latter frowned, realizing the peculiar fragrance that had lingered in the carriage was indeed the scent of the Viscount and Apo's perfume. Your Excellency. Salin retreated a couple of steps and offered a respectful bow. Once seated, Guger remarked, I was just entertaining a few gentlemen from the south, which made you wait. Your Excellency, please be forthright. What is it that you require of me? Your offer is rather steep, and I fail to comprehend its justification, Salin retorted, eager to bypass the pleasantries. The few thousand gold coins were of utmost importance to him, but the crux of the matter lay in Guger's intentions. Salin was reluctant to be exploited. Guger calculated his words carefully, deciding against any further circumlocution. I shall be direct. I intend to eradicate the pirates this winter. Your mentor has declined to assist, and thus I must seek your aid. Salin chuckled lightly. My lord, surely you jest. Guger adopted a serious demeanor, stating, I am aware that you are but an apprentice. However, this task does not require you to engage in combat. I merely hope you can assist the sailors aboard the ship in crafting some restorative water. You may not yet have mastered first-level magic, and I should not impose this request upon you. Yet given the circumstances of a maritime expedition, many will fall over the course of 2 to 3 months, resulting in numerous fatalities. Therefore, I implore you to help. Salin fell into contemplation. Although he was an apprentice, he had attained the 3rd level and, due to his formidable mental acuity, could barely learn a first-level spell. He intended to study the basic fireball spell, the most commonly employed offensive magic among first-level spells. Restorative water was a supportive magic capable of producing approximately 120 grams of potion, effective for both internal and external use. While its effects might not be as immediate as divine spells, it bore no side effects and was entirely harmless. if Salin were a first-level mage. This request would not be unreasonable. However, as an apprentice, he was limited to learning just one first-level spell, and until he ascended to the rank of a full-fledged mage, he could not acquire any other first-level spells. The choice of a spell learned at this stage often dictated the future magical path of the mage. The earlier one mastered a spell, the greater the proficiency, which in turn facilitated swifter casting upon advancement. Salin, I recognize that this request may seem excessive for an apprentice. Thus I earnestly hope you will accept it. Gugur produced a small box once more, igniting a flicker of warmth in Salin and Appo's heart. Why not enlist a divine spellcaster? Salin inquired, still seeking clarification. The esteemed mage is prohibitively expensive, and divine spells must be executed on-site. Any misstep could provoke the Holy See. You, however, can accompany me aboard the grandest of warships, free from such peril. When shall we commence? Salin naturally accepted the box, refraining from opening it, and tucked it into the prepared leather pouch. The Count of Gugu exhaled in relief, smiling as he remarked, "There is still time. We shall proceed by year-end. However, we have 2 guests arriving from other cities today, so do stay and join us for dinner." Salin too felt a sense of relief. The long-awaited funds were finally within reach, and maintaining his composure had been quite taxing. "Salin, my lord, I have commissioned a tailored outfit for you. Do try it on." Salin glanced at his own robe and finally understood. The garment was not custom-fitted. It was somewhat oversized and worn. Jason would not concern himself with such details. For him, respect was accorded irrespective of attire. Staying for dinner was, of course, a matter of courtesy towards the Count. "Salin the mage, please, follow us." The 2 maids chimed cheerfully, leading Salin away from the small parlor. Upon reaching the guest room, Salin beheld the prepared garments laid out upon the table. He dismissed the 2 maids, preferring to change without their assistance. Though the 15-year-old boy felt a fleeting stir of youthful interest at the sight of the maids, more pressing matters occupied his thoughts. Once the door was securely shut, Salin promptly retrieved the small box from his pouch and opened it. The radiance of the magic core dazzled his eyes. After placing the core into the designated pouch and securing it at his waist, he took out the stack of banknotes from the Imperial Bank, 5 notes, each worth 1,000 gold coins. Salin clutched the notes tightly, stifling a laugh for fear that the maids outside might overhear him. If only he could cast a silence barrier. He counted the notes multiple times before tucking them into the hidden compartment of his belt. The 2 maids held their breath, pressing their ears to the door, unable to discern any sound. What was this young mage up to? At that moment, Salin removed his long robe and donned the attire prepared by the Count. It was a white robe, crafted in the style of a magical cloak, with a belt threaded through the back and tied securely within. The garment was exquisitely made, fashioned from high-quality Chinese silk. Alas, it was not enchanted silk and could not sustain magic. Yet the dense, finely woven fabric was undeniably beautiful, its silver-white base adorned with magical patterns. A genuine magic wand rested upon the table, an authentic article. Salin grasped the wand, assessing its magical affinity, but felt a twinge of disappointment. Nevertheless, the Count had already been quite generous. Even this modest wand was worth several hundred gold coins. After some contemplation, Salin retrieved a black iron ring from his pouch. This ring was not a magical artifact. It merely served as a weight for practicing magical gestures. However, to the untrained eye, such simplicity might evoke curiosity. He gazed into the mirror, observing his new attire. The once gaunt and pallid boy had vanished, replaced by a youth whose brown eyes shimmered with a flicker of brilliance. Having grown considerably taller, Salin held his staff and assumed a pose as if casting a spell. Outside the door, 2 maids eavesdropped, yet heard nothing. After waiting for over 10 minutes, Salin abruptly opened the door, catching the maids completely off guard as they tumbled into the room. With a hearty laugh, Salin seized one of them, saying, "Come, let us meet the Lord Viscount." The maids, their cheeks flushed with embarrassment, hurriedly ran ahead, puzzled by how Salin had managed to remain utterly silent within the room. Moreover, they noted that this young magician and amp, Appo's hands were remarkably warm. Despite the opulence of northern nobility, their diet adhered to certain traditions. Upon entering the dining hall, Salin beheld a grand table at its center, adorned with a copper charcoal basin overlaid with an iron grate. Surrounding the basin were porcelain plates from the Qin Empire, each nearly 2 feet in diameter, piled high with raw meat, and flanked by silver dining knives. This arrangement appeared somewhat incongruous. Nevertheless, even the fastidious Qin people would harbor no objections, for the Skirkinians were newly wealthy, and it would take them at least 2 millennia to cultivate true taste. The carving knives were exceptionally sharp in the Tongulas Empire. Such cutlery would never grace a noble and amp, Apos, dining table. Salin casually surveyed the few individuals already seated, noting the voluptuous figures and striking beauty of the lady, presumably the Viscountess, whom he had often heard stories of, though he had never met her. The two unfamiliar gentlemen clearly hailed from distant lands. Salin and Amp, Apos' nostrils flared slightly, yet he detected no hint of fish. Salin the magician, allow me to introduce you. At that moment, Guge occupied the host's seat, and the young, self-assured Viscountess took the initiative to introduce Salin to the two visiting nobles, speaking as if they were already well acquainted. This is Baron Rick of Critia City. And this is Baron Ming Hui of Delay City. The Viscountess, youthful and beautiful, accentuated her figure in her formal noble attire, her waist cinched, and her bosom appearing even more ample. Unfazed by the two young barons, she engaged in lively banter. Rick feigned indifference, adopting an air of elegance, though his gaze lingered on the Viscountess and Amp, Apos' bosom for a second or two longer than necessary, an observation Guge chose to overlook. He had full confidence in his wife. A mere baron would not be able to entice her. In contrast, Baron Ming Hui displayed a dismissive attitude towards the introduction, curling his lip as he regarded Salin with overt disdain. Salin the magician? You truly are quite youthful. I wonder if you can cast the fireball spell? Under the table, Baron Guge pinched his wife's thigh, and the Viscountess, catching his cue, interjected, Magician Salin, Baron Ming Hui has been somewhat rude. I hope you will forgive him. We mere mortals possess a profound curiosity about magic. Magic is not meant for ostentation, Salin replied coldly, showing no inclination to comprehend Baron Ming Hui's sentiments. Baron Ming Hui chuckled awkwardly, his triangular head reminiscent of a certain lizard. In a flippant tone, he queried, What do you mean by ostentation? Does Magician Salin lack the confidence to demonstrate his prowess? Delay City had gradually prospered over the past 2 years, and his presence in Ceylon City was, in essence, a display of his wealth. To his astonishment, Guge had summoned a wizard, causing him great embarrassment, while even the esteemed swordsman behind him appeared diminished. Baron Ming Hui and Apos' ring was indeed quite substantial. Salin let out a soft sigh, choosing not to elaborate further, instead tenderly caressing the black iron ring adorning his own finger. The Baron's face flushed with indignation, his golden ring set with a colossal 32-faceted gem, though it paled in comparison to the wizard and Amp, Apos' ring. True nobility would never dare provoke a wizard. Even the most novice of sorcerers could unleash boundless troubles. Being a man from a small town, Baron Ming Hui had never encountered a wizard before, and his apprehensions were minimal. After a prolonged silence, he finally remarked, So donning a white robe makes one a wizard. Salin chuckled softly, replying, It seems Baron Ming Hui believes that merely casting fireballs qualifies one as a wizard. While I can comprehend your ignorance, I cannot condone it. Chapter 15, The Troubles of the Little Noble, Part 2. Salin chuckled lightly and remarked, It appears that Baron Ming Hui believes that being able to cast fireballs qualifies one as a wizard. While I can comprehend your ignorance, I find it wholly unacceptable. Baron Ming Hui clenched his fists, and the swordsman behind him whispered something in his ear, preventing him from exploding in anger. Nonetheless, he was unwilling to endure such humiliation from a mere child. Salin's youth hardly seemed worthy of the title of wizard. The people of Scocenia often say that everything can be purchased with gold coins. Salin the wizard. I am willing to employ you to perform your renowned magic for us on the spot. Very well, I shall travel to Yaoang City tomorrow to register as a mercenary. You may send someone to accompany me, my lord baron, Salin replied, appearing somewhat lacking in confidence. Why go through such trouble, Salin the wizard? I shall make the decision now. Name your price, and let us all witness your abilities. Baron Ming Hui is a man of stature and will not refuse you. The Viscountess promptly resolved the matter, and Baron Ming Hui's lips pursed in reluctant acquiescence. However, he could not contradict the praises of such a beauty, for that would be utterly disgraceful. 2,000 gold coins will suffice, my lord baron, for it is not easy to travel. Salin feigned indifference, though his heart brimmed with joy. I shall offer 3,000 gold coins. You shall duel with my swordsman. If you win, the reward is yours. Baron Ming Hui finally lost his temper. The atmosphere at the table grew tense, and Salin's pupils dilated as he realized a critical truth. Although wizards were indeed formidable, there existed an exception, the inhabitants of remote, impoverished regions who had never witnessed the wonders of the world. They might fear a rabid dog, but they would never tremble before a wizard, for while a mad dog was comprehensible, a wizard was an enigma. Salin and Apos' words were devoid of emotion, lacking any fluctuations. The swordsman's back was already soaked with cold sweat, cursing his baron internally. He was merely a high-ranking swordsman, while he might have the potential to slay this youth. A wizard's apprentice was a different matter altogether. Should he kill the apprentice, the wrath of the apprentice's master would undoubtedly demand more lives. As a newcomer, he was unaware of the level of Salin and Apos' master. If it surpassed the 4th rank, even if he were to kill the baron, the emperor would hardly be angered. Was he to jeopardize his promising future at the hands of the baron? Salin kept his gaze fixed on the swordsman and Apos' eyes, perceiving the turmoil within him. And he breathed a slight sigh of relief. This swordsman dared not take his life. With his heart now steadied, Salin turned to Baron Minghui and smiled, "My lord. When I mentioned 2,000 gold coins, I referred to the fee for my performance. The stakes of our duel require additional wager. If you cannot afford it, then let it be. A few thousand gold coins are of little consequence to me. I am merely granting favor to Viscount Gyuj." Salin's eloquence was fitting for the identity he now feigned. Baron Minghui gritted his teeth in frustration, but found himself powerless to retaliate. "Very well. Perhaps you have little gold left, so let us use your ring as the wager. Should I win?" "Agreed." Baron Minghui yanked a dazzling ring from his finger and placed it upon the table. "You have triumphed. This is rightfully yours. Should you suffer any harm, it is of no concern to me. Let us commence." In an instant, Salin waved his hand, prompting the swordsman behind Baron Minghui to instinctively draw his sword. The two stood across the table, the swordsman hesitant to leap onto the table and attack Salin, deeming such an act too rude. However, Salin harbored no such reservations. With a mere flick of his wrist, the flames in the copper basin at the center of the table surged violently, nearly reaching the ceiling. The once crimson flames transformed into an eerie azure hue, dancing ominously. The swordsman felt a sharp pain in both his eyes and nostrils, rendering him unable to see anything. Instinctively, he summoned his sword aura, enveloping himself in a protective barrier. Bewildered by the sudden magical assault, he was engulfed in terror. Salin was not employing magic. He had simply cast the witch and Apos' gaze into the flames, temporarily blinding everyone in the room except himself. Stealthily, Salin leapt onto the table, brandishing his wand and striking down upon Baron Minghui and Apos' head with force. Unlike the seasoned Viscount Guger, Baron Minghui lacked martial prowess. Now blinded and panicking, he began to scream. The blow landed solidly against his forehead, causing stars to dance before his eyes. Confused and disoriented, he was struck again. "Stop. Cease this. I concede." After receiving several blows, Baron Minghui finally grasped what was happening. His throat ached, his voice hoarse, nearly on the verge of tears. "Is that fiend not a sorcerer? Why does he strike me?" Gradually, the others regained their vision, and the swordsman beheld the bruises swelling on Baron Minghui and Apos' head, glaring furiously at Salin. Viscount Guger was at a loss for words. After all, Salin was ostensibly his mage, and to have his guest assaulted so brutally would certainly tarnish the Baron's reputation. The swordsman followed the direction of Salin's finger, feeling a chill run through him. At some point, a basin-sized pit had melted into the tabletop, positioned directly before Baron Minghui. He recognized the splattering acid spell. He himself was unafraid, but should the Baron be splashed, even if he survived, his life would be irrevocably altered. Furthermore, the prior magic had deprived him of sight for nearly 30 seconds. Should Salin unleash a first-level spell, he might not withstand it. In that moment, gratitude for Salin began to swell within him, though he remained unaware that Salin possessed no first-level spells. Otherwise, he would have already hurled a fireball at his head. Only the dead are truly safe from harm, a truth understood by every practitioner. "I concede." The swordsman lowered his head, sheathing his sword. The Baron would not attempt to evade his debt, would he? 2,000 gold coins. Salin brazenly extended his hand. Baron Minghui, with a morose expression, retrieved 2 imperial bank notes from his pocket and handed them to the maidservant attending him. Upon receiving the notes, Salin and Apos' demeanor softened immediately. He produced a small vial and poured its contents into the charcoal, filling the room with a delightful fragrance. "My Lord Viscount, I sincerely apologize for damaging your table." As Salin worked to mitigate the after-effects of the witch and Apos' gaze, he extended his apologies to Viscount Guger. The heart of Viscount Guger was tinged with unease. He was acutely aware that his martial prowess paled in comparison to that of Baron Minghui's swordsman. Had Salin truly wished to eliminate him, it would have posed no challenge whatsoever. The nature of sorcery is indeed perplexing, Had his plans been overly audacious this time? Initially, he had perceived Salin merely as an apprentice, someone to be utilized without consequence. Yet, it had become evident that even a magical apprentice possessed the capacity to invoke untimely demise. Salin, having witnessed such splendid sorcery, found the confines of one table inconsequential. "Come, let us find a more suitable venue," he beckoned, fully cognizant that Baron Minghui could scarcely endure another moment within that abode. Baron Minghui was seething with indignation, intending to provoke a few words, but Viscount Guger merely remarked, "Even my title holds no sway over a sorcerer." Instantly deflated, Minghui realized that despite his considerable wealth, his rank fell 3 tiers below that of Guger. If even a rank 1 Viscount spoke thus, it appeared that any thoughts of retaliating against Salin were futile. With a sense of pride, Salin ambled through the city gates, leisurely making his way home. Now, upon entering the city, he was exempt from taxation. This was a privilege afforded to sorcerers in any city across the continent. Having dealt a significant blow to Baron Minghui lifted Salin's spirits immensely. He felt a profound sense of transformation. He was no longer the same Salin as before, and the surname Metatlin no longer signified decline and poverty. If he could even strike a noble who governed a town, what grievances could he possibly harbor? Of course, this was contingent upon his becoming a true sorcerer. Should Baron Minghui discover that he was but an apprentice, it might be tolerable within the confines of Salin City, but beyond its borders, retaliation was likely. With a fortune of 10,000 gold coins at his disposal, it was imperative to expedite the crafting of the magical string potion. Otherwise, come winter, he would find himself compelled to assist Baron Guger in quelling piracy. Salin held no fervor for vanquishing pirates. His lineage had never produced fishermen. They were once nobles, later stripped of their titles, yet had thrived in commerce, primarily along southern trade routes. He bore no animosity towards pirates. Yet Baron Guger's words stirred something within him. He could save many sailors and soldiers. Jason remained engrossed in his magical experiments, paying Salin little heed. Salin expended 6,000 gold coins to procure materials sufficient for 6 attempts, initiating the preparation of the magical string potion. As of yet, he lacked the ability to conjure magical flames and relied solely on alembics and other alchemical apparatus. The process of crafting the magical string potion was fraught with difficulties. Salin faced failure 4 consecutive times, the cauldron yielding nothing but a heap of residue. With each unsuccessful attempt, Salin's mental fortitude grew marginally stronger. Had it not been for his poor affinity for elemental magic, he would have long since achieved the status of a formal sorcerer, rendering the creation of the magical string potion unnecessary. Chapter 16, The Birth of the Arcane String Part 1. Among the 72 materials, most were quite inexpensive and relatively easy to procure. The greatest challenge lay in the mastery of time and temperature. Despite Salin's remarkably stable mental acuity, he had encountered failure 7 times. Each setback, however, imparted invaluable experience, leaving him with only 2 sets of potion ingredients. He was determined to avoid further failure. 6 hours elapsed, and the laboratory door remained firmly shut. Jason and Apos' experiments often spanned 3 to 5 days. After preparing his provisions, Salin found himself with little else to occupy his time. He sprang to his feet and swiftly approached the table, igniting the arcane flame and beginning to introduce the materials into the crucible. His mental prowess was now potent and pure, allowing him to swiftly perceive even the slightest changes in the potion. He carefully controlled the stability of the flame with his limited magical energy, his gaze fixed intently on the transformation occurring within the crucible. 10 hours passed without Salin feeling any hunger. As he added the final stabilizer to the crucible, the potion had completely liquefied, radiating a spectrum of colors. Success was within reach. He quickly infused the crucible with the arcane flame potion, igniting the fire. A powerful surge of magical energy erupted forth, causing Salin's heart to race wildly in response. A startling reaction indeed. His room bore no sophisticated magical formations. Jason could detect any anomaly within 3 seconds. Salin's dealings with Count Gug were conducted in secrecy, and should Jason discover his potion-making endeavors, he would surely uncover the financial transactions with the Count. As an apprentice mage, Salin had accepted an excessive amount of coin from Count Gug, a matter too convoluted to explain. What was this? An arcane string potion? The standard potion should exhibit a kaleidoscope of colors. Gazing at the blue liquid, Salin hesitated to consume it immediately. He retrieved a small turquoise vial, transferring the blue liquid into it. This diminutive vial, shorter than his finger, cost Salin 200 gold coins, originally intended for the arcane string potion. unsure of what he had concocted and fearing the peculiar potion might evaporate. He opted to store it for the time being. He tidied the table, consumed a tasteless dinner, and lay in bed, deep in contemplation, gritting his teeth. Salin resolved to wait until the morrow. If the remaining 2 sets of materials did not yield success, he would need to conserve the 4,000 gold coins. Advancing to the rank of a first-level mage would demand considerable expenditure. Squandering all his gold on the arcane string potion would render his future studies exceedingly arduous. Salin could not approach Count Gug for financial assistance. That would differ greatly from the Count and Amp, Oppos, employment of him. To solicit money would equate to selling himself into servitude to the Count. In the following 2 days, Salin exhausted the last 2 sets of potion materials, resulting in mere refuse. The sensation of that earlier success seemed irretrievable, and even a flawless procedure could not guarantee the potion and Amp, Oppos' efficacy. With no other recourse, Salin turned his attention to the blue potion. The cool, refreshing sensation coursed down his throat and settled in his stomach. Adhering strictly to the guidelines set forth in his magical tome, Salin subsisted solely on milk for an entire day, abstaining from solid food, and purging his body of impurities with the potion. The famished body instantly absorbed the potion that entered the stomach. Salin felt as if the elixir penetrated the gastric wall, seeping into his bloodstream and coursing throughout his body. This effect diverged significantly from what he had read. Anxious, Salin realized it was too late for regrets. His condition was peculiar. He felt invigorated yet was persistently sweating. The sweat was foul-smelling and a deep shade of black. Within a mere 10 minutes, he sensed an extreme lack of hydration. He scooped up over half a pound of fresh water from a wooden barrel and swallowed it directly. Yet the sensation of dehydration intensified. Aware of the peril, he dared not hesitate. If he did not act soon, he would likely become a desiccated corpse within half an hour. He hastily donned a loose robe and dashed out of his ancestral home. Situated at the foot of the mountain, Salin sprinted toward the rear, where a small stream lay. Typically, the journey took half an hour, but he arrived in just 5 minutes. He plunged into the stream, seeking a relatively deeper spot, discarded his robe, and immersed his entire body in the water. The stream flowed into his stomach and, simultaneously, through his nostrils into his lungs. Remarkably, he did not feel as if he were suffocating. His pores seemed to breathe in unison. He inhaled the pristine stream water while expelling the impurities from his body. This process was not painful, yet it drained his strength. Salin felt ravenous, yet there was no food to be found, and he dared not leave the stream. Even submerged, he sensed his body remained parched. This was not merely thirst, it was a clear indication of dehydration. The magical elixir coursed through Salin and Oppos' veins, extracting moisture from within him while forcibly expelling impurities. This process persisted for 6 long days, during which Salin nearly despaired of starving in the desolate wilderness. Then, the potion within him underwent a transformation. Salin perceived the water elements in the surrounding space, and his mental faculties surged into action. Closing his eyes, he sensed his body becoming transparent, allowing him to observe the activities within himself. The azure-hued translucent potion dwindled to a mere thread, approximately the length of a finger. After flowing through his veins for one last week, the potion entered the domain of his mind and, without warning, erupted. Startled, Salin thought he was doomed, only to discover the explosion was merely an illusion. A space suddenly materialized within his mind, where a translucent blue thread floated, continuously absorbing the water elements from the cosmos. Originally, the water elements, perceived through his mental acuity, were formless, but now Salin appeared to witness them manifesting. The intangible elements were materialized into countless transparent blue entities, tightly arranged in the space, resembling a vast, boundless blue crystal. Salin meticulously examined the fundamental structure of the water elements before ascending to the rank of a 4th-level mage. This was his only chance to perceive the elements in such a manner. In the cerebral domain, slender filaments continuously absorb the essence of water, yet they remain unchanged in size, merely the length of a finger, finer than a hair. This is what the tome refers to as the magical strings. With the presence of this fundamental magical string, a complete network of interconnected strings will ultimately materialize. These networked strings embody 6 distinct attributes, representing the 6 principal schools of magic. The greater the quantity and length of magical strings possessed by a sorcerer, the more potent and varied the spells they can wield. Each time a spell is cast, the consumed strings will automatically regenerate. Likewise, a magical apprentice may restore their magical energy through meditation. However, the reserves of a magical apprentice and Amp, Oppos' energy are meager, rendering them insufficient in comparison to the strings. A first-level sorcerer, relying solely on their strings, can cast one second-level spell, 10 to 12 first-level spells, and nearly 100 zero-level spells. In contrast, even the most advanced magical apprentice can only manage one first-level spell and around 10 zero-level spells. This illustrates the formidable power of the magical strings, the very foundation of the magical realm. Furthermore, when coupled with meditation, the recovery rate of expended strings for a sorcerer is remarkably swift. A powerful sorcerer may regain their combat efficacy within 1 to 2 hours of meditation, while even a typical sorcerer can restore all lost strings in just 6 hours. The magical strings within the cerebral domain gradually began to expand, eventually reaching about a foot in length, thickening to the girth of a thumb before ceasing their elongation and initiating branching. Salin was utterly oblivious to the passage of time. His bodily sensations had faded, and all his perceptive faculties were concentrated within the mental realm, observing the growth of the strings. The spatial expanse formed within the cerebral domain was vast, resembling a droplet of water, towering over 3 meters in height. The branches sprouting from the foot-long strings were exceedingly fine, disseminating throughout the cerebral space akin to the veins of a leaf. However, 2 discrepancies arose in contrast to the book's descriptions. The first issue was that the tome stated a sorcerer and amp, Oppos, string space typically measures around 1 cubic meter, whereas Salin's string space exceeded the recorded dimensions by at least 6-fold. While this was not alarming, as a larger string space indicated an increased capacity for low-level spells, the second issue proved more severe. In Salin's string space, the primary branches of the magical strings numbered 24, distinguished by 6 colors: yellow for earth magic, blue for water magic, transparent for air magic, red for fire magic, black for dark magic, and white for light magic. These 6 hues represented the types of magic he could wield. However, all of Salin's strings were uniformly translucent blue, signifying that he would only be able to cast water magic henceforth. Until the strings fully solidified, he sensed no presence of any other elemental influences. Salin found himself stripped of the ability to perform certain zero-level spells. Apart from the 6 elemental types, he was even unable to conjure an invisible shield. The words from the tome echoed in his mind: "What you give will far exceed what you receive." Chapter 17. The Emergence of the Arcane Strings, Part 2, Teacher. Jason opened his eyes and gazed at Saren for a moment, saying, "My materials are nearly depleted. You must venture into the city tomorrow." Saren felt a pang of anxiety, uncertain whether he should disclose to Jason that he had successfully formed the arcane strings. Jason uttered no further words and departed from Saren and Oppos' chamber. Though Saren felt utterly drained, he mustered his resolve and diligently practiced the first-level spell, Ice Spike. To his astonishment, he succeeded on his first attempt. A slender spike of ice materialized between his hands and struck the wall opposite him. The stone wall yielded to the impact, a hole forming upon contact. Saren stood up and, curious, probed the opening with his fingers, only to discover it was deeper than he anticipated. He marveled at the formidable power of first-level magic, recognizing that it far surpassed that of zero-level spells. Regrettably, his proficiency was insufficient, necessitating both hands for the incantation, with a lengthy preparation time of 6 seconds. According to his calculations, he could cast this spell a maximum of 12 times. Thus, he resolved to continue practicing the zero-level spell, Acid Splash. The arcane strings served as a magician's safeguard, and Saren realized he could not afford to exhaust them. Alas, he could only wield water-based magic in the future. Learning Fireball would have been far more advantageous, as it required less energy, had a shorter preparation time, and delivered immense power. Meanwhile, in the laboratory, Jason surveyed the disarray of magical apparatus on the table, finding himself momentarily devoid of the inclination to conduct experiments. He sensed the magical fluctuations emanating from Saren's room and pondered what the young man might be undertaking. Was he perhaps neglecting his concern for this student? Saren was still young, and without proper attention, he could easily fall prey to deception. The change in Saren and Oppos' demeanor suggested something unforeseen had transpired. Throughout the night, Saren tirelessly practiced Ice Spike, astonished to discover he could cast it over 20 times consecutively, nearly doubling the arcane strings of other first-level magicians. Furthermore, through meditation, he noted an exceptionally rapid recovery of his arcane strings, taking merely 2 hours. Such recovery speed was a hallmark of a prodigious magician. And though Saren considered himself of average talent, He had not anticipated that the arcane elixir would transform his constitution so dramatically. As dawn broke, Salin finally collapsed onto his bed for a brief rest, though his nerves were too heightened for a deep slumber. By midday, he sprang from his bed and approached the mirror, ready to change his attire. It was then that he was struck by the realization that his appearance had altered. The youth in the mirror was slightly taller. His hair had shifted from brown to black, and most striking of all, his eyes had transformed into a deep oceanic blue. Salin stood in a daze for a moment, recalling the look in his teacher's eyes the previous day, feeling a twinge of shame. This prompted him to forego bidding farewell to Jason, hastily shouldering his pack and departing from his ancestral home. Despite his extensive reading, Salin remained a child at heart, unable to articulate his feelings and thus opting to flee. In a state of disarray, he arrived outside the bustling city of Salin, where jubilant scenes unfolded before him. Before the grand entrances of all edifices, a cluster of verdant foliage is suspended, an amalgamation of 3 distinct plants: the sagebrush, revered for its ability to ward off pestilence; the golden ears of grain, symbolizing bountiful harvests; and a slender branch of the silk poplar. This custom, an ancient tradition of the Mellors continent, stands as a testament to the legacy of the goddess of nature. Despite the pervasive influence of the sacred tribunal across much of the continent, the people's customs remained steadfast and unchanged. The Duke of Gugu had long declared a reprieve from taxes for this month, and the joy of the populace radiated from their faces, a genuine expression of elation. On a dilapidated outdoor stage, a wandering troupe of performers exerted themselves in their lively enactments. Salin felt a disquieting sensation, as if this entire scene were veiled in an intangible membrane, rendering it surreal. The laughter and voices of the crowd seemed to exist in a realm separate from his own. A sudden melancholy enveloped Salin as he traversed the uneven expanse of the square with his satchel in tow, his mood darkening inexplicably. Each individual who glimpsed him deliberately maintained their distance, treating him as if he were a monstrous intruder in their city. In that moment, Salin comprehended Jason's aversion to city life. The discomfort was palpable. The dignity of a mage, while commanding, also served as a shackle, erecting a barrier between the sorcerer and the common folk, dividing them into disparate entities. The ordinary people feigned reverence, while the mage was compelled to uphold an air of authority. A distant procession approached, bearing the effigy of a sea creature. The goddess of nature had commanded the beast to refrain from disturbing the coastal fishermen, yet after her demise, the fishermen resorted to venerating the creature, beseeching for the safety of those who ventured into the sea. Salin silently stepped aside. Had he remained in their path, the procession would likely have turned away. Amidst his brooding, the parade became chaotic as a young lad burst forth from the throng, spotting Salin and calling out in desperation, "Salin, save me." Salin furrowed his brow as the boy stumbled toward him, one of his sleeves ragged and his left arm a gruesome sight, marred by blood and flesh. This youth was none other than the young thief with whom he had long engaged in the trade of magical potions. "Dick, return what you've taken." Salin intuited the situation. "I did, but they wished to kill me." Dick reached Salin's side, revealing the white bone exposed from his left arm. The wound indicative of a blade strike, inflicted by an opponent who was at least a low-ranking swordsman. Salin sighed. Should he intervene or not? At that moment, Dick noticed the transformation of Salin's eyes to a brilliant blue, his astonishment rendering him momentarily speechless. "Seize that thief!" cried the swordsman who surged from the frenzied crowd, their intentions clear and aggressive. Salin and Apos' expression deepened with concern. In his youth, he had often been reprimanded. Today, he had concealed his counterfeit magical robe within his satchel, lacking the opportunity to don it. Yet, even so, the denizens of Salin City recognized him as a magic apprentice, a prodigy of a 5th-level mage. None dared to speak to him in such a manner. This was a band of outsiders. Dick had undoubtedly provoked them. Generally, higher-tier thieves would refrain from targeting the local populace to avoid disturbing the citizens, which could jeopardize future dealings. Regrettably, Dick had encountered formidable opposition this time, facing 4 swordsmen. A challenge he could not withstand alone. The 4 swordsmen were clad in exquisite metal armor, while Dick and Apos' small dagger was no match against the lengthy weapons of the swordsman. Essentially sealing his fate, Salin stepped back, preparing to cast a spell. Despite a night of practice, Salin and Apos' casting speed had not improved, yet he had eliminated the need for incantations. After silently preparing 3 ice spike spells, he finally addressed the approaching swordsman, who was slowing his pace. "Out of respect, spare him. Feel free to demand any compensation." Salin withheld his ice spike spells, which continued to consume his magical energy. He dared not act recklessly, for he was unaware of the formidable individuals Dick had antagonized. Kill him. A young man burst forth from the crowd, the front of his lavish robe torn, a bruise marring his forehead, likely inflicted by Dick. His lips were thin and now bore a pale hue. Salin felt a tumult of conflict within. Dick was barely a friend in the city of Salin. Was it worth creating enmity for him? Judging by the young man's attire, he was undoubtedly of noble blood. As these thoughts swirled, Salin unleashed his ice spike spell. The swordsman had already assumed a charging stance once they closed the distance. He would have no magical defenses against their 4 long swords. Salin had learned the Shield of the Unseen, a level 0 wind spell. However, once the magical energy coalesced, this wind spell dissipated, leaving Salin unable to cast any magic outside of the water element, regardless of how accurately he recited the incantation or how potent his mental strength. A mage. The swordsman opposite him hastily leaped aside, but aside from the swordsman who managed to block Salin and Appos' ice spike with his long sword, the other 3 were struck in the abdomen, blood gushing forth immediately. The swordsman who had intercepted the ice spike was taken aback. He had barely conjured his sword aura to withstand the magical assault, yet his sword had grown chillingly cold, nearly slipping from his grasp. Furthermore, the power of the ice spike exceeded expectations, numbing his arms and dispersing his sword aura entirely. To make matters worse, the very young mage opposite was preparing another spell. The disheveled noble youth screamed, pointing at Salin, "You little bastard, do you not know who I am?" As he shouted, he lunged forward, sword drawn to his chest. Having endured numerous battles, he could easily discern the murderous intent gleaming in Salin's blue eyes. Only those resolved to kill would regard their opponent in such a manner. Chapter 18. Murder and Desperation, Part 1. Dick, undeterred by his injuries, charged at the swordsman, brandishing his dagger, even without the opponent unleashing sword energy. The strike sent Dick's dagger flying through the air, causing blood to gush from his wrist, leaving him uncertain if he had severed any tendons. This momentary distraction allowed Salin to complete his incantation. A vibrant azure glow emanated from his hands, and a white line shot through the air, aimed directly at the swordsman's face. The swordsman barely managed to lift his longsword, but with a resounding snap, the steel blade shattered, and an ice shard pierced through his skull, exploding behind him, releasing a chilling aura that left the young noble dumbfounded. The azure light in Salin and Appos' hands remained undiminished as a second ice shard rapidly launched forth. The noble, mouth agape, fell abruptly, staring in shock at the gaping wound in his chest. "Stop!" A familiar voice called, but it was too late. The young noble's heart lay shattered, beyond the reach of any divine intervention. Salin sensed someone approaching from behind. Dick lay on the ground, struggling to rise but finding himself powerless. A sharp whistle grew nearer, and Salin's wrist received a heavy blow, causing his magic to dissipate instantly. The newcomer seized Salin's shoulder, and he felt every muscle in his body ache. "Come with me," the figure commanded. Only then did Salin recognize that it was the swordsman Ulysses from the Lord and Appos' manor. In the chaos of the battle, Salin had severely injured 3 swordsmen, and the crowd had descended into disarray. Ulysses delivered a swift kick to Dick's side, prompting Dick to groan and rise, gazing at Ulysses. Ulysses cast a cold glance at him, then glanced at the 3 injured swordsmen on the ground before pulling Salin away. Cold sweat broke out on Dick's brow as he swiftly comprehended Ulysses' intent. Drawing a second dagger from his cloak, he grimaced against the pain and inflicted another cut on the necks of the 3 wounded swordsmen, then hurried in the direction of Ulysses' departure. Ulysses led Salin into a dark alley, finally releasing his grip. "Salin, you have brought trouble upon yourself," he stated. "Who was that man?" Salin managed to calm himself enough to ask in a hushed tone, just as Dick stumbled into the alley and approached Salin. Ulysses examined Salin and Appos' altered appearance, quickly contemplating how to proceed. He soon made a decision and told Salin, "He is the son of Count Su Fengsua of Radiant City. You must leave the city at once. Your mentor cannot protect you. Acquire a horse and escape as far as possible." Salin felt as though he had been struck with immense force. He had killed the Count's son, and not just any Count, but one from Radiant City, the largest city within 1,000 miles. Count Su Fengsua commanded a formidable military force, and the direst reality was that a magical tower stood outside Radiant City, occupied by a 6th-level mage. Although this mage could not directly avenge the Count, Salin and Appos' own mentor would indeed be unable to shield them, as it would provoke another high-level mage. Salin's mind was a tumult of confusion. He found it impossible to accept this grim truth. Just as he was about to embark on the right path and begin studying true magic, he had inadvertently embroiled himself in such a monumental predicament. The city of Yaoyang is not a mere small place like Shilan. There, swordsmen abound, with at least several hundred having reached the level of sword masters. Although I had just dispatched a novice sword master, it was merely a stroke of luck, and his demise was rather ignominious. Ulysses, being a novice sword master himself, had not subdued me in a single blow. Dick suddenly knelt down, bowing his head and murmuring, "Salin, I am sorry." Ulysses swiftly drew his longsword, contemplating silencing the witness. He had intended to eliminate this thief, but to escape the scene, he had to leave this rogue to manage the aftermath. Salin extended his hand to stop Ulysses, saying, "This is my friend, and I trust him." Dick remained prostrate on the ground, reluctant to rise. He fought back tears, knowing that Salin had been the only one to regard him with any respect since childhood. After Salin became a student of magic, Dick feared Salin would turn out like the others from Shilan. Yet here was Salin, not only preventing the swordsmen from executing him, but also affirming their friendship. The term friend is often wielded as a tool of betrayal by many, yet for others, it signifies a bond where one can entrust their very life. Ulysses pointed to his arm, and Salin understood that time was of the essence. Gritting his teeth, he unleashed a spray of acid. Ulysses grunted as the acid seared his arm, producing a plume of white smoke. Watching Ulysses depart, Salin urged, "Dick, let us go." After uttering his words, Dick bowed deeply to the ground before rising to leave. Viscount Gyuj was conversing with Count Sufangsu when Ulysses burst in, disheveled and clearly wounded. Rather than reproach, he inquired gently, "Ulysses, how have you been injured?" Ulysses fell to his knees before Count Sufangsu. "My lord, your son is in peril. I arrived too late to protect him." Both Gyuj and Sufangsu froze momentarily. Count Sufangsu, not significantly older than Gyuj, appeared somewhat younger, perhaps in his 40s. His deep black eyes seemed veiled with a mist, a phenomenon resulting from the mastery of sword energy passed down through his lineage. Upon hearing of his son's plight, a formidable aura of fury emanated from Count Sufangsu. Had Ulysses not been kneeling, he might have collapsed under the weight of it. "What has happened?" Count Sufangsu fixed his gaze on Ulysses, the mist in his eyes thickening. "The young master was slain by a sorcerer. I witnessed the act and was struck by magic myself," Ulysses stammered, pointing to his arm in trepidation. "Where did this occur?" "At the eastern entrance of the 12th square." "Take me there." Count Sufangsu rose, imposing as a mountain. "My lord, what is it?" "I am familiar with the sorcerer who committed the murder." "What did you say?" Count Sufangsu grasped the air as if seizing Ulysses by the collar. His dark pupils rapidly constricted, locking onto Ulysses and Apos' eyes. "My lord, allow me to speak." Ulysses was profoundly astonished. The sword aura emanating from Count Sufangsu not only overflowed from his being, but also possessed the ability to manipulate objects. Could it be that he had attained the status of a sword saint? Had he erred in letting Salin go? Yet, the deed was done, and he could only brace himself to see it through. Should his intentions be unveiled, the blame would surely fall upon him, and he could not allow the esteemed Viscount Guger to bear the brunt of it. He hastened his pace, recounting Salin's origins. Upon hearing that Salin and Apos' mentor was a 5th-level mage, Count Sufangsu gently released Ulysses, falling into contemplation. He cleared his throat, interrupting the Count and Apos' train of thought, and said, "Enough of this, Ulysses. Attend to the scene. Chris, gather everyone and seal the city gates. Should you encounter Salin and he resists, eliminate him without hesitation." "My lord, I shall accompany you to meet the mage and explain the situation." Although these words were spoken, Ulysses had just spent considerable time elaborating, and it was likely that Salin had already fled the city. With all his men diverted, a direct confrontation with the mage was unnecessary. Accompanying the Count to meet the mage seemed prudent. After all, the mage had resided in Salin City for 3 years, and Ulysses had not offended him. Thus he was not likely to face dire consequences. As for the eventual outcome, it would no longer concern him. "Thank you. Snow, gather our people and follow me." Count Sufangsu momentarily subdued his anger, beckoning to the figure who had been standing behind his chair. This individual, named Snow, appeared pallid, with slightly drooping brows. His fingernails painted a dark hue, and his physique was lean, devoid of armor. Upon hearing the Count and Apos' command, he swayed and vanished from the parlor. An elite assassin. Viscount Guger felt a chill run down his spine, a peculiar discomfort enveloping him. On the battlefield, the role of an assassin may seem diminished, yet in everyday circumstances, their lethality was terrifying. In one-on-one combat, a swordsman of equal standing was no match for an assassin. Nonchalantly trailing beside Count Safangso, Viscount Guger pondered the potential gains. What benefits would he reap by assisting the Count in capturing Salin? Should Salin be slain, it was likely that Mage Jason would vent his wrath upon him. Even if Count Safangso were to offer compensation, it would be impossible to relocate the Mage Tower from Radiant Sun City. Perhaps it was wise to focus on the immediate situation. With a sigh, Viscount Guger resigned himself to the circumstances. Chapter 19. Murder and Desperation, Part 2. Salin knocked on the laboratory door, and Jason looked at the disheveled Salin, astonished as he inquired, "Salin, what has happened to you?" "Master, I have caused trouble. I have slain the son of the Count of Yaoyang City." "Just the Count?" Jason was not particularly concerned about worldly matters. To him, a Count was not an insurmountable adversary. Over the years, he had watched Salin grow and knew he was not one to instigate trouble. "Master, there is a magic tower in Yaoyang City," Salin exclaimed anxiously. "Oh." Jason's interest was piqued. The presence of a powerful mage meant he could not intervene directly. Given Salin's current level, offending a Count was tantamount to a death sentence. "How did you provoke him?" "Salin, even if you were at fault, I should protect you." Jason sighed. "However, if the mage chooses to write to me, I will be unable to involve myself in this matter. You have taken a life. It cannot go unaccounted for." "Master, will I bring you trouble?" Salin voiced his concern, fearing that the mage's wrath might extend to his teacher. "Not at all. This is between you and the Count. I will not engage with that formidable mage." Jason looked at Salin, a hint of guilt in his eyes. "You do not blame me for not intervening, do you? I had intended to formally teach you magic after my advancement, but that opportunity seems lost now." "Master, this is my impulsiveness. I must leave." Salin was acutely aware of his predicament. If Jason could not act, the enraged Count would surely tear him apart. "Wait." Jason pulled out several boxes from beneath the workbench, opened them, and retrieved a few items for Salin. A white magic robe, worn and somewhat tattered at the hood, wore a magical insignia on the chest. A necklace adorned with a long string of smoky crystals, which could enhance a mage and Apos' elemental affinity. A weathered satchel designed to be slung across the body. Salin and Apos' gaze fell upon the final item, a ring, its silvery gray metal set with a pure white crystal. "Salin, this magic robe was gifted to me by my master. It can be worn from level 1 to level 3, and it has 3 spells inscribed upon it. By embedding a magic core in the belt, it can automatically cast spells. These include the level 0 Invisible Shield, the level 1 Strength spell, and the level 2 Fire Ring spell. These spells are primarily defensive. You must be vigilant about your safety and monitor the consumption of the magic core." Jason caressed the remaining items and continued, "Your elemental affinity is rather poor, but this smoky crystal necklace may prove beneficial. The satchel contains a magic tome I previously studied, likely sufficient for you to reach level 3. As for this white crystal ring, you will find it useful." Salin silently donned the magic robe, adorned the necklace and ring, and secured the satchel. Jason instructed him, "Go gather your belongings. I must prepare, for the Count will likely arrive soon. You should leave at once." He placed a deposit slip for 4,000 gold coins and 10 level 3 magic cores into the satchel, while 108 gold coins had to be stashed in 2 coin pouches, which he also tucked inside the satchel. 8 scattered gold coins were contained within a pouch, which hung from Salin's waist. After donning a new pair of boots, he bid no farewells, leapt through the window, and hurriedly fled into the mountains. Lacking a steed, he knew that even if he had one, it would be futile against the Count's army. Traversing the wilderness for over half a month, the weather grew colder, yet Salin encountered no signs of escape. Not a single village graced his path. Fortunately, after the formation of the magical string, Salin's agility had markedly improved, enabling him to fend off ordinary beasts with mere 0-level magic, thus avoiding danger. Alone, he navigated by the celestial bodies, progressing southeast towards the Qin Empire. The influence of Count Su Fong Suo could not possibly extend into the Qin Empire, a realm so resilient that even the Holy See had been unable to establish a church there after centuries of effort. One day, Salin stumbled upon a waterfall nestled within the mountains, cascading like a white silk ribbon down the cliffs and forming a pool at its base. The air around the pool was imbued with a chilling essence, and the impact of the waterfall created a delicate veil of mist. Salin sensed a rich abundance of water elements here, vibrant and alive. Though he could find no trace of any array, the essence of the water was remarkably harmonious. He plunged into the pool, entering a state of meditation. Many perceive the practice of magic as a tedious endeavor, requiring the absorption of vast amounts of knowledge, incantations, and gestures, alongside the continual consumption of the magical string to familiarize oneself with the workings of magic. When the magical string was depleted, one had to meditate to recuperate. Yet, Salin found no monotony in this. The joy derived from meditation surpassed the majority of worldly pleasures, transporting his spirit into a realm of profound relaxation. In such moments, even without reciting incantations, he could feel the vitality of the elements. His affinity for water elements was exceptional, though he could not perceive them as intuitively as when the magical string first formed. Every cell in his body felt the water elements permeating and nourishing his being. Especially when submerged, Salin found he did not even need to employ the underwater breathing spell, allowing him to remain submerged for extended periods while meditating. The efficacy of underwater meditation surpassed that of the surface. He estimated that in just an hour and a half, he could fully restore his depleted magical string. Within the cold pool swam small, silvery fish, curiously surrounding him. When Salin reached out to caress them, the silver fish did not flee, instead darting in and out of his palm. Being young at heart, Salin whimsically exhaled a stream of bubbles, ensnaring several of the silver fish within. The outer surface of these bubbles was enchanted, preventing them from rising to the surface. The trapped fish struggled briefly, unable to escape the bubble's embrace, and soon fell into a state of panic. Around them, thousands of other small fish seemed to sense the danger simultaneously, scattering in all directions. Salin stroked the bubbles, observing the silver fish within. These tiny creatures were no larger than his thumb, their scales densely packed, with golden eyes that revealed the pulse of magical energy within their bodies. They were indeed magical beasts, albeit of a low level, likely barely qualifying as first tier. Such diminutive magical beasts, even if possessing a magic core, would probably yield nothing more than a needle's worth of value. Salin, still at the first level, found himself unable to dispel the magic he had unleashed. He attempted to pinch the bubbles with his fingers, hoping to release the small fish contained within. To his surprise, despite exerting force and utilizing the power of the magical strings, the bubbles merely flattened without bursting. In that instant, Salin realized he had inadvertently conjured a new form of magic. He relinquished control over the bubbles, allowing them to ascend freely, and exhaled another bubble, reapplying the water pattern shield. However, he soon discovered that he could not perfectly encase the air. The bubbles he expelled swiftly floated upwards, leaving behind a faint azure ripple that stood before him. Initially, Salin had resorted to learning this magic out of necessity. He could not master the first-level defensive magic, Stone Skin, and was reliant on the 3 constant spells of his magical robe, which consumed magical cores for activation. Consequently, his defensive capabilities remained at the level of a magical apprentice. His affinity for training in water led him to study this particular spell, recognizing that while water-based defensive magic was potent, none were low-level. The least powerful ice pattern armor was a 4th-level spell, making it a distant aspiration. The water pattern shield, although somewhat redundant, required execution within water. Otherwise, the fastest casting time would take 9 seconds. In the heat of battle, summoning a magical shield in 9 seconds would likely lead to his demise several times over. Due to the limitations of his magical strings, Salin cherished every opportunity to refine his spells, which is how he came to learn the water pattern shield. He persevered in his experiments, aware that this transformed magic could exist in air and be released with considerable speed. With practice, it might evolve into an instant cast spell. If successful, this could allow him to ensure his survival even before reaching the 4th level. Nevertheless, Salin's earlier playful mindset had dissipated, and he struggled to recapture that natural feeling. After numerous attempts, having depleted a significant portion of his magical strings and nearly exhausted the air in his lungs, he managed to release a single magical bubble. This time, it took him 3 seconds, a 3-fold increase in time. The magical bubble was somewhat fragile, and when he cast an ice spike, it punctured the bubble instantly. The now powerless bubble quickly rose to the surface. Salin had no choice but to swim toward the water, and Apos' surface, lacking air in his lungs, posed little threat to him. But further experimentation was no longer feasible. Just as his head began to breach the surface, a shadow leaped into the water from the light above. Salin twisted his body, easily evading the intrusion. With a splash, he emerged, only to be confronted by a pair of pristine white breasts. Almost sinking again, he instinctively spread his arms to retreat, when a furious voice exclaimed, "Hey, wild boar." Chapter 20. The Caucasian female warrior, the voice was melodious, crisp, and pure. However, Salin was oblivious to the meaning of wild boar. All he perceived was a rosy fist growing larger in his vision, followed by a searing pain in his eye, leading him to lose consciousness. Before succumbing to the darkness, he felt no fear. Instead, his mind was captivated by the vibrant crimson of a breast, as though it had seized control of his heart, leaving him unresponsive to the impending blow. "Wake up, please wake up," the enchanting voice echoed once more. And Salin struggled to open one eye. Realizing his left eye was unresponsive, he managed to pry it open just a sliver, but everything appeared hazy. A soft little hand was striking his face, seemingly intent on rousing him from his slumber. "All right, I'm awake," Salin groaned as he attempted to shift backward. The girl who had struck him was now clad in clothing, glaring fiercely at him. A sense of relief washed over Salin as he noted the absence of malice in her gaze. Having taken lives before, he could sense the aura of death. Salin sat up, gesturing to indicate he meant no harm. He scrutinized the girl, who was equally examining him. They appeared to be of similar age. The girl perhaps 17 or 18, and Salin was taken aback by her attire. She donned what seemed to be unrefined animal hides, with fur bristling outward, worn smooth in several areas. The coarse stitching gave the garment a rugged appearance, stained with dark purple splotches of dried blood. On her feet were heavy leather boots. Clearly not of Oceanic design, the soles crafted from the paws of magical beasts. Most striking was the weapon slung across her back, a massive staff. Thicker at one end and tapering towards the other, nearly as tall as she was. The weapon gleamed with a metallic luster. Yet Salin recognized it as polished bone from a high-grade magical beast, its weight formidable. He felt fortunate she had chosen to strike him with her fist instead. The girl was remarkably beautiful, with jet-black brows, alabaster skin, and striking pale blue eyes. She stood nearly eye to eye with Salin, her figure well-proportioned, exuding a natural demeanor as if she had forgotten his gaze upon her undraped form, showing no signs of embarrassment. "I am Salin Metatlin, and you?" Salin inquired, unsure of what else to say, unwilling to engage in a silent stare. "I am Sika. Now, tell me honestly, why were you hiding here to spy?" Sika pointed a delicate finger at Salin's forehead, seemingly recalling their earlier encounter. Salin chuckled incredulously. "This is hardly a bathing area, on a cold day like this. Why would I seek refuge here to spy?" "That makes sense." Sika was easily persuaded, her expression softening once more. Observing Salin and Appo's pained visage, she produced a small vial and offered it to him. "What is this?" he asked. "Sanctified water from the church. It will heal your eye." "I apologize for hitting you so hard," Sika said, her voice filled with remorse. "It's all right. Your reaction was only natural," Salin reassured her. "I truly am sorry. I wanted to bathe and feared you would awaken, so I struck you again." Sika looked at Salin with innocent eyes, and he felt a surge of frustration, realizing it was no wonder his eye remained shut. However, he thought, he could not merely gaze without reciprocation. Every endeavor requires a price to be paid. Acquiring the enchanted bowstring is no different than admiring a beautiful woman. As Salin consoled himself internally, he uncorked the vial and poured the holy water onto his wound. "Ouch!" Salin yelped, leaping to his feet. He had never used holy water before, but he had read about the sensations associated with its healing properties. It should not have felt like a searing burn, but rather a warm and comforting embrace. He hurled the bottle to the ground, exclaiming, "What is this?" Sika was equally taken aback, picking up the bottle and examining the design. "It seems correct. Let me take a closer look." If there were a wall nearby, Salin would have gladly banged his head against it. This girl clearly had a few screws loose, however. The contents of that vial did possess healing attributes. He had discreetly verified its nature before using it, so it seemed unfair to place the blame solely on Sika. Sika retrieved a large pouch from her lower back and rummaged through its contents. Finally, with conviction, she declared, "This is indeed the church's healing holy water. And I purchased it for 5 silver coins." Salin was perplexed, his eyes aching even more. While 5 silver coins were a modest sum, the healing effect should still have been present and not exacerbated his injury. Unable to fathom why this was happening, Salin suddenly felt utterly foolish. He removed the metal flask from his waist, tilted his head back, and poured its contents over his wound. Instantly, relief washed over him. This was the restorative water he had concocted himself. Restorative water, a healing liquid crafted through first-level magic, effectively mends injuries, albeit more slowly than divine spells of the same tier, and leaves no lingering side effects. Although Salin had memorized hundreds of spells, he could only currently learn a handful. The benefits of restorative water were immense, especially within a team context. When combined with magical potions, Restorative water created by high-level mages could even heal long-standing injuries. In this desolate wilderness, what on earth was she doing bathing here? Salin tilted his head back, allowing the restorative water to seep into his eye sockets, soothing his eyeballs. He feared that if the blood vessels in his eyes ruptured, it would severely impair his vision for an extended period. I have no idea. I intended to head to Hall City, but somehow I wandered into the mountains, Sika replied. Discovering that she was directionally challenged only deepened Salin's frustration. He felt utterly wronged by this encounter. A lost soul managed to stumble into him. What brings you to Hall City? Salin asked, noting her audacity to take a dip in such frigid weather. She must be a swordswoman who had mastered the art of swordplay, despite Sika carrying a staff. Thus, he refrained from expressing his anger. It's been difficult in the mountains lately. I wish to become a mercenary, Sika confessed, lowering her gaze. Are you not from Skosenia? Salin suddenly remembered that Sika and Apos' accent was off. Although she spoke the common tongue of the continent, her sentences had a tighter cadence, her pronunciation hurried. I am Caucasian, Sika replied, sitting on the ground and revealing a portion of her thigh above her boots to Salin. What level are you? Salin, finding Sika easy to converse with and appreciating her straightforwardness as a Caucasian, felt inclined to befriend her. As a low-level mage, he needed a powerful swordsman as a companion. I don't know. All I know is that monsters near my village flee at the sight of me, Sika replied, appearing quite bewildered. Salin felt disheartened. It was perfectly normal for a Caucasian swordsman not to discern their own level, and it would be foolish for him to inquire further. The Caucasus region does not fall under the dominion of Skosenia, nor does it belong to any principality. It remains in a primal state, characterized by its towering mountains and renowned for its elite warriors. Mercenary companies are particularly fond of the fighters from the Caucasus, who excel in both ranged and close combat. Exhibiting a formidable sense of teamwork, the male warriors of this land are adept with the fearsome throwing axe, boasting an attack range of up to 100 meters, inflicting damage surpassing that of archers. Moreover, the Caucasus is the sole region that retains the ancient profession of priest. While the combat priests may not match the offensive prowess of sorcerers, their healing abilities rival those of divine practitioners. Are you wandering aimlessly because you do not know the way? Salin remarked, his eyes feeling somewhat better, yet still swollen. Observing the slender and lustrous fingers of Sika, which were harder than iron, he mused. What is there to fear? Getting lost one tea lead to starvation. There are more beasts here than in our homeland. I have roamed these mountains for over a month without incident. Salin came to believe that beauty and intelligence do not necessarily coexist. Sika, being such a bewildered Caucasian, was highly susceptible to deception. It would be prudent to take action himself. Procrastination could yield dire consequences. Come with me to Dean. There is a relatively large guild for professionals there. Salin enticed Sika, a notion he had gleaned from his readings, for even Salin City lacked such an organization. All right, but I have no money. If we enter the city, Sika began, only to be met with Salin's frustration. No money, and yet you venture forth? Joining a mercenary company requires funds as well. However, this could work to his advantage, as Sika's lack of finances would prevent him from registering as a mercenary, thereby allowing him to accompany Salin. The cost of dining in the city is exorbitant, and here, cannibalism is strictly prohibited. Ah, what a hassle, Salin exclaimed, startled by the mention of eating humans. Although the Caucasus is primitive, he had not heard of any cannibal tribes. It is not about devouring people. That is not my meaning. In the Caucasian tongue, it refers to consuming everything from one's enemies. Sika gestured as if to strike. Salin understood it to mean robbery. There were indeed records of such plundering between tribes. However, his familiarity with such matters was limited, only grasping a vague understanding. It would be wiser for you to start as an independent adventurer. This would incur fewer expenses. Salin elucidated the distinction between adventurers and mercenaries. Once a mercenary registers with the guild, a deposit is required, and should a mission fail, losses are deducted from that deposit. Conversely, adventurers only need to pay a registration fee, though they are barred from undertaking escort missions, which are the most frequent and lucrative. This stipulation does not apply to sorcerers. Even a novice mage need not pay a deposit to join a mercenary company. Salin, what is your profession? Sika inquired, intrigued by Salin's apparent knowledge. I am a sorcerer. Oh dear, how rude of me, Sika responded, bowing in a rather perplexing manner before explaining. The elder cautioned me before I left that sorcerers, like priests, hold a noble status beyond the mountains. As she spoke, her gaze fell upon Salin and Apos' still swollen eyes, and a wave of anxiety washed over her. She had struck someone akin to a priest. Both felt a twinge of guilt, making their conversation flow with unexpected ease. Salin cunningly enticed Sika to venture to Dean City, a place distant from the coast and adjacent to the border, where one could seamlessly traverse into the Saxon Duchy and subsequently into the Chenin Empire. Salin had devised a meticulous plan, commencing with undertaking various tasks for adventurers at the border to elevate his level, primarily to enhance his combat prowess, thereby averting future predicaments akin to those encountered in Salin City. Should he ascend to the rank of a third-level mage, he would no longer fear the relentless pursuit of Count Sufang Sabor. After all, it was improbable that he would summon a sword saint for such endeavors. Even in the unlikely event of such a scenario, he could simply flee to the Chenin Empire, where the influence of Count Sufang Sabor would be rendered ineffective. Within the realms of the Chenin Empire, a sword saint would hold little significance, as mages abound. It is said that every city in the Chenin Empire boasts a magical tower, which implies that there are at least hundreds of mages of the 6th level or higher. Although this number pales in comparison to the over 100 million Chenin citizens, where a grand mage emerges from hundreds of thousands. The mere presence of these grand mages ensures the Empire and Opos' resilience, leaving 3 colossal empires and a holy ecclesiastical order utterly powerless. Chapter 21. The Caucasian Warrior, Part 2. Sika remained unfazed by the cold, her animal hide attire exposing her navel and thighs, showing no inclination to change even in the midst of late autumn. The leather pouch she carried was at least 5 times the size of Salin's, filled to the brim. Fortunately, her appetite was not insatiable. It was merely 2 or 3 times that of Salin's. The two had wandered in the mountains for another month, and as winter set in, they finally discovered the way out. After inquiring in a village, they learned that continuing east for 200 miles would lead them to Dean City. Sika regarded Salin with profound respect. A person capable of navigating directly to a city without a map was truly remarkable. Upon leaving the mountainous region, they encountered a considerable plain to the east, where the population grew denser. The combined populace of the 4 great empires exceeded 400 million, with Scocinia housing over 100 million and hundreds of large cities. Salin and Opos' journey in this direction was purely by chance. Over the course of more than a month, Salin had come to understand Sika somewhat. She was no different from the typical Caucasian, born into an impoverished tribe. Although the tribe was poor, its villagers were exceptionally brave, and the threat of magical beasts did not hinder the population's growth. Each year, many warriors like her emerged from the mountains, seeking a meager livelihood. Sika was intelligent and innocent, excelling in combat despite her occasional naivety in everyday matters. Such a person would find it difficult to earn a living unless the merchants were benevolent. Sika and Opos' cleverness was dedicated to battle, her physique as agile as a magical leopard. Yet her financial management was as clumsy as that of a country pig. This left Salin with little hope of calculating any profit. Once they entered the city, he would likely have to care for her himself. Sika was more than willing to accompany Salin. Illiterate, she felt fortunate to be able to speak the common tongue as a Caucasian. Following a learned mage, she believed she had struck gold. The splendor of Dean City surpassed Salin's expectations. Shops were abundant, and adventurers and mercenaries were ubiquitous. Despite it being winter, the atmosphere was as vibrant as midsummer. Guiding Sika through several shops, Salin lamented the pitiful amount of gold he possessed. He could not afford even a single satisfactory piece of equipment. Items suitable for mages were generally priced above 10,000 gold coins, while those around 1,000 or 2,000 coins were, in his eyes, far too rudimentary. Another complication arose as Sika and Opos' beauty attracted the attention of adventurers. Several mercenary groups attempted to intercept them, hoping to recruit her. A striking Caucasian like her was indeed a rare find, both visually appealing and formidable, as evidenced by the weapon slung across her back. Fortunately, no one resorted to violence. The locals recognized Salin as a mage, though their crude remarks and respectful demeanor appeared rather peculiar. After all, low-ranking mercenaries lacked education and were accustomed to a rough manner of communication. With a pained expression, Salin remarked, "Sika, you should change your clothes. I have no money left." Upon leaving the mountains, all my funds went to purchasing holy water, Sika replied, shaking her head resolutely. At the mention of holy water, Salin's eyes twitched slightly, as if still feeling the sting of pain. An unsettling thought crossed his mind. Why had the healing holy water been ineffective for him? Momentarily lost in contemplation, Salin stated, "I will pay for you. Your appearance draws too much attention." Based on the experiences in Salin City, Salin led Sika down a relatively secluded street and casually entered a shop. The establishment was modest in size, approximately 50 meters long, featuring a staircase that divided it into 2 levels. Upon entering, they encountered a wizard accompanied by a Caucasian warrior, and the proprietor approached them with exuberance. "Esteemed wizard, what do you require?" "Our store offers discounts," he said, wearing a broad smile that exuded warmth, lacking the pretense often found in Salin City. Wizards were known for their lucrative patronage, often carrying substantial amounts of gold. "I seek a set of leather armor suitable for her," Salin indicated toward Sika. The shopkeeper appeared somewhat disappointed. The request for non-magical equipment meant a considerable loss and potential profit. Nevertheless, he maintained his cheerful demeanor, bowing slightly and gesturing for them to follow him upstairs, where he summoned a server to bring tea and snacks while he accompanied Salin and Sika, awaiting the arrival of the leather armor. In such a small establishment, not all merchandise could be displayed on the counter. Soon, 2 attendants emerged from the storeroom in the back, carrying a large wooden crate, still sealed, adorned with the insignia of a trading house and several notes indicating the order and Appos, destination, date, and merchant. Upon breaking the lead seal and lifting the lid, a set of leather armor was revealed under the glow of a magical lamp. Salin and Appos' pupils contracted slightly as he sensed a faint magical aura emanating from the armor. This leather had been magically treated, though it lacked a constant enchantment. Its quality was exceptional, making it amenable to transformation into magical armor. Such an item would command a high price. Sika and Appos' eyes sparkled with excitement as she observed the gray leather embellished with black patterns, crafted through alchemical processes. These designs were not merely decorative, they served a practical purpose in enhancing camouflage in the wilderness. The armor was styled in accordance with the Oceanic Empire's fashion, somewhat intricate yet highly functional. The helmet protected the forehead and allowed the hair to flow from the back, while the chin strap featured a convenient clasp for easy removal. The chest plate was reinforced, likely incorporating metal plates or the bones of magical beasts within its layers. The arm protection extended only to the elbows, followed by wrist guards, lacking the gloves typical of Tangula's Empire armor. The belt was wide, adorned with polished beast bones at the front, and the lower design resembled a skirted armor style. The boots were thick-soled leather, equipped with spurs crafted from magical beast bones at the heels. The entire ensemble contained no metallic components, and the stitching was invisible, making it somewhat cumbersome to don. However, it allowed for remarkable agility and did not hinder combat movements. Even those unaccustomed to such armor would require little time to adapt. This leather armor resembled the standard issue of the Oceanic Empire, yet the crate held additional accessories for repairs and replacements, specifically designed for adventurers. It also included a leather pouch, a blanket, and a short sword. Sika delicately turned the armor over, noting the leather loops on the back designed to secure a heavy sword or similar weapon. With an expression filled with anticipation, she gazed at Salin, aware of the armor's expense and hesitant to prompt him for an immediate purchase. "How much does it cost?" Salin inquired calmly. His discerning eye recognized that this leather armor seemed almost tailor-made for Sika, with even the shoe size matching perfectly. 960 gold coins. "And I have already offered an 8% discount." The shopkeeper removed a note from the box for Salin to inspect, which detailed the origin of the leather armor. "The goods from the jungle weapon shop come with an absolute quality guarantee." Salin breathed a sigh of relief. Although it was costly, he could still afford it. However, he was taken aback to discover that the original price of the armor exceeded 1,000 gold coins. He had underestimated its value. Ordinary leather armor typically costs 1 or 2 gold coins, while better ones are merely a few dozen, and anything over 100 gold coins is considered magical armor. The exorbitance of this leather armor suggested that its materials were indeed exceptional. "Do you accept deposit slips from the Imperial Bank?" Salin inquired while picking up a small booklet from the box. The booklet, as expected, contained product descriptions, and his gaze twitched when he saw the name of the saltwater crocodile, a magical beast. A level 6 magical beast. This leather armor was crafted from materials derived from a level 6 magical beast. The saltwater crocodile is notoriously fierce, mentioned in every bestiary, and Salin had long been aware of its formidable reputation. "Of course, we do," the shopkeeper replied with a smile, realizing that the mage intended to purchase the armor. "I also need materials for crafting scrolls. If you were practicing, sir, it would suffice to buy the cheapest ones." "How many do you require?" "I can have them prepared for you," the shopkeeper pragmatically responded, noting that Salin was merely a novice mage, unlikely to need high-grade scroll materials. Salin hesitated. He lacked practical experience in crafting scrolls, possessing only theoretical knowledge. If he purchased too few, it would be of no help, yet if he bought too many. He would and Oppos, to have enough funds. Let us start with 50 blank scrolls, and a set of magical quills and dragon blood ink, but the quill should be of better quality. That will be 800 gold coins. The shopkeeper swiftly calculated the total. I also need 10 level 3 magical cores, Salin added, assessing his finances cautiously. That will amount to 1,000 gold coins. Salin felt as though something vital was slipping away from him, reminiscent of the childhood pain when he tumbled down stone steps. Blood gushing forth. The pace at which his gold was vanishing felt more agonizing than shedding blood. After tallying his expenses, he realized he still had 400 gold coins left unspent, and with his 108 gold coins, he began to feel impoverished. He retrieved the ring he had won from Baron Minghui and asked, "Do you accept this?" The shopkeeper glanced at it and replied with practiced ease, "We do not deal in jewelry, but this ring is gold-plated. However, the embedded stone is a translucent stone, and given its size, it is worth 100 gold coins. If you intend to sell it, I will offer you 100 gold coins." Salin felt disheartened. He had misjudged its value, realizing it was a counterfeit. Translucent stones are abundant, and this one was clearly altered. He had initially thought it was a green jade stone. Had it been genuine green jade, it would have been worth 1,000 gold coins. Curse that Baron Minghui. Had I known this was a fake, I would have smashed his head into a honeycomb. Chapter 22. Registering as a mercenary, the proprietor glanced at the white crystal ring in Salin's possession and remarked, "Master Mage, should you find yourself in urgent need of funds, I can offer you 20,000 gold coins in exchange for that ring." "No need for that," Salin replied casually as he pried the translucent stone from the ring and tossed it to the proprietor. He then retrieved 2,000 coin deposit slips. "Just give me the remaining amount, and find a room for my friend to change into her gear." Upon hearing this, Sika immediately stood up, bent down to lift the enormous wooden chest, and scanned the surroundings. The attendant stifled a laugh as he led Sika to change her attire. After verifying the deposit slips, the proprietor instructed the attendant to bring forth 8 bulging coin pouches containing a total of 400 gold coins. Salin accepted the coins and tossed them into his satchel. Inquiring, "Do you have a map?" "I and Oppos, am afraid not, Master Mage," the proprietor replied. "However, if you register as a mercenary, the Adventurers Guild will provide you with a comprehensive magical map of the entire continent, which is quite useful." Noticing that this was Salin's first venture out, the proprietor understood his lack of knowledge on the matter. Salin and Oppos' cheeks flushed slightly, but he responded with candor, "I lack experience. Thank you for the guidance." "How do I find the Adventurers Guild?" The proprietor took a piece of paper and drew a simple map, handing it to Salin. Sika emerged from her change, now adorned in leather armor. Salin and Oppos' eyes brightened. The leather armor softened Sika and Oppos' rugged appearance, rendering her features more refined. Were it not for the massive staff slung over her back and the tattered beast-hide bag she clutched, one might hardly recognize her as a Caucasian. The proprietor respectfully escorted the pair from his shop, a smile betraying his satisfaction. This transaction was substantial, with the mage purchasing a set of fine leather armor. However, the young mage seemed lacking in discernment, pursuing a Caucasian woman. It is well known that women of Caucasian descent possess formidable strength. Following the map drawn by the proprietor, Salin swiftly located the Adventurers and Oppos' Guild. The exterior of the guild was far from imposing, featuring a rather large door adorned with the guild and Oppos' emblem, a long sword piercing through a wheel. There was not a single mercenary stationed at the entrance. Upon entering, Salin was greeted by a vast hall, measuring hundreds of square meters, devoid of any columns. The hall was bustling with activity, the majority of the crowd congregating to the right, while the left side remained relatively quiet. Salin glanced at the directional sign and moved toward the quieter area. To the left of the hall were individual cubicles separated by metal panels, facing a wall of large glass that provided soundproofing without obstructing the view. As Salin approached, a female swordsman welcomed him with a smile, asking, "Are you two here to post a task or to register as mercenaries? Please, follow me." With a sweet smile, the swordswoman guided Salin and Sika into a private cubicle. Inside were a table and 8 chairs. Salin took a seat, and the swordswoman handed him a book, inviting him to peruse it. Sika pushed aside the book offered to her, shaking her head. "I cannot read." "Whatever, as long as it's free," Sika replied bluntly, unwilling to spend money unnecessarily. The leather armor was already quite expensive, and she had no idea when she would be able to repay it. The swordswoman, a accustomed to the plight of impoverished mercenaries, regarded Sika, despite her new attire, as not particularly wealthy. Mercenaries often spent all their earnings on equipment, leaving little surplus for personal use. Salin. Sika poked Salin and Apos' rib with her delicate fingers. Ah, Salin responded, feeling a twinge of pain. He did not lift his gaze, and Sika whispered, "Look." Salin turned his head, peering through the glass, following Sika's line of sight to the front of the hall. There, a colossal magical wall stood, adorned with dozens of magical screens embedded within, displaying various magical images. The screens alone were worth millions of gold coins. If one had the audacity to rob this place, they would never need to earn money again. However, Salin's thoughts were elsewhere. He spotted his own magical image on one of the screens, and a shiver ran down his spine. They had already reached the edge of the empire. Could Count Su Fangxua still exert influence here? The appearance of his image on the magical screen was due to a bounty on his head. Fortunately, the image was an artistic representation, although the craftsmanship was exquisite. It differed from Salin and Apos' current appearance. The image depicted him with brown hair and similar eyes, while his hair had turned black and his eyes were now blue. His physique had also become significantly more robust. Had it not been for Sika's keen observation, it might have been challenging to connect the magical image with Salin himself. A wave of apprehension washed over Salin. Had Sika not seen that image, he would have been in dire straits. Whether registering as a mercenary or an adventurer, one was required to leave their name and image at the Guild of Professionals. If he continued to use the name Salin Metatlin, he would undoubtedly be discovered in no time. The surname Metatlin was exceedingly rare. Even the most dim-witted individual could trace him through it. Salin felt a deep resentment, realizing that the chase had followed him from the seaside to the border. Despite traversing the wilderness in a straight line for over 3 months, he had still not escaped the Count's pursuit. As countless thoughts swirled in his mind, Salin gradually calmed himself. The vendetta against him would not be forgotten by Count Su Fangxua. The portrait provided by Viscount Gugu was outdated. Although his appearance had changed, it bore some resemblance. He owed a debt to Ulysses, which he would need to repay when the opportunity arose. However, he would have to change his name for the time being. With this thought, Salin gestured towards the door. The female swordsman soon entered, carrying a tray. "Mistress, here is the Misty Tip tea for both of you." As she poured the tea, the delicate cups, larger than gold coins, were crafted from translucent green porcelain, devoid of any patterns, resembling finely carved jade. A trace of emerald liquid filled the cup, exuding a subtle fragrance. "We intend to register as mercenaries," Salin declared, having reconsidered his earlier decision. Becoming an adventurer would still require leaving an image, yet he would not gain access to more information offered by the Guild of Professionals. Moreover, mercenaries were protected under the laws of Scosenia, while adventurers faced far greater dangers, as the bloodshed among adventurers in the wild had never ceased. Salin remained indifferent. If one were to speak of beauty, Sika far surpassed the female swordsman. He had only felt a fleeting heartbeat when catching a glimpse of Sika's body. It seemed that after forming the magical string, Salin and Apos' state of mind had become markedly more tranquil. This was only natural. A magician who allowed their emotions to oscillate without reason could not be relied upon in critical moments. The casting of magic necessitates formidable mental fortitude for mastery. Many novice sorcerers, lacking in such strength, find themselves perpetually confined to the lower echelons of the craft. The mercenary band, indeed, operates at the smallest scale. The female swordswoman smiled wryly, discerning that Saren was a fledgling in this realm, and cautioned, "A mercenary band of minimal size can only admit 8 members, and cannot undertake high-level missions, rendering it scarcely distinguishable from an adventurer and Apos' party." Within the box lay 2 identical contracts, which Saren perused briefly before nodding in acknowledgement. "Where do I remit the payment?" he inquired. "Follow me," replied the swordswoman, leading Saren and Sika through a door at the corner of the hall. Beyond it lay a passage flanked by numerous small chambers. The swordswoman gestured towards the rooms, stating, "Enter to record your magical image. Then sign the contract and hand me the payment." Registering a mercenary band incurs a financial obligation. Each member must contribute a deposit to safeguard against unforeseen mishaps during missions. Saren was establishing a rank 1 mercenary band, requiring only a registration fee of 100 gold coins, with each member expected to submit a deposit of 50 coins. Should he fill the ranks of his 8-member band, a total of 500 gold coins would be necessary, a considerable sum, beyond the means of many. Typically, mercenary bands are monopolized by their leaders, and impoverished mercenaries, lacking funds, are compelled to sign alternative contracts, binding them to arduous service. Salin, with merely 2 members, needed only the initial 100 gold coins for registration and an additional 100 coins for the deposit, thus enabling him to accept escort missions valued below 400 gold coins. Even with a full band, the maximum value of escort missions would not exceed 1,000 gold coins. Yet, as the swordswoman pointed out, such a mercenary band bears little distinction from that of adventurers. An escort mission valued at 400 gold coins offers a maximum reward of 20 coins, typically requiring a month and Appos' labor to complete. The bounty for slaying a second-tier magical beast surpasses that of such tasks, and for Salin, as a sorcerer, 20 gold coins hold little significance. Furthermore, should war erupt, these mercenaries would be subject to national conscription, with lower-tier bands relegated to the most perilous assignments, offering scant remuneration. However, Salin and Appos' aspirations were not tethered to the allure of safe escort tasks. He sought the information services proffered by the Guild of Professionals. Only mercenaries are privy to such intelligence, with the cost of regular information measured in silver coins, making it quite affordable. He yearned to uncover the true nature of Count Su Fong Sabor and the extent of his influence, information not accessible to ordinary adventurers. After recording the magical images, the swordswoman returned within 10 minutes, bringing forth the new contract, now adorned with the magical images of Salin and Sika. As Sika was illiterate, Salin took it upon himself to affix her signature to the contract. Chapter 23, The Registration of Mercenaries, Part 2. The first-tier mercenary group bore no name, only a number. Of course, one could choose to adopt a name of their own, no matter how resounding it might be. But it was advisable to avoid duplicating the names of other mercenary groups, lest one invite annihilation. Salin cast a glance at the female swordsman, who shrugged in uncertainty, equally perplexed by the situation. These mercenaries were typically quite compliant and dared not create a ruckus here. From now on, call me the captain. Come, let us take a look, Salin interjected, assertively pulling her from her seat. The swordsman reluctantly drained her cup of tea, chewing on the leaves as she swallowed. What are you doing? This isn't tea food. Spit it out, Salin admonished, patting her back. I know. Gulp. This tea is quite expensive. The swordsman stubbornly swallowed the tea leaves, her face slightly flushed. Salin thought to himself, thankfully you don't smoke. Otherwise, you might swallow the cigarette, but as well. The two stepped outside the crowd, where a throng of people surged forward, voices clamoring. Hey, brother, what is happening? Salin inquired of a low-ranking swordsman, who, taken aback by the cordiality of a mage, hurriedly offered an explanation. The guild just issued a new quest. A green dragon has been spotted in the Highland County. A green dragon? Salin echoed, astonished. Indeed, it has been many years since a dragon has appeared in the heart of the Mers continent. The guild is offering a bounty of 500,000 gold coins to capture this dragon, and any tier of mercenary group may undertake this task, with no deadline imposed. The swordsman's eyes gleamed with excitement. Despite his own limitations as merely a mid-level swordsman, far from achieving the rank of swordsmaster, lacking the ability to even scratch the skin of a green dragon, Salin couldn't fathom the source of his enthusiasm. A green dragon, a creature of level 6. Salin kindly reminded him. Although the green dragon was the most basic of its kind, it was utterly distinct from other magical beasts. The defensive capabilities of dragons were formidable, and their ability to fly made them even more daunting. To slay a green dragon would necessitate the assistance of at least a level 7 mage. Otherwise, it could simply take flight, leaving one with no hope of pursuit on foot. Salin's warnings clearly fell on deaf ears, as many of these mercenaries were illiterate, having never laid eyes on a book throughout their lives. Their understanding of green dragons paled in comparison to that of Salin, the mage. Green dragons had irritable temperaments and would attack anyone, yet they possessed a keen intelligence, often observing their prey from the shadows. Once they deemed their target to be of insufficient strength, they would reveal themselves. Such cunning creatures, who preyed on the weak while shying away from the strong, were far more difficult to handle than the fiery red dragons. An enraged red dragon would confront you with unwavering ferocity, refusing to flee, while a green dragon would choose to bide its time, leaving behind the scent of dragon to facilitate future vengeance. Salin shook his head in resignation. The counter was overcrowded, making it impossible for him to even approach to accept a quest. It seemed unlikely he would be able to draw near within the hour. The swordsman poked him again with her finger, prompting Salin to respond irritably. What now? He had discovered one of the advantages of having her around. A simple reminder meant he would no longer be called by his name. The downside was her penchant for greeting him with her finger, particularly in the ribs. Green Dragon, do try to delay your demise. Salin silently prayed. Greetings, beautiful lady. Might I inquire if you would consider joining our mercenary group? Salin raised his gaze to behold a man whose beauty was almost supernatural. At first glance, he appeared to be in his early 20s, with striking features and captivating eyes that flowed with an enchanting allure, perfectly complementing his prominent nose. This harmonious combination imbued each of his expressions with a beguiling blend of masculinity and femininity. His violet eyes and pale golden hair, coupled with intricately patterned, lightweight metallic armor, rendered him almost otherworldly, as if he were a being from the fabled demon race. Very well, I shall withdraw. I will cover all expenses, the man insisted tenaciously. You dare to inquire? Sheikah gestured towards Salin. Sir Mage, would you be willing to part with this lady for my mercenary group? You will pay? Salin responded. Indeed. Name your price, the man replied. Salin turned to Sheikah, who was fondling his newly acquired leather armor as if it were a divine artifact. Salin wrinkled his nose and asked, Are you quite wealthy? A level 4 mercenary group, after all, has its savings, the effeminate man replied, unfazed by Salin and Imp. Appos, jest. A level 4 mercenary group, with registered capital exceeding 10,000 gold coins, can employ over 1,000 individuals. It is certainly a formidable force, he continued, suggesting that such a group could even afford to hire mages. With such wealth, do you truly need me? Salin's sarcasm was palpable. Oh, we at the Song Falcon mercenary group already have 2 or 3 mages, he retorted. Meaning you have few swordsmen? Salin grew impatient, finding the man's vanity utterly tiresome. Regardless of the provocation, are you truly unwilling to part with her? The man lamented, feeling slighted by Salin's dismissive attitude. You misunderstand. Sheikah is not a mere commodity, and I have no authority to determine her fate. Furthermore, I am her captain. If you wish to recruit from my ranks, you might as well give up, Salin asserted. With your wealth, deceiving a number of Caucasians should pose no challenge. My apologies for my rudeness. How about I treat you both to a meal? He proposed. I do not dine with strangers, Salin replied curtly. At last, the androgynous man struggled to maintain his composure, but Salin quickly added, Perhaps it is best to introduce ourselves first. I am Merlin, captain of the 17453607 mercenary group. In the distance, several individuals observed the interaction, laughing heartily as they noted the man and Imp. Appos, face flushed crimson. The man regained his composure, inhaling deeply before stating, I am Song Hong, captain of the 10th squad of the 10th battalion of the Song Falcon mercenary group. Those who are laughing are my subordinates. Mercenary groups differ from regular armies. A battalion consists of merely 100 men, and a squad comprises only 10. Song Hong's team consisted of a mere 4 members, suggesting they were not yet at full strength. Dean City thrives, with establishments serving food even in the dead of night. Mercenaries lack a stringent code of conduct. The city gates remain open even at late hours. Though situated near the border, it shares proximity with the Calaran Principality, governed by the Scosenia. The highlands known for green dragons lie within the Calaran territory. Here, safety prevails, as no one dares to provoke the notorious Dragon and Rose mercenary group. The 9th level mercenary group boasts a formidable force of 20,000 mercenaries, surpassing the limits set by the Scosenia Empire. Yet, even His Majesty the Emperor refrains from mentioning this matter. The Dragon and Rose mercenary corps is led by 2 9th level professionals, one, a golden sword saint, and the other, a 9th level black-robed mage. Such strength could effortlessly establish a duchy. It is only through immense power that one can sustain their own prosperity. The southeastern front is almost entirely under the influence of the Dragon and Rose mercenary corps, with Dean City at its center, extending northward to Didipus and westward to Willow County. The demon named Song Hong skillfully guided Salin and Sheikah to a 5-story tavern, accompanied by his 4 subordinates, totaling 7 individuals who requested a private room. Mage Merlin, do sample the pear blossom wine here. It has been imported from the Chenin Empire, and a single cup costs 1 gold coin. Song Hong enthusiastically introduced. His visage was as alluring as a peach blossom, yet his physique bore the marks of a robust man with a narrow waist and broad shoulders. We mages only indulge in pure water. Salin politely declined his generous offer, emptying his cup and producing his metal flask to pour a cup of restorative water. This restorative water, even in the absence of injuries, is beneficial to the body. Typically, a mage can only conjure around 100 grams at a time, whereas Salin could nearly produce 300 grams. Although restorative water is easily stored, It loses its efficacy after a month, so Salin opted to consume it as water. He remained cautious of Songhong. While the latter might not dare to resort to violence in Dean City, the possibility of poisoning was another matter. Salin had concocted numerous peculiar magical potions himself. While ineffective against formidable adversaries, they were quite effective against a first-level mage like himself. What are you laughing at? Songhong suddenly darkened his expression, reprimanding his subordinates. Do you not even know how to introduce yourselves? Salin found it peculiar. There were no mages within this group, yet Songhong seemed intent on courting Sika, disregarding his own standing entirely. Archers, despite their ability to strike from a distance, could never replace a mage. Although Caucasian warriors are rare, they will never be more favored than mages. Was there something particularly special about Songhong's mission? Gentlemen, I shall be frank. I wish to hire a Caucasian warrior for a task. This task is not overly perilous, yet it requires confronting a rare creature. For only a Caucasian warrior possesses the greatest assurance of success. Observing Salin's disinterested demeanor, Songhong realized that concealing the truth would not win Sika's allegiance. He anticipated this outcome. Even the most junior mage would not regard him, a mere squad leader, with any esteem. Once this private task is completed, leaving the Falcon Mercenary Corps and forming his own team would pose no challenge. Contemplating this, a charming smile re-emerged on Songhong's face. Salin, observing this, felt a stir of irritation. Although inexperienced in the ways of the world, his impoverished upbringing had honed his ability to read people's expressions and discern their inner thoughts. While he could not fathom Songhong and Appo's exact intentions, he sensed that the latter was concealing numerous truths. Furthermore, it was decidedly unusual for a squad leader of a fourth-level mercenary group to seek the services of another mercenary band. Chapter 24, The Relics of the Dynasty, Part 1. What a remarkable find. Salin never anticipated that a Caucasian he stumbled upon in the desolate mountains would suddenly become so sought after. What contract? What compensation? Please, elaborate, he said, taking a sip from his cup without bothering to meet the infuriating grin of the crimson-haired individual. 500 gold coins, with a 10% share of the task and Appo's earnings. A formal employment contract, with a deposit of 2,000 gold coins, guaranteed by the adventurers and Appo's guild, the crimson-haired one stated in one breath. Let us dine first, Salin replied, clearly dissatisfied with the terms and unwilling to immediately acquiesce. In truth, a level 1 mercenary could scarcely earn a handful of gold coins in a year, even in prosperous times. However, as a mage who could concoct magical potions, a task worth 500 gold coins held little appeal for him. A tender leg of lamb was presented on a vast copper platter. Before anyone could make a move, Sika had already drawn her short sword from her waist, placed a foot on the chair, and swiftly severed half of the leg. She began to gnaw on it unabashedly, leaving everyone else astonished. They were aware of the ruggedness of Caucasians, yet this seemingly delicate girl devoured her meal with the same fervor as the wild barbarians. With a loud smack, Sika exclaimed, "Boss, did you forget the salt?" "Boss," the crimson-haired one barked, startling Sika, who widened her eyes in surprise. The crimson-haired one suppressed her inner turmoil, gritting her teeth as she demanded, "Bring some salt." Observing the empty copper platter, the onlookers felt a mix of confusion and concern. Were these two truly foolish? Or did they simply disregard the significance of this task? The commission of 500 gold coins, along with the share, was an amount a level 1 mercenary could scarcely hope to earn in 2 years. By the time the second platter of bison meat arrived, Sika had already consumed half of the lamb leg, dragging the bison meat toward herself and continuing her feast without a care. The crimson-haired one and Appo's gaze was fixated on her, and she was convinced that this mage truly did not value the reward of 500 gold coins. What could possibly sway him? Increasing the price felt unjust. As Salin's mage robes indicated, he was merely a level 1 mage, making the initial offer quite reasonable. Any higher, and they could easily hire a level 3 mage. Yet, level 3 mages were not easily managed. Should they turn against the team after the task's completion, it could spell disaster. Then state your price. As long as it is reasonable, I shall agree, the crimson-haired one addressed Salin, who was still gnawing on the lamb leg. Very well. Salin set down the leg. Having awaited this moment for quite some time, he finally articulated, I need to know the nature of the task. Compensation will be calculated daily, with advance payment, settled weekly. 30 gold coins per day. I shall take 20, and Sika 10. You must deposit 5,000 gold coins to the guild for the contract. I will take 30% of the task and Appo's earnings. If this is acceptable, please reveal the task and amp, Oppos, details. If not, we shall finish our meal and take our leave. Do you believe yourself to be a grand mage? The burly swordsman with a scarred face erupted in anger. Having grown increasingly frustrated as both dishes had been consumed by Salin and Sika, unable to contain himself any longer, he slammed his fist on the table. If I were a grand mage, I would demand 70%. I have reviewed the guild and Oppos' pricing list. Are my demands truly excessive? Songhong nearly choked in frustration. Indeed. A grand mage could command 70% of the earnings from a quest, but you, a mere novice mage, are worth not even 1%. The price you set is already quite generous, and Salin and Oppos' demands are rather outrageous. Very well, I shall acquiesce. Songhong gritted his teeth in agreement. Were it not for the necessity of concealing this matter from the guild, he would never consent to such an exorbitant fee. The 5,000 gold coin deposit has depleted his savings, which took 5 years for his team to accumulate. So tell me, why must we hire Zika? Salin, having satisfied his hunger, rubbed his belly while gazing at Songhong. A faint blush crept across Songhong's alluring visage as she replied softly. What you seek to hear now cannot be retracted, even in this city of Dean. Salin cast a glance at the 5 individuals, each one tense and focused on him. A first-level mage is indeed a formidable presence. Songhong's tone bore a hint of menace. Who could predict whether this Navi young man might take offense? Salin, however, was unfazed. As a Skorkian by birth, he was inherently a shrewd merchant. The requests made were entirely reasonable, and he felt no affront to his dignity. Very well, speak freely, since I am willing to be employed by you. What is there to fear? Salin's impatience grew. Being a mercenary was indeed cumbersome compared to the ease of concocting magical potions. Yet, if he were to create potions, he would earn only 1,000 gold coins a year, especially considering he was the sole apprentice in the entire city of Siren. This task offers 30 gold coins daily. With 20 of those going to him, within 2 months, he could earn what he typically made in a year. Pino and Cook wasted no time in departing their seats, taking positions by the door without waiting for Songhong's signal. Songhong inhaled deeply and whispered, "This is a relic task, not one posted by the guild. I suspected as much. Otherwise, you would have no need to hire outsiders." Salin chuckled merrily. He was a novice mercenary, yet possessed the keen instincts of a skilled trader. Thus, he quickly discerned Songhong and Oppos' secret. This task indeed promised substantial rewards, one not to be overlooked. The task location lies within the chaotic marsh, where I require a Caucasian to clear a 400-meter passageway teeming with terrifying demons. They are of low level, yet their numbers are overwhelming. Only a resolute Caucasian warrior can withstand their influence. Of course, a 7th-level mage's mental deterrence would prove more effective, but I cannot afford such a luxury. Terrifying demons? Such creatures are rare, Salin murmured, just loud enough for Songhong to overhear. Songhong cautioned, "They are all first-level monsters. I cannot increase the payment." Understood, Salin calculated. Zika and Oppos' rank must be that of a high swordsman, perhaps even a swordmaster. Confronting first-level monsters, even in their hundreds, would pose no challenge. Each Caucasian warrior is blessed by battle priests at birth, rendering them immune to the mental assaults of terrifying demons. As for the physical attacks of these demons, he could easily withstand 30 or 50 with the constant magic of his robe. It is a simple task, and this time, fortune favors us. So what are we waiting for? Let us proceed to the guild. Zika wiped his mouth and set down his pristine plate. However, we have yet to partake in a meal. Why do you not eat? Sika wore an expression of curiosity. The members of the Falcon Mercenary Corps appeared as grim as soot-covered pots, silently contemplating whether they were to subsist on the chill of the north winds. Given that Sika had consumed all that was available, once Sika had satisfied his hunger, the members of the Falcon Mercenary Corps hastily finished their meal and accompanied Salin to the guild to complete the employment procedures. No matter how large a mercenary group may be, there are times when they find themselves short-handed, and hiring lower-tier mercenaries is a common practice. After finalizing the contract and paying a deposit of 5,000 gold coins, Salin would receive compensation from the guild even if the likes of Songhong and his companions were to meet their demise on this mission. To expedite their journey, Songhong reluctantly purchased horses for Salin and Sika. Although neither Salin nor Sika possessed any equestrian skills, Saren's formidable mental prowess, coupled with a touch of elemental force, easily calmed the steeds. Sika, endowed with a natural ability to soothe animals, ensured their group of 7 swiftly exited the city, galloping northeastward. The Falcon Mercenary Corps and Oppos' destination was Didipus. the closest point to the chaotic marsh, where all supplies could be procured. Didipus also lay under the dominion of the Dragon and Rose Mercenary Corps, making entry into the chaotic marsh relatively secure. The 7 individuals reached Didipus in 3 days, with Saren having earned 60 gold coins. Naturally, Sika and Amp, Apos, S30 coins were also his, as Sika had yet to repay the cost of his leather armor. At this juncture, no members of the Falcon Mercenary Corps remained, and Songhong refrained from venturing deep into the city, choosing instead to procure food and water near the city gates, along with tents for Saren and Sika, before promptly departing from Didipus. The expanse of the chaotic marsh was immense, bordered by mountainous terrain. To access the marsh, they needed to traverse over 200 miles of mountainous paths, which were ill-suited for such an expedition. Once they entered the mountains, everyone dismounted, proceeding on foot. The pathway became rugged and uneven, revealing a desolate landscape. The early winter winds in the mountains were biting cold, and occasionally, herbivorous magical beasts crossed their path, paying no heed to the adventuring party. These creatures had grown indifferent to explorers, as the magical beasts of the chaotic marsh were typically toxic, and the lower-tier beasts on the periphery held little value, rendering them largely untouched by adventurers. As they ventured deeper into the mountains, Saren finally felt a sense of relief. Far from the city and without anyone tailing them, it appeared that everyone's attention had been diverted by the green dragon. Surely, the bounty on his head would attract little interest. Sika also grew familiar with the members of the Falcon Mercenary Corps, while Saren remained reticent, silently observing the group. Despite having signed a contract with the guild, Saren remained exceedingly cautious. Songhong, who had brought his own captain to the chaotic marsh, might not hesitate to eliminate both him and Sika once the expedition concluded. The members of the Falcon Mercenary Corps were likewise scrutinizing Saren. They had seized this opportunity with great difficulty, hastily hiring Sika, only to inadvertently acquire a more costly mage along with him. Generally speaking, mages were highly sought after. Notwithstanding their steep prices, their contributions were invaluable to mercenary groups. Even a first-tier mage could possess combat capabilities rivaling those of a swordsman endowed with sword energy. Moreover, the sword energy of a novice swordsman cannot be unleashed from the body, resulting in a considerably diminished repertoire of attacks when compared to that of a magician. In a multitude of complex environments, the survival prowess of magicians proves to be significantly more formidable. Salin and Apos' performance has garnered great satisfaction among the group. He exhibits none of the arrogance typically associated with magicians and, aside from his silence, has caused little trouble for others. As he traverses the rugged mountain paths, this young magician never complains. He is a legitimate mage with robust physical capabilities, perhaps owing to a lineage of inheritance. The group has come to define Salin in their minds, gradually finding solace in his presence. Chapter 25. The Relics of the Dynasty, Part 2. Salin remained silent for a reason. He realized that his accent was conspicuous. Anyone from the northern coastal regions would immediately discern that he hailed from the vicinity of Salin City. The more one speaks, the greater the likelihood of error. Engaging extensively with these individuals would inevitably lead to revealing vulnerabilities. Should they possess a wanted notice, it would not be long before his true identity was uncovered. The gregarious Sika found it far easier to procure information. After a few days of companionship, Salin had already grasped the ultimate objective of their expedition, a relic from the Second Dynasty. Prior to the fall of the nature goddess, the continent of Merce had been unified by humanity on 4 separate occasions. The Second Dynasty was nearly 2 millennia in the past, a period marked by extraordinary magical prowess. Yet few relics from that era had survived. With each unification of the continent, the ravages of war obliterated many traces of civilizations. Each magical artifact from the Second Dynasty was a masterpiece, valued at no less than 10,000 gold coins. Even the smallest relics, if associated with mages, could render this group immensely wealthy. In this world, sheer strength alone is insufficient. One must also possess wealth. The Scotian people had long understood this truth, which is why they boasted the most commercial enterprises, the largest banks, and the most widespread mercenary systems across the continent. The wealthiest individual in this empire is the emperor himself. Even if he were to abolish all taxes for the farmers, he would still remain the richest person on the continent. Upon learning that their mission involved the Second Dynasty's relics, Salin comprehended why Songhong did not seek to employ a divine sorcerer. The emperor of the Second Dynasty, who unified the continent, had a penchant for magic and held no reverence for deities, his fervor surpassing that of the current Qin Empire. Should the Holy See become aware of such relics, They would undoubtedly eradicate everything in this vicinity. The second dynasty is also known as the Blasphemous Dynasty. Salin was indifferent to the beliefs of mages from 2 millennia ago. He only knew that acquiring magical artifacts from the second dynasty would render him free from toil for several years. After 6 days of travel, snow began to fall unexpectedly in the mountains. The snowfall was dense, rendering the paths muddy and treacherous. The group was compelled to relinquish their mounts, as the trails became narrow and perilous, often hugging steep cliffs that horses could not traverse. Sika shouldered the burdens of both herself and Salin, while Pino and Cook carried the belongings of Songhong and others. The masked Sarah led the way, her expression concealed, while the archer Lucas brought up the rear. Surprisingly, their pace did not diminish. Rather, it quickened considerably. As dusk approached, a mountain range loomed ahead. Sarah suddenly halted, emitting 2 sharp bird-like calls. They had encountered a vulture. With her mask obscuring her features, her voice clearly conveyed concern. "Have you been spotted?" Songhong inquired cautiously. "What is a vulture?" Sika asked innocently. Salin pondered for a moment and concluded that she was correct. Unless during times of war, different mercenary groups were under no obligation to assist one another. While one could not attack another registered mercenary group, they could remain passive in the face of their peril. "What level is the vulture?" Salin finally spoke. "Level 4. Sarah, please continue," he urged. Songhong was interrupted by Zika, failing to disclose the relationship between the Tsong-Sun mercenary corps and the vultures. He bore no fear of the vulture mercenary corps. However, this time, it was imperative that the vultures remain oblivious to their mission. Winter had already descended, and it was quite peculiar who might still be wandering in this area, drawing the attention of the vultures. 3 teams of vultures were likely fully staffed. In addition to 2 other groups, one fleeing and the other pursuing, I could not ascertain their numbers. Can we circumvent them? No, the fleeing individuals have entered the tunnel, which is our only route. Damn it. The 5 members of the Tsong-Sun mercenary corps wore grave expressions. Idling here was not an option, as the treacherous winter of the Chaos Swamp was perilous, and the famished high-level magical beasts were even more terrifying. "Merlin, do you have any clever ideas?" Songhong turned to inquire of Salin. Songhong felt a pang in his heart as he cleared a patch of ground and unfurled a map. It was a detailed cartography of the Chaos Swamp, and he pointed to the lower left corner, stating, "Here is the tunnel we must traverse. I discovered it." Salin smiled faintly. Casting a memory spell, a level 0, non-attribute magic that could be employed as long as one possessed sufficient mental strength. First, he committed the map to memory, then calculated the tunnel's length. It was approximately 12 miles long. Salin hesitated, asking, "If we encounter these individuals, how confident are you in securing victory?" "I simply cannot guarantee complete annihilation." Songhong saw that Salin understood his implication and did not conceal his murderous intent. Salin and Zika would not flaunt this mission. Yet it was crucial that no familiar faces became aware of it. 5-2 configuration: heavy armored swordsmen, archers, assassins, gun swordsmen, and divine spellcasters. No mages? I can cast a fog of confusion with a radius of 30 meters, lasting for 2 hours. We will proceed at a normal pace through the tunnel. I will also employ a luminescent spell, granting us a visual range of about 10 meters, preventing detection by the enemy. Of course, if they possess a mage, it becomes problematic. Luminescent spell? Songhong had never heard of such a spell, though he was familiar with illumination spells. It is a level 0 water magic that produces dim light, suitable for concealment in caves and underwater environments. However, I cannot guarantee absolute stealth if we are discovered. You will be responsible for dealing with their archers, while I am confident in eliminating the assassins. Salin spoke calmly, though uncertainty gnawed at him. After all, his combat experience was minimal, and his only reliance was the rumor that the adversary would not have a mage. Provided they did not encounter a mage, it would be relatively easy to slay 2 assassins in a surprise attack. Songhong was elated. His primary concern had been that the enemy's assassins would escape amidst a conflict. In the darkness of the cave, stealthy assassins posed the greatest challenge. Fortunately, he had hired a mage. Otherwise, he would find himself in a dilemma. Then let us proceed. Merlin, please prepare your magic. Lucas, you and I will advance to the front. Zika, kindly stay back with Sarah to cover our rear. Cook, you shall safeguard the wizard Merlin. This endeavor relies solely on his magic. Any attempts to approach the wizard must be met with lethal force. Do not hesitate. Songhong specifically cautioned Cook, as they might encounter acquaintances, and any indecision could jeopardize the wizard's safety. Within the Tsongshuan mercenary corps, Only significant tasks compel the wizard to engage. Typically, they are maintained at great expense. The members have grown accustomed to protecting the wizard, viewing him as the linchpin of their battles. Salin did not oppose this. His intangible shield is permanently affixed to his magical robe and requires at least a second to activate, never attaining instantaneous deployment. Instantaneous casting refers to the ability to prepare, release, and complete a spell in the shortest possible time, generally within 1/30th of a second, significantly swifter than the release of sword chi. A wizard only acquires a second instantaneous defensive spell, the Ice Pattern Armor, upon reaching the 4th level. Prior to this, the wind-based intangible shield serves as the initial line of defense, followed by the slightly slower skin petrification or the somewhat unstable flame ring. Salin's obscure water pattern shield remains unrefined, with a release speed that lags behind the stable spells. As dusk approached, Salin began to prepare his magic. The Mist of Confusion is a level 0 water spell, one he practiced infrequently, yet managed to release within 3 seconds. Centered on himself, the murky fog spread outward, rapidly extending to a diameter of 50 meters. Once the magic was complete and stabilized, Salin commenced preparations for his second spell, the level 0 glow spell. He resorted to this magic out of necessity, as he was unable to learn the light-based illumination spell or the fire-based flame spell. Dark Vision is a grand spell reserved for level 6 and above, a distant prospect for him. Thus he sought this obscure spell as a remedy. Fortunately, the glow spell possesses an advantage that illumination spells lack. Though dim, it generates minimal magical disturbance, evading the notice of others. As the gray mist enveloped the area, the members of the Oceanic mercenary corps felt a surge of anxiety. Their vision was nearly rendered useless, leaving them unable to see or even hear the breaths of Salin and Sika. Only when the sword chi was in motion could they vaguely sense the presence of the two individuals. However, seasoned mercenaries like Songhong understood that what they felt was not necessarily reality, having dealt with wizards before. Should the young wizard choose to strike at this moment? Only area attacks would hold any significance within the mist. Salin, however, was not deceived by the fog. He clearly observed the expressions of the 5 members of the Oceanic mercenary corps and chuckled inwardly. He intended to assert his dominance, ensuring that they would not turn against him once the mission concluded successfully. Chapter 26, The Sorcerer, Part 1. A faint luminescence emerged, gradually illuminating the surroundings. It revealed Salin's enigmatic smile. Songhong felt a sudden shock. He had indeed entertained thoughts of betrayal, but those thoughts were now thoroughly suppressed. It was unwise to antagonize a magician for the sake of money. Let us proceed. Salin casually conjured a second glow spell, enhancing the clarity of the scenery. Songhong waved his hand, and Lucas followed closely behind. Typically, no mercenary would position an archer at the forefront of their formation, and Songhong himself was not a heavily armored swordsman. However, at this moment, the priority lay in guarding against threats from behind. As the sun dipped below the horizon and darkness enveloped the land, a wisp of gray mist drifted into a crevice at the foot of the mountain. The cave was remarkably spacious, though its entrance was narrow and easily overlooked. Upon entering, the pace of the group immediately slowed. Lucas meticulously observed the traces on the path, calculating the distance to the adventurers ahead. The first encounter would undoubtedly be with the Vulture mercenary group. According to their typical strategy, the opposing 3 squads would be dispersed, and they would likely encounter no more than 10 individuals at first. The glow was ensconced within the mist, revealing nothing to the outside world. Salin and his companions melded into the shadows, advancing cautiously. Unbeknownst to them, Salin opened his mouth slightly, gently exhaling 3 almost transparent bubbles. These bubbles gradually expanded until they reached the size of basins before coming to a halt, being nearly invisible to the naked eye as they floated beside Salin. Only then did he feel a greater sense of security. He was capable of simultaneously controlling 3 water ripple shields. Anything beyond that would exceed his capacity for sustaining them. The mutated water ripple shields offered significantly more protection than intangible shields, being impervious to even second-tier spells. Salin remained wary of the members of the Oceanic mercenary group as well. Cook, bearing a scarred visage and a robust physique, held no visible weapons, leading Salin to surmise that he was either a practitioner of unarmed combat or a first-rate assassin wielding daggers. In either case, he posed a considerable threat to a magician. Cook was likewise astonished. The young sorcerer managed to maintain 6 spells simultaneously. Even if supported by a magic core, it demonstrated the remarkable strength of his mental prowess. Could he truly be a first-tier magician? Inside the cave, an eerie chill pervaded the air. illuminated by the glow spell. A pale green light radiated within a radius of several dozen meters, resembling a ghostly apparition. Suddenly, Sanhong halted, and Lucas began to execute intricate hand signals. Salin was uncertain of their meaning, yet he sensed the presence of enemies. Hidden within a fork in the path ahead were two individuals. Had Salin not cast the confusion mist, he might not have perceived them at all. However, as the mist spread, nothing within its enveloping shroud escaped Salin's awareness. Lucas drew the short bow from his back, while Salin strained to locate other adversaries within the mist, but to no avail. Suddenly, a sharp sound pierced the air. The enemy archer had unleashed an arrow. Typically, a squad would be equipped with only one archer. Yet the Vulture Mercenary Group's formation was an unusual 5-2 configuration, with 2 archers present. In an instant, 6 feathered arrows surged into the mist-laden area, aiming directly for its core. The adversaries, unable to locate the position of the sorcerer, resorted to instinctual judgment for their assault. The 6 arrows effectively restricted all avenues of movement, their tips gleaming with a sinister blue light, poison-tipped projectiles. As Salin conjured the fog of confusion, he subtly altered the trajectory of his magic, positioning himself away from the center. All 6 arrows hurtled towards Pino. Salin swiftly advanced, a spell poised in his hand, targeting the 2 enemies concealed within the mist. Their stealth was remarkable. They were likely assassins. Suddenly, a flash of white light illuminated the scene as Salin unleashed a massive ice orb, hurtling faster than the arrows themselves towards the 2 hidden foes at the fork in the path. His decisive action immediately betrayed his location, prompting another volley of 6 arrows from a distance. At that moment, Lucas sprang into action, his ordinary short bow half-drawn, fitted with 2 iron-tipped arrows. Positioned at the forefront of the group, he noted that the adversaries were eager to eliminate the sorcerer, prompting both archers to target Salin simultaneously. Lucas swiftly pinpointed their positions, a glint of crimson flashing in his eyes as his pupils narrowed, releasing the iron-tipped arrows with a sonic boom. Kukas, stationed behind Salin, evaded the incoming 6 arrows by leaping towards the cavern's ceiling, where no ambush awaited him. This leap propelled him beyond the shroud of mist. The 2 assassins lay in wait at the fork, ready to strike should the team advance a mere 3 meters further. However, the leading figure, a scarlet hawk, abruptly halted, forcing his companions to restrain themselves. Within the fog, they strained to hear the sorcerer's intermittent breaths. They believed that eliminating the sorcerer would render their 7-member team a negligible threat. After executing a swift strike, they would beckon 2 additional teams to follow, poised to attack and harass. Within 3 days, the team would surely collapse. Lost in such enticing thoughts, a colossal ice orb unexpectedly flew towards them, curiously silent. The pallid orb, far larger than a human head, startled the 2 thieves. Surely, this sorcerer's aim was remarkably poor. The ice orb shot directly between the 2 rogues, who stood frozen, believing they would remain unscathed. Yet, in a moment of hesitation, the frigid orb erupted, unleashing dozens of sharp ice spikes. Due to their proximity, the spikes found their mark, piercing the thieves and Appos midsections. The chilling temperature instantly froze their wounds, leaving the 2 rogues numb and momentarily alive, forced to witness their comrade and Appos as fate. Second-level casting. The term flickered through the minds of the 2 thieves as they faced their impending doom. Without Salin, the entire group would have been laid bare to an ambush. The 5 members of the Scarlet Falcon Mercenary Corps were not clad in heavy armor, and the precision strikes of the archers would have surely inflicted losses. Yet, the fog of confusion rendered the opponent's archers incapable of accurate shooting, and Salin effortlessly evaded 2 waves of attacks. Pino, however, was in disarray. As his slender sword deflected the first wave, a small explosion ensued. The adversaries lacked magical archers, instead employing self-destructive magical arrows. The scattered fragments were thwarted by Salin's protective bubble and invisible shield, posing no threat whatsoever. Salin once again shifted his position, leaning against the stone wall. 2 abrupt cries of anguish echoed, signaling the demise of the opposing archers at the hands of Lucas. The sounds of battle surged from behind, with Sheikah's clear calls resonating in the Caucasian tongue, the content of which remained a mystery. A spray of crimson blood arced through the air, traveling over 15 meters, all intercepted by Salin and Appos' invisible shield. The blood dispersed upon the transparent magical barrier, forming a mesmerizing violet hue in the phosphorescent light. With the archers dispatched, the enemy still possessed heavily armored swordsmen, gun swordsmen, and divine spellcasters. It was likely that the heavily armored swordsman had been reduced to a pulp by Sheikah and Apos' colossal club. Even female Caucasians held an undeniable advantage in terms of brute strength. Kook maneuvered along the summit of the cave, soon spotting a divine spellcaster fervently casting spells to heal a gun swordsman. Songhong and Lucas were engaged with another gun swordsman. Songhong wielded a long whip while Lucas had forsaken his short bow for a triangular sword. The injured gun swordsman bore a gaping wound the size of a bowl in his chest armor, undoubtedly inflicted by the triangular blade. This weapon proved valuable on the battlefield, particularly against heavily armored infantry. Armaments that ordinary weapons could not penetrate could be easily pierced by the triangular sword. Typically short, this weapon was used primarily by auxiliary troops. However, in the skirmishes of mercenaries, the triangular sword became a nuisance, as mercenaries rarely donned heavy armor, let alone magical armor, rendering leather armor utterly ineffective against it. Furthermore, despite its sharpness, once embedded, the triangular sword caused grievous lacerations. The gun swordsman attempted to ambush Lucas, only to be struck by the archer in close proximity, rendering the divine spellcaster and Apos' healing efforts largely futile. Kook leaped down from the cave and Apos' apex, now adorned with a metallic glove, its fingertips sharpened into blades, aimed directly at the divine spellcaster. While the spellcaster lacked formidable offensive prowess, his abilities in healing and defense were quite troublesome. Should he flee, pursuit would prove challenging. Drawing from his vast experience, Kook recognized that the spellcaster and Apos' choice to heal rather than engage in combat indicated the remaining two were formidable adversaries. Thus, he resolved to eliminate this steadfast individual. The gun swordsman and Apos' chest had ceased bleeding, his pallor suggesting a grave condition. The spellcaster halted his healing, pointing skyward. As a radiant white light enveloped his form instantaneously, Kook's movements faltered, a piercing pain coursing through him, transforming his attack into a hard fall. He was astounded. This was an advanced spellcaster capable of unleashing offensive magic without incantation. Falling 10 meters from the cave's summit, lacking any sword energy protection, he was bound to suffer fractures. As the white light illuminated, Kook beheld the spellcaster's visage, a man in his 30s, clad in a white robe, appearing extraordinarily sanctified under the divine glow. Yet, Kook's heart quaked with terror as he saw the spellcaster's finger directed towards his head. Salin did not disperse the bewildering mist. He remained pressed against the stone wall, meticulously using his senses to search for any enemies who might have escaped detection. Although Songhong had mentioned that the opposing team comprised only 10 individuals, any oversight could prove fatal. The two he had slain had already honed their stealth skills to nearly level 4. If they advanced any further, Salin could not confidently ascertain their precise locations. Should an assassin with a power level reaching 4 emerge, the situation would indeed become dire for this magician. A shadow flickered, and Sheikah, bloodied on one side, appeared beside Salin. Sarah surged forward like a gust of wind, wielding a soft sword from the Qin Empire. This particular weapon is one that only the swordsmen of the Qin Empire are willing to employ, for its mastery is exceedingly arduous. Chapter 27. The Sorcerer, Part 2. Her soft sword descended like a serpent, aiming directly for the sorcerer and Apos' ankle. Her entire body curled low, a position that typically incurs disadvantage on the battlefield, yet in this brawl, it proved to be more troublesome. The sorcerer furrowed his brow, gesturing downward as a white projectile of light shot forth, striking Sarah and Apos' soft sword. She felt an intense heat radiate from her grip, nearly catching the scent of singed flesh. With a resounding thud, Kook fell heavily to the ground, the sound of his bones fracturing audible even to Salin in the distance. He had leapt down with all his might, impacting harder than a free fall. A streak of black light flew in, striking the sorcerer squarely in the chest, an arrow from Lucas. Fearing the sorcerer would slay Kook, Lucas unleashed a relentless barrage of 9 arrows in quick succession. The sorcerer and Apos' white robe shimmered with each hit, retreating half a step with every arrow, yet none breached his resplendent garment. Lucas withdrew, the situation growing perilous for the Crimson team. The final swordsman, evidently the squad leader, donned magical armor. The Crimson whip lashed out, and sometimes he would not dodge, merely creating sparks that failed to inflict any harm. However, the swordsman's blade gun rampaged, leaving 2 deep gashes on the exquisite metal armor. Pino had sustained injuries, having withstood 4 waves of feathered arrows, 2 of which exploded upon impact. His face bore numerous scratches, and a segment of a metallic arrow shaft had embedded itself within his leather armor. In terms of defensive capabilities, he was inferior to Salin. Yet his agility allowed him to evade the most lethal blows. Despite the opposing archers' inability to aim accurately, they still managed to inflict considerable damage. Had Lucas not squandered 2 iron-feathered arrows in counterattacks, they would likely have been overwhelmed. Divine light pierced through the mist, revealing the sorcerer's form to Salin. He was well aware that low-level magic could not contend with high-tier sorcery. Nonetheless, the sorcerer and Apo's intervention prevented any stealthy assaults, sealing the battle and Apo's fate. Salin's magic disrupted the enemy archer's effectiveness and eliminated 2 thieves, while Sika directly crushed the opposing heavy-armored swordsman. Otherwise, the Crimson team would have faced a perilous pincer attack, compounded by additional ambushes. Sika, this petite woman, proved to be remarkably fierce. Salin shuddered at the sight of the hair on the enormous club she wielded. The opponent was a heavy-armored swordsman with a helmet forged from fine steel. It was inconceivable for a mere club to ensnare hair unless it shattered the helmet first. Unperturbed, Sika brandished her club, guarding Salin's side. In her mind, Salin held the status of a priest within their village. Protecting the priest was a deeply ingrained duty for every Caucasian from birth. Moreover, she owed Salin several hundred gold coins. Anyone daring to harm him would find their skull shattered by her club. Such is the mindset of the Caucasian people, fearing the demise of their creditors. Pino silently tended to his wounds as Salin removed a metallic water flask and handed it to him. "This is restorative water. Your wounds are poisoned. Wash them." Seeing the dark purple hue of Pino's flesh, Salin could not stand idly by. "Thank you." Pino gritted his teeth, accepting the flask. He is now acutely aware that Salin deliberately placed him in the midst of the fog, intending to draw enemy fire. However, he cannot harbor resentment. For even if it were Tsang Hong in charge, the situation would unfold similarly. It is customary for the mage to withstand the arrows of the adversary. No mercenary group would be foolish enough to act otherwise. As long as the mage remains alive, there will always be an opportunity for the team to turn the tide. Indeed, Salin's restorative water surpasses healing potions by a considerable margin. While its effects on internal injuries may be gradual, it effectively purges the toxins from Pino's skin. In mere seconds, the seamless coordination of the Tsang Sun mercenary group is revealed. "Cease." The divine sorcerer, with no retreat left, shouted in a commanding voice. Yet, no one heeded his call. 8 had already been slain. Was there any sense in rekindling sentiments with the enemy? The ambush laid by the adversary's assassins was hardly benevolent in nature. "I am a member of the church. Today's events are an unfortunate anomaly." The divine sorcerer exclaimed in despair. Though his strength surpassed that of his opponents, the lack of cooperation proved detrimental. Offensive divine magic is not akin to sorcery, and one individual cannot vanquish all foes alone. Salin's pupils dilated sharply as he quietly inquired, "Sika, did you slay the divine sorcerer behind us?" Indeed, he was no match. A single blow rendered him into mere pulp. Sika shrugged, as if dismissing the death of an insignificant insect. The Caucasians may favor mages. Yet that does not extend to divine sorcerers. Those charlatans from the church have been infiltrating the Caucasian regions under the pretense of spreading the light of the divine. In recent years, 2 or 3 significant tribes have fallen under the church and Apo's control, and their Caucasian populace has devolved, forgetting the essence of dignity. Humph. Salin exhaled through his nostrils, casting a glance at Pino, who appeared hesitant, aware that the members of the Tsang Sun mercenary group were reluctant to directly offend the church. However, Sika had already dispatched a divine sorcerer, who could guarantee that unfortunate soul was not affiliated with the church. Song Hong gritted his teeth in agreement, realizing that the slain divine sorcerer was likely entangled with the church. Having committed this act, there was no room for regret, unless he could eliminate both Salin and Sika as well. Presently, it seemed these 2 individuals possessed greater combat prowess than anticipated. The divine sorcerer noticed the enemy mage speaking and felt a surge of fear, yet Salin paid him no mind, instead commencing preparations for magic. In the previous battle, Salin had scarcely expended 1/10 of his magical strings, but now he was gearing up for a second-tier spell, with only one opportunity to strike. The gun swordsman donned magical armor, making it likely that a first-tier spell would be ineffective. Typically, a first-tier mage can only learn a single second-tier spell, and after one use, their magical strings are entirely consumed. Salin's magical strings were peculiar, nearly double that of other mages of his level. With no expenditure, he could cast 2 consecutive second-tier spells. The distinction between second-tier and first-tier magic is vast, both in combat radius and potency. Salin's proficiency with second-tier spells was not yet refined. He needed to synchronize gestures and incantations for effective casting. The adversary and Appos' gun swordsman, now in a state of panic, found himself ensnared by Sarah and Appos' soft sword, unable to mount a strong offensive or escape. Amidst the low, indistinct murmurs of incantation, a white mark began to materialize between Salin and Appos' hands. The mark elongated instantaneously, piercing through the air and aiming directly at the chest of the gunsword master. In a desperate bid, he thrust his blade gun forward, erupting in a crimson glow. He poured all his fledgling sword energy into his weapon, executing a self-destructive maneuver. Even if he managed to withstand Salin's magical onslaught, grievous injuries were inevitable. Yet, he clung to a glimmer of hope. If the diviner could resolve the situation, enduring some injuries would not matter. However, his hope was swiftly dashed. Upon witnessing Salin's intervention, Sarah immediately abandoned him, showing no inclination to flank the enemy, instead turning to assault the diviner directly. The white mark represented an ice arrow, akin in attack form to an ice spike, yet vastly superior in power and range. The gunsword master and Appos' blade gun froze instantly, after fending off Salin and Appos' assault. Even the blood in his arms nearly congealed. As a mere novice swordsman, had he been a sword saint, a single thrust would have likely shattered Salin's magic with ease. Seeing Salin and Appos' move, Sika leapt from her position, soaring over 10 meters in mere moments, and reached the gunsword master in just a few strides, bringing her staff down upon him. Her weapon tapered from thick to thin, its weight surpassing that of any war hammer on the battlefield. Just as the gunsword master caught his breath, Sika's staff was upon him. With no time to evade, he could only raise his blade gun to withstand the blow. He harbored a flicker of luck, believing his adversary to be a petite girl, and thought that her staff, though stout, might be merely for show. The members of the Falcon Mercenary Corps, now unrestrained, even Cook, nursing a fractured arm, joined the assault against the opposing diviner. If word of this incident got out, they would all be doomed. The Holy See's Inquisition was not to be trifled with. It was filled with fanatics. The chilling tales of the Inquisition sent shivers down their spines. Their only avenue of escape lay in silencing the witnesses. The diviner and Appos' countenance twisted into a grimace. Realizing he had been trapped by the enemy's mage, he knelt suddenly, fully aware that there was no escape. Salin was taken aback. Was he begging for mercy? The radiance emanating from the diviner intensified, bathing everyone in a blinding, searing light that made it nearly impossible to keep their eyes open. He began to recite a prayer to the divine. Believers, you need not fear. A chill gripped Songhong and Appos' heart. The adversary was invoking the divine. This act, commonly referred to as summoning, or incarnation as termed by the church, could exponentially amplify a diviner's prowess. Of course, the fate that awaited the diviner post-summoning was typically dire. Few would dare to undertake such a risk unless they were fervent zealots. Not everyone could wield the power of incarnation. It was reserved for the clergy within the church, and only those of at least the rank of a first-level priest, who typically presided over a grand cathedral with thousands of followers, could hope to execute such a feat. Chapter 28. The Unworthy to Kill, Part 1. This time, they had truly stirred up trouble. A first-class divine officer, should he perish here, the Holy See would undoubtedly pursue the matter relentlessly. Death was inevitable. Whether one extended their neck or retracted it, the outcome remained the same. The crimson and eerie visage contorted into an abstract pattern, and the soft whip in his hand quivered with a deadly precision, thrusting towards the divine sorcerer like a spear. The radiance enveloping the divine sorcerer intensified, as if his very garments were ablaze. Suddenly, from the tip of the crimson whip emerged a sinister black serpent and Appos' head. Grotesque and vicious, which lunged at the sorcerer and Appos' chest. The serpent and Appos' head, having traversed through the divine light, had diminished slightly. And this strike failed to inflict harm upon the sorcerer. He merely shuddered and continued his incantations. Lucas and Appos' iron-feathered arrow was deflected by the divine light, while Sarah and Appos' soft sword failed to even graze the sorcerer and Appos' attire. The most unfortunate was Cook, whose steel claws collided harshly with the sorcerer and Appos' abdomen, resulting in a shattered wrist. Shika, you and Pino go. Salin felt uneasy with Pino alone at his side, yet it was clear that Shika had to intervene. If the sorcerer completed his summoning, they would all perish. The presence of any ambushes in the vicinity was now of little concern to Salin. Pino said nothing as he brandished his longsword and charged towards the sorcerer. Sheikah followed closely behind, and just as Pino's blade was about to pierce the sorcerer's throat, Sheikah accelerated, swinging her massive club downwards. Boom. The two strikes landed almost simultaneously. Pino and Apos' sword skidded aside while Sheikah and Apos' club rebounded upwards, sending her tumbling backward. The sorcerer's radiance dimmed, and he collapsed forward, his face striking the ground with a jarring thud. Lucas, swift as lightning, seized the triangular sword from the ground and plunged it into the back of the sorcerer and Amp, Apos' skull. The sorcerer and Amp, Apos' light extinguished entirely, and the group, panting heavily, came to a weary halt. The triangular sword penetrated the sorcerer's cranium, embedding itself into the earth, creating a wound the width of a palm, one that even a divine envoy could not mend. The sorcerer writhed on the ground, still refusing to succumb. Only then did Sheikah cease her rolling, gazing in astonishment at the sorcerer, impaled into the ground. Not me. Sheikah was perplexed. Her blow had undoubtedly failed to breach the sorcerer and Apos' defenses, merely causing a momentary delay. Be careful, Songhong bellowed, as the soft whip lashed out with a whistling sound. Lucas resorted to striking with his short bow, yet he was unable to avert the unfolding catastrophe. A shadow surged into Cook and Apos' abdomen, launching him upward nearly 3 meters before he crashed heavily to the ground. A gaping hole marred his belly, blood seeping forth sluggishly. What is happening? The group stood helplessly as Cook writhed on the ground. The pain in his abdomen had dulled, replaced by a creeping numbness. Yet the sensation of life ebbing away was all too vivid. A creature within him was desperately releasing venom while simultaneously siphoning his bodily fluids. In no time, the wound in Cook's abdomen had expanded to over a foot in diameter. Salin clutched a third-level magic core, desperately hastening the recovery of his magical threads. However, nearly a minute had passed since the battle commenced, and the magic threads he had restored were insufficient to support even a first-level spell. Regret washed over him. Had he known the perilous nature of this place, he would have procured several magical scrolls for emergencies. Cook. Sarah crouched down, intent on assisting, when a black creature suddenly leapt from Cook and Apos' abdominal wound, lunging towards her. Sarah rolled to the side just in time, while the nearby Pino and Amp, Apos' longsword cleaved through the dark creature. The creature emitted a series of frantic screeches as it soared toward the stone wall, whereupon everyone beheld its true form, a black spider. Its fist-sized body was covered in glossy black bristles, and it possessed 6 wildly rotating eyes. From the corpse of the deceased sorcerer emerged another identical spider, and the two creatures slowly drew near, showing no inclination to flee. It and Apos' a demon hunter spider. Salin warned loudly. The others, their eyes wide with terror, realized Cook was doomed. The sorcerer had also fallen prey to the demon hunter spider. Sheikah's attack had merely interrupted the sorcery, allowing the spider to infiltrate the sorcerer's body through the ensuing gap. Salin focused intently, controlling 3 bubbles to shield himself while fervently absorbing the magic core in his possession. If he could secure just 10 minutes, he would regain his combat prowess. Meanwhile, the others seemed to have forgotten the imminent danger and charged towards the 2 demon hunter spiders. With a sigh, Salin murmured, "Sheikah, go assist them. I am fine here." He recognized that the remaining 4 should have no trouble confronting the 2 spiders, yet the demon hunter spiders were notoriously difficult to kill. Their swiftness posed a risk of unforeseen complications if the battle dragged on. The demon hunter spider, a level 4 creature, lacked a magic core. Its characteristics included potent venom, remarkable speed, and fangs capable of gnawing through magical or divine barriers. Expert at stealth, it did not spin webs but preferred to wander in caves, hunting magical beasts. It would burrow into the bodies of these creatures, releasing venom that turned their innards into liquid sustenance. Typically, demon hunter spiders operated alone. Their 8 razor-sharp legs could instantly rend the flesh of magical beasts, penetrating their bodies with ease. Such creatures were favored by sorcerers, yet now, amidst the frenzy, Salin dared not suggest sparing any. What a pity for those 2 magical pets. At that moment, Songhong's whip had ensnared one of the demon hunter spiders. The spider and Amp, Apos' forelegs flailed, severing the tip of the whip as it rolled backward. Sheikah dashed forward, striking the spider with a club, which produced a shrill cry as the spider was flattened but not yet dead, desperately spewing forth black venom. Sheikah dodged, but the nearly flattened spider, with its 8 legs thrashing, somehow managed to rise again. Salin sensed a slight restoration of his magical threads and endeavored to prepare a spell. As he completed his incantation, A radiant white light illuminated the ground, ensnaring the other demon hunter spider. A first-level spell, Instant Frost. The spider possessed high magical resistance, rendering the spell effective for less than a second, yet that was sufficient. Its greatest hindrance was its extraordinary speed, rendering the attacks of the two combatants nearly futile. The enchantment cast by Salin caused a layer of white frost to instantaneously coat the surface of the demon-hunting spider, while Lucas's iron-feathered arrow swiftly pierced the creature into the ground. Without the swordsman's cooperation, it would have been impossible to vanquish such a formidable foe. Conversely, these swordsmen would also be incapable of defeating the swift fourth-tier creature without Salin and Appos' magic. Salin began to grasp the reason behind the esteemed status of mages. Even a first-tier mage could potentially alter the outcome of a battle. Intervening to halt the gruesome dismemberment by Songhong and others, Salin stated, "I require an intact demon-hunting spider carcass for the creation of a puppet. The other one can be sold for coin." At that moment, he was unable to inscribe scrolls, let alone fabricate puppets, which necessitated extensive knowledge of magical arrays. Nevertheless, the materials from the demon-hunting spider were exceedingly rare, as they preferred solitary existence and remained elusive in the dim recesses of caves. Despite the absence of a magic core, the claws of the demon-hunting spider possessed the ability to breach magical or divine defenses, making them one of the finest materials for puppet crafting. As Salin stowed the jet-black demon-hunting spider into a satchel, his magical reserves were replenished by a fifth, allowing him to cast approximately 4 first-tier spells. At this juncture, his water-patterned shield had dissipated, and the 3 massive bubbles seemed to have never existed. Salin silently calculated that the mutated water-patterned shield had only lasted less than 3 minutes in the air. This spell was sufficient to endure a battle, but inadequate for prolonged defense. The remaining 4 members of the Kanjiing mercenary corps began to excavate the cave to lay Cook to rest, while Salin commenced the collection of spoils. The armor of those slain by sickle lay in ruins, rendering them devoid of any value. The opposing archer bore no remnants of magical arrows, only a handful of gold coins. Even more disconcerting was the letter, which commanded a first-tier priest to venture into the chaotic marsh to cooperate with the Holy CS operations. This mission was delineated only by a code name, devoid of any descriptive content. Kekshin himself was oblivious to the meaning behind the codename Humility, serving merely as a forerunner who entered the chaotic marsh with the Vulture Mercenary Corps, awaiting further directives. The letter bore the unfamiliar signature of Faka. Salin passed the letter around for all to peruse, and the atmosphere within the cave grew increasingly grave. The Holy See had established dominion over the Tangula's empire in the continent of Mels through over 2 centuries of governance, becoming a formidable entity. Not to mention the Holy Knight stationed on the Radiant Plane, the Inquisition, which operated outside the Privy Council, was enough to instill fear in the hearts of most. These constituted merely the conventional forces. The most daunting threat came from the 7 divine envoys under the Pope's command. It was said that these envoys had received divine favor, possessing powers beyond this world. Each envoy wielded the capabilities of a 9th-tier mage, and Salin and his companions had just slain the vanguard of the 7 divine envoys. The mere thought of this sent Songhong spiraling into suicidal despair. If a trivial priest were to go missing, the Holy See would not embark on a lengthy investigation. However, the current priest had vanished while on a mission, and even a fool would discern the implication of foul play. Although the Falcon Mercenary Corps left no significant mark within the professional guild, having merely employed 2 minor level 1 mercenaries, the issue remains that there must have been witnesses to the presence of Songhong and others in Didipus. If the church were to investigate, it would be impossible for Songhong and his companions to conceal this truth. Chapter 29, The Unjustly Slain, Part 2. In my view, since the deed has been done, it is prudent to contemplate how to evade the relentless pursuit of the Holy See. Saren, however, remained unperturbed. After all, he intended to journey to the Qingyin Empire, and this incident merely expedited his plans. He registered as a mercenary, seeking to amass some funds to cover the expenses of studying magic. Songhong, perplexed, reflected on his own circumstances. He hailed from wealth and had relatives in his hometown. Should this matter come to light, the Inquisition would scarcely differentiate between his kin and the incident at hand. Moreover, it was untenable to remain in Skosenia. Fleeing would necessitate seeking refuge in the Qingyin Empire, where there was no guild for professionals. Such a course would squander the 5,000 gold coins he had set aside, along with his personal savings, which were deposited in the Imperial Bank of Skosenia. After years of toil, witnessing the demise of 5 comrades as close as brothers, was his reward merely a flight from danger? Perhaps the ruins within the chaotic marshes might offer some recompense, though it was equally possible they would yield nothing at all. For the moment, it was best to focus on the immediate tasks at hand, regardless of what lay within the ruins. Once they had explored thoroughly, I and Sicko would venture to the Chinese Empire, while you all might as well head to the Cloudflow Empire and set sail. If the agents of the Holy See could not locate you, they would be unable to ascertain your involvement. Saren spoke with an air of nonchalance, as if the act of slaying the divine sorcerer bore no weight upon his conscience. Allow me 20 minutes to recuperate. I shall restore my magical strings and then we shall proceed. Saren wished to avoid alarming Song Hong and the others, yet subtly reminded them that an unknown number of foes awaited ahead. There was no time for sorrow or panic at this juncture. Let us take a brief respite at this junction. We shall depart in 20 minutes. Song Hong issued a succinct command, albeit with a hint of despondency. Saren maintained a facade of composure, though internally he was beset by unease. Offending Count Su Fengsuo was one matter, but incurring the wrath of the Holy See was a perilous affair, often leading to dire consequences. Even as a 6th-level sorcerer with a magical tower, he was not immune to the frenzied attacks of the Inquisition. Once religious disputes arose, they invariably escalated into a relentless cycle of vengeance. The Holy See had no churches within the Chinese Empire, yet the Inquisition was omnipresent. It seemed that his aspirations for a secluded life devoted to study were growing increasingly unattainable. Maintaining his outward calm, Saren endeavored to absorb the power from the magical core, striving to restore his magical strings. Had he been a grand sorcerer, Count Su Fengsuo's son would surely have granted him a favor, sparing Daika from harm. He would not have needed to flee, would not have encountered Song Hong, nor would he have been compelled to slay an officer of the Holy See. Yet, such is fate. A seemingly trivial beginning predestines the ensuing conclusion. The Cloudflow Empire boasted numerous islands beyond the reach of the Holy See's minions, rendering it unlikely they would ever find him. However, four enemy squads lay ahead, 2 of which belonged to the Vulture Mercenary Corps. Alongside a fleeing team and a hunting party, the strength of these groups undoubtedly exceeded that of his own. Cook had perished. Lucas had expended half of his iron-feathered arrows. Pino bore injuries, and Sarah had sustained an injury to one of her hands. Could such a beleaguered team safely reach the ruins? Song Hong glanced towards Saren, who had restored a significant portion of his magical strings. He reignited the light of his glow spell, shrouding the team in a veil of mist, thereby safeguarding them within the realm of his magic. Song Hong sensed no emotional fluctuations emanating from the young sorcerer, as if they had merely dispatched an ordinary individual rather than a first-tier divine envoy under the 7 gods. A sense of calm washed over Song Hong. Despite the sorcerer and Apos' novice rank, he possessed the potential to enhance the team and Apos' combat prowess remarkably. The young mage exhibited considerable prowess against assassins, leaving the remaining 4 members to contend solely with swordsmen and divine practitioners, a comparatively manageable task. Salin lifted his eyelids, his azure gaze fixed on Song Hong, and smiled reassuringly. There is no need for concern. Were we in the wilderness, our odds would be slim, however, in this environment. Unless our adversaries boast a mage of superior rank, we are unlikely to encounter further peril. Let us proceed. After approximately 20 minutes of travel, Sarah halted, gesturing for Salin and the others to approach before signaling. Aware that Salin, being merely a first-tier mage, could not cast a soundless barrier, he inscribed on the ground with his finger, "Proceed as before, but reduce our speed by half." Salin nodded in understanding. Under the shroud of the confusing mist, the entire team slowed to half their previous pace and continued onward. Salin began to sense the presence of the enemy assassins. For lower-tier mages, assassins were exceedingly vexatious foes. Without advanced magical shields, mages found it exceedingly challenging to withstand the sudden onslaught of assassins. If an assassin had mastered sword energy, a strike from the shadows could effortlessly pierce through an intangible shield and Apos' defenses. Until a mage reached the 4th tier, assassins were akin to their natural adversaries, instilling a profound sense of unease. Though Salin's combat experience was scant and his knowledge primarily gleaned from tomes, he retained a crucial piece of wisdom. In battle, it was imperative to eliminate the assassin first. Regardless of a swordsman and Apos' strength, their skills were balanced, as long as the mage did not make significant blunders. A defeat among peers of equal rank was improbable. Assassins, despite also cultivating sword energy, excelled in stealth, and their sudden bursts of power could prove far more terrifying than that of swordsmen. The optimal strategy against an assassin was to preemptively strike before they could act. It was a crevice in the rock at the cave and Apos' apex. Had it not been for the extraordinary scope of Salin and Apos' confusing mist, the two assassins would have remained undetected. Salin felt a surge of elation, quickly followed by vigilance. Typically, assassins scouted ahead of the team. Why were these two lurking at the rear? If they had discerned his presence, it was implausible, for if they recognized the mist as a mage's doing, they would realize their cover was blown and would not foolishly remain concealed, awaiting his magical arrival. In a moment of urgency, Salin grasped Songhong and Apos' hand, drawing him closer. His gaze directed toward the cave ceiling, uncertain how to convey his thoughts, regretting his lack of familiarity with mercenary knowledge. He knew that the gestures were intricate enough to substitute for words. In desperation, Salin manipulated the glow spell, conjuring a line of text in a sickly green luminescence in the air. Assassins behind us, something is amiss. Songhong, far more seasoned than Salin, immediately comprehended the message upon seeing the words. In that moment, he found himself admiring the young sorcerer. Songhong discerned that Salin and Sika were mere novice mercenaries, devoid of any substantial experience. Yet, throughout their journey, these two had not only evaded trouble but had also emerged as the principal forces in battle. Had it not been for the young sorcerer, their team would have undoubtedly met with disaster during that recent skirmish. Even if they managed to vanquish the divine spellcaster, they would have been annihilated by the onslaught of the demon spider. Songhong gestured a slicing motion across his throat, signaling Salin to deal with the two assassins first. Salin nodded, summoning a shimmering white light in his hands. Employing his usual method, a colossal ice sphere soared towards the crevice in the cave ceiling, targeting the precise midpoint between the two assassins. These assassins were significantly more formidable than the previous ones. Upon being ambushed, they instinctively leaped from the rocky fissure above, despite the ice sphere not being aimed at them. This was the essence of true assassins, natural adversaries to sorcerers, with an acute sensitivity to danger. In terms of mental fortitude, a powerful assassin could rival even a sorcerer, and some possessed the ability to wield magical artifacts. Salin smirked. If you could evade this, then I would cease to be a sorcerer. With his lips pressed into a thin line, he focused his mental energy intensely. The ice sphere, gliding slowly through the air, came to an abrupt halt, perfectly positioned between the descending assassins. In the face of this scenario, a high-level sorcerer would only need to cast one more spell to eliminate both airborne assassins. The combination of secondary casting and instant spell casting rendered the sorcerer's magic a seamless onslaught, akin to a tempest unleashed. Chapter 30. The ascetic unlike other sorcerers. Salin held an extraordinary reverence for the magical strings, and his mental acuity was perpetually at its zenith, devoid of any deficiency. Thus, he diligently honed his control over magic. The ice sphere suspended in the air came to a sudden halt, then erupted, sending dozens of ice shards piercing into the bodies of the two assassins. Only then did Salin feel a profound sense of relief, unless both assassins had simultaneously cultivated necromancy. The loss of their heads would render them incapable of posing any further threat to him. This attack was executed with remarkable precision. Yet it inevitably revealed the presence of their party, igniting a fierce confrontation ahead. Salin whispered to Sika, "You go ahead and deal with their divine caster." "What about you?" Sika inquired, her concern evident. In the Caucasus region, her greatest honor as an exceptional warrior was to protect the priest. Sika was somewhat of a bewildered girl. Yet she held the concept of honor in the highest regard. Had she not encountered Salin, it was highly likely she would have been deceived by another mercenary group into servitude. Under the glow of the luminescent spell, Salin's complexion appeared an unsettling shade of green. Gritting his teeth, he urged, "Hurry." Sika was perplexed by Salin and Apos' anger. To her, this battle did not seem particularly arduous. The swordsmen on both sides were evenly matched, and their party had the advantage of a sorcerer, sufficient to sway the tide of war. It was no wonder Sika could not fathom Salin and Apos' impatience. Though he appeared calm outwardly, he harbored a sense of regret regarding this expedition, particularly for eliminating that divine caster. As the most learned individual in the group, he understood the implications of a divine envoy from the church. For a first-level sorcerer, retreating was not a mark of shame, especially when the enemy and Apos' strength rivaled that of a ninth-level sorcerer. Salin and Apos' choice could only be described as sagacious. Feeling a sense of grievance, Sika could not express her discontent towards Salin and instead channeled all her frustration onto the adversaries. The formidable physique of the Caucasians transcended that of ordinary swordsmen. And with Sika being a warrior of lineage, her massive club, forged from the leg bone of an extinct magical beast, was 100 times harder than steel. Emerging from the veil of confusion, she struck one of the divine casters on the head with a powerful blow. With a sickening crunch, the head of the divine caster, who had been healing a comrade, was obliterated like a rotten watermelon, its scalding brain matter splattering everywhere. The gun swordsman, who was being treated, was immediately drenched in the viscous substance, some even entering his mouth and nostrils. Before he could succumb to the rising nausea, Sika's club descended upon his head. The gun swordsman's defenses were not inferior to those of a shield bearer. However, Sika's club was not something that could be defended against. With that strike, the nauseating odor in the air intensified, and the gun swordsman, in his final moments, lost control of his bowels, filling the cavern with a bizarre stench, reminiscent of a predatory beast's passage. After dispatching the wounded, Sika began her search for another divine caster. The preceding battle was intensely fierce, and Lucas had exhausted his iron feather arrows, now wielding a triangular sword in a desperate fight. He found himself besieged by two heavily armored swordsmen, outnumbering a solitary archer. Despite Lucas and Apos' proficiency in close combat techniques, he was no match for the armored knights. However, Sika paid him little heed, for Sarah, armed with a soft sword, posed a greater threat. Sarah employed a martial art passed down from the Qin Empire, which proved far more effective in this skirmish than on the battlefield. Excluding the sword energy, Sarah was undoubtedly the most skilled fighter in their small team. At present, she was being relentlessly attacked by a short-haired middle-aged man, her right hand, healed by Salin, had suffered another injury, and her leather armor was soaked in blood. Song Hong and Pino fared little better. Their initial ambush had dispatched one gunsword fighter and two archers, but now they faced a heavily armored swordsman. Song Hong's resplendent armor had lost its vibrant hue, now appearing dull and grim, marred by a ghastly wound that nearly cleaved the armor in two. Although Song Hong's armor was ostensibly ornate, it was, in fact, a piece of magical armor. The heavily armored swordsman swung a massive sword, as wide as a door, fending off two opponents with ease and maintaining the upper hand. Song Hong and Pino dared not engage the swordsman and Apos' weapon, struggling to evade in the cramped cavern. Song Hong and Apos' whip had been severed, and Pino had long discarded his slender sword, now grasping a blade he had scavenged. Sika cast a glance across the battlefield and discerned something amiss. The enemy numbered 11. Salin had taken down 2, she had also dispatched 2, leaving 3 corpses on the ground, yet 4 adversaries remained standing. Sika had not spotted another sorcerer, so she advanced towards the short-haired man battling Sarah. This man bore an impassive expression, clad in a simple linen robe, appearing as an ordinary civilian without any distinguishing features. Yet, his martial prowess was astonishing. Sarah's extensive combat experience was rendered futile before him. Her soft sword lay limp, devoid of its former agility. Be cautious. He is a practitioner of bitter cultivation. Song Hong cried out as the heavily armored swordsman struck him thrice with his great sword, sending him airborne. Yet he still managed to warn Sika. At this moment, Sika had become their primary force, and Song Hong felt that the gold spent was not in vain. What precisely was a practitioner of bitter cultivation? Sika blinked. A massive staff swung horizontally, intercepting the short-haired man and Apos' assault on Sarah. The man's hands were encased in metallic gloves, resembling the enormous hands of a construct puppet. Sika's staff collided with these imposing hands, producing a resounding impact that left her momentarily dizzy. For the first time, she found herself outmatched in strength. Even the robust men in her village could not rival her. Yet, this staff, imbued with tremendous kinetic energy, was halted by seemingly ordinary metal gloves. A look of astonishment crossed the short-haired man and Apos' face. This girl possessed formidable strength. Without those gloves, he might have been overwhelmed by her strike. "Sorcerer, come forth," the short-haired man called out, seemingly indifferent to Sika. Directing his attention towards Salin, concealed within the mist of confusion. Salin was reluctant to venture out. Amidst the bewildering mist, his senses were remarkably acute. This was a battle, not a mere contest of skill. He understood that his abilities were unlikely to contend with the ascetic before him, whose gauntlets were likely artifacts of advanced magic. The ascetic appeared indifferent to the fate of his companions, prompting Salin to resolve to eliminate the others first, leaving the ascetic's fate to chance. Such powerful magical artifacts could only be wielded by practitioners of at least the 4th rank, and the ascetic far surpassed Salin in level, igniting within him an impulsive urge to flee. However, with Sheikah standing resolutely in front, he could not abandon her. As Sheikah chanted, intricate scales began to emerge upon her massive staff, shimmering in a dark azure hue, from which faint luminescence emanated through the gaps of the patterns, imbuing the staff with an almost sentient vitality. The material of Sheikah and Apos' weapon was derived from an ancient beast, and the incantation she spoke was one reserved for priests of the Caucasus, indicating that she was blessed by a high-level priest. Ordinary Caucasian warriors lacked the ability to wield any form of sorcery. Such prowess was bestowed by others and was not easily augmented, yet it did not diminish its potency. The staff, now animated by the spell, produced a low, resonant growl as it sliced through the air, transforming in the ascetic's perception into a primordial beast poised to pounce. Sensing the threat, the ascetic bit his tongue, spraying a jet of blood onto the metallic gauntlets. Instantly, crimson runes materialized upon the gauntlets. Salin recognized these as divine script. This script was not the language of deities, but rather a means of communication between believers and their gods. Only the most devout were granted such script, implying that this individual did not need to pray in a temple to receive divine abilities. A practitioner of divine script, Salin resolved not to let this individual escape. In that moment, he transcended his fear, or perhaps it had reached its zenith. He had unwittingly stumbled into a scheme orchestrated by the ecclesiastical order, evidently significant and overseen by a divine envoy. If he could not swiftly extricate himself from the presence of this envoy, he would meet his demise in the chaotic mire. Even before the arrival of Count Su Fangsober's assassins, among their party of 7, one had already perished, leaving Salin to ponder how many would escape the chaotic swamp alive. He began to chant an incantation, striving to maximize the potency of his second-tier magic. The spell he mastered was the Ice Arrow, which surpassed the Ice Spike in power by more than tenfold, excelling in speed, penetration, and freezing capability. Although Salin could normally cast the second-tier spell twice, he chose to hold back his ice arrows, continually drawing upon his magical energy, awaiting the most opportune moment to strike. This advanced method of casting demanded not only a high caliber of magical energy, but also a remarkable mental fortitude. Should a magician of lesser mental capacity attempt such a feat, the ice arrow could detonate in their hands, ultimately freezing the caster to death. Chapter 31. The Ascetic, Part 2. Magic is a double-edged sword. If wielded carelessly, it is oneself who suffers first. Salin is currently maintaining 3 glowing spells, 4 water-pattern shields, and 1 confusion mist, a level of mental energy consumption he has never experienced before. The ascetic perceives the threat posed by the mage as perilous as the Caucasian warrior before him. He cannot afford to be distracted. With one hand, he grips the air, and a brilliant golden spear materializes within his metallic glove, hurtling towards Salin amidst the confusion mist. The ascetic and Apos' mental prowess is formidable. The confusion mist seems ineffectual against him, and the golden spear darts straight for Salin's heart. Meanwhile, Sheikah's staff descends, the top of which transforms into the visage of a magical beast. This face is not grotesque, but carries an ancient, primal aura that exudes a formidable pressure. With a thunderous roar, the staff strikes the ascetic and Apos' right hand. The advanced magical metal glove is shattered by the blow, sending shards flying and revealing the ascetic and Apos' fingers as fragile as withered twigs. The ascetic, taken aback, clenches his left fist and strikes the beast's visage atop the staff. Divine runes swirl rapidly, and the beast's face emits a haunting roar before vanishing, causing Sheikah to appear drained, relinquishing his grip as the staff clatters to the ground. Salin's expression darkens. The golden spear lunges towards his heart. There is no time to evade. The 4 water-pattern shields instantaneously merge to block the spear's advance. Thud, thud, thud. 3 consecutive impacts shatter the shields, and the golden spear dims significantly. It glances off the 4th shield, veering off course to strike Salin at his waist. Salin feels as though he has been kicked by a galloping stallion, but the golden spear does not pierce his side. The force reverberates through his insides, causing him to lose his magical hold. The ice arrow in his hand is released, shooting forth a white line toward the ascetic and Apos' brow with accelerated speed. The ascetic sneers. He dismisses the magic of a mage at the end of his strength. The divine runes on his intact left metal glove swirl once more, catching Salin's ice arrow effortlessly. With a sickening crunch, the ascetic's mirth turns to shock as the ice arrow shatters, transforming into a spray of liquid. Acid splatters, an indication of 0-level magic. The mage he had underestimated manages to execute such a composite spell even while wounded. The metal glove is rapidly corroded, the divine runes faltering in their flow. Salin collapses within the confusion mist, while Sika kneels on the ground, weaponless. Pino lies lifeless, and Sarah and Apos' late arrival finds the Crimson Whip ensnaring the heavily armored swordsman, who is also disarmed. Lucas's triangular sword hangs suspended in the air, gritting her teeth. Sarah chooses not to assist Lucas but to continue her assault on the ensnared armored swordsman. If the Crimson falls, Lucas shall not survive either, apart from the ascetic. This heavily armored swordsman is their greatest adversary. The squad of the Azure Falcon mercenary group faces imminent annihilation. Sika slowly raises his head and hoarsely addresses the ascetic. To kill the priest, you must first slay me. She had lost the strength to attack, yet her words resonated with unwavering resolve. The ascetic, who had endured the sacrifice of a hand and the loss of an eye, was intimidated by Sheikah's presence. Decades of rigorous penance and prayer seemed insignificant compared to the purity and simplicity of Sheikah's utterance. Why did this heretic possess such power? The ascetic and Apos' strength stemmed from his steadfast faith, but in this moment, Sheikah had brought his beliefs to the brink of collapse. The power of the beast within Sheikah's staff was spiritually intertwined with her essence. The beast, dispelled by the enchanted gloves, should have left her mentally shattered as well. How could it be otherwise? Were the gods incapable of subduing this heretic? The ascetic, his single idol, appeared oblivious to the sorceress approaching him. Salin seized the forelimb of the demon-hunting spider and forcefully thrust it into the ascetic and Apos' forehead. The once impenetrable skull crumbled effortlessly before the spider and Apos' claws, and in an instant, the ascetic and Apos' solitary eye extinguished its light. Salin took a moment to catch his breath. This attack had drained him considerably, yet time was of the essence. Lucas had already been pierced by a blade gun, his triangular sword soaring through the air to eliminate an enemy. Such tactics might work in isolation, but against two adversaries, they exacted a fatal price. Raising his hand, Salin recited no incantation. Instead, he unleashed 3 successive splashes of acid, striking the gun swordsman. The acid corroded the entire visage of the gun swordsman, flesh sloughing away as he relinquished his weapon, desperately shielding his face, yet unable to avert the acid and Apos' relentless assault. The final armored swordsman had already shattered the Crimson Whip, his heavy sword swatting Sarah aside. Just as he intended to eliminate the crimson figure, he witnessed his comrades falling one by one. And that sorceress still retained the capacity for assault. Die! Salin roared, his eyes ablaze with madness, as a verdant radiance descended upon the heavily armored swordsman. The swordsman, paralyzed with terror, stumbled backward in flight. Yet only his feet managed to escape. His upper body remained behind, the green light vanishing within a mere second. The severed form bore wounds crystallized in ice, with not a drop of blood to be seen. Seeing his strategy succeed, Salin and Apos' legs buckled, and he sank to the ground. The magical strings had been completely expended. This was his final first-tier spell, the Ice Ring technique. An unconventional form of magic, it could only target a fixed opponent, with an attack duration of merely 1 second. Within that fleeting moment, the target would be ensnared by a razor-sharp ring of ice. Should the target remain still, the ice ring would dissipate after 1 second. Despite its formidable power, capable of slicing through any high-level magical armor, it was still regarded as a lackluster spell. Had the heavily armored swordsman not been a creature of panic, desperate to flee the range of magical harm, the ice ring technique would have posed no threat. Even if he had been momentarily stunned, he would not have met such a fate. This was all thanks to Salin's meticulous calculations. He dispelled the fog of confusion, using the demon-hunting spider to slay the ascetic, misleading his enemies into believing he had exhausted his magical strings. Then, with lightning speed, he unleashed 3 level 0 spells, catching the gun swordsman off guard and striking fear into the heart of the armored swordsman. Consequently, the ice ring technique compelled the armored swordsman to flee in terror. The swordsman did not perish, though his visage had been so ravaged that the bones were visible and he was blind, rendering him incapable of inflicting any harm upon Salin and the others. In a fleeting moment, Salin devised a strategy that would shatter the enemy's resolve, exemplifying the formidable power of a magician. By mastering the hearts and minds of adversaries, a magician becomes invincible. Salin recalled a phrase Jason once imparted to him, and in that instant, he grasped the profound wisdom it contained. The atmosphere within the cavern grew heavy, resonating with deep breaths as each individual bore their own unseen wounds. Sarah lay motionless on the ground, her stillness so profound that if it were not for her faint breaths, Songhong might have believed her to be deceased. Suddenly, Salin raised his gaze to the approaching Songhong and inquired, "Songhong, do you wish to slay me?" Songhong halted abruptly, meeting Salin's clear gaze, inhaling deeply before responding. "I merely wish to assess your injuries." "No need for that. You should tend to Sarah," Salin replied, unclasping a metal water flask from his waist, supporting Sheikah, and pouring a generous amount into her mouth. The restorative waters were significantly beneficial for Sheikah and Apos' injuries, yet Salin had no intention of extending the same aid to Songhong. He began to comprehend Songhong's sentiments. Had he not been so resolute in slaying the divine magician, Songhong's team might have had an avenue of retreat and would not have found themselves in such dire straits. "Sheikah, are you all right?" Salin observed Sheikah and Apos' staff being shattered by the ascetic and Apos' attack, worry etched upon his face. Sheikah regarded him as her savior, and she had indeed heard his words. Regardless of Salin and Apos' precocious maturity, he felt a profound sense of gratitude. "I am fine, though I cannot wield that power for the time being," Sheikah replied, moving her limbs slightly but opting not to engage in the battlefield cleanup, instead sitting quietly beside Salin. She recognized that Salin was nearing his limits. Unable to cast spells at present, Salin affectionately tousled Sheikah and Apos' hair, smiling as he said, "Sheikah, I am not a savior. Next time, do not exert yourself so." He spoke these words in Caucasian, to which Sheikah lowered her head and softly replied, "Understood, Captain." This was not an auspicious situation for a magician, particularly as the battle was far from over. At that moment, Salin pondered an odd question. When he first encountered Sheikah, she referred to him as a wild boar. Not a lecher. What could that possibly signify? Sarah was gravely injured and remained unconscious. Once Salin observed that Sheikah had sufficiently recovered, he entrusted the restorative waters to Songhong, and together with Sheikah, they began to clear the battlefield. Songhong's emotions began to stabilize as he bandaged wounds, administered the restorative water to Sarah, and dealt with the bodies of Lucas and Pino. It was unreasonable to place all the blame on Salin. He was hired by Songhong, and when confronting the enemy, considerations of their identity were secondary, elimination came first. The murderous intent that had previously surged began to dissipate as Songhong watched Salin ignite the corpses with black powder, releasing the bewildering mist anew, and commenced deliberations on their next course of action. Chapter 32, The Crimson Line Thief, Part 1. We cannot contend with 3 more teams. It was only after Sarah regained consciousness that Songhong spoke candidly to Salin. Sarah was no longer able to continue the fight. Songhong's eyes were tinged with red, and with his otherworldly appearance, he resembled an exquisite beauty, even more enchanting than Sarah herself. "Grant me half an hour, and we shall charge forth," Salin declared. His grip firm upon a third-level magic core, his face devoid of any youthful innocence, exuding a reassuring strength. The 4 of them sat within the confines of the bewildering mist, the faint luminescence casting a ghastly green hue upon their faces. As Salin sensed that his magical strings had recovered beyond half, he diverted his attention to inspect the wound at his waist. The spear, forged by a diligent practitioner through sacred inscriptions, had shattered 3 layers of the water-patterned shield, leaving Salin with a lingering dread. The water-patterned shield, originally a first-level spell, had been enhanced by Salin, its defensive capabilities nearly reaching the pinnacle of a second-level spell. It could even be considered akin to a third-level spell. Its sole flaw was the inability to be cast instantaneously. The shield morphed into a spherical form, deflecting any assault rather than absorbing it directly. The golden spear only slipped past after breaching the 3 layers of the water-patterned shield. Had Salin's reaction been a mere half-beat slower, he would surely have met his demise. What saved his life was not solely the altered magic. As Salin examined his waist, he discovered that his belt had been damaged, with an object within it having obstructed the golden spear. He reached through the tear in his belt and retrieved an item, Baron Minghui and Apos' ring, which had been bestowed upon him. The luminous gem had been sold for 100 gold coins, leaving behind a bare golden band. Salin had retained the ring due to its pure gold plating, the unrefined gold potentially useful in potion crafting. Now, a faint scratch marred its surface, the golden spear having grazed the band, yet the underlying material had thwarted its penetration, sparing Salin and Apos' life. A flicker of realization sparked within Salin. The material was remarkably sturdy, surpassing even that of a magical shield. It is known that shields crafted from second-level magic are far harder than steel. and the golden spear had succeeded only in scraping away a trace of gold from the ring's surface. The ring was peculiar. Though Salin possessed no knowledge of alchemy or fire magic, he devised his own method. He extracted a crucible from his pouch, casting the gilded ring inside before adding a vial of black magical flame potion. Gold has a low melting point, and the potion ignited with an orange-red blaze, gradually liquefying the gold and revealing the ring's true nature. The ring was of a greenish hue, metallic in texture, mottled in appearance. Inscribed within its interior was a circle of runes, written in the ancient Melser language. Salin recognized each character, yet their meaning eluded him. A simple conjecture suggested it was an ancient natural magic incantation. Long ago, the majority of mages revered the goddess of nature. Following the decline of the nature temple, this faction of mages faded into obscurity. Even if any remained, they no longer openly acknowledged their beliefs. This magical ring likely belonged to a mage who worshipped the goddess of nature, having been disguised for reasons unknown before falling into the possession of Baron Minghui. Salin initially believed he had been deceived, yet upon melting down the gold, he discovered a magical artifact with a history spanning at least 20,000 years. Naturally, no one practiced nature magic any longer, and even if there were practitioners, he himself could not grasp it. Contemplating this, Salin remained undeterred. After all, this item must possess considerable value, right? Without a trace of disappointment, he recited the incantations inscribed in the ring's inner side. In a mere 4 seconds, he completed the reading of the 24 characters. A barely perceptible green light manifested within the ring, seeping into Salin's palm. Suddenly, a buzzing sensation enveloped his mind, and he experienced a momentary dizziness. Seeing Salin lost in thought while holding a tattered ring, Sika, concerned by the absence of his usual spark, poked his side and inquired, "Captain, what is the matter?" "Ah," Salin exclaimed, drawing the attention of Tsonghong and Sarah. Blushing, he shook his head and replied, "It and Oppos. Es nothing, I and Oppos. Am just assessing my injuries. How about you take a sip of this?" Sika suggested, producing her cherished holy water, which she had purchased with the last of her silver coins after leaving the village. Salin gently pushed Sika's hand away, vividly recalling his last experience with holy water. It had been deceptively mild, yet upon contact with his skin, it proved more potent than wine and more dangerous than poison. Noticing Sika's sulking expression, Salin couldn't help but smile, genuinely delighted to realize that the ring was indeed a spatial artifact. What thrilled him further was the fact that he could utilize this spatial equipment. Being merely a first-level mage, he was incapable of wielding even ordinary magical tools, only able to activate scrolls or the constant magic embedded in a mage and amp, Oppos, S-rope. Typically, such spatial devices could only be employed by mages of 5th level or above, yet the space within this ring had fully unfolded before him. Inside the ring lay a circular space, albeit small. It made Salin's heart race with anticipation. Within this spatial realm were 3 items, undoubtedly ancient magical artifacts, containing his excitement. Salin slipped the ring onto his finger but refrained from immediately examining its contents, wary of Tsonghong and Amp, Oppos' lingering gaze. Humanity had gradually lost its faith during the 3rd dynasty. With the fall of the goddess Mels, and the true value of this ring likely extended far beyond that of a mere spatial artifact. Having absorbed a wealth of knowledge from his extensive reading and guided by a genuine mentor, Salin began to comprehend the formidable nature of Jason. No ordinary mage could accumulate wealth or possess an abundance of tomes and notes as Jason did. For mages without a lineage, obtaining even a single volume was a formidable challenge, while Salin had spent years studying without finishing a single one. It is worth noting that he did not read in a conventional manner. Rather, he relied on memory magic for rote memorization. The 3 items within the ring comprised a small green gourd, no larger than a palm, a necklace that appeared to be made of obsidian, though Salin could not ascertain its nature without extracting it, for materials such as steel rock, black crystal, certain smoky quartz, and some translucent feldspar could all exhibit a black hue. The 3rd item was a leaf, slightly wilted and yellowed, leaving Salin unable to discern its significance. Ultimately, Salin and Amp, Oppos' knowledge is predominantly rote memorization, lacking the integration necessary for spontaneous application. Upon uncovering the secrets of the ring, he even contemplated abandoning his exploration of the ruins. The 3 items within the ring, if sold individually, would likely suffice for several years of his training expenses. However, Salin quickly dismissed this notion. Provoking Count Suafong was one thing, but the trouble he had stirred was far too great. Having eliminated a 1st-level cleric under the divine emissary, along with a reclusive monk. Salin found himself with no escape route, and must now strive desperately to enhance his power. Should he discover suitable magical equipment within the ruins of the Second Dynasty, his life would gain a modicum of security, as mere monetary resources could no longer assure him safety. Thus, the contents of the ring must remain unsold. Since the ring could be utilized by him, it stands to reason that its contents might also be of use. At the start of his magical training, Salin merely aspired to a life where he could eat his fill daily and escape the indignities of oppression. Now, that dream felt increasingly distant. His foremost priority had become survival, ensuring he was not captured by the Holy See. The magical strings soon regained their strength. With a third-level magic core in hand and the white crystal ring gifted by Jason, Salin's recovery speed far surpassed that of an ordinary first-level mage. Sarah also sat up. Although the restorative water could not entirely heal her wounds, it at least allowed her some mobility, albeit combat was beyond her reach. Songhong. How far are we from the ruins? Salin felt his internal injuries had improved significantly as he stood and approached Songhong. He activated the invisible shield on his mage robe, preparing himself for any treachery. Should Songhong turn hostile, he would not hesitate to eliminate this half-beast man. At least 500 miles away, Songhong and Appo's complexion was pale. His injuries were not severe, but the death of his companion had left him despondent. How long until Sarah recovers? Salin subtly began to seize the initiative. Despite their contractual relationship, Songhong could no longer assert dominance over him. Everything would now be dictated by Salin. Otherwise, even if Salin were to leave, he had no means of exiting this cave. We shall disregard the front group. The Vulture Mercenary Corps has likely sensed something amiss. Any further attempts to ambush them would prove futile. Let Sika carry Sarah, and we shall traverse the redwoods with utmost haste. There are terrifying creatures and soul-sucking demons within. Our adversaries will not choose to confront us in this territory. Songhong inhaled sharply. The section of redwoods marked on his map was partially submerged, rendering it exceedingly perilous originally. They ought to have circumvented it. Salin discerned it as a shortcut, daring to cross it to avoid conflict with the front group. This young mage possessed a remarkably resilient spirit. Songhong himself had considered abandoning the exploration of the ruins. Yet he feared that such a decision would compel Salin to forsake Sarah. Noticing Songhong and Appo's silence, Salin smiled and remarked, "The individuals we have provoked are undoubtedly beyond our capacity to confront. If we do not achieve anything within the ruins, even if we manage to escape Skosinia, we will be left to live like strays, devoid of any prospects for advancement. Do you wish to toil in the countryside or serve as a henchman for a petty noble?" Songhong bit her lip and replied indignantly, "Very well, let us depart." Chapter 33. The Crimson Line Thief, Part 2. The soft crimson whip had been severed by the heavily armored swordsman, and now the weapon in hand was Lucas's triangular sword, accompanied by a blade lance strapped to his back. Sika carried Sarah, who was somewhat uncomfortable due to the cumbersome large club she bore. However, there was little choice. Among the group, Sika was presently the healthiest. Salin himself bore wounds, and it was impractical to expect the mage to carry the swordsman onward. The bewildering mist swirled within the cave, concealing the four of them. Soon, they reached the cave's end. The concerns that weighed on Crimson did not come to pass. The fleeing party ahead had likely exited the cave and entered the chaotic marshlands. The last squad of the Vulture Mercenary Corps was also absent from the cave. Ahead, daylight poured in, and the faint mist spilling from the cave now stood out conspicuously. There were puddles where fish gasped for breath in the shallow water. A large black cat waited patiently nearby, while a short-tailed hawk circled above, lending vibrancy to the forest. Salin felt an odd sensation after dispersing the bewildering mist. His perception did not diminish but rather expanded. Everything within 100 meters appeared vividly clear, from a green caterpillar emerging from the bark, secreting glistening slime, to leaf-cutting ants busily gnawing at the foliage, leaving behind the fibrous veins of the leaves. Salin even discerned a tortoise hidden beneath the ground. A low-tier magical beast adept at concealment, its breathing so slow it was nearly imperceptible. Yet Salin sensed the heartbeat of the tortoise, even feeling the rhythmic pulsations of its four hearts. A first-level mage typically has a perception range of about 10 meters, and such clarity would be unattainable. Without the bewildering mist, his perception would barely exceed 20 meters. Contemplating briefly, Salin removed the green ring, and his perception suddenly diminished, as if everything reverted to chaos. When he donned the ring again, his perception returned, and a smile crept upon his lips, an unexpected delight. The distance and clarity of perception dictated the range and efficacy of spellcasting. For instance, theoretically, a first-level spell could strike a target 20 meters away. But to achieve precision and evade the enemy's evasion, the spell must remain within the confines of his perception. Generally, a first-level mage's perception is limited to 10 meters. Beyond that distance, clarity begins to fade, necessitating visual correction. 10 meters is precisely the range where a swordsman's explosive power reaches its zenith. If a mage cannot expand their perception, they hold little advantage against a swordsman. Moreover, spells corrected by sight cannot possess tracking effects, allowing agile swordsmen to evade easily. Now, Salin and Apo's perception had expanded to 100 meters, alleviating concerns of inadequacy before achieving the rank of a Grand Mage. Suddenly, Crimson halted, prompting Salin to stop as well. Ahead, sounds of combat reached their ears, metal clashing, heavy breaths, and pained groans. Instinctively, Salin positioned himself behind a tree, his shoes now stained a dark brown by the mud. He was indifferent to this, while Sika gently set Sarah down, allowing her to lean against a tree. What a misfortune! Salin felt an overwhelming sense of frustration as the fleeing group, sharing his thoughts, plunged recklessly into the perilous mangrove. Neither the escapees nor their pursuers possessed mages or Caucasian warriors. Encountering a fearsome creature or a soul-sucking demon would leave little hope for survival. Had he foreseen this, Salin would have preferred to take a detour. Who goes there? Stand back, a voice called out from ahead. Accompanied by the swift flight of an arrow aimed directly at Salin. Taking shelter behind a tree, he instinctively became alert. There was no time to conjure the water ripple shield. He bent low, nearly flattening himself against the ground. The arrow unerringly pierced the trunk of the tree, soaring just above Salin and Apo's head. Its trajectory, descending from above, made evasion nearly impossible. Had he moved even slightly, it might have pierced through his skull. In that instant, Salin detected the archer. The elation of his enhanced perception dissipated, for his level was too low to have noticed this foe concealed 50 meters away. His expression turned frigid. At such a distance, his magic could not pinpoint the archer, leaving him defenseless. A Grand Mage could launch magical attacks from no less than 200 meters. Yet Salin could only watch helplessly as the archer atop the tree continued to draw his bow, knocking an arrow and taking aim. Red line is at work, clear out. The archer bellowed, weapon trained on Salin and his companions. What is the red line? Despite his extensive reading, Salin could not grasp the contemporary implications. Songhong and Apo's lips trembled slightly as he managed to respond. It is the Red Line Thieves and Apo's guild. Strange, that rings a bell. Zika, do you recall? The guild ranked 8th on the bounty list, known for slaying a target for 100 gold coins, with the leader, Red Line, worth 20,000. 20,000? Isn't that more than my own bounty? Salin recalled the significant price on his head placed by Count Sufang Sua, feeling an ominous sense that the Red Line Thieves and Apo's guild was not to be trifled with. With a sharp crack, the arrow was snapped, and Salin discarded the broken shaft, flashing a smile at the archer. Merlin Mage, Songhong exclaimed anxiously. Although the archer was audacious, his intent seemed to be merely to drive them away rather than to engage in combat. The Red Line Thieves Guild was a force he could not contend with. Even the entire Tsangshuan mercenary group might not dare to confront them. Salin smirked. That first arrow was meant to kill me. If I were to perish, do you think he would spare you? I shall avenge that arrow. If you fear, stay here. As he spoke, Salin activated the giant strength spell imbued in his magical robe, charging towards the archer. Giant strength was a first-level magic, a hybrid spell that augmented the user's strength and resilience, fundamentally rooted in earth magic. Salin could only wield it with the aid of the magic core he possessed. Foolish. The archer and Apo's expression twisted into a snarl. His keen eyesight allowed him to discern Salin and Apo's insignia upon his robe, an unmistakable mark of a mere first-level mage. As long as he maintained distance, the archer posed a greater threat to a first-level mage than any assassin. Salin's movements were somewhat clumsy, lacking the wind speed spell. His speed was only marginally swifter than that of an ordinary person. The archer swiftly drew his bow to half-drawn and released an arrow. Thud! A bubble shattered, and the shield of water rippled away. The archer, with fluid grace, knocked a second arrow, the two arrows aligning almost perfectly, once more piercing through a second bubble. I wonder how many magical strings you possess. As the archer prepared for his third shot, 3 arrows were already poised between his fingers. Salin maintained a composed demeanor as bubbles, each the size of a basin, materialized before him, absorbing the archer and Apos' relentless barrage. At distances of 40 meters, 30 meters, and 20 meters, with every 10 meters gained, the archer unleashed at least 9 arrows, each time one of Salin and Apos' bubbles burst. A new one immediately replenished its place. The archer and Apos' expression grew grave. Could this magician be a master sorcerer in disguise? Impossible. True archmages could not be so easily overcome. As he pondered, the situation began to turn against him. Salin advanced to within 20 meters, still perched upon the tree, longing to escape, yet finding it impossible. For this was the closest distance achievable by magic. Even if Salin was indeed a genuine first-level mage, he could now pose a lethal threat. The closer Salin approached, the calmer the archer became. He found himself reminiscing about his childhood, recalling how he would humbly appease a petty merchant for a mere half-loaf of bread. He would endure their blows in silence, never knowing what it meant to resist. It was and Apos' until one fateful day, when he was imprisoned for a single gold coin and Jason came to his rescue, that he realized his previous life had been one of torment. The archer, unwilling to succumb to inaction, set aside his bow and drew a short sword from his waist, leaping toward the tree. He could not fathom that a magician possessed any close combat prowess. If he could only close the distance to within 10 meters. Suddenly, a dull thud resonated as an ice spike, thicker than an arm, struck the archer's head, shattering his skull in an instant. Songhong was taken aback. This blow exceeded his understanding of magic. Mercenaries of a 4th-level guild were not entirely ignorant of magic. Salin had employed a 1st-level spell, which Songhong could discern. Yet the potency of this spell was astonishingly formidable, the massive ice spike traveling with such swiftness that Songhong could scarcely perceive it. This signified that as long as Salin and Apos' magic was locked on, there would be no escape for any practitioner below the 4th level. Following the strike, Salin adjusted himself to peak condition. He flawlessly merged 3 advanced techniques: secondary casting, 2nd-level spells, and instantaneous magic, allowing his 1st-level spell to manifest effects akin to those of a 3rd-level spell. Gazing at the archer and Apos' shattered head, which lay before him, Salin lamented, "What a pity. 100 gold coins wasted." Chapter 17. Moving Forward, Part 1. Songhong had ceased to ponder over anything further. The moment Salin had slain the cleric of the church, their paths should have diverged. It was too late for regrets now. After all, what was the killing of members of the Red Line Thieves and Apos' guild? When debts pile up, one need not fret, and when there are many lice, they do not bite. Since he could no longer survive in Scocenia, he resolved to take a bold risk. Surrendering everything to fate, he retrieved his sword gun from behind, inhaling deeply the metallic scent of blood-laden air. He said to Salin, "Merlin Mage, I must trouble you to ensure the protection of Sarah. I will guard you, and from this moment on, our spoils shall be shared equally." Only 2 of Songhong and Apos' companions remained, their combat prowess inferior to that of Salin and Sika. His sole reliance now was the secret of the ruins he possessed. What Salin desired most was indeed this very ruin. "Do you require a moment and Apos' respite?" Songhong queried, noting Salin and Apos' deployment of that spell. He feared it might be a fleeting endeavor. If Salin were to fall, he would surely share the same fate. "Unnecessary, let us proceed," replied Salin. Grasping yet again the 3rd-tier magic core, which had diminished in value after several absorptions and was on the verge of becoming obsolete. Such a 3rd-tier magic core was worth 150 gold coins. In the span of merely half a day, Salin had expended one, illustrating the extravagant costs associated with the mage profession. The fierce clashes echoing from the woods ahead indicated a balance of power. Otherwise, the conflict would have concluded silently. The tenacity of the pursued group, still exhibiting such strength, garnered newfound respect. These humans were clashing in the territory of magical beasts, creating an uproar so significant that the nearby creatures had fled, showing no desire to intervene. The ground was littered with corpses. Salin had not anticipated the ferocity of the combat ahead, as every few steps revealed another lifeless body. Songhong's expression grew peculiar. He bent down to examine a corpse closely and informed Salin, "The vultures have been entirely wiped out. This individual was a captain of a 100-man squad. Search for the body of the divine sorcerer." Salin and Apos' primary concern was whether the divine sorcerer hidden among the vultures was dead. If so, it would be for the best. Whoever had dealt the fatal blow would inadvertently bear the blame. Could this be it? Songhong picked up a severed finger, adorned with divine inscriptions, its nail remarkably long. "Fanatic, Salin finally displayed some erudition. His foundational knowledge was no less than Song Hong's. Many fanatics were covered in divine markings, leaving no area untouched. Perhaps their training was not as rigorous as that of the ascetics, yet the power wielded by these zealots was far more formidable. "There's another here," Sika called out. Clearly, this fanatic had been dismembered, with body parts scattered all around, none weighing more than half a pound. It was the regular army, Song Hong stated in a low voice, contrasting sharply with his appearance. "Regular army?" Salin echoed, astonished. The term referred to the loyal military forces of the four great empires, whose combat capabilities far surpassed those of mercenaries. The question remained, how had the regular army come to be within the domain of adventurers? The chaotic marsh holds no military significance, nor does it belong to any member of the royal family. Observe, as Song Hong pries open the exterior of a corpse, revealing the dark, heavy armor beneath. This is a suit of refined steel-scale armor. Only the regular army would dare to don such a thing. For any other faction would be akin to treason. Salin also bent down, tearing off a piece of tattered cloth to wipe the blood from the corpse's face. With black hair, dark eyes, and an unremarkable visage, his nose slightly less prominent. Despite some distortion of features, one could still discern the differences from the Scosenian people. This is a person from the Chinese Empire. Should we take a detour? Song Hong realized that he had become entangled in more than one predicament. The Vulture Mercenary Corps evidently had other missions, having temporarily latched onto the clues of the Red Line Thieves Guild, whose target was none other than the regular army of the Chinese Empire. Now that the Vulture Mercenary Corps had been annihilated, it seemed unnecessary for him to proceed any further. Salin hesitated as well, with the divine emissaries of the Vulture Mercenary Corps now deceased. A swift retreat would allow him to temporarily evade the church's pursuit. However, he soon considered that aiding the regular army of the Chinese Empire might afford him allies upon his arrival there. Song Hong acknowledged that while the ruins might yield no rewards, tangible benefits lay before them. He nodded and began to search the body for money and equipment. For mercenaries, this was second nature, devoid of any psychological aversion. The Red Line Thieves and Oppos guild was affluent. If they could seize some spoils, it would prove more valuable than exploring the ruins. After all, the ruins might hold nothing, while the members of the Red Line Thieves Guild would undoubtedly possess substantial promissory notes. Generally, thieves' guilds would not engage in such practices. The Red Line Thieves Guild was indeed a peculiar exception. Sarah nodded, while Sheikah smeared blood across Sarah's face, disguising her as a corpse. As the three of them moved towards the sound of fierce combat, they arrived at a clearing within a forest, where the ground beneath their feet suddenly turned dry. A dozen individuals were entangled in a fierce skirmish, their blades clashing with ferocity. Song Hong led the charge into the fray, his sword thrust directly at a member of the Thieves and Oppos guild. The opposing factions were easily distinguishable by their attire. The thieves donned leather armor, while those being pursued were clad in common garb, beneath which lay the refined steel-scale armor. The Red Line Thieves and Oppos guild still had 12 members, while only 4 swordsmen remained of the fleeing party. Salin and Oppos' keen perception swiftly surveyed the battlefield. Grasping the situation, the Red Line Thieves and Oppos guild held a decisive numerical advantage. The 4 swordsmen, now separated by the thieves, struggled in their individual battles. The most formidable of them wielded an unusual longsword, fending off the attacks of 6 thieves. This Chinese swordsman and Oppos' blade was 4 feet in length, reminiscent of a heavy sword, yet its body was proportionately balanced, featuring 3 raised ridges along the blade to enhance its strength. Could this be the renowned Chinese 8-sided sword? The longsword gleamed with unmatched sharpness, and in the hands of the Chinese swordsman, its aura surged, rendering the 6 thieves unable to approach him. The swordsman, wielding the 8-sided sword of Qin, was presently consumed by fury. He found himself ensnared by 6 thieves, unable to rescue his comrades, and could only watch helplessly as his subordinates were slaughtered one by one. Even more incensed than he was Song Hong, who, upon plunging into the fray with his blade gun, realized that Salin and Zika had yet to engage. Though the blade gun was a requisite weapon for mercenaries, Song Hong struggled to wield it effectively, facing an armored swordsman, the sole member of the bandit group, clad in metal armor. Song Hong positioned the blade gun to parry the heavy sword and Oppos' strike, yet the wire-bound shaft was nearly severed by the blow, threatening to render it useless. Unfazed by the presence behind him, the heavily armored swordsman raised his sword once more, delivering a flurry of rapid strikes that left Song Hong with no opportunity for counterattack, forcing him to endure the onslaught. Was that diminutive mage plotting to betray him? A chill gripped Song Hong and Amp, Apos' heart. He regretted revealing any murderous intent towards the sorcerer. He recalled the captain's admonition. If you lack the certainty to slay a mage, never let them perceive your thoughts. Mages are the most vengeful of individuals. Offending them is far more perilous than incurring the wrath of an emperor. Salin had discerned the situation. One of the strongest members of the Red Line thief group was not participating in the assault, but rather observing from the sidelines. This bandit leader wielded a dagger, which was somewhat elongated, resembling a short sword. His face was obscured by a black cloth, edged with a thin red line. Salin and Apos' perception swept across the scene. Only this thief seemed aware, his gaze fixed intently upon Salin, concealed behind a massive tree. Such keen awareness was indicative of a mid-level swordsman. A mid-level swordsman, classified as a level 5 practitioner, possessed formidable sword energy, equating in combat prowess to that of a level 4 mage. Unlike archers, should he close the distance, Salin would be doomed. A flicker of fear coursed through Salin. Yet it was overshadowed by exhilaration. The mid-level swordsman was not beyond his reach. As a mage of lineage, Salin understood that professional ranks merely serve as a reference. Before sword energy could manifest as an external attack, even a novice mage could slay a high-ranking swordsman. Only the sword saint was truly invincible. Moreover, with Zika nearby, despite her uncertain level, he felt assured that she could at least hinder this swordsman. Salin and Apos' confidence was bolstered, in part, by the presence of Zika, a mage endowed with the prowess of a Caucasian warrior, whose combat capabilities would surge dramatically. Emerging gradually from behind the tree, Salin was surrounded by 6 floating bubbles. This was his limit, sustaining 6 water-pattern shields that consumed half of his mental energy. Should he attempt to increase this number, he would be unable to manage his offensive spells. The dagger-wielding thief, witnessing this spectacle, felt a tremor at the corner of his mouth. Maintaining 6 defensive spells? Could it be that he was a grand mage? Although mid-level swordsmen were categorized as equivalent to level 4 mages in terms of combat strength, facing a grand mage was a different matter entirely. A mid-level swordsman could not possibly stand as a rival. With a smile, Salin raised a finger and gently tapped it, sending a white line shooting forth, striking the heavy sword of the armored swordsman. With a sharp clang, the heavy sword was struck by an ice spike, creating a breach and cloaking it in a layer of white frost. Song Hong, with keen precision, discarded the blade's spear and unsheathed a triangular sword, thrusting it into the waist of the heavily armored swordsman. The triangular sword, designed specifically for auxiliary troops to penetrate armor, pierced through the swordsman and Amp, Apos' defenses as though they were made of mere paper, drawing blood with a sickening sound. Salin, eschewing incantations, unleashed a series of pre-prepared spells in rapid succession without pause. Instantly, the ground was adorned with white circles, each approximately 4 meters in diameter. Level 1 water magic, Frost Array. This semi-supportive magic reduced the target's movement speed by 80 and possessed a freezing effect. Those without sword energy would succumb to frostbite if trapped within the array for over a minute. The magic did not distinguish between friend and foe, and Salin fervently cast Frost Array, transforming the clearing in the woods into a silvery expanse. The fleeing swordsmen and the thieves were ensnared within, their speeds drastically diminished. The dagger-wielding thief realized he had fallen into a trap. Salin and Apos' sudden appearance had caught him off guard. His failure to attack immediately was a grave mistake, as Salin had completed his spellcasting, rendering the thief and Apos' strategy utterly ineffective. The beleaguered swordsman, clad in fine steel scale armor, could only engage the thieves in a brutal melee as his speed waned. The lack of finesse in their clashes favored the swordsman, whose sturdy armor outmatched the thieves' light leather gear, resulting in a cacophony of anguished cries as the battlefield whittled down to 5 remaining combatants. The Chenin swordsman, the leader of the thieves, Salin, Zika, and Song Hong. Amidst the frenzied attacks, the Chenin swordsman was drenched in blood. Most grievously, a metallic spike had been driven into his groin, an instrument of the thieves, coated in deadly poison. He dispatched 6 of his assailants in an instant, yet failed to evade this lethal strike. Song Hong fared slightly better. He was kicked in the abdomen by the heavily armored swordsman and was sent hurtling against a large tree, narrowly avoiding collapse. Nevertheless, his triangular sword found its mark, plunging deep into the swordsman's waist. Song Hong's handsome visage was marred by a fierce determination. He fought with every ounce of his being. The weight of the swordsman and Apos' boot, laden with metal spikes, delivered a punishing blow. without any regard for defense. He aimed solely to vanquish his foe. Salin smiled at the leader of the thieves, remarking, "My dear chief, will you depart on your own? Or shall we engage in a contest? I have the advantage in numbers." The masked thief abruptly removed his veil, revealing his face. "Little mage, out of magic strings. Are we trying to intimidate me?" This seasoned thief discerned that Salin was merely a level 1 mage. Given the quantity of spells he had cast, it seemed the young sorcerer had exhausted his magical resources. Yet, the audacity of this youth to threaten him was not lost on him. It was a pity for such a promising mage. "You must remember who it is that brings about your end." The thief had barely completed his sentence when he lunged towards Salin. The frost aura seemed ineffective against him. As he covered the distance of several meters in the blink of an eye, his slightly elongated dagger aimed directly at Salin and Apos' throat. Salin could almost feel the sharpness of the blade slicing through his skin, blood oozing forth. Sika's massive staff swung towards the assailant, but with a resounding clang. The thief and Apos' dagger deflected it. A pang of anxiety gripped Salin. Sika and Apos' injuries were more severe than he had anticipated. The sorcerer had dispelled the beast spirit from Sika and Apos' staff, causing Sika and Apos' strength to plummet. Such a heavy weapon being sent flying by a mere dagger was astonishing. There was no time for further contemplation. As he swiftly unleashed his soul second-tier spell, Ice Arrow, the thief, with a deft twist of his dagger, intercepted the ice arrow's path. Remarkably, he had used a mundane weapon to counter a second-tier magical assault. Such prowess likely indicated he was an advanced swordsman. The speed of spellcasting was beyond the naked eye and Apos' capacity to perceive, and the thief and Apos' block was entirely reliant on his acute awareness, anticipating the magical trajectory. Yet, this realization struck him with fear. A magician had executed a second-tier spell, and doubt crept into his mind, prompting thoughts of retreat. Salin let out a muffled groan, his body succumbing to weakness. The thief, overjoyed, realized that this seemingly formidable mage was, in fact, a coward at heart, nearly falling for the ruse. With a sinister grin, the thief lunged forward, donning a metal gauntlet on his left hand, its tip featuring 3 sharp protrusions aimed straight at Salin's throat. In close combat, a mage was always at a disadvantage. The thief felt a surge of relief. The battle was nearing its conclusion. Although the most troublesome swordsman still stood, he could mount no attack, and the Caucasian warrior was no match for him. As long as he eliminated the mage, his mission would be accomplished. What could be more exhilarating than slaying a magician? With a low crouch, the thief had no intention of changing tactics. This strike would utterly obliterate the mage. In terms of raw physical strength, he had already unleashed his sword aura, capable of shattering even stone into fragments. Suddenly, they collided. The thief felt as though his entire body had been encased in ice, while an inner fire still burned within him. His vision faded, replaced by a deafening ringing in his ears, his insides twisted in agony, muscles paralyzed, and his mind overwhelmed as if swarming with countless insects. All these negative afflictions besieged the thief simultaneously, conditions that Salin had taken years to acclimate to, yet the thief succumbed instantly, his body gradually giving way. Salin bellowed, "Sika!" With a thud, both Salin and Sika were startled. It was the Chinese swordsman who had collapsed, witnessing the thief leader and Apos' head severed, unable to withstand the shock. He fell to the ground. "Help me over there," Salin called to Sika, enduring his own discomfort to reach the fallen swordsman, urging Sika to administer the restorative water. "Master Mage, I can't and Apos' hold on any longer," the Chinese swordsman uttered, his eyes devoid of life. Having withstood the venom of the Red Line thieves for so long was miraculous. The restorative water, though a first-tier spell concoction, was insufficient for his dire state. "What can I do to assist you?" Salin was supported by Sika as he sat across from the swordsman. "Can I trust you, Master Mage?" The voice of Chin, the swordsman, grew increasingly subdued, and the anger in his eyes quickly dissipated. Bowing his head, the swordsman fell silent, and Salin, growing anxious, exclaimed, "What about the reward? How could you?" The swordsman met his demise with startling abruptness, blood oozing from his 7 orifices, dark as night. Salin was rendered speechless. Such a monumental favor he had extended now seemed to vanish without a trace. It appeared that this Qin swordsman was a subordinate of the Qin royal family. Based on Salin and Apos' understanding of nobility, if this favor were to be laid at the feet of that princess, it might not hold much weight. Should he keep the swordsman's belongings for himself? or should he journey to Bitterwater County? After a moment's hesitation, Salin relinquished the thought of selfishly claiming the spoils. He was a mage, not a thief, and this small shred of pride was still worth preserving. If he were to appropriate the swordsman and Oppos as possessions, his mentor would surely be disappointed in having accepted such a student. Sunlight poured through the treetops, and Songhong finally managed to stand upright. Observing that Sika had placed Shera and Salin together, he felt a modicum of reassurance. This mage did not seem inclined to silence them, which was perhaps the only positive aspect of the situation. Having slain a cleric of the church and wiped out a small squad of the Red Line thieves, Songhong found these past days to be more exhilarating than his entire mercenary career. Damn it, I refuse to be defeated by this obstacle. The thieves had amassed a considerable stash of promissory notes, totaling over 2,000 gold coins, with the leader alone possessing 1,500 coins and notes, along with a handful of gems. Are you truly intent on sending this chest to the Qin Empire? Songhong, having tidied the battlefield, leaned against a tree. His voice tinged with reluctance as he inquired of Salin. Well, if you wish to partake, consider yourself included. Salin dismissed Songhong and Oppos as thoughts. Songhong licked his lips and remarked, at the very least, let us open it and see what lies within. Salin mused to himself that had Songhong not been present, he would have opened it long ago. He sighed, saying, I fear that once I unlock the chest, I shall be unable to resist the temptation. With that, a flash of white light flickered from his hand, and the chest, no larger than 2 books, vanished. Spatial magic. A chill ran through Songhong. Salin was issuing him a warning. Now that the mage had regained his magical power, Songhong felt utterly devoid of confidence in his ability to peer into the treasures contained within. Chapter 18, The Blessing of the Goddess, Part 1. After Salin wielded the power from his ring to issue a warning to Songhong, he had Sheikah support him while Songhong assisted Sarah. The 3 swiftly departed from the battlefield within the Crimson Woods. Salin chose not to bury the bodies. In the muddled marsh, interment held no significance, as various magical beasts would soon unearth the corpses. The 4 hastened their pace, cautiously evading the terror sprites, which, though scarce in the Crimson Woods, posed a greater threat than the soul-sucking fiends. A hit from a terror sprite and Oppos' attack would incapacitate even a mage. As they neared the edge of the Crimson Woods, the ground was riddled with muddy traps, compelling them to halt. Songhong lacked a map of the area, and Salin had yet to fully recuperate, necessitating their ascent into the trees for rest. Salin had completely absorbed the power of a 3rd-tier magic core and replaced it with a new one. Leaning against a thick branch, he looked down at Songhong, who appeared much more agreeable after losing his edge, resembling a subservient young wife. Songhong, do you regret hiring me? Life? Heh. Salin chuckled softly, inquiring, are you aware of the status of the divine envoy within the Holy See? Of course, second only to the Pope, Songhong replied. To offend the divine envoy is to offend the Pope. If only it were that simple. In reality, the divine envoy is not obliged to heed the Pope's commands. The Holy See's ostensible power comprises 3 high courts, the Privy Council, the Holy Knights, and the Inquisition. However, in terms of ecclesiastical attributes, the divine envoy does not belong to any of these institutions. What do you mean? Despite being a seasoned mercenary, Songhong and Oppos' understanding of the Holy See was not as profound as Salin and Oppos', who possessed a heritage of magic. The 3 high courts and the Holy Knights represent the Pope and Oppos' power. But currently, without a divine war, that power lies dormant. The Privy Council is the heart of the Holy See, with its principal strength residing in the clerics, internally referred to as the Red Clerics. The Inquisition's primary force is the Black Clerics, who execute unspeakable tasks. The Divine Envoy, however, wields a unique power, dispersed across all dioceses, known as the White Clerics. Is there a difference? Songhong inquired nonchalantly. The Red Clerics oversee internal matters of the Holy See. The Black Clerics handle external affairs, while the White Clerics execute the will of the divine. We have offended not only the Holy See but, in fact, we have directly offended the deity. Songhong nearly lost his balance in the tree, staring incredulously at Salin. He indeed regretted his decision. He had initially believed that even if he disrupted the divine envoy's affairs, the envoy would not directly involve himself with a mere ant like him. Look at how frightened you are. The divine envoy's tasks are unrelated to the swordsmen of the Qin Empire. The Vulture mercenary group is likely acting on a whim. If I am not mistaken, their target lies in another direction. As long as we traverse the marshes before us, we will be safe. Songhong gazed at Salin with a mix of confusion and awe, unable to comprehend why this young mage appeared utterly unconcerned about provoking the divine envoy. To suggest that Salin was ignorant would be implausible. He was far more familiar with the structure and power of the Holy See than Song Hong himself. As for Salin's strength, I fear that this little mage pales in comparison to the Caucasian warrior by his side. A first-level mage is, in any circumstance, no match for a sixth-level practitioner. Although the Holy See is formidable, its rise has been too recent. It can only truly exert control over the Tangula's empire. The strength in Oceania is woefully insufficient. We have provoked individuals of a caliber far too high. They would never engage in a large-scale conflict within another empire, for that would surely incite war. Thus, there is no need for concern. As long as we depart from Oceania and enter the Chinese Empire, we shall be relatively safe. The Chinese Empire is renowned as the Empire of Magic, having always held divine authority in contempt. Alas, I lament that you cannot grasp this nuance. Song Hong cast a resentful glare at Salin. He indeed did not comprehend the crux of the matter. He only understood that if they did not escape promptly, they would inevitably attract the attention of the White Steward. After all, that was a sixth-level practitioner, akin to a fifth-level mage, or perhaps a high-ranking swordsman. What do you speak of? Regardless of the steward, are we not doomed? Not quite. If it were the Red Steward, as long as you are willing to embrace the divine and choose to believe, you would not meet your demise. Should it be the Black Steward? Possessing special powers and being favored by the tribunal may afford you an opportunity for allegiance. However, when confronted by the White Steward, relinquish all hope. The divine requires nothing. Salin's words struck Song Hong like a hammer, resonating deeply within his heart. He indeed entertained such thoughts. If all else failed, he could simply turn to the divine embrace, which was preferable to death. Salin, as if seeing through his thoughts, spoke in a manner that extinguished Song Hong's hopes entirely. After delivering his counsel, Salin closed his eyes, tightly grasping the magic core, hastening the recovery of his magic strengths. Song Hong fell silent as well, being a novice swordsman, equivalent to a fourth-level practitioner. He initially believed he would easily surpass this first-level mage. Yet now it seemed that not only was he inferior in combat prowess to the mage, but also significantly lacking in wisdom. Song Hong was vexed. A first-level mage equated to a second-level practitioner. Why, then, did he feel such immense pressure? Half an hour passed, and Salin's magic strings were restored, though the negative effects on his body had yet to dissipate, allowing him to be supported by Sika as they progressed. Shala had also regained a modicum of strength. The four of them, taking advantage of the remaining daylight, plunged into the swamp. In the swamp, the greatest peril was not the magical beasts, but rather the traps. Thousands of years of accumulated silt rendered its depths unfathomable. Salin, possessing formidable perception, could navigate around these traps, with the ultimate threat still being the magical beasts. Although this journey was fraught with danger, Sika had nearly fully recovered. She led the way, occasionally emitting low, resonant howls. Even when confronted by powerful magical beasts, Sika would recite incantations from a distance, causing the beasts to pause momentarily and subsequently retreat. It was then that Salin understood why Song Hong insisted on hiring a Caucasian warrior at such a high price. Most Caucasian warriors who ventured out for training had received blessings from the priests, granting them the ability to communicate with magical beasts. Although they could not command magical beasts as a priest of the nature goddess could, they possessed the capacity to express goodwill and ensure mutual non-aggression. Throughout their journey, aside from using her staff to disperse a group of fearsome creatures, Sika had not engaged with any other magical beasts. In the vast expanse of the marsh, for weary travelers trudged through the night, their strength nearly depleted as they finally traversed half the distance. As they stumbled through the darkness, they entered a cave within the chaotic swamp, where a young man clad in white robes, accompanied by four subordinates, was passing through the battlefield of Salin and his companions. The young man, in his early 20s, donned a robe reminiscent of a wizard and amp, Appos, attire, albeit lacking an inner lining or belt, rendering it oversized and flowing. Such a garment was ill-suited for adventure, proving cumbersome in combat. He appeared immaculate, as if he had just emerged from a bath, dried by a spell of wind magic. Leaning against the cave wall, he frowned lightly, displaying impatience as he observed his four subordinates gathering intelligence from the battlefield. These subordinates were clad in armor that seemed to be forged from a single piece of metal, with minimal seams. The edges of their armor featured a leaf-like design, each plate inscribed with golden divine runes. Only knights of the Holy See donned such attire, and only those of at least level 5 were worthy of wearing the rune-imbued armor. "My lord, the Vulture Mercenary Guild has been eliminated," and among the enemies. There is a mage, one of the rune-armored knights reported cautiously. The young man's brow furrowed further, his expression chilling. They deserve their fate. Those fools dared to defy the command of the divine envoy, altering their course for mere trifles, he uttered, his words laced with coarse disdain. An unsettling contrast to his noble stature. The four subordinates fell silent, pretending not to hear. Yes, Lord Picasso, they replied, bowing deeply. The chaotic swamp presented a treacherous terrain, with the weather shifting unpredictably. After crossing the edge of a small marsh, Salin and his companions felt the air warm significantly. Ahead lay a dry plain, barren of vegetation, save for a few hardy plants typically found in deserts, stubbornly taking root in this arid landscape. Except for Salin, the other three were battling fatigue, longing to set up camp upon seeing the desolate plain. Let us endure a little longer. We can rest behind that mound, Salin urged, unwilling to relax just yet. Once his magical strings had fully restored, he led the group to the shelter of the mound, permitting his companions to rest while he stood guard. Captain, I and Appos, am going to sleep, Sika remarked, casting a concerned glance at Salin. Sleep well. I have fully recovered, Salin reassured him, patting Sika's shoulder before settling down himself to review the spoils they had gathered over the past few days. Throughout their journey, Salin had amassed 4,000 gold coins from several enemy encounters, allocating 2,000 to Tsangho, while retaining the other 2,000. He had also obtained a dozen first-level magic cores, all thanks to Sika's efforts, which did not require sharing with Tsangho. However, these cores were only worth a few dozen gold coins, destined to serve as consumables. Among their finds was the corpse of a demon spider. Salin was not yet adept at crafting magical puppets, rendering it presently useless. He also discovered a metallic glove inscribed with runes, which he could not utilize. Should he encounter an alchemist, he might be able to extract valuable materials from it. Lastly, a black necklace composed of 24 black crystals caught his attention. Cradling it in his hand, Salin could not discern its composition. However, he was certain it was neither obsidian nor cheap steel rock. In the final leaf, Salin sensed something extraordinary. Though the leaf had withered and turned yellow, it still harbored a potent vitality within. Salin realized that his level of understanding was too low to discern the leaf's purpose for the time being. All he could do was ponder over it gradually. Perhaps there would be references in the books he had read. These three items undoubtedly originated from a nature mage, who had long since vanished. To unravel the origins of these artifacts, he would need to consult ancient tomes. According to the descriptions found in these texts, this was a ring of the nature goddess grace, usable by both divine sorcerers and mages. The 24 characters, through various incantations, could yield 4 distinct nature spells. Such a wondrous arrangement and combination left him curious about the other 3 spells and their functions. However, Salin was hesitant to experiment recklessly this time. His extensive and solid knowledge of magic led him to understand that since he could wield the first spell to unlock the ring's space, he would also be able to utilize the other 3. Yet, should those spells be offensive in nature, his magical strings could be instantaneously depleted, potentially leaving him unable to recover for several days. Consequently, not only would he fail to master new spells, but he would also risk losing all combat capability. According to the rules governing magical equipment levels, Salin estimated that upon reaching level 5, he could employ these 3 spells without incurring backlash. Even the gentlest magic of the nature goddess was subject to level restrictions, which only emerged after her fall. In ancient times, humanity was not bound by such constraints. Memory magic merely involved rote memorization. To truly grasp the contents of magical tomes and notes, one must engage in repeated study. Although there exist shortcuts along the path of magical cultivation, Salin merely possessed a slight advantage in resources. He could not achieve mastery instantaneously. The system of magical tomes he had memorized was clear, and he sought the sections pertaining to the nature goddess, Mel's, intending to uncover the secrets of the ring. Both the magical tomes and notes contained scant descriptions of the goddess Mel's. Most mages would offer praise for her in their notes. Yet there was substantial content regarding the Ring of Grace. Salin quickly pieced together the information. The Ring of Grace was crafted by the Temple of Mel's, totaling 124 pieces. Of these, only 12 possessed spatial magical properties, created by 4 major temples and 8 supreme temples, which were impossible to replicate. Nevertheless, the nature goddess was a fair deity. The incantations inscribed on all 124 rings were identical. The 12 rings with spatial magic could open their inner circular space without consuming magical strings. The 4 spells inscribed on the ring included spatial opening, life bestowal, goddess protection, and natural order. Among these, spatial opening was purely magical, life bestowal was semi-magical, goddess protection was divine magic, and natural order remained unknown. Upon reaching this point in his research, Salin could not help but feel disheartened. Life bestowal resembled a healing spell of the divine sorcerers, while goddess protection was unequivocally divine magic. Now that the goddess had fallen, no amount of devotion could grant him her protection. As for natural order, its nature remained a mystery. Even the original sorcerers and divine mages were unable to comprehend the final incantation inscribed upon the ring. Thus, the prospect of deciphering it for oneself seemed hopeless. Fortunately, he had acquired a ring of the highest caliber, capable of unlocking its inner space even at the first level. What might the three artifacts contained within such a supreme gift be in terms of their classification? Salin pondered while caressing the black necklace around his neck. In the tumultuous swamps of late autumn, the magical beasts were particularly irritable. As Sika slumbered, Salin noticed a magical creature lurking in the distance, compelling him to release a mist of confusion. The potency of magic does not solely rest upon its level, but rather on its application. The mist of confusion bore no offensive capabilities. However, it could conceal one's presence and enhance a mage's perception, rendering it one of the most practical spells within the lower tier of water magic. Once the mist was unleashed, the spying beast promptly lost its target, hesitated for a moment, and then retreated. Such is the nature of the magical creatures in the chaotic swamp. They possess no concept of territory, driven solely by the primal urge to satiate their hunger. If they lose the scent of their prey, they will not linger excessively. Salin patted his chest, feeling a sense of relief that he had released the mist in a timely manner. Although the beast that had been spying on him was not particularly powerful, its physical prowess was somewhat fearsome. Any creature capable of surviving in the chaotic swamp is no true weakling. Merely being able to cast water magic still felt insufficient. If only he could wield all 6 schools of magic, he would surely have a decisive advantage even against a second-level mage. The longer Salin remained away from the city of Shilon, the more he recognized the disparity in his level compared to others. This was not due to a superior innate talent. If a grand mage were to evaluate him, Salin would undoubtedly be deemed a beneficiary of inherited knowledge. A mage without such lineage could never hope to master magic with such finesse. For many mages, the concepts of second casting, double casting, and instantaneous casting are coveted knowledge. Yet, when Salin first embarked on his magical journey, he assumed these were fundamental skills that every mage ought to master. Consequently, while he had not mastered a multitude of spells, each one he did command was executed to perfection. Moreover, although Salin's magical strings were flawed, limiting him to water magic, he practiced at a rate double that of his peers. This meant he spent twice as much time honing his craft compared to mages of equivalent level. Furthermore, his indifference to the consumption of magic cores allowed him even more time for practice. Magic demands relentless repetition to enhance its potency. Reducing a spell and Oppo's preparation time to just 2 frames, 2/60ths of a second, often requires thousands of repetitions. Similarly, mastering the art of target locking and timing the release of a spell necessitates extensive practice. Failure to do so could result in catastrophic mishaps for the mage. Salin and Oppo's rigorous training regimen would be regarded as that of a penitent ascetic within the ecclesiastical hierarchy. While he lamented his own weaknesses, he remained oblivious to the fact that any other first-level mage witnessing his casting abilities would surely be filled with despair. Why, despite both being first-level mages, was there such a pronounced disparity? The magical notes of Jason Stinson, even for mere borrowing, demanded a sum exceeding 100 gold coins, let alone their intrinsic worth. Such affluent mages are far beyond the reach of mere nobility. No amount of effort from the Duke of Guge would suffice. Upon inspecting his spoils, Salin retrieved the chest entrusted to him by the swordsman Chinin. The chest, scarcely larger than 2 books, was surprisingly heavy. Were it not for being stored within the gift ring, it would have posed a significant burden to Salin. It is worth noting that since the age of 13, he had frequently traversed between the city of Salin and his ancestral home, carrying heavy burdens of over 100 pounds, rendering him quite formidable. Few swordsmen of his age could match his strength. What could possibly lie within that chest? It was a final task entrusted to him by the swordsman, who had clung to the thought of delivering it to his princess even in death. Just a fleeting glance, Salin mused. He was not motivated by greed, and the swordsman had not expressly forbidden him from peering inside before his demise. He glanced at the still slumbering Songhong and discreetly opened the chest. A powerful surge of elemental energy erupted from within, and Salin was met with a blinding green light. Immediately, He closed the chest and hastily stowed it away in the gift ring. The experience left him quite shaken. Inside the chest lay a magic core of unprecedented power, radiating elemental waves visible to the naked eye. Furthermore, its shape was that of a naturally occurring 24-faced crystal, aside from the dragon's magic core. He had never heard of any magical beast possessing such perfection. Sika jolted awake, her staff gripped tightly in hand, her hair nearly standing on end. Having been in a deep slumber, she instinctively entered a combat-ready state upon sensing the approach of an immense magical beast. Songhong and Sarah also awakened in alarm. Salin struggled to find an explanation, but having opened the chest and exposed the dragon and Apos' core, he could not dismiss the possibility of attracting formidable magical beasts, or even drawing the attention of the Holy See. Salin was filled with regret. Curiosity had proven to be a perilous inclination. Chapter 19. Entering the Ruins, Part 1. Let us depart, Salin urged, pulling Songhong along and signaling Sika to bear Sarah on her back. Offering no further explanation as they hastily exited the earth mound, an instinctual sense of danger enveloped him. Lingering here might well spell their doom. In the distance, the roars of magical beasts echoed, imbued with fear, excitement, and rage. For the first time, Salin discerned the rich tapestry of emotions woven into the creature's cries. Yet, he had no time for reflection. He activated the immense strength enchantment on his robe and sprinted forward with great urgency. His fear did not stem from the magical beasts Sika possessed skills to pacify them, but rather from the agents of the Holy See. If they were to discover that he bore the dragon and Apos' magical core, it mattered little whether he harbored animosity toward them. They would undoubtedly strike. This was the chaotic swamp, where countless deaths went unnoticed. Salin vividly recalled the peril he faced over a mere gold coin. The dragon's core was a far more enticing prize. The green dragon. The green dragon. Damn it, the rumors from the Adventurers Guild were utterly deceitful. The green dragon had already been slain. After the Chin Swordsman's dragon hunt, they had attracted the attention of the Red Line Thieves Guild. It was highly probable that this mission had been issued by the Chin Swordsman to mislead nearby mercenaries. Though the green dragon belonged to a lesser breed, the value of its magical core far surpassed that of ordinary beasts. For such a treasure, most mercenaries would cast aside their professional scruples, willing to kill for glory. Cough, cough. A strange sound erupted, accompanied by what seemed to be the cough of a human, intermingled with the tremors of the earth. Thud, thud, thud. Salin, lacking the knowledge typical of mercenaries, had nonetheless perused many bestiaries. This creature was unmistakable, a level 7 mountain troll. Legends spoke of these beings as descendants of giants, captured during the First Dynasty when humanity wielded formidable power, bringing back numerous strange creatures from other realms. Mountain trolls lacked the intellect and magic of giants, yet their formidable physique rendered them undesirable adversaries even for dragons. Lacking cunning, they would recklessly engage in melee combat against any foe, regardless of strength. To dragons, mountain trolls were akin to rubber bands, impossible to shake off. For Salin and his companions, this rubber band was a lethal threat. Sika, too, was in a panic. She could not communicate with such a beast. These creatures recognized no kinship. Even in the throes of passion, they might kill their mate, explaining their scarcity. Songhong was utterly terrified. He had never faced a level 7 magical beast directly. Such a creature would not even be approached by a grand sorcerer, let alone a mere mercenary like himself. Songhong despondently realized that being with the young sorcerer meant he would perpetually encounter even graver predicaments. The Vulture Mercenary Corps, the Holy See, the Red Line Thieves Guild, and now, a mountain troll had emerged. What drove him to madness was the fact that Salin had been hired at a cost several times that of the guild and Apos' rates. This was a true case of self-inflicted suffering. Songhong, how far is it to the ruins? Salin shouted, no longer fearing to disturb the beasts. I do not know. The map does not align. Songhong has begun to gasp, having only a slight mastery over his sword energy, compounded by his injuries. The healing water proves less effective than holy water. If he were granted a week and Apos' time for recovery, perhaps he could outpace the pursuing monsters. To the right, Salin and Apos' voice cracked from the strain of shouting. At that moment, Sika unleashed her remarkable speed, seizing Salin and Apos' belt and darting past Songhong, plunging into the water pool Salin had indicated. Songhong, too consumed by the urgency of escape, could not afford to feel anger and flight for one's life. Each must rely on their own abilities, and one cannot begrudge others their swiftness. The four plunged into the water, while the mountain-dwelling beast bellowed in fury, circling the pool. Its enormous feet probed the water, revealing its depth. Even at the shore, its long legs could not reach the bottom. Salin, capable of breathing underwater, found the advantages of his magical bowstring manifesting. Deep water served as an optimal sanctuary for him. Sika fared well too, her affinity for water evident, betraying no signs of infrequent bathing. Yet, Sarah remained incapacitated by her injuries, despite her deeper mastery of sword energy compared to Songhong. Her face was now a deep shade of purple from lack of air. The mountain beast continued its furious roars, hurling clods of earth. Even a fist-sized rock, propelled by its might, could prove lethal upon impact. Salin, in despair, attempted to conjure bubbles. This time, he drew air from the gift ring, encasing it within a water-patterned shield before placing the shield over Sarah and Apos' head. After several unsuccessful attempts, he realized that crafting a new form of magic was no simple feat. Blood trickled from Sarah's ears, her eyes bulged, rendering her beauty unrecognizable, her greenish skin grotesque. In a desperate bid, Salin extracted every last bit of air from the gift ring, creating a vast bubble that formed a water-patterned shield around Sika and Sarah. His mental focus was intensely concentrated. The shield materialized instantaneously, though he hardly noticed that this effort consumed half of his magical bowstring. Previously, his water-patterned shields were no larger than a basin. But this spell enveloped both women, offering comprehensive protection, an attribute reserved for defensive magic of the 4th rank or higher. Sarah inhaled the air, her complexion gradually returning to normal, while Songhong could not hold his breath any longer and resurfaced. Salin, alarmed by the rapid depletion of his magical energy, was unable to assist Songhong. Just as Songhong's head broke the surface, a solid clod of earth struck him on the forehead, the force of the projectile creating a current that sliced through his delicate skin like a blade. Songhong, unflinching, drew a deep breath and submerged once more. A ribbon of crimson spread through the water, revealing the bone beneath the wound on Songhong and Apos' forehead, ghastly pale and gaping as it distorted his enchanting visage into something profoundly eerie. Before the blood could dissipate, dozens of fist-sized fish approached, encircling Songhong. These creatures, covered not in scales but with a shell-like exoskeleton akin to tortoises, opened their mouths wide, exposing razor-sharp teeth resembling files. Songhong did not recognize these fish. Yet he understood that the creatures of the chaotic swamp were far from benign. This peculiar pool, situated within a vast plain without any flowing rivers feeding into it, likely harbored equally grotesque beings. He unsheathed his slender sword, thrusting it towards the first monstrous fish that lunged at him. Salin was unharmed in the water. Yet he found himself unable to speak. He recognized the creature before him, a level 5 magical beast known as Diaspora, a term derived from the indigenous tongue meaning wolf of the water. Even if Songhong bore no injuries, he stood little chance against such a beast in this aquatic realm. Salin yearned to assist Songhong, yet his own safety was in jeopardy as 5 Diasporas swam menacingly towards him. His magical reserve had dwindled to less than a third, sufficient for only 7 or 8 first-level spells. Even if the level 5 beast remained stationary, it was uncertain whether he could vanquish it. At present, Salin's sole reliance was on the mutated water-patterned shield. The Diaspora, being relatively small, was ensnared just within the confines of the shield's protective bubble. With a flurry, he released 5 water-patterned shields, his magical reserve nearing depletion. The scene with Songhong became obscured as crimson hues clouded the water, obstructing his view. Inside the expansive bubble, Shala struggled against her confinement. She witnessed numerous monstrous fish assaulting Songhong, tearing at flesh with ravenous ferocity. Even if Shika released her, escape from the water-patterned shield was impossible, leaving her powerless to aid Songhong. Shala pressed her hands against the inner wall of the shield, her eyes wide with terror, tears streaming from her cerulean gaze. She opened her mouth, voicing something inaudible, as the shield muted her cries. Salin found himself unable to cast any further spells. The remaining magical energy was needed to sustain the largest of the water-patterned shields. Such a continuous drain on magical energy was characteristic of spells beyond the 4th level. Meanwhile, the 5 Diasporas ensnared within the bubbles opened their mouths, unleashing blue needles in an attempt to breach the shield's defenses. The blue needles were a manifestation of the creature's innate magical prowess. A first-level magical shield could not withstand the onslaught of 5th-level magic. Strangely, while the 5th-level attack could penetrate the water-patterned shield, it failed to rupture the bubble itself. Salin swiftly descended, evading the blue needle's assault. He found himself devoid of options. The mountain-dwelling creature above continued to hurl clumps of earth, refusing to retreat, while beneath the surface lurked swarms of level 5 beasts. This was the Chaotic Marsh, a domain far beyond the reach of a mere first-level mage. Goddess Mels, protect me. Salin uttered the first prayer of his life within his heart. As his head breached the water's surface, he began to recite an incantation. The 24 characters rearranged themselves, becoming more complex. Salin focused intently, ignoring the mountain creature and Apos' search for stones along the shore, and enunciated each word with clarity and rhythm, completing the incantation. A flicker of green light shimmered on the ring of blessing, yet nothing transpired. Salin and Apos' heart plummeted. To beseech a fallen deity felt akin to attempting to collect debts from the deceased. In this world, the only reliable ally was one's own strength. While Salin cursed the gods, a sharp pain shot through his foot. His shoe had been bitten through. The mountain creature on the shore had unearthed a massive clump of earth, preparing to hurl it at him. This fool, he thought, could easily doom himself with a careless spell, yet he insists on using objects to strike. With a wry smile directed at the mountain creature, Salin submerged once more into the depths. As Salin found himself engulfed in despair, a violent tremor erupted from the depths of the pool, causing the water to boil instantaneously. In an instant, a colossal vortex emerged, drawing Salin and his companions towards the abyss below. An earthquake? A volcanic eruption? Salin pondered calmly, striving to align himself with the vast bubble that encased Sarah and Sheikah. In this moment of peril, he remained unperturbed. From a young age, he had brushed against death on multiple occasions, and the sensation of nearly crossing into another realm felt all too familiar and inescapable. The force of the vortex was astonishingly potent, rendering even Diaspora powerless to escape. Positioned at the vortex and Apos' core, Salin and the others felt no external pressure. The only palpable sensation was the immense pull from below. With a series of splashes, Salin was taken aback to see the wounded Songhong tumble before him. Remarkably, he was still alive, his eyes wide open. A frozen expression of terror etched upon his face, a moment of striking brilliance. Beneath the swirling waters lay not a single drop. It was a pitch-black cavern. Had it not been for the shimmering shield of water surrounding Sheikah and Sarah, Salin would have been unable to discern their surroundings. First, he glanced down at his feet, noting a large hole at the edge of his shoe. Fortunately, his foot bore only a minor wound, one that scarcely impeded his ability to walk. The shield enveloping Sheikah and Sarah shattered completely, the bubble vanishing with a sharp pop. Salin conjured 4 points of luminescence, illuminating the cavern gradually. "Salin!" Sheikah cried, abandoning Sarah to rush towards him, causing Salin to stumble and nearly topple over. "Are you all right?" she inquired, her hands inspecting him from head to toe. How could he possibly be unscathed? Pain coursed through his body, yet he stood firm, relying solely on his resilient spirit to remain upright rather than succumbing to the ground. Sheikah's delicate hands roamed over his injuries, inflicting discomfort far greater than any blade could. However, the worry in her eyes made it impossible for Salin to push her away. Instead, he unfastened the metal flask from his waist and placed it in her hands, instructing, "Help Songhong. He is on the brink of death." After gently directing Sheikah's attention away, Salin examined Sarah, finding that her injuries had worsened only slightly, but her life was not in peril. He retrieved a third-tier magic core, grasping it firmly as he absorbed elemental energy to restore his magical strings. For a mage, the absence of these strings was a ghastly sensation, devoid of any semblance of security. Furthermore, Salin understood that although Sheikah reassured him of his well-being, the toll inflicted by that fierce practitioner upon her was profound. Yet, as she was neither a priestess nor a sorceress, the psychological scars remained concealed. Sheikah's ability to summon the spirit of magical beasts had waned, significantly diminishing her combat prowess, and her staff appeared to have lost its former potency. The area illuminated by his luminescent spells was minuscule, while the cavern stretched vast and dark. As Salin restored his magical strings, he surveyed the surroundings, yet the depths of darkness seemed interminable. Beneath him lay a smooth expanse of black stone. He knelt down, scraping his nails against the surface to gauge the friction of the rock. To his astonishment, it was an entire expanse of steel rock. Steel rock is deemed to be of little value, a mere comparison to other gemstones. However, it serves as a fundamental material for constructing magical towers or citadels. With a single gold coin purchasing merely 1 cubic foot, many mages, lacking substantial financial resources, find themselves constrained to using ordinary stone for their towers. Even upon reaching the 6th level of mastery, Salin, utilizing his perception, could penetrate less than a foot into the ground, within the confines of his observation. The ground beneath him was entirely composed of this precious material. To Salin and Apos' astonishment, the steel rock formed a continuous expanse without any seams. Could it be that this cavern was carved from the steel rock itself? This must indeed be the remnants of the Second Dynasty, for aside from that magical empire, who would indulge in such opulence? Zika, holding a metallic flask, tended to the wounds of Songhong, who bore hundreds of injuries, compelling Zika to address only the more significant ones. The remaining restorative water was poured into Songhong and Apos' abdomen. Songhong and Apos' countenance calmed, yet tumultuous waves surged within him. He observed Salin simultaneously channeling energy from the magic core and sustaining magical illumination while also surveying the surrounding environment. Salin was, astonishingly, a mage of formidable heritage. Ordinary mages, when replenishing their magical strings, often require a fixed posture, rendering them immobile and incapable of casting spells concurrently. During such moments, any disturbance could awaken inner demons, leading to self-inflicted devastation without the need for external assault, thereby rendering one powerless. Songhong, though unaware of the intricacies of meditative principles, grasped the significance of magical inheritance. Salin's mentor was likely an exceptionally powerful individual. Yet, why was Salin, still at a low level, venturing forth to practice alone? Was this not perilous? Particularly in the treacherous mire of chaos? Did Salin and Apos' mentor not concern himself with the safety of his pupil? As Salin caressed the ground, he finally discerned the almost imperceptible magical runes. Indeed, beneath his feet lay a vast, invisible magical array. Their presence, drawn from the pool, was a consequence of this array's activation. Despite having memorized extensive knowledge of magical formations, Salin lacked the expertise to discern any specifics. However, judging by the complexity of the runes, the diameter of the array must be at least 100 meters. Legend has it that within the imperial city of the Qin Empire lies a colossal magical array, constructed collaboratively by generations of court mages, with a diameter of merely 50 meters. A sense of joy welled within Salin. This relic of the Second Dynasty would undoubtedly exceed his expectations. The steel rock alone beneath his feet was worth millions, potentially even tens of millions, even if the ruins were bereft of treasures. Extracting some stones would lead to immense wealth. The only dilemma was the limited space within his gifted ring. How he wished for his mentor and Apos' presence. Jason and Apos' spatial artifacts could surely transport all the steel rock. Should Jason learn of his student and Apos' lack of ambition, he would undoubtedly cast Salin out in disgrace. After all, it was merely a collection of steel rock. Once Jason ascended to the 5th level, he would possess the resources to construct a magical tower entirely of superior materials. To burden his mentor with the labor of transporting steel rock, such a student would be better left unacknowledged. It was simply too humiliating. After Salin restored half of the magical strings, he concocted a potion of healing water to assist the wounded Songhong, administering a considerable amount to Sarah as well. Generally, ancient ruins over 20,000 years old pose little danger. However, one cannot be entirely certain. The Second Dynasty was renowned as the Empire of Magic, and the magical circle beneath their feet is still operational, a testament to the formidable prowess of the magicians of that era. Having additional assistance is always advantageous. The air in this space is remarkably pure, and aside from the absence of light and sound, no immediate threats have been discerned. The magical circle below remains stable, showing no intent to activate further. After resting for 4 hours, Salin and his companions regained a measure of their combat strength. Songhong and Apos' wounds have healed, leaving behind jagged scars. Yet curiously, his face remains unblemished. Salin suspects that this half-human, half-demon individual prioritizes the protection of his visage in times of peril. Currently, Songhong and Apos' pallor is ghastly, a result of excessive blood loss. The healing water does not replenish blood, nor can even divine magic. Songhong and Apos' voice is faint, tinged with fragility, sending shivers down Salin and Apos' spine. Merlin the Mage, why not utilize a light spell to survey our surroundings? I am unfamiliar with light spells. Salin chose to ignore Songhong's discomfort. The illumination range of the glow spell is too limited, yet he possesses alternative methods. He retrieved a robust metal rod from the satchel at his back, unscrewed the cap at its end, and ignited the concealed magical flame potion within using a fire striker. This is Salin and Apos' S creation, a magical torch. The top of the metal rod features 6 fine apertures, and once the magical flame potion is ignited, a brilliant white flame bursts forth, radiating light far more intense than any illumination spell. In an instant, silence enveloped the space, and as the magical torch blazed to life, the surroundings came into sharp focus. Beneath them lay a black platform, intricately carved from solid steel, adorned with a complex magical circle. The edges of the platform are bordered by broad stone steps, supported by 12 robust pillars. Below the steps, on the expansive ground, lay a slumbering beast. This creature, measuring merely several meters in length, is dwarfed by the mountain-dwelling behemoths. It boasts a pair of silver horns atop its head, with a face extending over 2 meters, and its body is armored with patches of chitin, reminiscent of a freshwater magic crocodile. Thanks to the exceptional illumination provided by Salin's magical torch, they could even discern the 7 eyes adorning the creature's face. The 7-eyed demon. Bafindir. 3,000 years ago, humanity reveled in capturing monsters from other planes, including the demon realms. The variety of demons is vast, yet their classification is straightforward. Greater demons. Demons, lesser demons, and familiars. The power of a greater demon surpasses that of any current 9th-level practitioner, including mages. Bafindir is a notably well-known greater demon, frequently depicted in murals left by various dynasties. However, following the 3rd dynasty, humanity's strength waned, rendering them incapable of traversing planes at will, transforming Bafindir from a mere draft animal into a terrifying demon lord. Isn't this creature supposed to be extinct in this plane? Salin swallowed hard, confirming that this greater demon bore no trace of the legendary thunder chains, indicating that it is, indeed, a free demon. In other words, this entity is devoid of any contractual constraints. Once it departs from this realm, it may wreak havoc upon the continent of Mels. What shall we do? The demon possesses intelligence, even the capacity for language and script. It has been imprisoned here for tens of thousands of years. Would it not harbor resentment? At this moment, Saren and the others, including the Crimson, fervently wish that this demon may never awaken. Chapter 20. The Great Demon and the Lesser Demon, Part 1. Perhaps it was due to the absence of faith among Salin and his companions that their prayers were in vain. The great demon Bafindiel opened one of its 7 eyes, casting its gaze upon the platform behind the 12 pillars. This eye was filled with astonishment and confusion as it spoke. Human. No one except Salin could comprehend Bafindiel's words, for it was the ancient tongue of Mels, once prevalent across the continent, now only understood by the erudite among the nobility and wizards. What Bafindiel uttered was, "My deity." So diminutive? Is this what humanity is? The others, including Songhong, instinctively recoiled, finding themselves against the stone wall with no retreat. Salin, however, narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the great demon intently. Sheikah tugged at Salin's sleeve from behind, but he moved forward instead. Cautiously, Salin descended the steps, approaching the great demon Bafindiel. Then, he performed an act that nearly caused everyone to lose their composure. Salin unleashed an attack spell, Acid Splash, directed at Bafindiel. To their astonishment, Salin's low-level magic effortlessly corroded one of Bafindiel's silver horns, provoking a furious roar from the great demon as it steadied itself. Salin raised his head, locking his deep blue eyes onto Bafindiel, and spoke slowly in the ancient Mels tongue. "You are immune to flames, acid, poison, and fear. Even a deceased demon cannot be harmed. Your fragility indicates but one truth. You are a mere illusion. Let me guess, what kind of familiar are you? To dare assume the guise of a great demon, you must be the most foolish of all familiars, a Tulu. You are Tulu. Your entire lineage is Tulu." The demon, enraged at being compared to Tulu, reacted as if it had been grievously insulted. "After thousands of years of imprisonment, you have lost your strength, Haven Tiyu?" Salin remarked, deftly adjusting his robe and securing it at his waist, with one hand gripping the demon's silver horn and the other pushing against its scaled face. He began to ascend. "What are you doing?" The demon panicked. Salin retrieved the corpse of a demon-hunting spider from his pouch and gestured toward the demon's open eye, stating, "I have heard that a demon's transformation spell will cease if its true form is attacked. If I plunge this into you, do you think it will be effective?" The demon, upon seeing the spider, lost all bravado and cried out in terror, "Despicable human, you cannot." "I can." Salin raised his hand, poised to drive the spider's claw down. "Please spare me." The demon suddenly broke into tears, with torrents streaming from its eye. "I do not wish to die. I beg you, let me live. I shall never oppose humanity again." Salin paused, perplexed, and remarked, I have heard that demons possess dignity, especially those of pure lineage. The demon transformed into Baffindir hesitated for a moment, but ultimately succumbed to Salin's overwhelming presence, pleading in anguish, "My lord, I am on the brink of starvation. I beseech you to grant me that most unattractive woman. I am willing to pledge my loyalty to you." Surely, the dignity of a demon pales in comparison to your magnificent glory. The most unattractive woman? The one with the scar on her forehead. The demon licked its lips, displaying an insatiable hunger. Salin could not help but chuckle as he gazed at the figure of Songhong on the platform. Songhong and Apos' ethereal visage bore but a single scar across the forehead, a mark left by the mountain beast. Noticing Salin and Apos' gaze, Songhong inquired, "Merlin, what is that creature saying?" "It claims that if I offer you as sustenance, it shall willingly enter into a contract with me and pledge its allegiance." Songhong instantly broke into a sweat. The loyalty of a demon held an irresistible allure for a sorcerer. Surely, Salin did not genuinely intend to offer himself as food to the demon? Merlin, I have heard that demons are prone to deceit. Songhong stammered, retreating until his back pressed against the stone wall. Sheikah stepped forward, seizing Songhong by the collar and lifting him effortlessly. Songhong, already weakened from blood loss, could not muster any resistance. Salin lowered his head, addressing the demon. "Is the one you desire to consume him?" "Yes, my lord, I implore you to bestow this woman upon me." "Then tell me, will you consume her first or sign the contract?" "Of course, I must eat first. I am utterly drained of strength. I cannot even maintain my transformation, let alone enter into a contract with you." Without hesitation, Salin grasped the claw of the demon-hunting spider and plunged it downwards. With a sickening squelch, dark blood splattered forth as Salin leaped back. The demon let out a wretched howl, and Baffindir's form gradually faded, shrinking to reveal its true essence. It was a demon resembling a human, albeit with blue skin, a sharp tail, and short horns nearly concealed within its hair. Its hair was black, and its body was marked by a golden line running along the spine, extending to the tip of its tail. A shallow cavity was present atop the demon's head. Had Salin possessed a bit more strength, the claw would have pierced directly into the demon and Apos' skull, a blow even the most resilient of beings could not withstand. So it is merely a lesser demon. Salin's heart lightened. Although he could not discern the specific type of this small demon, lesser demons were generally not formidable. Starved for years, it likely lacked the strength to even move, let alone cast spells. "Please, my lord, spare me." The small demon, wounded by Salin, lay on the ground, its voice growing faint, as if it were nearing the end of its life. Indeed, demons are notorious for their deceit. "Tell me," Salin spoke sternly, "what purpose does entering into a contract with a diminutive demon such as yourself serve? You would be of greater use as an ingredient for potions. How could I possibly be so transparent?" The small demon whimpered. Salin was relentless. He did not genuinely wish to end the life of this minor demon. Regardless of its low rank, it remained a true demon. In the current realm, demons have become nearly extinct. Such precious beings are not to be squandered by Salin. However, persuading the cunning demon to willingly enter into a contract proves to be quite a troublesome endeavor, primarily because Salin lacks any knowledge of contract magic. It must be the little demon that takes the initiative. Thus, Salin resorts to intimidation. "My lord, you are protected by divine power. My shape-shifting abilities pale in comparison before you." The little demon flattered. "Captain, have you come to an agreement?" Sheikah called out loudly, her hand still grasping the feeble Songhong. It appeared that at a mere command from Salin, she would promptly slice Songhong into pieces and lay him before the little demon. "Are you jesting?" Sheikah gently set Songhong down, patting his shoulder. "Do not fear. The captain is a good person. He will not harm you." Songhong and Apos' heart sank along with Sheikah and Apos' gesture. He found himself caught between laughter and tears. Is Salin truly a good person? Perhaps, but this so-called good person would spell doom at the slightest malevolent thought. This Caucasian warrior seemed to be utterly obedient to the sorcerer. He had once considered recruiting her, a rather foolish notion. A single sentence rendered Sarah helpless as well. Were all Caucasians so blunt? Salin had no time to ponder Songhong and Sarah's thoughts. He crouched down and gently stroked the little demon's head, inquiring softly, "So, do you wish to eat something first, or shall we proceed to the contract?" The little demon and Apos' eyes darted about, grappling with despair. It realized it could not deceive this young human. If it could consume even a small morsel of flesh and blood, even that of a weak creature, it might regain some strength to eliminate these beings. After all, it was a demon of pure lineage. Must it truly enter into a contract with this feeble human? Such humiliation had never been recorded in the annals of demon history. How long had it been confined in this space? 10,000 years, 20,000, or perhaps 30,000. All consumables had been devoured. When was the last time it had eaten? It seemed like 150 years had passed. If it refused this human, there would be no further opportunity to escape. Salin and Apos' countenance gradually darkened. Leaning closer to the little demon and Apos' ear, he spoke in the ancient Gamerian tongue. Do not harbor any illusions. You have lived for so long and should comprehend that humans are far more malevolent than you demons. I possess many methods to deal with you. This statement proved effective. Salin had encountered the curses demons hurled at humans in his magical tomes, filled with genuine hatred. Had not humans acted excessively in the past, how could demons utter such ludicrous words, akin to a lamb and Apos' lament? My lord, I am willing to enter into a contract. Please proceed. The little demon lowered its eyelids, seemingly resigned. Yet, a flicker of struggle remained within. It hoped that this human and Apos' contract might harbor some loophole. Should the contract be initiated by itself, given its current power, it could only fulfill the most dire of soul contracts. Entering into a soul contract would mean the irrevocable loss of freedom. Even with the death of this human, it could never erase the mark upon its soul. Salin gently caressed the little demon's head, its hair soft and far more pleasant to the touch than that of Sika. His fingers suddenly halted at the hole punctured by the claw of a demon-hunting spider, probing within and stirring it slightly. The little demon grimaced in pain, and Salin chuckled, deliberately adopting a wicked expression as he remarked, My contract demands a copious amount of blood. It seems I ought to enlarge this opening a bit. If it fails, you shall bear the blame for your misfortune. The little demon crumbled under the weight of despair, acutely aware that this human youth was indeed malevolent, showing no mercy whatsoever. He must be an expert in demonology, for he understood the weaknesses of demons so well. Please, my lord, no. I can do it myself. Salin gently withdrew his finger from the hole in the demon's forehead, tasting the blood that lingered on his fingertip, nodding in satisfaction as he said, It appears you have matured significantly. Now, let us begin at once, for I am pressed for time. With resignation, the little demon commenced reciting in the demon tongue, a language Salin had little knowledge of. Although Jason's tomes of magic were numerous and comprehensive, they lacked a systematic study of the demon language. The demon tongue appeared only sparingly in certain summoning spells, and Salin, still too inexperienced to learn summoning magic, had veered towards other studies. Lacking any desire to delve into that particular realm, even should he become a grand sorcerer. Despite the humiliation of this contract, it was a bond to which he devoted his life. The little demon earnestly described the essence of the contract, unaware that Salin was oblivious to the demon language. Salin pierced a small hole in his left index finger with the claw of the demon-hunting spider, a single drop of blood seeping forth, which he then placed upon the circular magical symbol on the little demon's forehead. The moment his fingertip made contact, Salin felt an unsettling sensation. As if a colossal magnet was drawing him in, his finger adhering to the little demon's brow. The circular magical symbol resembled a black hole, voraciously extracting flesh and blood from his wound. In an instant, the symbol swelled, becoming bright and crimson, while Salin's entire left hand shriveled, its appearance resembling that of a skeletal creature. Simultaneously, he sensed a violent turmoil deep within his soul, as though a door had swung open. He could perceive the emotions of the little demon before him without needing to see. The little demon was on the verge of tears, fearfully explaining, My lord, it is simply that your power is too feeble. No, I mean, my body is too. Salin observed as the red magical symbol on the little demon and Apos' forehead seeped into its skin, the circular wound vanishing, seemingly filled by its own flesh and blood. Is this a sharing of harm? Salin inquired. No, my lord, this is merely a condition for the contract's fulfillment. It only occurs at the moment of signing. It shall not happen again. The little demon endeavored to explain in a manner Salin could comprehend. This was a demon of pure lineage. Since the fall of the 4th dynasty, no sorcerer had been known to possess a demon again. The little demon exhaled in relief. Its master was not as cruel as it had feared. Salin retrieved a piece of jerky from his pouch and tossed it to the demon, which swallowed it whole without even chewing. Salin found himself burdened with numerous questions, yet he was unsure where to begin. He looked up at the individuals on the platform and beckoned, Come down. The matter here is resolved. Although Tsanghong and Shera harbored grievances, they dared not voice them at this moment. Salin had tamed the demon, and with Sheikah's formidable strength surpassing theirs, they could only swallow their pride. In a few swift strides, Sheikah descended the steps and approached Salin. Upon noticing his withered left hand, her eyes reddened with emotion. She removed the club from her back, intent on striking the little demon. However, she was not the brutish type, nor was she foolish. Salin reached out to stop her, whispering, "It and amp. Oppos. S all right. It will heal. Let us not give Song Hong and the others a reason to mock us." Understood, Sheikah replied, reluctantly sheathing her weapon while casting a fierce glare at the little demon. The demon, having consumed a piece of jerky, found it utterly insufficient. Having been deprived of sustenance for over a century, even a mountain beast would be devoured without hesitation. As the little demon felt Sheikah and amp, Oppos' intense stare, it lowered its head, malicious thoughts brewing within. When the master is distracted, I shall. Yet, it understood that such a scenario was unlikely. The woman glaring at it seemed to share a close bond with its master. Consuming her would only lead to dire consequences. Its eyes darted around until they fell upon several small objects on the steps. Wagging its tail, it crawled over, sniffing curiously, thinking they might be edible. These fist-sized entities were Jiaskala, drawn into this realm alongside Salin and the others by a magic circle. Enveloped within Salin's water-patterned shield, they had fallen into this space. Once removed from water, Jiaskala entered a dormant state. Their shells would seal tightly until an abundance of water reawakened them. This magical beast possessed remarkable endurance. Capable of surviving even in the desert, a single rain could rouse them. The little demon scooped up a Jiaskala in its hands, gazing expectantly at Salin. Noticing that Salin was oblivious to its actions, it promptly sank its sharp teeth into the shell, beginning to consume the flesh within. Its elongated tongue, lined with sharp spines, stirred within the shell, efficiently extracting every morsel of blood and meat. Alas, the poor fifth-level magical beast was devoured by a mere little demon while still in slumber. With a crunch, the little demon spat out the crushed magic core, sensing the power contained within. It tossed the fragments back into its mouth, grinding them with its teeth before swallowing, then picked up a second one. The little demon and Oppos' understanding of humanity was a relic of millennia past. Back then, creatures of its caliber were not even deemed worthy of enslavement. Should Salin choose to discard it now, the binding of the soul contract would transform it into a void demon, a being even lower than a familiar. "You are beginning to understand," Salin remarked, patting the little demon and amp, Oppos' head as he collected 4 fifth-level magic cores. The value of fifth-level magic cores was significant. Even the smaller ones were worth over 1,000. "Merlin, this is the relic site. What should we do now?" Song Hong dared not act rashly. He was genuinely fearful of Salin's potential wrath. Salin pondered for a moment and replied, "You need not worry. We, the Scosenians, hold contracts in the highest regard. Since you have employed me, I shall not covet this wealth for myself." Observing Song Hong's anxious expression, Salin added with a smile, "This relic is vast. How much can I possibly carry alone? Without you, I would never have arrived here." Song Hong, "Not everyone is like the Vulture Mercenary Corps." He then suggested, "You may rest for a while I inquire about the specifics of this relic." As Salin spoke, he began conversing with the little demon. The little demon was also unable to elucidate the origin of this relic. It only recalled that it had been captured alongside several powerful demons by a group of humans traversing dimensions. It was overlooked and not shackled with the thunder chains. Upon arriving in this dimension, the captors seemed to have suffered an attack, leading to the liberation of all demons, who were subsequently confined within this space. What followed was an interminable period of imprisonment. This space, initially an underground cavern, was gradually transformed, seemingly by those who sought to construct an underground temple for the liberated demons. Eventually, the demons realized they had not been saved. The builders of the temple had neglected to remove their thunder chains and appeared disinterested in enslaving them, failing to compel the demons to labor. After approximately 4,000 years, once the temple was completed, the humans vanished. From that point onward, the demons lost their means of sustenance and began to devour one another. This was not an uncommon occurrence in the demon realm. The little demon, unshackled by the thunder chains and possessing a diminutive form, initially faced no threats from the more powerful demons. However, as the demon population dwindled, the little demon resorted to hiding. Fortunately, the greater demons were bound by their thunder chains, unable to roam freely, thus sparing it from immediate peril. After over 10,000 years, as the demons consumed each other, the last few succumbed to starvation, leaving the little demon to survive by feasting on the corpses of the greater demons. When it was finally roused, The first sight it beheld was Salin, this frail human sorcerer. The little demon could not comprehend why this human appeared so feeble, even weaker than a mere familiar, which emboldened it to intimidate Salin. Yet, Salin gleaned nothing of value from their exchange and casually inquired as a final question, "So, may I know your name?" Chapter 21, The Book of Magic and Gems, Part 1. Upon hearing Salin inquire about its name, the little demon hesitated, casting a glance at the others present, and replied, "Master, the names of demons must remain unknown to outsiders. Are these all your wives?" Salin Kuden and Apos, T helped but chuckle, assuring, "Rest assured, they do not understand your language. I am called Agareth Sebens Decabrias Eni Induces Sagong," the little demon proclaimed, uttering a name that, while not particularly long, was relatively concise for a demon. "Very well. You shall adopt another name while accompanying me. Are you male or female? I am not yet certain. Are you still not of age?" Salin was astonished. This little demon had been confined for tens of thousands of years and was still immature. Some demons only determine their gender upon reaching maturity, a fact Salin was well aware of. The little demon felt a pang of shame. Generally, even lesser demons would mature within 1 or 2 millennia. However, the peculiar space in which it was trapped had stunted its growth. "Then feel free to transform into a human form," Salin commanded. Having consumed a few fish and regained some strength, the little demon began to employ its shape-shifting abilities. The transformation of a demon is not an illusion. Even upon physical contact, one could not discern the difference. After about 10 minutes of effort, the little demon, now panting, collapsed to the ground, having completed its metamorphosis. The little demon had transformed into a tall woman, with long black hair, slightly pronounced brows, and deep-set eyes, her neck elongated. She wore a simple jacket, so sheer that one could almost see her skin through the fabric. Her lower half was draped in a long skirt, further adorned with a piece of beast hide. The attire bore a resemblance to that of the ancient humans depicted in murals from thousands of years ago. Salin found no need to correct her. As long as she resembled a human, it sufficed. Moreover, the little demon had demonstrated commendable taste. The woman she had become exuded an air of nobility, unyielding to violation. Yet her striking features possessed an alluring charm. "This looks quite well," Salin mused, relieved that those around him were not grotesque. His initial concerns regarding the demon's aesthetic sensibilities were allayed. "Of course, I transformed in the likeness of the goddess Mels," she added, coughing violently. Salin struggled to regain his composure. This little demon was indeed audacious, daring to imitate the visage of a goddess. "Master, do you not find it to your liking?" The little demon sensed Salin's emotional shift. As he calmed himself, he reflected that the goddess Mels had fallen long ago, and there were no longer any natural temple sorcerers in this world. It was unlikely anyone would remember her appearance. Nevertheless, he dismissed the idea. The little demon's power was limited, and such a transformation was taxing. Observing the little demon sprawled on the ground, Salin found it difficult to associate her current form with that of the goddess Mels. Shaking his head, he said to her, "This is splendid. From now on, you shall be called Nalis." "Master, what is your surname?" The newly named Nalis appeared delighted. She began to address Salin as master, a promising sign indicating her swift adaptation to her new identity. "I am called Salin Metatlin." A fleeting shadow of melancholy crossed Salin and Apos' youthful visage. "When might this surname see the light of day again? Henceforth, I shall be known as Nearest Metatlin. Is that acceptable, master?" The little imp, noticing Salin's discontent, inquired cautiously. "Yes, that will suffice. Now, please describe the circumstances within this space." "No, within this temple," Salin replied. He surveyed the surroundings, his magical torch still ablaze. "Lodged in the steps by Sheikah. This is the altar, the heart of the temple, surrounded by 3 tiers, comprising a total of 24 grand halls." "Oh, this is the temple of nature." Salin responded with a mix of astonishment and disappointment. He had initially presumed this temple to be a clandestinely constructed sanctuary dedicated to an unknown deity, vying for the followers of the goddess Melis. If it were indeed a temple of nature, then this relic would hold little value. The goddess of nature espouses simplicity. A place recently completed, yet abandoned, could hardly harbor magical artifacts or divine relics. What puzzled Salin was the fact that the goddess Melis was once the common faith across the entire continent. Why construct a temple in secrecy? As long as the goddess issued a divine decree, even the emperors of the first dynasty would not refuse. The goddess could choose the location of the temple anywhere on the continent, and given the capabilities of humanity back then, a larger temple could be erected within a week. History often unwittingly obscures certain truths. Salin recalled a phrase from a magic tome, dismissing this peculiar question. He turned to Nearest. This is the altar. And the main temple lies just beyond, correct? How much longer do you require to rest? Master, just 1/12 of a day will suffice. I am utterly exhausted. The little imp quickly clarified. She was still in her youth, and casting a single transformation spell left her weakened for 2 hours. She feared Salin might deem her ineffectual. Gazing at him with pleading eyes. There shouldn't be any danger here, right? Salin inquired. None at all. I have consumed all the dangers. However, there are constant magical arrays surrounding this temple, preventing me from leaving. Master, henceforth, please refer to me as Captain. By the way, you ought to learn some new languages. This one is scarcely spoken by anyone on the continent now. Since there is no danger, wait for me here while I inspect the main temple. Salin briefly instructed, then addressed Songhong and the others. This relic may yield little in terms of treasures, but one can never be certain. This is the site of the goddess of nature and Apos, as temple, yet it has never been activated. Let us explore the main temple. Perhaps we shall find something of value. Songhong, illuminated by the light of the magical torch, discerned the layout around him. As a seasoned mercenary, he understood the significance of this arrangement in relation to the path of nature. Upon hearing Salin and Amp, Apos, words, Songhong and Amp, Apos, expression turned even more despondent. This expedition had cost him a significant portion of his savings and resulted in the loss of more than half of his men. Do not lose heart. This temple is exceedingly ancient. Perhaps the main temple will have tomes left behind. Even a single volume could fetch a handsome sum of gold. Salin consoled Songhong, though he himself found it somewhat improbable. According to the description of the little demon, this temple appears to have been forsaken by humanity. Songhong, summoning her waning spirit, followed Salin around the altar to its rear. The stone wall at the center of the altar was, in fact, a square pillar, misinterpreted as a wall due to its shape. Intricate murals adorned the square pillar, and Salin observed that the figure of a woman depicted on the front bore a striking resemblance to the form assumed by the little demon. Following the fall of Goddess Mel's, most temples across the continent succumbed to the inexorable passage of time. Nevertheless, remnants of these sacred sites still endure in each empire. Scholars have extensively studied the layout of the temples, rendering Salin and Apos' quest remarkably straightforward. Behind the altar lay 6 passageways, each potentially leading to the main sanctuary. Salin retrieved a second magical torch, igniting it, and as he cast the flickering light upon the central pillar, a faint trace emerged upon the ground, directing him towards the third passage. The corridor extended long and wide, alleviating any sense of suffocation. The murals on either side were vividly lifelike, and Salin recognized that if he were to chisel these artworks free and sell them, they would fetch a considerable sum. Alas, he lacked the strength for such an endeavor, and it would be rather inappropriate to desecrate the goddess's temple after receiving the blessing of the nature goddess's ring. Upon traversing the passage, he entered another vast chamber. Salin raised his magical torch, gazing toward the center, his heart swelling with relief. At the heart of the grand hall stood a house, entirely sculpted from black steel rock, with slender windows and columns adorned to resemble trees. This was indeed the goddess's abode, where female priests once resided, ever awaiting divine revelation or the goddess's visitation. It seemed that the temple was not merely a half-finished project. The most crucial parts had been completed, suggesting that there might be some treasures within. The nature goddess did not erect statues, and the chambers surrounding the main sanctuary served as quarters for the faithful, rendering the entire space rather vacant, devoid of the sacred mystery characteristic of a divine court. Let us explore, Salin proposed, retrieving 2 magical torches from his satchel, offering one to Zika, and then casting a glow spell as he ventured alone towards the central room of the temple. Songhong hesitated for a moment, parting ways with Shala to search the chambers surrounding the temple, hoping for some discoveries. He understood that even if he wished to contest with Salin, there would be little to gain. Salin had shown mercy thus far by refraining from silencing him, perhaps indicating a softness in his heart. Should Songhong fail to recognize the gravity of the situation and provoke the mage's ire, the Caucasian warrior woman would promptly drag him off to feed the demons. Typically, the goddess and Apos' residence comprised 6 rooms: a bedroom, a prayer room, a preaching room, a library, a magical chamber, and a cellar. Salin first entered the preaching room, which featured the sole expansive window. Every Sunday, the female priest would deliver sermons to thousands of devotees gathered in the temple square. The room was spacious, dominated by a wooden seat at its center. The sermons would last an entire day, and the priestess would rest on the seat every 4 hours. Salin examined the wood and discovered it to be ordinary pear wood, preserved not by the passage of time but by the isolation of this space, where it seemed as though time itself stood still. Behind the preaching chamber lies the prayer room, where the female pastor conducts her daily devotions, a sacred space for communion with the goddess Melis. Apart from a few additional adornments, the room remains barren, devoid of any treasures sought by Salin. Beyond the prayer room is the chamber of tomes, reminiscent of an aristocrat and Apo's study, featuring expansive bookshelves. Salin and Apo's gaze fixates on the center of the shelves, where 3 volumes are displayed. This room could accommodate thousands of books, yet only 3 tomes grace the shelves. Salin, filled with anticipation, steps forward and casts a detection spell. There are no hidden traps, nor magical arrays. The 3 books lie silently, as if they have awaited millennia for Salin and Apo's arrival. What stirs Salin's excitement are the covers of these 3 books, 1 bronze, 1 silver, and 1 gold. A complete set of goddess spell books, an extraordinary find. The distinction between a spell book and a magical tome is but a syllable apart, yet their meanings diverge vastly. A magical tome is a commonplace item for the transmission of magical knowledge, while a spell book is a sophisticated magical artifact. Spellbooks are classified into 3 tiers: the bronze spellbook for novice mages of levels 1 to 3, the silver spellbook for adept sorcerers of levels 4 to 6, and the gold spellbook for archmages of level 7 and above. Within the spellbooks, constant magic describes the skills suitable for mages of various levels, allowing even those without a lineage in magic to learn. Additionally, spellbooks can store magic. Unlike scrolls, they permit repeated storage, making them reusable artifacts. Yet, the true value of spellbooks lies in the guidance they provide for a mage and Apo's advancement, transitioning from mage to archmage and from archmage to sorcerer, culminating in the ascension to a divine mage, entails 3 monumental thresholds at levels 3, 6, and 9, regardless of a mage and Apo's diligence. These hurdles cannot be surpassed through mere effort. A profound comprehension of the essence of magic is essential to progress along the path of sorcery. The insights contained within the spellbook serve as keys to the next level of mastery. The worth of a spellbook transcends even that of a dragon's core. No matter how exalted the core, it possesses a price, whereas a spellbook is priceless. A single spellbook often encapsulates the endeavors of generations of mages, containing their most potent spells and insights on advancement. With a solemn expression, Salin carefully retrieves the bronze spellbook from the shelf, running his fingers over the bronze cover for a moment to steady his emotions before slowly opening its pages. To his dismay, the spellbook is entirely blank, devoid of content. Salin is nearly incensed enough to hurl the book out of the door. Is the nature goddess jesting with him? This blank tome has not been touched by any mage. Its worth lying solely in the materials used for its creation. There are no spells to learn directly, no insights to inherit for advancement. It is merely an equivalent to an infinitely usable blank scroll. As Salin regains his composure, a peculiar sensation rises once more within his heart. The emergence of magical tomes likely dates back within the last 20,000 years, while this temple was presumably commenced over 30,000 years ago. In that era, humanity did not require such artifacts as magical books. Most individuals were born with formidable powers. Magic was merely a facet of strength, not the paramount essence. Given this, one might ponder why there exists a blank magical tome within the temple of the nature goddess. Alas, Nereus, being merely a minor demon, remains oblivious to the underlying mysteries. Salin carefully stored the 3 blank tomes within his gift ring. Such items are indeed rare, and from a material standpoint, contemporary humans find it exceedingly challenging to replicate such high-caliber magical books. With the acquisition of these 3 blank tomes, Salin considered his expedition a triumphant success. Auctioning even one of these tomes could secure his future, allowing him to devote himself entirely to the study of magic. Regrettably, he dared not sell them. Their origins are murky, and should they attract the attention of those with ulterior motives, his life could be at stake. What Salin urgently required were items that could be exchanged for gold coins without inciting trouble. After meandering through the deserted bookshelf aisles, Salin departed the library and entered the magical chamber. In the age of the nature goddess, humanity both studied magic and divine arts. There was no distinction between priests and mages. The magical chamber served as a sanctuary for priests to hone their magical skills. The room was bare, and Salin understood that an unutilized temple would harbor no practitioners nor relics from former inhabitants. Behind the magical chamber lay a spacious bedroom, furnished solely with a bed, save for the murals adorning the walls. Skeptical of omens, Salin lifted the bed slats and, indeed, discovered a hidden compartment beneath. It seemed that regardless of how much humanity evolved, certain habits remained unchanged. The hidden compartment was filled with various items, predominantly clothing. Salin employed detection magic, only to find that these garments were ordinary. The anticipated magic cores and crystals eluded him. All these domestic items were pristine and in use, holding no value for Salin. With a sense of resignation, he circled the bed thrice before exiting the bedroom and descending to the lower level. The lower chamber resembled a servant's quarters, however. Half of it housed the temple knights, known as temple warriors in the era of the nature goddess. These warriors were not under the jurisdiction of the Pope, but were solely responsible for safeguarding the priests of the temple. To Salin and Apos' surprise, the lower chamber was cluttered with various belongings. In contrast to the preceding rooms, this space was somewhat disordered, containing several beds, cabinets, and boxes aligned against the walls. Among these, a writing desk caught his eye, its surface adorned with a map. A mere glance informed Salin that it was a map of the temple. Familiar with the temple and Apos' layout, he picked up the map and turned it over, revealing the intricate designs of 25 magical arrays on its reverse side. Centered around the altar, each of the 25 arrays corresponded to a grand hall. Salin cautiously rolled up the map, crafted from the hide of magical beasts, and stored it within his gift ring. The arrays depicted were three-dimensional, reminiscent of the legendary methods for crafting magical tomes. Though Salin had not systematically studied them, he comprehended the significance of these invaluable magical arrays in the construction of a magic tower. Possessing an advanced magic array, the magic tower would become far more secure. Yet these magic arrays are likely invaluable treasures long since lost to time. It is somewhat regrettable that such artifacts cannot be sold. To do so would be tantamount to revealing the existence of a hidden sanctuary. The cabinets and chests against the walls became the focal point of Sarin's search, revealing a complete set of armor within. This armor bore no resemblance to the styles of any nation on the continent, merely safeguarding the most vital parts of the body. Devoid of any metallic framework, Sarin felt a modicum of relief. After all, he was still a youth. Ever since the fall of the Crimson faction, he harbored fears that this expedition might yield no rewards. Perhaps in the eyes of the Crimson, Sarin appeared somewhat feeble. Yet, who could say how long such kindness could endure in a young heart? Sarin smiled faintly as he opened the chest. In that instant, he felt his benevolence evaporate. Inside lay a dazzling array of gemstones that dazzled the eyes with their brilliance. Ice stone, green clay stone, green jade stone, dark curtain stone, sapphire, blue cone stone, amethyst, blue crystal stone, ruby, fluorite, garnet, hornblende, sunstone, cloudstone, red resin, transparent stone, translucent stone, various smoky crystals, pure crystal, tiger si, obsidian. The gems he could identify filled nearly every chest. Overcome by a wave of unexpected joy, Sarin sank to the ground. He grasped an ice stone, scrutinizing it closely under the soft glow, confirming it was not mere colorless crystal. The unique chill of the ice stone seeped into his very bones. Yet it was not cold. There were even tourmaline, the rare white phantom, and green hair crystal. Sarin sat in a daze for a moment before frantically beginning to fill his gift ring. The gift ring possessed ample space, but as he neared the end, he was forced to extract some of the less valuable gems, preparing to stow them in his pouch. Should he share these with the Crimson? Absolutely not. He was not a magician. Sarin felt a twinge of shame, though he recognized it was quite natural. Any magician would go mad upon seeing such a trove of gems. The chest also contained fine gold, silver, mithril, and red copper, but those held little significance now. Sarin and Apos' eyes sparkled with a brilliance surpassing even the gems, as he busied himself in excitement. After filling the gift ring with the most precious stones, Sarin emptied his pouch, filling it entirely with gems. Even the sleeves of his robes and the compartments of his belt were stuffed to capacity. Gazing at the remaining half-chest of gems, Sarin called out loudly, "Sika." Within 30 seconds, Sika arrived, stick in hand, anxiously exclaiming, "Captain, is there a problem?" "No, we struck it rich." Sarin laughed heartily, pointing to the open chest. Sika dove onto the chest, grabbing a fist-sized piece of fine gold and stuffing it into her pouch. "First, the gems. Fine gold is too heavy. I can carry it." Ignoring Sarin and Apos' protests, Sika began her own scavenging endeavor. Her primary focus was on the metals. Only after selecting the precious metals did she turn to the gems. The Crimson was also stirred, arriving with Sarah to witness the strewn gems and valuable metals. Casting a glance at Sarin, the Crimson exclaimed, "What are you staring at? Hurry up and pack." Songhong and Sarah immediately sprang into action, retrieving the prepared large leather bags and stuffing them with abandon. In truth, these gemstones were not particularly valuable prior to the Second Dynasty. Humanity could traverse dimensions at will, and some realms were abundant in gems, leaving no powerful individuals inclined to specifically collect such items. Thus, these gemstones found their way into the basement. The four of them filled their bags to the brim and sat down in a circle. Suddenly, Sika inquired, "Captain, how do we get out?" This question left Salin momentarily speechless. Indeed, how would they escape? The temple had once housed numerous formidable demons, indicating its extraordinary fortitude. Those 25 magical circles. Noticing Songhong's gaze seeking his own, Salin composed himself and suggested, "Let us inquire of that demon. It must know the way out." However, Salin was not entirely certain. The magical circle at the center of the altar should function as a teleportation array, but could he truly depart from there? Even if he could activate the magical circle, would the mountain-dwelling beast still be lurking outside? Chapter 22. The White Butler, Part 1. Salin and Amp. Apos. Brow furrowed slightly, and Nearest understood the source of his displeasure. "Once I master your current language, I shall address you as commander," she huffed. Salin exhaled through his nose, fearing that his resolve might waver and that he could succumb to the temptations of this little demon. Despite the existence of a soul contract, danger could not be entirely dismissed. This altar served as a passageway. Those who constructed the temple could depart directly from this very spot. Hence, Salin had lingered here for millennia. Nearest's voice resonated with profound melancholy as she continued, "This is why I have waited here for thousands of years." Salin recognized that he could not dissuade her, suspecting it was in the nature of demons to perpetually seduce others. It seems the master does not possess such formidable power. Nearest stretched her waist. After transforming, her tail vanished, leaving her feeling somewhat disoriented. "Is there no other way?" "If there were, I would have fled long ago," Salin replied. Falling silent, he caressed the gift ring on his hand and after a moment said, "Songhong, what was the entrance to the ruins like when you discovered it?" Songhong and Apos' face turned slightly red as she responded, "It appears to be somewhere else. It was a magical tower buried underground, with only its spire visible." "Did we take a wrong turn? How is that even possible?" "Everyone, disperse and examine the altar for any potential gemstone settings." Salin now hoped that this ancient magical array retained some rudimentary functions, allowing those of lesser strength to enter and exit. Such teleportation arrays were exceedingly rare. The combined total of all teleportation magic circles across the four great empires did not exceed 20. These arrays could be utilized by ordinary individuals. Yet each activation consumed a significant quantity of gemstones, rendering them costly. However, as long as he could escape, Salin was willing to pay the price. He was not a demon. Should he remain trapped here, he would perish from starvation within a month, long before the passage of thousands of years. Unbeknownst to him, Songhong had begun to heed Salin's commands. In terms of raw strength, Salin could not match him in close combat. At a distance, he was no match for Salin either. Initially, Songhong had held some self-assurance, but after several unforeseen events, Salin had subtly emerged as the leader of their group. Approaching Shika, Salin bent down and ran his fingers over the ground, feeling the magical patterns. The hole that Shika discovered was indeed at the convergence of these magical lines, revealing a suspicious location for gemstone settings. Salin inserted his fingers into the cavity, discerning its structure, and found it to be a base designed to accommodate 24 gemstones. Two types of gemstones could activate the teleportation array. One, a crystal known as the White Phantom, and the other, a chalcedony. In Salin and Apos' current hall, he possessed both types of stones. The White Phantom maintained a consistent value, whereas chalcedony was notoriously unpredictable. "Let us utilize the White Phantom," he decided, as he had only 2 pieces of chalcedony insufficient to carve into 3 segments. Salin dismally retrieved a White Phantom crystal the size of a gourd, troubled by the thought of how he might shape it into a perfect 24-faced polyhedron. After reaching the 4th level, wizards gain access to a water-based spell known as water flow cutting, which can slice through various gemstones. Unfortunately, Salin is merely a first-level wizard. While it is possible to cut gemstones using high-temperature rhenium wire, Salin possesses only a piece of rhenium from his blessed ring. Yet he lacks the alchemical prowess to draw this material, which is 100 times harder than steel, into fine strands and heat it. It is evident that Sika, Songhong, and Sarah are also incapable of performing such intricate tasks. Noticing Salin and Apos' distress, Nearest, with her nimble mind, inquired, "Master, is there something troubling you? May I assist?" "You?" Can you handle this white phantom? I need it cut into 3 equal parts, forming 24-faced crystals with a base length of 4 units, resembling the shape of a magical beast and amp, Opos, core. Salin mused, considering that this little demon had lived for tens of thousands of years and might possess some abilities. Perhaps even a few higher-level spells. Nearest took the white phantom from Salin and Opos' hand, which was a rather raw crystal ore, still bearing some impurities and untreated. After observing it for a moment, she suddenly brought the white phantom close to her mouth and bit down. The hard crystal shattered with a sharp crack as Nearest bit off a piece. Nearest! Salin exclaimed in alarm. This was a precious item for survival. And the little demon intended to consume it? Nearest, with her slender fingers, dug into her mouth, retrieving the bitten crystal fragment and presenting it to Salin. Master, is each flat surface this size? Salin was momentarily stunned. The little demon demonstrated remarkable skill. With that one bite, a smooth, 4-unit edge was formed on the white phantom. Was that her tooth or a file? Such sharpness could surely penetrate even magical armor. Well done, Nearest. Continue. Salin praised the little demon. Nearest cradled the white phantom and began to gnaw at it voraciously, her appearance rather grotesque. To divide the white phantom into 3 parts, Nearest opened her mouth wide, resembling a crocodile, forming an obtuse angle between her upper and lower jaws. Cutting gemstones inevitably produces fragments, and the pieces Nearest bit off were quite regular with smooth cross-sections, which Salin meticulously collected. These white phantom fragments could be set into rings, some even suitable for crafting larger magical artifacts. Salin, having experienced poverty, was loath to waste even the smallest piece. After half an hour, 3 perfect 24-faced gemstones had been crafted by the little demon's teeth and were embedded within the magic array. Next came a challenging dilemma: how to activate this magic array. Activating the array required incantations, and the spell for this array was inscribed on the back of the map Salin had obtained. However, being only a first-level wizard, he knew that spatial magic was the domain of sorcerers. Salin had already conceived a notion. There must be a reason he was drawn into this magic array. The most plausible explanation was that he had invoked the goddess and amp, Opos, as protection, triggering the array. This array perhaps still possessed residual divine power, which had pulled the 4 of them in. Beyond that, Salin could think of no other rationale. He adjusted his magical robe and stepped to the center of the magic array, gesturing for everyone to come closer. Nearest was the first to rush to Salin's side, followed by Sika, Sarah, and finally, Songhong. Salin began to chant an incantation, and a flicker of green light once more emanated from the Ring of Grace. Although the divine spell remained unfulfilled, it triggered the response of the magical array. The 3 gemstones embedded within the array emitted a dazzling white brilliance, illuminating the vast magical formation in its entirety. Salin felt a surge of joy. Indeed, it was an automatic magical array, requiring its entrants to be devotees of the goddess. The fact that he could elicit the residual divine power from the Ring of Grace meant he could be recognized by this teleportation circle. If that were the case, he could return in the future. However, the presence of the Holy See in the chaotic swamp raised concerns. Their intentions were unknown, yet past encounters had yielded unfavorable outcomes. The location of the temple was relatively concealed, but he had left numerous traces along his journey, raising the risk of discovery at the entrance. A beam of white light shot forth from the magical array, refracting and intertwining in the air, forming a colossal dome that enveloped Salin and his companions. The teleportation this time was surprisingly effortless, devoid of the sensation of being mercilessly pierced by 1,000 blades. Salin merely felt a lightness in his body, slightly losing his balance before finding himself in the pond that lay before the temple. Shortly thereafter, Sika, Nearest, Songhong, and Sarah were all teleported out, without exception. A wave of anxiety washed over Salin. The pond housed the diaspora, and he was no match for them. Although his magic reserves were full, he could only summon 24 water ripple shields. Who knew how many diaspora lurked in the depths? He swam vigorously upward, and sensing his tension, the little demon twisted its body and swiftly kept pace, its aquatic prowess surpassing even Salin's. The metallic scent of blood still lingered in the water and in the darkness. Dozens of diaspora with hard shells suddenly emerged, lunging towards Salin. Cursing his misfortune, Salin prepared to defend himself, but the little demon, filled with excitement, darted forward, its hands reaching out like phantoms. Each hand seized a diaspora, and with a swift bite, it dispatched them without hesitation. The diaspora and Opos, as hard shells rendered them immune to low-level magic attacks. However, Nearest and Opos, teeth were exceptionally sharp, capable of slicing through gemstones. Starved for over a century, the little demon was elated to encounter living prey. It swiftly killed one, barely pausing to chew, merely draining the Diaspora and Apos' essence. While this little demon's magical abilities were rather mundane, in close combat, its physical prowess surpassed even that of Sika, the Caucasian warrior blessed by the priest. Despite being a 5th-level magical beast, the Diaspora possessed remarkably low intelligence. None attempted to unleash magical attacks against the little demon, instead opening their mouths wide in an attempt to bite off a piece of Naelus's flesh. Overconfident in their shells, dozens of Diaspora were swiftly devoured by Naelus, their empty shells sinking into the water. Witnessing the little demon and Apos' method of feeding left Salin somewhat astonished. Had Naelus not been weakened by hunger, he would have had no chance of taming her. The shells of these fish-like magical beasts were also commendable alchemical materials, but Salin's satchel was already brimming, and he lacked the inclination to dive underwater to collect them. He hastened his pace, swimming toward the light above. With a heavy sigh, Salin emerged from the water, exposing only half of his head before swiftly submerging once more. The mountain splitter lay lifeless on the shore, its colossal head rolling by the water's edge. And the absence of any human presence stirred a sense of foreboding within him. This body of water had clearly been visited, and the individual who had slain the mountain splitter was no ordinary foe. Could it be that a divine envoy from the Holy See had intervened? While Salin could ponder these matters underwater, the others, including Songhong, could not. They all surfaced, and Salin reluctantly followed suit. Upon sighting the mountain splitter and Apos' corpse, Songhong, a shrewd individual, recognized that the danger had not diminished but rather escalated. Climbing onto the shore, Songhong approached the head of the mountain splitter, which was severed with such precision that it loomed taller than his own body. What manner of weapon could inflict such horrific damage? The thought of a sword saint sent a shiver down Songhong's spine. To him, a sword saint was even more terrifying than a grand magus. The latter was rare, while sword saints were considerably more prevalent. Typically, mercenaries would avoid the vicinity of magical towers, thus steering clear of any entanglement with grand magi, let alone magisters. However, mercenary groups of level 7 or higher would invariably include a sword saint. The sword energy wielded by a sword saint could counteract the might of magic, and could also launch attacks akin to magical spells. The most alarming aspect was that once a sword saint ascended to the rank of bronze sword saint, they could briefly take flight. The severed head of the mountain splitter was undoubtedly the work of a sword saint, not a mere sorcerer. Salin approached and circled to the back of the head, discovering a large cavity where the magical core had evidently been extracted. Naelus discreetly expelled a handful of magical cores, each the size of a finger, and tucked them into her waist. After all, her master's pockets were already brimming. A few more would hardly matter. Songhong, let us part ways here. You should avoid your ruins as well, Salin spoke. He wished to disengage from Songhong. Their expedition had yielded considerable rewards, and now, parting ways would spare them the misfortune of being discovered by the Holy See. Each would then heed their own fate. Songhong comprehended this rationale, nodding in silence. Salin unfastened the metallic water flask from his waist and handed it to Songhong. The flask was filled with a restorative water, and Salin had discarded the remainder of his potions and materials purchased in Didipus. This metal flask was the sole means he had to assist Songhong. Time within the temple appeared to flow differently than outside. It was now evening. The sun hanging at the horizon bathed the plains in a warm orange glow, exuding heat that belied the deep autumn of the chaotic marshlands. Zika waved cheerfully at Songhong and Sarah, alleviating much of the melancholy of their departure. Their time together had been fleeting, hardly qualifying them as friends, yet they had shared several life and death struggles, without even revealing their true names to one another. This sentiment inexplicably darkened Salin's mood. Master. All right, let us go. Naelus, it is time you learn some common tongue of the continent, Salin interrupted Naelus, steering towards another direction. While Songhong and the others chose to head south, Salin ventured southeast, toward the Qin Empire, from where crossing through the chaotic marsh would lead him to the Duchy of Phoenix. The Duchy of Phoenix is a vassal of the Qin Empire, modest in size, and entirely borders the chaotic marsh. Upon entering the Duchy of Phoenix, one effectively steps within the protective embrace of the Qin Empire, where the agents of the Holy See tread with caution. Salin and his companions retreated, while 5 figures emerged on the opposite side of the pond. Leading them was a young man clad in white, the cleric known as Picasso. How intriguing, he mused, that we have unwittingly rescued these heretics. You seem to harbor fear. If that is the case, let not a word of today's events escape your lips. You pursue those two mercenaries. I shall confront the mage. As Picasso spoke, he disregarded the opinions of his subordinates, taking a step into the air and walking upon the void, swiftly vanishing from the sight of the four knights of the Holy See. Surrounded by divine radiance, he ascended higher into the sky, his pace astonishingly rapid. The white robe billowed in the wind, resonating with a sound akin to a flag in the breeze, as he made no effort to shield his garments with the divine light. Suddenly, a sense of wariness surged within Salin. He halted abruptly and turned. The plain behind him lay barren, devoid even of the shadow of a beast. An intriguing mage indeed, capable of sensing my presence. Picasso had now positioned himself above Salin and his companions. He relinquished control of the divine light, and the sky blazed with brightness, as if the sun had risen anew. In an instant, Salin activated the invisible shield woven into his magical robe to resist the fiery aura. With his newfound wealth of resources, he was no longer concerned with the expenditure of mana cores. Who goes there? Reveal yourself. A flicker of white light danced between Salin's fingers, readying a first-tier spell. The little demoness Naelis instinctively felt revulsion towards the followers of the divine, yet she was astute enough to recognize her own inadequacy against the young man, and thus feigned terror, retreating behind Salin for protection. Sheikah, with a cold demeanor, unsheathed her weapon from behind and stood resolutely beside Salin, awaiting his command. Why pursue me? Salin remained composed, recognizing that the individual before him, capable of flight, was at least of the 7th-tier professional caliber. Should he possess magical prowess? He was assuredly a mage of 6th tier or higher. Bound together with Sheikah, they would not stand a chance. Casting a first-tier spell would merely serve as a reminder to this cleric that he posed no threat. It is not I who pursues, but you who flees. Picasso replied with an air of calm, as if stating a self-evident truth. His youthful visage radiated warmth and humility, imbued with an irresistible charm. In his utterance, it felt as though he were a confidant, sharing his innermost thoughts. Salin found himself at a loss for words. Had he not slain a member of the Holy See, there would have been no need to evade this man. The adherents of the Holy See were not ogres. Most were rather amiable. The white-robed gentleman had succinctly articulated the essence of the matter. He could choose not to pursue, but Salin could not afford to remain. Young mage, may I inquire your name? Picasso inquired, maintaining a demeanor of utmost courtesy, rendering it impossible to refuse his request. Salin, he replied, his own name feeling uncomfortably foreign on his tongue. Very well, Master Salin, I would like to request your assistance. I have a companion named Oceanic, who has been mysteriously slain. Can you tell me who was responsible for this act? Salin wished to utter the words I do not know, but he suspected that it was indeed the white deacon of the church, a 7th-level practitioner, surely adept in the art of divination. This ability transcends even that of lie detection. Should he attempt to deceive, the deacon would discern the truth with clarity. Is this the true power of the church's deacons? Faced with such a figure, he found himself unable to fabricate a falsehood. It appears this matter is connected to you. Picasso sighed with regret. Could I bribe you? Salin uttered a phrase that left Picasso astounded. He spoke the term bribe with an air of conviction, his gaze unwavering and devoid of any hint of shame. I did not slay that priest. I merely happened to traverse the same path. Salin carefully chose his words, striving to leave no room for doubt. His mind raced as he continued. I was hired to seek out a relic, within a cave. I witnessed the priest Oceanic meet his demise at the hands of a demon-hunting spider. I merely took possession of his belongings. If you refrain from holding me accountable, I am willing to disclose the location of that relic. According to the sacred texts, bribing a deacon is a grave offense. Picasso replied, his expression unfazed. Throughout their exchange, he revealed no hint of malice, yet Salin felt a greater anxiety than if he were confronted by a mountain ogre. That relic belongs to the 2nd dynasty. The blasphemous dynasty you speak of. Oh, a relic from the blasphemous dynasty could indeed serve as a means of atonement, Master Salin. Do you know the precise location of that relic? Picasso concealed his delight, for his visit to the chaotic marshes was primarily to seek this site. Lord Faka had dispatched numerous agents, determined to locate the relic before any other divine emissaries became aware of it. However, the terrain of the chaotic marshes is intricate. Even he could not guarantee a thorough search before winter's onset. The fate of this young sorcerer mattered little, as long as he could be the first to uncover the relic, and Lord Faka would bestow a prophecy upon him, facilitating his swift ascension. So, has a deal been struck? Salin felt as though his heart had leaped to his throat. He and Sheikah, along with the little demon, stood no chance against the white deacon. I suppose we have a deal, But how shall I trust you? Picasso smiled at Salin. Do you have a map? I can guide you. The location of the relic is not far. If I am lying, you will have ample time to pursue and eliminate me. Conversely, if the relic is genuine, you would scarcely bother with a mere sorcerer like myself, would you? Salin initially considered feigning ignorance. But Picasso's keen insight left him with no choice but to be forthright. As Picasso spoke, he produced a map from his sleeve. A delicate parchment that unfurled effortlessly in the breeze, undulating not in the slightest. Salin smiled, recognizing that there was no need for Picasso to flaunt his prowess. He sought only to extricate himself from danger and would not indicate an erroneous location. Drawing upon his memory of the map that Songhong had shown him, Salin began to trace a line upon Picasso's map with his fingertip. Droplets of acidic liquid emerged from his fingertip, etching a clear path into the comparative map. Picasso rolled up the map and, with a smile, remarked, "Certainly. But I must caution you that it is not solely the esteemed Lord Faka who has dispatched his minions into the chaotic marsh. You may very well encounter the subordinates of other deities. At that point, you shall be left to your own devices." Chapter 23. The Flight of the Phoenix. Salin spoke little as he turned to leave with Neris and Shika, lingering not a moment longer. Picasso gazed after Salin and Apos' retreating figure, feeling a flicker of curiosity towards the young sorcerer. Indeed, the boy had not lied. He had not personally slain Koshian. Even if he had, what of it? Koshian was not a direct descendant of Lord Faka. Having altered his course without permission, he met a fitting end. Picasso smirked softly, hastening towards the direction where the crimson figure had departed. The fate of those two mercenaries was of little consequence now. Securing the map and locating the entrance to the ruins was paramount. After traveling for over 10 miles, Salin and his companions finally slowed their pace. "Captain, do you think that fellow will reconsider?" Shika asked, clutching her massive staff, ever ready for combat. She held a deep distrust of the Church and the Caucasus. It had expended vast resources year after year to infiltrate, corrupting many villages and leading them to abandon their faith in nature. "If only the beast souls had been slain, I could have commanded a few lowly beasts to expedite our journey." A shadow of disappointment crossed Shika and Apos' face. She felt her own weakness and helplessness in aiding Salin. Her sharp brows knitted together, revealing her disheartened spirit. "Do not be disheartened, Shika. I shall assist you in finding another beast soul." Salin recalled the White Steward's map, noting that the distance from their current location to the Duchy of Phoenix was still over 500 miles, the narrowest stretch of the entire chaotic marsh. Shika shook her head in bewilderment. She was truly directionally challenged, and Salin's words seemed futile. "Master, what is it?" Salin's voice bore a hint of sternness, his patience wearing thin with the little demon and Apos' persistent mischief. "Would you prefer to hasten our journey?" "Yes. Why? I could carry you on my back. And as long as your woman can keep pace, we would move approximately 4 times faster." Seeing Neris's pitiful demeanor, Salin felt a pang of sympathy. It was a selfish act to have subdued the little demon for his own gain. No one would willingly accept such a fate. Tempting humans into folly was inherent to a demon's nature, and Salin realized he ought to treat Neris with greater kindness. His sentiments were not born from Neris's beauty. He had witnessed her true form, a visage that would haunt many in their nightmares. Furthermore, Neris was currently androgynous. Despite Salin's remarkable appetites, he harbored no illusions regarding her. In their flight, he found it difficult to entertain any youthful affections. He regarded Neris purely from a sorcerer and Apos' perspective, a mindset influenced by Jason Statham. Though their exchanges had been few, every word from Jason resonated within Salin. Do not form attachments with your pets, it may lead to their demise. Ultimately, Neris acquiesced and hoisted Salin onto her back. Her stature far exceeded his, and carrying a full-grown man posed no challenge. The trio soon quickened their pace, fleeing towards the Duchy of Phoenix. As the shadows of the chaotic swamp enveloped the night, Neris felt a stronger premonition of danger than Shika, cautiously evading the perilous nocturnal predators along the way. The wind swept through Neris's long black hair, which brushed against Salin's face, silky yet tumultuous. Ultimately, she was merely an inconsequential being. When Salin and Shika voiced this sentiment, it had not struck her as significant. However, as Neris bore him away in a desperate flight for survival, it stirred something sensitive within Salin. He resolved to become powerful, akin to his mentor. Leaning his head against Neris's shoulder, he curled up, feeling like the pitiful beggar he once was, shivering in the rain, and tears streamed down his face. "Is my master crying?" Neris felt a surge of excitement. Unlike the fantasies of humanity, demons never desired their masters to be formidable. Ideally, they wished for humans to be as weak as ants, a resentment shared by many beings across various realms, including demons. "Master, I shall protect you," Neres murmured softly, her steps growing lighter. Chica, gritting her teeth, followed closely behind Neres. The little demon seemed aware of Chica's physical limits, always maintaining a pace just ahead, compelling her to strive harder to keep up. Sweat accumulated beneath her breathable leather armor, and for the first time, Chica found the absence of a bath intolerable. Their flight endured for a day and a night, and just as Chica was on the verge of collapsing, Neres came to a halt, for Salin had awakened. "Neres, let us rest. Chica cannot endure any longer." Chica knelt on the ground, gasping for breath. Back in her homeland, she had never perceived running as such a strenuous endeavor. To pursue prey, the Caucasians would often chase for hours, exhausting their quarry. Such methods could bring down beasts far mightier than humans. Yet, the little demon ran too swiftly. Chica estimated that aside from airborne magical beasts, no creature on the ground could sustain such a pace for long. Without uttering a word, she removed her boots, placed them beneath her head, and within mere seconds, drifted into slumber. "Neres, how far have we traversed?" Salin's command of the ancient Gumeric language had grown increasingly proficient, and he was too weary to urge the little demon to learn any common tongue. After all, the journey ahead was long, and it seemed he had distanced himself from danger. "Nearly 500 miles. By dawn tomorrow, we shall escape the swamp." "Is it that quick?" Salin expressed his surprise. "Indeed," Neres replied, choosing not to elaborate. She reflected on her homeland, where she often found herself the prey relentlessly pursued by powerful demons. It seemed that then, she had run even faster. Observing Neres and Apos' reluctance to converse, Salin settled beside Chica, who had awoken from her slumber. Taking advantage of this moment, he began to inventory their belongings. A green dragon and Apos' magic core needed to be delivered to Bitterwater County, a blank spellbook reserved for his future use. The remainder consisted of gemstones and ores, and Salin reassessed his acquisitions. All the gems were unrefined, untouched by cutting or treatment, many still encased in their raw mineral layers. "Neres, are you not weary?" Salin inquired with concern. "I am not tired, master." "Very well, strip away the mineral layers from these gems. I seek only their purest essence." Salin beamed at Neres, revealing her pristine white teeth. This would save him significant expenses in gem processing. It was said that cutting raw stones was an exorbitant service, available only in the grand cities. Neres then realized that Salin and Apos' concern was not for her well-being. With a sigh, she settled beside him and began to process the gems with her teeth. As a demon, she knew better than to harbor excessive desires. Humanity was inherently selfish and greedy. The gems were sizable, the smallest akin to the size of a fist. After her efforts, their volume slightly diminished. Salin placed the processed stones into the gift ring, while the fragments bitten off by Neres were swept into a pouch. Although the quality of these fragments lacked purity, they remained coveted treasures for ordinary sorcerers. "Master, I am famished," Neres lamented, observing Salin meticulously polishing and collecting the gems, her heart filled with a hint of resentment, tempting her to slack off. "I haven and Apos, to eat neither." "Why the fuss? We and Apos' discuss it once we reach the Duchy of Phoenix." Salin and Apos' stomach grumbled in agreement. He had discarded his provisions at the temple, and his storage space was entirely occupied by gems. With tears welling in her eyes, Neres continued to gnaw at the gems, indifferent to Salin and Apos' worries. Indeed, Salin felt troubled. Although Sika was beautiful, she was a boisterous Caucasian warrior, seldom inspiring any romantic notions. This little demon, transformed into the likeness of the goddess Melis, possessed an innate allure. Such a persona would inevitably attract considerable trouble, and she herself delighted in creating chaos. "Neres, master, continue working. Just listen to me." Crunch, crunch. "Never mind. We shall address it later." Salin felt disheartened. He was at a loss regarding how to instruct the demon. Crunch, crunch. Sika was immersed in a delightful dream, envisioning her beastly battle spirit revived. In her slumber, she wielded a staff, deftly vanquishing the pursuing agents of the church. She chuckled blissfully in her sleep. "Huh, you thought you could escape? Perish." Salin and Apos' expression grew increasingly woeful as he revealed his left hand, hidden within his sleeve. The withered limb resembled that of a cadaverous being. Carefully, he cast a level 1 spell, Water of Restoration, to soothe the injured muscle. Having achieved his financial objectives, his own prowess had temporarily diminished. Until his left hand healed, he could not continue his studies in level 2 magic. This meant that even if he advanced, he would be unable to engage in regular practice. It seemed that seeking refuge with the Lady of Bitterwater County was indeed a feasible option. Residing among the nobility would spare him from unnecessary troubles. With newfound wealth, he no longer needed to venture into perilous endeavors. It was a pity, however, about the dragon and Apos' magical core he had lost. "Captain, I am fine now," Sika declared, her spirit invigorated as she unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks, brimming with vitality. "Master, is she also a transformed demon?" Nerys gazed at Sika, now restored, with astonishment, struggling to believe her eyes. Yesterday, she deliberately tormented that woman, which is why she fled so swiftly. What? Salin did not comprehend Nahlis and Apos' inquiry. Nahlis, quick-witted, fell silent. Further questioning would expose her own petty nature. Salin and Apos' party continued their journey. With the little demon by his side, Salin felt assured he would not lose his way, even without a map. This time, the little demon slowed their pace, taking half a day to navigate out of the forest. In truth, this forest was fraught with peril. Home to a rare beast known as the tree bee, these creatures were notoriously aggressive, attacking humans without provocation. However, the little demon skillfully circumvented the territory of the tree bees, charting a winding path through the woods, encountering no troubles along the way. No matter how treacherous this forest might be, it paled in comparison to the horrors of the demon realm, where every creature was lethal. At least the towering trees here did not consume humans, and the magical beasts were relatively benign. Beyond the forest lay a quaint little town, its architectural style vastly different from that of Scosenia. The people of Scosenia favored stone construction, relishing in grandeur and splendor. In contrast, the buildings here were predominantly crafted from brick and wood, exuding delicacy and elegance. Although most of the townsfolk donned simple attire, their demeanor distinctly set them apart from those of Salin City. The inhabitants here were clean and unpretentious. Even in worn garments, they appeared meticulously maintained, their faces radiating a happiness that Salin struggled to fathom. The town's walls were tall. Despite its status as a border settlement, it had never witnessed warfare. The layout of the walls was straightforward, designed to defend against the larger magical beasts lurking in the forest. Salin relished this atmosphere as he strolled through the streets in his wizard and Apos' robe, receiving no signs of reverence from the townsfolk. Although it struck him as peculiar, Salin could only attribute it to the abundance of wizards in the Chin Empire, leading to a general familiarity. His assumption was correct. The town was merely a tenth the size of Salin City, with just a handful of streets and a scarcity of shops. Yet, as he entered a tavern, he brushed shoulders with a fellow wizard. The man was a second-level mage, clad in a white robe adorned with 2 magical insignias on his chest. Upon encountering Salin, the second-level mage nodded amiably in acknowledgement. The tavern here differed significantly from those in Salin City. Many patrons were evidently mercenaries. Proximity to the chaotic marshlands led to numerous quests for hunting magical beasts. Yet these mercenaries lacked the crudeness characteristic of Scosenia, exhibiting a more refined manner of speech. Salin found himself somewhat unaccustomed to the atmosphere. The tavern walls were adorned with numerous paintings, primarily sketches by local artists. In such a small place, one would not expect renowned masters. These artworks were not purchased by the tavern, but were displayed for sale by the artists themselves. Summoning a server, Salin found himself without silver coins, only possessing gold. He offered a coin to the server, who promptly declined, hesitant to accept such a generous tip. "I would like some smoked meat to take away, 10 large loaves of bread, and whatever you have for drinks and sides. The remainder is yours," Salin said courteously, prompting the server to reluctantly accept. In a low voice, the server asked, "Master Mage, do you require any further assistance? Is there a guild for professionals here?" "Yes, just 2 streets ahead." The waiter responded fluently, clearly accustomed to interacting with professionals. Salin felt reassured, with the presence of the professional guild and his mercenary status duly registered. He anticipated no trouble while traversing the Chin Empire. Nahlis and Apos' attire was somewhat conspicuous, adorned in garments reminiscent of styles from several decades past, and she was barefoot. Salin resolved to procure her a suitable outfit. More importantly, he needed to sell some gemstones in exchange for gold coins, as his supply was dwindling. Within the temple, Salin had nearly filled all available space with gems. Apart from a few scattered coins, he possessed only a banknote from Scorchenia. Nahlis appeared to sense Salin and Apos' intentions. quietly eating her meal without drawing attention. After the three hastily finished their meal, they proceeded to the professional guild as directed by the waiter. The professional guild of the Scorchinia Empire was not integrated with that of the Chianine Empire. However, the two maintained frequent exchanges, allowing registered mercenaries from either nation to accept tasks in the other and Apos' territory. The guild in the small town was modest in size, resembling an art gallery from the outside. A vivid red phoenix, the emblem of Duke Phoenix, adorned the wall at the entrance. Upon entering, there was no bustling crowd. A counter faced them, behind which sat a somewhat bored service staff engaged in quiet conversation. Stairs on either side led to the upper levels. Salin approached the counter and tapped it lightly with his finger. Behind the counter stood a young man with an earnest expression, unlike the sword-wielding attire typical of Scorchinia. This guild and Apos' staff greeted Salin with a smile and inquired, "Esteemed mage, how may I assist you today?" "I have come from Scorchinia to register as a mercenary in the Chianine Empire. Is this the right place? The fee is 3 gold coins." Remarkably, the young man did not inquire about the names or professions of Salin and Apos' fellow mercenaries. His efficiency was astonishing. "Are there any escort missions available?" Salin inquired. Having already depleted most of his funds, he feared that seeking tasks might incur additional fees, but the young man readily provided the information. "If you are looking for tasks along your route, check the bulletin board over there. For specific assignments, we charge a 5 commission. We can offer comprehensive contractual agreements to ensure everything proceeds smoothly." "No need for that. Just give me a map of the continent. 1 gold coin, esteemed mage." At that moment, Salin found the young man's smile rather irksome. Regardless of their excellent service, it was ultimately a business transaction. Reluctantly, he placed a gold coin on the counter. Salin sought tasks not out of financial necessity, but rather to blend in with a merchant caravan to avoid drawing undue attention. One could never tell when the fanatics of the church might venture into Phoenix territory. After scanning hundreds of notices without discovering any escort missions, and with no surplus coins remaining, Salin left the guild. After inquiring with passers-by for directions, Salin, accompanied by Sika and Nalis, arrived at an equipment shop. Like all border towns, even the smallest settlements boasted respectable establishments for gear. The structure of this equipment shop is steeped in antiquity, its signboard etched with the marks of time. The proprietor seems disinclined to apply fresh paint, allowing the wooden sign to display its cracks, weathered by the elements. Vines crawl along the exterior walls, and with autumn in full bloom, the view is tinged with a desolate yellow. The inscription on the sign reads Chin In Yushin Lin Weaponry. Saren stepped inside, finding the shop devoid of patrons. Before him stood a glass counter, flanked by shelves crafted from exquisite timber, intricately carved, lending an air of refinement to the items displayed. Owner! Saren called out, but no response came, prompting him to raise his voice. Ahem. From behind a door on the eastern side, a faint cough emerged, followed by a gentle voice. Please do not disturb. I shall be with you shortly. Such a business approach is indeed rare. Saren recalled that in Scorchinia, a customer entering a shop was invariably greeted by attentive service. Bored, he seated himself at the counter, finding the chair surprisingly comfortable. Unlike the long benches typical of Scorchinia's establishments, the items within the glass counter were undeniably exquisite, and Saren's gaze fell upon a dagger adorned with a piece of skystone. This was indeed a magical weapon. Skystones can store magic and can be activated without the need for a mage. While not overly expensive, these gems often serve as substitutes for garnets. With another soft cough, the eastern door swung open, revealing a frail-looking youth who glanced at Saren and said, "My apologies for the wait, esteemed mage. How may I assist you?" "You are the owner?" Saren asked, astonished that someone of such a young age, seemingly his peer, could own a shop. "Not quite. It is a family business," the youth replied with a humble smile, his somewhat sickly complexion brightening with a hint of vitality. "I apologize, esteemed mage, but we do not sell equipment. All the weapons in the shop are crafted by our family." The boy politely declined. "It is a gem." Saren retrieved a shard of gem, roughly the size of a finger, from his pouch. This fragment was a piece of fluorite, and despite being a scrap, it remained translucent and brilliant, and untrained I might even mistake it for ice stone. Fluorite. The youth's expression brightened further. The quality of this shard surpassed that of some wares found in the trading posts of larger cities. Judging by its characteristics, this piece of fluorite was cut directly from a pristine source. Though not entirely pure, it still held the potential to be fashioned into high-grade magical items. Chapter 24. The Family of Aini, Part 1. The myriad varieties of gemstones often bear striking resemblances to one another. The boy, whose countenance betrayed a certain frailty, immediately recognized that the small shard in question was fluorite, a testament to his discerning eye. "How much do you possess?" he inquired, lifting his gaze to meet Salin's, a semblance of composure returning to him. "How much do you desire?" Salin replied, his brows knitting in contemplation as he regarded the youth with calm scrutiny. "You are from Skokania, are you not?" "Indeed," Salin smiled, continuing, "What if you were to collect it?" "Why would you ask that?" The boy, now smiling with warmth yet tinged with mischief, responded, "Mr. Mage, are you seeking to befriend me?" "Mr. Mage." "Yes? Have you made your decision?" Salin feigned deep thought for a moment before declaring, "You may call me Salin." "Salin Metatlin." The boy's face lit up with a brilliant smile. "I am Annie." Annie Clyde. Upon hearing his name, Annie noted Salin and Apos' lack of surprise, confirming his assumption that Salin was indeed oblivious to the Qin Empire and Apos' renowned Clyde family. What an innocent youth. Both contemplated silently. Who are these two? Annie inquired politely, discerning from Salin and Apos' attire that, despite being a low-ranking mage, he likely possessed a notable background, perhaps even a formidable lineage. The exquisite white crystal ring adorning Salin's finger, valued at tens of thousands of gold coins, was not an accessory every mage could afford. Nor was his robe, which maintained 3 spells beyond the capability of a mage of his rank. "This is Sika, and that is Nearest," Salin alleviated Annie's awkwardness. "They do not speak Qin. Let us discuss that later." Annie coughed delicately into his hand. His coughing fit was vigorous, causing his complexion to flush a deep crimson, reminiscent of a certain individual named Songhong. He wondered if that fellow had departed from the chaotic swamps yet. The room behind was larger than the storefront, and to Salin's astonishment, a grand table occupied the center, resembling the one owned by Jace, laden with an array of magical apparatuses. Could Annie be an alchemist? A sulphurous odor permeated the air, mingling with a rare aromatic spice, possibly mint. As Annie stepped further into the room, his coughing intensified, his back bending painfully, shoulders curling in distress. Salin retrieved an empty metal cup from the table, conjured a potion of restoration, pouring half into the cup and allowing the other half to be absorbed by his left hand. "Thank you." Annie straightened, observing Salin and Apos' actions. He accepted the metal cup and drank deeply. "Nearest, do not touch anything," Salin warned as Nearest reached for a mechanical device on the table, seemingly intent on tasting it. This device, comprised of hundreds of tiny components, stood over a foot tall, resembling a magical building block of Clark. "Sika." Salin intervened just as Nearest was about to act, while Shika delicately lifted a crystal goblet filled with a suspicious green liquid. The viscous liquid contained gelatinous particles resembling fish roe. "Captain, it's the Garo beast." Shika reluctantly set down the crystal goblet. Salin couldn't hold back any longer and awkwardly said to Annie, "I apologize, the Haven tea been out." Annie waved his hand dismissively, saying, "It's fine. I was just looking for some entertainment. It's not worth much." "Salin, come sit." Annie led Salin to a corner where a low table awaited them. They sat on the ground, which was adorned with only 2 cushions embroidered with cloud patterns. "How long have you been injured?" At that moment, Salin discerned that Annie was not ill but had sustained significant injuries. "About 5 or 6 years." Annie replied with a forced smile, diverting the conversation. "Salin, how many gems do you possess?" "I can't afford many, and I wouldn't want you to sell them to other families. Do me a favor. When I gather enough money." Salin extended his left hand from his sleeve, placing it on the low table. Annie chuckled bitterly, realizing, "So you're in need of money as well." If Salin's hand were treated solely with restorative water, it would gradually heal but would require a considerable amount of time. However, if he could acquire a high-grade magical potion, that time would significantly shorten, potentially not affecting his advancement. "How much can you offer?" Salin, feeling a kindred spirit in Annie, contemplated the opportunity for camaraderie. Alone in the Qin Empire, Annie appeared to belong to a prominent family, and in this remote locale, it was an opportune moment to forge a connection. Salin, possessing the instinct of a merchant yet retaining his youthful innocence, saw no reason to decline Annie's friendship. He calculated in his mind, 60,000 gold coins was no small sum. However, his hand required daily medication, with high-grade magical potions costing thousands of gold coins. After healing his hand, he would likely find himself destitute again. He would still need to purchase magic cores and materials, with daily expenses exceeding 100 gold coins. "Does your family have any good potion makers?" Salin posed another question. Annie's heart lightened, and he realized with a smile, my uncle is a high-level potion maker, though he isn't in Phoenix. As for your injury, Annie continued, I need to go to Bitterwater County, if it's on the way. It wouldn't be an issue. Salin had already resolved to engage in a long-term relationship with the Clyde family, and as they conversed amicably, Nearest picked up the crystal goblet that Sheikah had set down and began to lick the liquid within. Nearest, it's fine. Really, the Garo beast eggs are not poisonous. Annie found it amusing. Salin, a mage of similar age to him, was traversing with two stunning beauties, yet was merely a first-level mage. It was remarkable that his mentor was so trusting. Fortunately, Salin had encountered Annie. Had he been involved with a band of thieves, he might not have known how perilous the situation could become. Salin felt a headache coming on. He was not concerned about Nearest being poisoned, but rather about potentially damaging something and incurring costs. Sheikah seemed more composed, having ceased her antics after setting down the crystal goblet, quietly sitting to the side. Annie, I possess gems valued at 60,000 gold coins that I can offer you. However, I perceive that your wounds cannot be mended by mere magical potions. If you wish to befriend me, do share your plight. Perhaps I might offer assistance. You cannot help. This is a curse. A curse? Salin was taken aback. It is a form of divine art. Though its name sounds malevolent, it is, in fact, a rare skill of the Holy See. Salin was greatly stimulated by this revelation. The Clyde family is formidable, daring to act against a member of the Holy See. Although the kingdom of Kalulan is a vassal of the Chin Empire, the Holy See cannot intervene directly. Yet, the Inquisition is not to be trifled with. Those zealots act without restraint. If my curse could be lifted, my family would not have forsaken me to live out my days here. Upon uttering the term live out my days, a hint of resentment crept onto Annie and Apos' youthful visage. Have you found a way to resolve this? Salin queried, perplexed. If even the Clyde family cannot dispel Annie and Apos' curse, what significance does wealth hold? There are two potential solutions. The first involves slaying the one who cursed me. Yet in this vast world, finding such an individual, especially one of at least level 7, is nearly impossible. The second solution, Annie gazed into Salin and Apos' eyes and continued. Since the magical strings have vanished, I might as well learn necromancy. He observed Salin and Apos' reaction intently, for necromancy possesses a notorious reputation, and even in the Chin Empire, few are inclined to pursue it. Annie chuckled, stating, you truly are a quintessential mage. In truth, necromancy is not as fearsome as it seems. The only issues I need to resolve are my physical condition and financial constraints. Can you procure necromantic flames? Though they are rare and costly, with diligence, they can be unearthed. Should you require any special items in the future, do not hesitate to inform me. I shall endeavor to assist you. Annie began to appreciate Salin, the low-level mage. Salin harbored no prejudices against magic. His knowledge appeared extensive, and with their similar ages, they would undoubtedly find common ground even without a business relationship. Please assist me in appraising these gemstones, Salin said as he began to extract them from his pouch. Even Annie, hailing from a prominent family, was dazzled by the display. Salin produced over 100 gemstones before ceasing. Most of these gems boasted commendable quality, each roughly the size of a fingertip. Very well, Annie readily accepted. I shall accompany you to the Chin Empire. The matter of magical potions is under my purview. What about the shop? Shut it down. My family has no expectations of prospering in this small locale. Salin retrieved a dozen more gemstones, placing them on the low table, saying, I wish to select some equipment. Will this suffice? Certainly, it is more than adequate. As I mentioned, I can grant you a discount of 20%. Annie began to fill a special pouch with the gemstones, then presented Salin with a banknote for 60,000 gold coins from the Imperial Bank. Salin felt a slight relief. If he diligently practiced, he would require at least one level 3 magic core daily, even considering his current status as a level 1 mage. A level 3 magic core is priced around 150 gold coins, amounting to 150 gold coins a day, which totals 54,000 gold coins over a year. If one does not utilize the magic core to restore the magic strings, the speed of cultivation will be reduced by several folds. The continent boasts numerous so-called genius magicians, yet none are impoverished. Relying solely on meditation for recovery would hardly accelerate their training significantly. The sum of 60,000 gold coins is sufficient to sustain his practice for an entire year. However, it seems he should send some funds to Sheikah and Apos' village. Without Sheikah, he would not have acquired any of these gems. Noticing Salin meticulously storing the coins, Amy inquired. What equipment do you intend to acquire? Salin was uncertain about what Naelis required, as their hurried escape had left him without the chance to inquire about her skills. He beckoned Naelis, who was fiddling with a magical puppet, and asked, I plan to procure some new equipment for you. What armor or weapon do you need? Master. Demons do not require such items, but what? Master, I can utilize spatial equipment. Could you possibly? Spatial equipment? Salin exclaimed with delight. His bestowed ring was not limited by level, yet its spatial capacity was too constrained, leaving him with hardly any room. Amy, bewildered, stood by, unable to comprehend the conversation Salin and Naelis were having. It was evident that they were conversing in an ancient tongue, and although Amy hailed from a prominent family, he lacked a formidable legacy and did not possess as many tomes of magic as Jason. He knew almost nothing of the ancient Geimer's language. Amy, do you possess any superior spatial equipment? Salin and Appos' query startled Amy. High-tier spatial gear was valued in the millions of gold coins and could only be wielded by 6th-level magicians. Could this enigmatic beauty, speaking in an obscure language, be a grand sorceress? Or perhaps a mage? I do have one piece, originally intended for my own future use. Salin decisively unclasped a pouch from his back, tore it open, and a cascade of gems spilled forth. Annie was taken aback, and after a moment, he stammered. Salin, did you rob a dragon? While Salin had not robbed a dragon, he had indeed cleansed the temple, though these gems were shards processed by Naelis. Their intrinsic value was still considerable. He had dumped nearly 1,000 pieces, enough to make anyone dizzy. Annie gasped, stifling a cough. After a brief silence, Annie addressed Salin. Salin, it truly is insufficient. My equipment alone is valued at around 1,000,000 gold coins, and it is further enhanced with a constant 8th-level spell commissioned by my parents. I had intended to exchange this equipment for gold to acquire the necromantic flames. You are aware of how challenging it is to activate the summoning circle for the undead plane. Constant 8th-level spell? Although not a scroll, it nonetheless required a magician of at least 6th level to unleash. Regardless of the 8th-level spell, it necessitated a 9th-level magician to inscribe it onto the equipment. Such a price was indeed worth 1,000,000 gold coins. In fact, a 9th-level magician could not simply be swayed by gold, even if one possessed a greater sum. They might not be inclined to inscribe a spell for you. Salin gave the pouch a shake, and hundreds of gems flowed forth once more. Amy gritted his teeth. His eyes slightly reddened, and said, Deal. As he spoke, he removed a bracelet from his wrist and handed it to Salin. Salin felt a growing admiration for Amy. Despite the multitude of precious gems before him, he exhibited no murderous intent. Even as a direct descendant of a prominent family, he likely had never encountered such a wealth of valuable jewels. Moreover, Amy and Appos' unwavering passion for magic, willing to expend millions of gold coins for a mere opportunity, resonated deeply with Salin. The bracelet was crafted from a metallic substance, its dark silver base infused with a hint of pale blue, likely due to the inclusion of the legendary 7 degrees gold. Salin recalled that among the ore he had collected, there was a substantial piece of 7 degrees gold ore, which, once refined, could only yield enough to forge a single ring. The metallic bracelet bore natural patterns formed during its creation, and its interior housed 6 recessed gem settings. This was presumably intended for activating a constant magic, as embedding an appropriately leveled magic core or gem would enable a 6th-level mage or higher to invoke this perpetual spell. The cost of casting a constant magic was considerable. Unlike ordinary spellcasting, a mage would expend a portion of their magical strings upon bestowing constant magic upon an object, a process that could take 1 to 3 years for full recovery. Furthermore, the depletion of magical strings occurred across levels. Thus, casting a 1st-level constant magic would effectively consume the equivalent of casting a 2nd-level spell. Consequently, few mages were inclined to cast constant magic for others, as a long-term reduction in magical strings was not merely a decline in combat capability, it also impeded the pace of further training. For instance, if Salin were to cast a 1st-level constant magic for someone else, his magical strings would diminish by half, and until they replenished, his training speed would also halve. What would typically require 2 years to progress to his 2nd-level mage could extend by at least a year after casting a constant magic. This was particularly true considering Salin possessed double the magical strings of an average mage of his level. A typical 1st-level mage would lack even the capacity to cast a 1st-level constant magic. What kind of magic was embedded within? Salin cradled the bracelet with utmost care, as though in the presence of a 9th-level mage imbued with a sense of reverence. 8th-level water mirror technique. Amy observed Salin's handling of the bracelet with a hint of reluctance. Without hesitation, Salin produced another handful of gems and pressed them into Amy's hands. The 8th level water mirror technique was capable of reflecting damage beyond mere spells. This technique could be advanced, learnable from levels 5 to 9. The 8th level water mirror technique not only reflected spells of 8th level or lower, but also repelled sword energy from those ranked below the Silver Sword Saint. Such a skill, even if usable only once, was extraordinarily precious, and this bracelet could be employed repeatedly as long as it was embedded with an 8th level magic core. Salin took Neris and Apos' hand and adorned her with the bracelet, saying, "Give it a try." Neris placed her hand on the low table, grasping a gem. A pale blue light flickered, and the gem vanished. Observing Amy's astonished expression, Salin then comprehended that Amy and Apos' lack of covetousness for the gems was somewhat rooted in his apprehension of Neris. "Master, it can be used. Perhaps you should hand over all the gems from the pouch." Nelis grasped Salin's hand, adopting a petulant demeanor. "Are you planning to flee?" Salin reproached. "Master, we share a soul contract." Nelis and Apos' eyes brimmed with tears, and Amy, witnessing the scene, felt a pang of sympathy. This Salin truly lacked an appreciation for delicate sentiments. Master," Nelis cried out loudly, leaving Amy astounded, uncertain of what Salin had said to her. Caring for a demon is indeed troublesome. Salin observed Nelis's incessant weeping, reluctant to discipline her in Amy's presence. In truth, he was at a loss as to how one might punish a demon, and could only speak gently. "Enough now. Nelis, do not cry. That gem belongs to Sika. I cannot simply take it." Nelis, through her sobs, replied, "I merely wish to assist in keeping watch. She runs faster than I can. And carrying so many gems seems perilous." "That may be true, but you must wait until Amy is not around, Nelis. When there are no outsiders, I shall give you the gem." "Really?" Nelis's tears transformed into laughter as she shook Salin's hand, increasingly resembling a magical pet. Salin felt a slight headache, sensing that Nelis and Apos' troubles had only just begun. The soul contract ensured Nelis and Apos' loyalty, yet it could not alter her habits or mindset. However, he found himself in dire need of a demon and Apos' assistance. Nelis and Apos' combat prowess should surpass Sika and Apos', and with her ability to wield spatial equipment, he was unwilling to relinquish her. Well, he recalled his teacher and Apos' words, "One must pay an equal price for everything one possesses." It seemed a fundamental truth every magician ought to understand. What, then, was the cost of possessing Nelis? Salin could not fathom it, at least not one greater than the price of acquiring the demon string. Chapter 25, Sleepless Night, Part 1. Salin and his companions settled into Amy and Apos' modest establishment. A 2-story building with a ground floor devoted to weaponry and an upper level designated for lodging, while the basement served as a storage area. Typically, this place did not accommodate guests. The second floor housed merely 3 bedrooms, originally intended for servants, with no guest rooms to speak of. Annie was rather peculiar, as he had no need for servants and managed the shop by himself. Salin initially intended for Neris and Sika to share a room, but Sika adamantly refused. Having witnessed Neris and Apos' true form, she feared that the little demon might rise in the night to sever her throat. Reluctantly, Salin permitted Neris to share his room instead. Annie observed the discord among Salin and the 2 women with a curious gaze, before retreating into a room with the provocatively dressed woman, puzzled by the nature of their relationships. Upon entering the bedroom, Neris immediately climbed onto the soft, expansive bed. Salin kicked off his shoes and shoved Neris aside. "You shall sleep on the floor, my dear." "Yes, master," Neris complied, settling obediently onto the floor. Salin dangled his feet over the edge of the bed, casting a glance at the little demon he had subdued. Neris, with her long black hair cascading around her, delicately threaded her slender fingers through her tresses, her chest elevated, and her legs curled to the right side of her body. Her slightly pronounced brow gave her an elegant arch, her eyebrows almost slanting into her temples. Her eyelids bore a hint of pink, suggesting a state of drowsiness. Although she possessed a noble and resplendent beauty, her languid demeanor rendered her petite and endearing. Regrettably for Salin, the visual appeal of a contracted creature was secondary to their combat prowess. He inquired, "Neris, what abilities do you possess?" "Must I disclose everything?" Neris leaned forward slightly, her toes curling enticingly. "Indeed, all of it. My greatest talent lies in capturing magic insects. These creatures are the most common beings in the demonic realm, typically of low rank. However, They are quite cunning, making them difficult to ensnare. The most challenging to capture is a type of luminous aphid, which is fiercely guarded by swarms of magic ants in its juvenile stage, and once mature, it can fly. There are many varieties of magic ants, with the fire magic ant being the most formidable. Nereus. Yes, master. Nereus looked at Salin in confusion, as he had prompted her to share, and she began with what she was most adept at. In the demonic realm, the little demon possessed little combat capability, surviving primarily on the consumption of magic insects, with occasional hunts for her own kind. Despite her commendable lineage, she was merely average among her peers. What do you think of Sika and Apos as combat strength? Salin, aware of his impatience, recognized that Nereus had been confined since her arrival in the Mel's continent and could not possibly grasp the current distribution of human power. He could only gauge Nereus and Apos' abilities by comparing her to those around him. She seems to lack any combat strength, Nereus remarked, oblivious to Salin and Apos' intentions. It appeared to her that her master also possessed little combat prowess, which brought her a certain joy. There was a legend in the demonic realm that if a demon consumed their master, a bloodline mutation would occur, granting them unforeseen abilities. Unfortunately, since humanity and Apos' arrival in the demonic realm, no demon had managed to consume their master. How credible could this legend truly be? Nereus licked her lips and gazed at Salin and Apos' neck. What about you? How many seekers do you think you can defeat? My master, that and Apos' difficult to say. Seekers possess an annoying energy, and their blood has a peculiar taste. I cannot predict what would happen if we were to engage in combat. Perhaps I should sneak a bite out of her? Salin was at a loss for words. Nereus was completely ignorant of the power dynamics on the continent. She only understood comparison through combat. He couldn't allow her to truly engage in a fight with a seeker. What about the white butler we encountered in the chaotic swamp? How do you compare to him? Salin pressed on, hoping to gain insight into Nereus and Apos' capabilities. Not impressive, quite weak, inferior to some ordinary demons. So you cannot defeat him? Salin was not easily fooled. Though Nereus spoke with disdain, he noticed she was drawing comparisons between the white butler and demons. Demons were a tier above lesser demons, implying that Nereus believed she could not best the white butler. Communicating with demons was arduous. Even with a soul contract, the challenge remained. Humans could never truly grasp the thoughts of demons. How large is the space within the bracelet? Salin decided to inquire about something tangible. He had come to understand that Nereus was stronger than a seeker, but weaker than the white butler, likely falling between levels 4 and 6 in terms of professional ranking. Regardless of her level, she would not stand a chance against the Sword Saint. Salin's mathematical skills were insufficient to calculate the exact dimensions of that space. He gestured with his hands, saying, about this size, roughly a cubic foot. Can you estimate how many cubic feet the space within the bracelet is? Approximately 775 cubic feet. The little demon's rapid calculation left Salin astounded. Her response was as swift as instantaneous magic. This figure was easily graspable by Salin. 775 cubic feet was about 20 times the size of the space within the gift ring, confirming that Ani and Apos' bracelet was indeed a high-quality item, without deception. Master, why do you appear to trust that child so readily? Nereus referred to Ani as a child, which was not inappropriate given her thousands of years of existence. Time to sleep. Salin yawned, recognizing that Nereus was reluctant to disclose her abilities. Most likely, this little demon had not yet awakened many of her powers due to her immaturity. It was unfortunate that he had read too few books on demonology. Otherwise, he might have known which lineage Nereus belonged to and what abilities she might gain upon maturation. Indeed, upon seeing Salin lie down on the bed, Nereus fell silent as well, resting on the floor and staring blankly at the wall ahead. Nereus, master? Salin then retrieved a gemstone from his gift ring and tossed it onto the bed. Nereus and Apos' face lit up with joy as she caught the gemstone and concealed it within her bracelet. Salin found himself unable to sleep. He selected more gemstones from the gift ring, tossing them one by one, and Nereus deftly caught each one, placing them into her bracelet. While clearing out the space within the gift ring, Salin pondered the question of whether he truly trusted Ani. The two individuals had only just made each other's acquaintance. Thus it was hardly reasonable to expect a profound level of trust. Trust, after all, is cultivated over time. If one does not extend trust from the outset, a deeper relationship with that person remains forever unattainable. Yet, this venture was rather precarious. The transaction between Salin and Eni exceeded a value of 2 million gold coins. Once, A mere gold coin had nearly cost Salin his life. Now, the stakes had escalated to 2 million. This stark comparison left Salin feeling anxious. Although Eni harbored apprehensions about Neres, once they entered the Chin Empire and reached the territory of the Clyde family, such trepidation would likely dissipate. Neither Salin nor Sika could find solace in sleep. Sika emptied the contents of her pouch, gems, ores, and unfamiliar objects, arranging them on the bed. She felt a surge of excitement. Indeed, she was merely a mage, not a priestess, and thus did not require protection. Similarly, Eni found himself wide awake, lying on his bed next to a pouch brimming with gems. In his possession, these gems would fetch a far higher price, sufficient to procure the materials essential for his aspiration to become a necromancer. Yet, the thought of having sold the bracelet gifted to him by his parents pierced his heart with pain. To kill Salin? Absolutely not. That would be most unethical. Moreover, Neres was formidable, capable of wielding such advanced spatial artifacts, indicating she was at least a high-level mage. No wonder Salin and Apos' mentor permitted this first-level mage to venture out for experience, with a high-level mage providing protection. Few would dare to provoke such misfortune even within the Chinese Empire. Eni, still in his youth and despite having endured his share of life and Apos' tribulations, maintained a certain purity in his heart. He recalled Salin's sincere smile and the seemingly innocuous question, "Can you acquire necromantic flames?" A warmth enveloped Eni's heart. Since his parents had been effectively imprisoned, he had not encountered such genuine expression. Salin was a powerful mage of significant lineage, who did not look down upon him for having lost his magical string. How could he betray a friend's trust? What did a few million gold coins matter? As long as he could reclaim his status as a mage, even as a necromancer, he could once again earn his family's esteem. With control over a major city, millions in gold would flow through his hands annually. Could gold ever replace the friendship of a mage? Just as Eni felt an exhilarating surge of ambition rising within him, a sharp scream echoed from Salin and Apos' room. It was Neres. "Master, it hurts." "Ah, it itches." "Be quiet, endure it." "I can and Apos, hold back." "Master, I realize my mistake." Sob. Eni and Sika held their breaths in their respective rooms, listening intently as Neres began to moan, seemingly enduring some form of torment. Eni's face flushed, and he leapt onto the bed, burying his head under the covers. Meanwhile, Sika's expression darkened. That little demon was attempting to seduce Salin? Huff. "Master, it still feels unbearable." Neres and Apos' cries had softened considerably, yet they still penetrated the walls, reverberating through the second floor of the establishment. In a fit of anger, Sika pounded on the wall with her staff, exclaiming loudly, "Be quiet." Others wished to sleep. The room belonging to Salin fell into silence as Sika, in a fit of rage, cast aside his weapon, creating a gaping hole in the wall that nearly breached it entirely. In a bid to bolster his resolve, Sika conjured a powerful justification to continue his perilous journey alongside Salin, vowing that he would not allow this little demon to prevail. Once his strength was restored, he intended to bestow upon Salin some blessings of the priesthood, believing that would render him impervious to demonic temptations. However, this time brought forth a slight alteration. As various negative afflictions invaded Salin's body, Neres experienced the same sensations for the very first time, resulting in her piercing scream. She mistakenly believed Salin was punishing her, leading to a surge of fear within her. The torment she endured was unlike anything she had encountered before, and tears streamed down her cheeks uncontrollably. Did her master wish to forsake her? Was this truly a blessing, and yet, why did she weep? The pain was unbearable. Salin, sensing Neres and Apos' despair in a profound manner, lay immobilized on his bed. Nevertheless, due to his extensive training, he was at least able to speak. "Neres, I am engaged in magical cultivation. It is likely due to our soul contract that you are experiencing my suffering. Master, you too are enduring such. Do not worry, it shall pass swiftly." Salin consoled her, feeling a sudden wave of compassion for Neres as he sensed the turmoil within her soul. Given that she was of demonic lineage, Neres quickly acclimated to the pain. She softly inquired, "Master, is magical cultivation always this way? Why do humans inflict such torment upon themselves?" "No, it is only I who undergoes this." Salin struggled to articulate an explanation. "Master, do you seek to grow even stronger?" "I possess methods." "Neres, such training must be undertaken whenever time permits." Salin interrupted her, recognizing the directness of her temptation. The notion of becoming powerful had no shortcuts. "Master, enough of this chatter." Spend your time reading and learn to speak the common tongue. I have no books to read. Be silent. Nearest continued to moan, while Sheikah furiously battered the wall, and Annie wept, lamenting, "My house." Eventually, Nearest fell silent, and Salin noticed that. Perhaps due to Nearest sharing the burden of pain, he was able to return to normalcy in under an hour. "Master, does Sheikah misunderstand us?" Nearest, unable to sleep, continued to tease Salin. He was oblivious. Demons seldom required slumber unless they suffered significant injuries. Or, like Nearest, confined in a place devoid of sustenance. A demon might succumb to sleep to conserve energy. Misunderstand what? Salin, inexperienced in matters of the heart, while knowledgeable, did not delve deeper. For a mage, the interactions between men and women held no mystery and thus garnered little attention. Lacking allure, such matters failed to captivate, unless Salin matured further, becoming particularly sensitive. There was, indeed, a reason why ordinary folk perceived mages as detached from humanity. Their study hours far exceed those of others, and their perspectives on matters are remarkably simplistic and direct. In contrast, worldly humans require hypocrisy as a shield for self-preservation. Without formidable strength, pure thoughts can render one a lamb to the slaughter. "My master, surely you have misinterpreted the relationship between you and me. You speak of mating? Without distinguishing between genders, what is there to misunderstand? I can simply inform Sheikah tomorrow." Salin, growing impatient, rolled over, feeling a stirring sensation within. Nearest, with a sense of resignation, lowered her head, resting her chin upon the floor, lost in contemplation. Perhaps she should also deceive Sheikah into acquiring her gems tomorrow? Would the master use cultivation as a pretext to punish her? What has become of her? The desire to share in her master and Apos, as suffering is not a thought befitting a demon. "Devour the master." A voice echoed within Nearest and Apos' mind. "Consume him, and you shall be free." Nearest lifted her gaze, looking up at the bed, softly murmuring, "If one day I were to consume you, would you forgive me? After all, I am a demon, and I cannot remain by your side forever." The moonlight shifted away from the window, plunging the room into deeper darkness, and Saren's eyelids gently closed. Oblivious to Nearest and Apos' words. That night, apart from Salin, the others found little rest. Annie, already bearing the pallor of illness, appeared even more fatigued, lacking vitality. Nearest, unusually subdued, followed Salin from the room in silence, refraining from provoking Sheikah as she had initially intended. For reasons unknown, when the sunlight streamed into the room, she abandoned that notion. Salin stretched lazily, noticing Sheikah emerge from her room, suddenly at a loss for how to explain last night's events. Scratching his head, he decided to set the matter aside. He refrained from bringing it up, and Sheikah, in turn, did not mention it either. "Annie?" Salin inquired, to which Annie, rubbing his eyes, replied, "By the end of the month, the family caravan will arrive to collect the goods. Until then, I cannot leave. You all should stay here for a few days while I hire some people separately. We will set out at the beginning of the month." Salin was not particularly insistent on purchasing magical potions from Annie's uncle, yet he felt somewhat apprehensive about embarking on the journey alone, given his unfamiliarity with the Qin Empire. Residing temporarily in the Bitterwater County, he could wait for Annie to acquire funds and then transfer any surplus gems to him, alleviating the need for relentless travel until he became a grand sorcerer. Salin recalled the temple map within the gift ring, which bore 25 magical formations on its reverse. Once he comprehended the purpose of these formations, constructing a magic tower would no longer require external assistance. With this thought, Salin felt a surge of optimism for the future. He cast aside thoughts of the church and Count Sufong, focusing solely on the construction of the magic tower. Unless the church dispatched the entire Holy Knight Order, a few deacons would not pose a threat to him. A magic tower serves as a sorcerer's fortress of combat. To slay a wizard possessing such a structure would demand an exorbitant cost. When the family caravan arrives, he would only need to ensure someone remains to oversee the stronghold before departing. This small town was insignificant, were it not for its proximity to the chaotic marsh. The Clyde family would hardly consider establishing a foothold here. In the ensuing days, Salin gleaned much about the current state of the Qin Empire from Annie. Although Annie had been relegated to a remote area by his family, he still managed to acquire news each month. It was not a banishment, but rather a matter of diminished significance. Such a situation could only unfold within the Qin Empire and other empires. Due to the influence of the church, individuals like Annie would likely have vanished without a trace. Annie and Apos' parents were imprisoned within the Qin Empire, and thus the church's desire for vengeance against them faded into futility. Both parties sustained losses, leaving matters unresolved. Should the church seek to confront the Clyde family, it would necessitate dispatching a substantial force into the Qin Empire, an action that would undoubtedly incite the Emperor and Apos' wrath, leading to dire consequences. The Clyde family, unlike many others, did not solely engage in the arms trade. Their business interests permeated nearly every sector. In fact, weaponry was not even their most significant enterprise. Grains, spices, silks, teas, livestock, construction, the Clyde family resembled a colossal commercial empire, thriving comfortably under the aegis of imperial power. Within the Qin Empire, there exist 4 such vast families. Each patriarch bestowed the title of Earl by the Emperor. This honor carries no political weight. The imperial power in the Qin Empire is far more centralized than in the other 3 great empires, and the nobility's authority is severely curtailed. As earls are considered mid-tier nobility, this title serves only to alleviate tax burdens for the 4 families, offering little else in terms of utility. Any cautioned Salin that in the Qin Empire, genuine power resides within the royal family. As a magician, one might disregard the nobility. Yet it is imperative to avoid conflict with the royals. The royal family of the Qin Empire has its roots in magic, and the number of royal magicians surpasses the combined total of magicians within the armies of the other 3 empires. Within the imperial palace of the Qin Empire stand 3 grand 9th-level magic towers, thus earning it the additional moniker of the Magic Empire. Chapter 26, The Nut Mercenary Group, Part 1. A brief journey is about to commence. What awaits Salin in the Qin Empire? Any, though yearning for freedom, realizes that his departure hinges on the arrival of his family members. He has tasks to fulfill in the small town, primarily gathering intelligence. This may be one of the most rudimentary assignments for his family, yet it necessitates a dedicated individual. With 4 days remaining until the month and Apos' end, Salin and his companions also take the opportunity to prepare. The journey from the Phoenix Duchy to the Qin Empire is fraught with peril. As bandit groups roam the desolate plains, the first order of business is acquiring horses. Wealthier adventurers typically procure 3 steeds, 2 for riding and 1 for carrying supplies. For common mercenaries, possessing a single horse is already commendable, and they are often reluctant to part with it. Amy, however, purchased 8 horses, lodging them elsewhere. Selecting the right mount is an art in itself. It is crucial to avoid the standard military horses of the empire, which have high fodder requirements and suffer digestive issues when fed wild grass. Instead, one should opt for the hardy ponies from the vicinity of the Usa River in central mainland. Although not swift, these ponies are resilient against harsh weather and can subsist on a variety of forage. Moreover, their endurance surpasses that of the cavalry horses, making them suitable for pulling carts when necessary. Next, they must prepare their personal belongings. Salin's tent had long been abandoned in the chaotic marsh, and his metal canteen was gifted to Songhong. Shika's water pouch had sprung a leak, necessitating replacements for all. In terms of weaponry and armor, Salin, being a mage, required none, as his robe remained intact. Shika's leather armor was of commendable quality, showing no signs of wear even after several skirmishes. A valuable asset worth over 1,000 gold coins. However, any couldn't help but grimace at the sight of the trademark on Shika's leather armor. Produced by the Jungle Weaponry Company, affiliated with the Williams family of the Qin Empire. The Williams and Clyde families have been rivals for centuries, particularly in the realm of weaponry. Amy selected a glove for Salin, sliding it onto his left hand to soften the intimidating appearance of his fingers. This glove, a magical artifact, was crafted entirely by hand using alchemy, made from ordinary snow silkworm silk. The snow silkworm is a level 1 magical beast, easily farmed in large quantities, making the silk itself inexpensive. The true value lies in the craftsmanship. Wearing such a glove does not hinder a mage's spellcasting. Rather, it enhances water-based magics. The snow silkworm silk is also a material used for crafting soft armor, renowned for its remarkable durability. With this glove, a mage can effectively safeguard their precious hands. Some skilled rogues adept at using daggers even dye these gloves black to serve as leather hand protection. Annie also replaced Shika's water pouch, as the one provided by the Jungle Weaponry Company lacked compartments, leading to a jumbled mess if filled haphazardly. After approximately 2 days of preparation, a suitable mercenary group arrived at their doorstep. This group consisted of 8 members, who sought Annie and Apos' shop after accepting a quest from the guild. One mercenary stood tall and imposing, with a handsome visage and short black hair, embodying the quintessential features of the Qin people. Clad in heavy armor that did not appear cumbersome, his deep green cloak bore numerous holes, yet his armor gleamed with meticulous polish. "I'm Francisco, the leader of the Nut mercenary group." Flamingo removed his gloves and extended his hand, engaging in a firm handshake with Annie. The Squirrel Thieves Guild, while ranked lowly, boasted a considerable reputation. This guild, although small in number, had persisted on the wanted list for over 120 years. Since its inception, it had engaged in various cunning exploits, never once faltering. Legend spoke of high-ranking sorcerers and even heretics within the ranks of the Squirrel Mercenary Guild. 2 years prior, a newly registered mercenary group took on the daunting task of eradicating the Squirrel Thieves Guild. This group was known as Nuts. At that time, the mercenary community viewed this endeavor as a jest. After all, the name Nuts was rather ironic, being a food source for squirrels, and the group comprised merely 8 members. To accept this mission, the Nuts mercenary group had pledged a deposit of 10,000 gold coins, knowing that failure to complete the task within the stipulated time frame would see that sum vanish. 6 months later, the squirrels were entirely vanquished, and the Nuts mercenary group ascended to the ranks of a level 5 guild, becoming a source of inspiration for countless lower-tier mercenary bands. The title Nuts was thus firmly established, no longer merely a temporary designation for an obscure group. Salin was registered as a level 1 mercenary group, merely assigned a number. Even if you chose a name, it would not be recognized within the mercenary community. Should any level 4 or higher guild wish to adopt that name, Salin and Apos' group would have to relinquish it. Only mercenary groups with established names were deemed truly legitimate. This was an unwritten rule of the mercenary world. Consequently, the real profits were always garnered by high-ranking guilds, while those of lower tiers often found themselves impoverished, with some even resorting to banditry. The 4 of us were dispatched to Klin County for a level 5 task, which included accommodation and a commission of 500 gold coins. Klin County was quite distant, and with such a meager commission, it was unlikely that a high-ranking mercenary group would accept the job. Flamingo expressed his dissatisfaction, noting that the journey to Klin County would take over 3 months, even with horses, which amounted to barely over 100 gold coins per month, less profitable than hunting magical beasts in the chaotic marsh for their course. Moreover, the penalties for failing a level 5 task were severe, and Flamingo would have to pay a substantial deposit to the guild. For a low-level mercenary group, a task worth 500 gold coins would be fiercely contested, yet Nuts was indifferent to such trivial sums. Upon reaching Klin County, "I shall additionally provide you with a piece of gold mica," Annie confidently declared. Flamingo was indeed intrigued, cautiously inquiring, "What size is it?" While gold mica held little significance for sorcerers, it was considered an exceptional material for weapon crafting among swordsmen. Its rarity meant that should a sorcerer acquire it, the likelihood of it being carelessly consumed was high, making it difficult for a swordsman to obtain. "It and Apos' quite substantial," Annie replied, estimating its dimensions. "It can inscribe all the magical runes on a heavy sword." Flamingo pondered this for a moment, glancing at his companions before cautiously asking, "May I request 2 pieces? I can forego the 500 gold coins, and we shall provide you with an additional 500. Annie glanced at Salin, who nodded gently in agreement. The suggestion regarding the mica was proposed by him, and for this matter, the mercenaries would exert great effort. Even if someone offered a higher price, they would not betray their employer. However, Annie did not possess any mica and needed to consult Salin for his opinion. "Very well. We shall depart at the beginning of the month. I will cover your expenses for the next few days." Flamingo chuckled heartily and replied, "There's no need for that. Have you all prepared your gear? Do you require our assistance?" Upon noticing his generous demeanor, Annie also laughed. "We are all set, with 8 horses. All of the River Valley breed." Salin remained silent, his gaze fixed upon a member of the Nut Mercenary Corps, a figure clad in a white robe of magic, the very mage he had brushed past in the tavern. It was not unusual for a level 5 mercenary group to have a mage, yet it was peculiar that he was merely a level 2 mage. Furthermore, Salin pondered the coincidence of it all. The mage was also observing Salin, equally intrigued. As the leader inquired about the mica while Annie sought Salin's opinion, could it be that this first-level mage was the primary individual to be escorted? Their prolonged eye contact created an awkward atmosphere. Fortunately, the mage was not of an eccentric temperament. He took the initiative to address Salin. "It is a pleasure to meet you again. My name is Walnut." Flamenco interjected, "Let us wait until we set off to introduce ourselves properly. Mr. Annie, may we take a day before departing? I wish to visit the forest." Annie nodded in agreement. "No problem. We shall meet at the beginning of the month. Salin also set aside his lingering doubts. The mage could not possibly be targeting him, having escaped from the chaotic marsh. It was implausible for anyone here to have prior knowledge of him, and the occurrences within the marsh could not have been disseminated. His apprehension was unwarranted. If Annie intended to conspire against him, he would not select someone he had already encountered. The Clyde family's caravan arrived punctually, and after a brief exchange with Annie, he and Salin, along with others, moved to the Nut Mercenary Corps Inn, taking along the horses they had entrusted for care. Adjacent to the inn was a restaurant, the two establishments being one and the same. With departure imminent, everyone gathered for a meal to familiarize themselves with one another. They reserved a private room, seating 12 around a large table, a setup typical of establishments catering to mercenaries. However, the mercenaries from the Oceanic Empire appeared considerably more subdued than the Bisconia individuals. Though the Nut Mercenary Corps members donned soft armor and retained their weapons, exuding an air of readiness for battle, they engaged in conversation in hushed tones. Salin found himself seated next to the mage, and they exchanged smiles. Salin realized his previous anxiety was unfounded. The number of mages in the Oceanic Empire was substantial, and encountering a few was hardly remarkable. I am Salin. I remember you. Are you from the Oceanic Empire? No, I am from Bisconia. Ah. Your accent is quite pure. Walnut laughed, and Salin joined in, having spent the past few days adjusting his accent under Annie's guidance. For a mage, mastering languages was an essential skill. Mispronouncing spells could lead to ineffective results, making the learning of new magics a challenging endeavor. During the course of a meal, everyone became somewhat acquainted. The configuration of the Nut Mercenary Corps was rather peculiar. There were no assassins, nor were there any specialized swordsmen wielding the Oceanic rapier. Apart from the mage, each individual was clad in metallic armor. Among the 8, 2 wielded great swords, for brandished 8-sided blades, 1 carried an iron spear, and the remaining individual was the mage. Such an arrangement was quite unsatisfactory for a low-level mercenary group, even for a formidable team like the Nut Mercenary Corps. There were deficiencies, as none were suited for reconnaissance. The weight of everyone's armor was cumbersome. It would be impractical to have the mage lead the way. Salin was not particularly loquacious, especially when compared to Annie. While Annie engaged in lively conversation with Flamenco and others, Salin could only discuss professional matters with Walnut, the mage. To pass the time, Sika did not speak Oceanic, and Nearest was even unfamiliar with the common tongue. The mercenaries attempted to converse with the two, but soon realized the language barrier and reluctantly gave up. Salin the mage. May I be so bold as to inquire about your mentor? Just call me Salin. After a brief pause, Salin sighed. My teacher forbids me from mentioning his name until I become a grand mage. Feeling somewhat awkward, he recalled that he had once possessed a staff but had discarded it. After leaving the chaotic marshes, one of his hands had been rendered useless, making a staff unnecessary. I have yet to find a suitable staff. By the way, Walnut, who is your mentor? Salin was not well versed in the lineages of mages. Although Jason had authored many books, none covered that particular subject. I have no mentor, Walnut replied, a hint of melancholy in his voice. You are remarkable. If I had no mentor, I would still be nothing to this day, Salin consoled Walnut. For a mage, aspiring to become a grand mage without guidance was nearly impossible. Walnut displayed considerable talent. With a mentor, he might have achieved greatness like Jason before turning 30. I am too impoverished to afford a mentor. Walnut glanced at the white crystal ring on Salin's hand, his emotions complex. He mistakenly assumed that Salin hailed from a wealthy family, thus able to afford a magical tutor, judging by his ring. It might be worth tens of thousands of gold coins. How much does it cost to hire a mentor? Salin pondered, as Jason had never mentioned any fees, and even subsidized his expenses. For a registered student, it costs 100,000 gold coins per year. 100,000. Salin was taken aback, being quite sensitive to the value of gold coins. Such a sum would likely be unattainable even for the ancient Count of Guger in Salin City. And this was merely the annual fee. Furthermore, this was for a registered student. Salin was unaware of the price of hiring a mentor but understood the implications of being a registered student, until Jason formally acknowledged him. His treatment was akin to that of a registered student. Jason provided no guidance, merely allowing him to self-study. It was only after Jason and Apos' recognition that he had the opportunity to participate in magical experiments once a week and could inquire about unique insights not found in books. The disparity between these two statuses was immense. Seeing Salin's surprise, Walnut also exhibited a hint of confusion. Was it possible that his mentor imparted magical knowledge free of charge? The mere thought elicited a tinge of jealousy on Walnut and Apos' face. This expression was subtle, and had it not been for Salin and Apos' innate sensitivity, it would have gone unnoticed. Unlike Walnut, Amy would never betray such emotions. Consequently, Salin felt a slight distance from Walnut. Jealousy is a poison to a magician, despite Walnut and Apos' innate talent. His resolve was insufficiently steadfast. Perhaps this was the reason he had never garnered the attention of a grand sorcerer. For many magicians, wealth is a trivial matter. My success bears no relation to yours. This is a maxim left by an exceptionally powerful magician. This magician, born of humble origins, ascended to the 9th level before the age of 40 without the guidance of a mentor. Salin was fortunate enough to peruse the magician's notes from his youth, fostering an immense admiration for his character. Emerging from poverty, relentless and never blind to his path, he progressed toward the realm of magic, step by step. This epitomizes the life trajectory of that divine sorcerer. In the notes, Salin found nothing to boast about, nor a single complaint. Despite his growing aversion to Walnut, they would have to coexist for the next 3 months. Yet Salin concealed his feelings and instead warmly remarked, "If an opportunity arises in the future, I shall introduce you to my mentor." "Really?" Walnut exclaimed with delight, for his camaraderie with Salin was indeed motivated by this prospect. For a magician, the transition from a 6th level to a 7th level sorcerer is a pivotal juncture in life. Succeed, and one becomes a magus. Fail, and there remains little left to aspire to. The lifespan of a magus is significantly extended, while even a 6th level sorcerer merely enjoys a few extra decades compared to an ordinary person. Decades, in the vast expanse of the magical world, are fleeting. When the time comes, the mentor will surely be inaccessible to anyone, including oneself. Just be patient, Salin thought. Salin, do you have any excess gemstones? Would you sell them to me? Salin felt disdain within. This was the epitome of insatiable greed. Walnut bore little resemblance to a magician and instead resembled a merchant from Scocenia. Should Salin possess any, Walnut would undoubtedly haggle shamelessly, perhaps even seek credit. Such behavior was all too familiar to Salin, as half the inhabitants of Salin City displayed similar traits. I do have some black mica, however. This material is notoriously difficult to price. Salin feigned a troubled expression, causing Walnut to abandon the topic of gemstones. Black mica, while possessing poor properties, harbors a peculiar characteristic that, when refined by a powerful alchemist, can yield a gemstone akin to that of verdant jadeite. Yet, should one seek to hire an alchemist for refinement, the most likely outcome is that the black mica would be reduced to ashes, yielding nothing. If left unrefined, the black mica remains rather ordinary and holds little value. Many magicians have squandered their fortunes on black mica, ultimately failing to produce a single piece of jadeite, earning them the derisive title of greedy magicians. Although Walnut was avaricious, he lacked the audacity to gamble. His father had been a gambler who met an untimely demise at a young age. Your ring is made of white quartz, ISN and Apos. It? The Walnut shifted its focus, displaying a keen eye for valuable treasures. Indeed, it was a gift from the teacher. A flame ignited within the Walnut and Apos' heart. Salin's instructor had bestowed upon a student a magical ring worth tens of thousands of gold coins. Such a mentor. Why had fate not granted him such fortune? Life is undeniably unfair. Those with wealth have access to everything they desire, while one of humble origins must endure endless trials. Contemplating this, the Walnut clenched his fists, momentarily at a loss for words, his teeth grinding together in a struggle for composure. Salin raised his cup, obscuring his gaze, and drank from the restorative water. He could no longer bear the sight. He even questioned whether hiring the Nut Mercenary Group had been a grave mistake. Master, Nearest and Apos' voice, neither too loud nor too soft, reached Salin, though her words were lost on the rest. What is it? Salin set down his cup. The mage harbors ill intentions toward you. Nearest remarked with a gentle laugh, her expression inscrutable, yet her voice enchanting, resonating softly in the minds of those who heard it. Do not speak foolishly. Silence yourself. Salin cautioned, concerned that the Walnut might comprehend the ancient Gumarist tongue, for he too was a mage. I am merely worried for my master and Apos' safety, Nearest chuckled, as if sharing a secret with Lichu. At that moment, the Walnut felt his heart flutter. It was not that he had failed to notice Nearest and Apos' striking beauty, but rather his yearning for magic had consumed his focus entirely on Salin. Salin, who is this young lady? The Walnut redirected his attention, having found no advantage in Salin. Flamingo cleared his throat in discontent. Had mages not been so scarce, he would have long since expelled the walnut for his greed. Yet, despite the vast number of mages in the Chinean Empire, few were willing to join a small mercenary band. The walnut and amp, Oppos, abilities were commendable. In his low rank meant he could be retained without exorbitant expense, thus Flamingo endured. Now, witnessing the walnut's sudden loss of composure, casting an inappropriate gaze upon the woman, Flamingo's ire was ignited. The integrity of a mercenary group lay in its reputation. Even a mage should not engage in flirtations with a client's associate. The walnut, blinded by a surging passion, failed to recognize Flamingo and amp, Oppos' displeasure, his eyes roaming over Nereus. Salin mused, if you had seen her true form, would you still behave in this manner? While these thoughts swirled in his mind, he replied, this is Nereus, a servant who has served my family for generations. Ain looked on in astonishment. He had always assumed Nereus was Salin's protector, only to discover she was a maid. He understood that Salin could not jest. For Nereus was a formidable being capable of wielding spatial equipment. It became evident that Salin hailed from an influential family, backed by considerable power. Fortunate was he not to have harbored malevolent thoughts, for offending a family could prove far graver than crossing the church. At the very least, the hand of the Vatican cannot reach into the Chinean Empire, yet. A family seeking vengeance may very well forge alliances with the royal court to obtain the power necessary for retribution. Chapter 27. Paper Puppet Scarecrow Part 1. Salin was oblivious to the thoughts of others about him. He cast a first-level spell, infusing a cup with restorative water, and began to drink. What a wastrel! This sentiment echoed not only in Walnut and amp, Oppos' mind. Casting magic depletes one and amp, Oppos' magical essence. And to do so frivolously merely to quench one and amp, Oppos' thirst was indeed wasteful. Even Flamingo regarded Salin as a dandy mage, feeling a twinge of regret in his heart. The atmosphere grew somewhat awkward as everyone and Oppos' attention shifted to Nereus. Walnut, realizing he had lost his composure, forced a smile, raised his cup, and downed its contents to mask his unease. In this mission, the group earned not gold coins, but 2 pieces of gold mica. Walnut, as a mage, found little significance in this. What compensation did he require? Why? Walnut could not help but inquire. Yes, Captain. The Wazhowski brothers, the heavy swordsmen of the group clad in thick armor, typically assisted Walnut in combat. Javelin, you shall scout. And what of me? Walnut questioned, puzzled by Flamingo and amp, Oppos' assignment of the scouting task to the only gunfighter in the group. In the past, he had relied on his puppets for reconnaissance. Why had the captain deviated from this practice? You will stay with me, responsible for support. Walnut contemplated this and grasped the captain and Oppos' intention. By focusing on auxiliary combat, he would avoid excessive consumption of magical cores or scrolls. The earnings from this mission were not substantial. If he expended too much, it would be counterproductive. Operating a detection puppet required continuous use of second-level magical cores, which could accumulate to a significant expense over 3 months. Roll, the 4 of you. Ensure the protection of Amy. We travel by horseback this time without a carriage. Be wary of the bandits and amp, Oppos' arrows. Other issues should pose no great concern. Yes, Captain. Understood. Walnut. You remain. The rest may disperse. Flamingo waved his hand, dismissing his subordinates, leaving the mage alone. That night, the sounds of Nereus' moans echoed from Salin and Oppos' chamber, confirming the suspicions of all. Salin undoubtedly hailed from a prestigious lineage, having become a mage through the power of gold. A true mage would never indulge in such carnal pleasures, especially with his own maid. Such a mage had no promising future. The Scorchers were indeed nouveau riche, bringing disgrace to the profession of magic. As the breathing in the room gradually steadied, Salin lay in bed, suddenly seized by a sense of vigilance. Outside, a shadow the size of a palm slipped through the window and Oppos' crevice. It was a paper figure. Its face was adorned with crudely drawn features in red ink, vibrant yet sinister. Once it entered through the window, it attempted to slide down the wall to the floor. Startled, Salin sat upright, and the white light in his hand shot forth almost instantaneously. Salin and amp, Oppos' spike was his most familiar spell, the first-level magic he had mastered. Its primary drawback was its short range. In the Red Forest, he had been compelled to rely on the water-patterned shield to protect himself, desperately closing the distance between him and the archers to harness the spell and Oppos' true power. The room of the inn is not particularly spacious, eliminating any concerns regarding magical range. The icy projectile accurately pierced the effigy's body, pinning it to the wall. The effigy struggled, emitting faint squeaks as it attempted to tear at its wound to escape. Nearest leapt from the floor, pouncing like a leopard, and yanked the effigy from the wall, clutching it in her palm. The effigy and Apos' expression was menacing, its reddinked eyes still moving as they fixated on Neris's face. Neris brought the effigy close to her nose, inhaled deeply, and suddenly opened her mouth to swallow the effigy whole. Neris! Salin exclaimed in alarm, fearing that she had fallen victim to some malevolent sorcery. How could you possibly understand? Salin pondered, perplexed. Since arriving on the continent of Melis, Neris had been ensnared within the temple of the nature goddess. How could she comprehend human magic? Neris pointed to her head and replied, "It is here. I cannot quite explain it. Can you wield it? I merely have an impression." Salin did not sense any deceit in Neris's words and accepted her statement. Many abilities of demons are inherited through bloodlines, requiring no guidance from a mentor. This is where demons surpass humans. Yet, it seems that long ago, humans possessed such capabilities as well. It is unclear why, following the fall of the Second Dynasty, this ability diminished, ultimately vanishing thousands of years ago. In a nearby guest room, Walnut let out a muffled groan as blood seeped from his mouth and nose. Collapsing weakly onto the bed, he had not anticipated Salin and Apos' acute sensitivity, nor his ability to disrupt the mental imprint within his puppet technique. Before he could fully comprehend the situation in Salin and Apos' room, his puppet was already destroyed. Walnut's face contorted in anguish, more grotesque than the effigy itself. Flamenco had specifically cautioned him not to provoke Salin. Outwardly compliant, Walnut seethed with indignation internally. He quietly released a paper puppet, hoping to catch Salin off guard while he was fatigued. Even if he could not kill Salin, perhaps he could pilfer something of value. If he could steal that white crystal ring, it would be worth leaving the Nut Mercenary Corps. With the prize in hand, he could vanish without a trace. Flamenco's anger would mean little to him. He would simply resign. He had been sufficiently cautious, having stealthily surveyed Salin's room, ensuring no magical alarms were triggered, which allowed the puppet to slip through the window. Yet, unexpectedly, the puppet was discovered. Walnut wiped the blood from his face, disregarding his injuries, seized his leather pouch, slung it over his shoulder, and stealthily exited the room. Now that Salin had uncovered his puppet, there was no longer a place for him in the Nut Mercenary Corps. If his actions were revealed, Flamenco would surely kill him. The Mercenary Guild abhors betrayal of employers, should such an event occur, if the leader fails to act. The mercenary group would face expulsion and be placed on the wanted list. Flamenco would not sacrifice the entire mercenary corps for Walnut's sake. He understood that if it were not for his unique skill, a level 5 mercenary group would never have considered a second-level mage like himself. The current circumstances leave no room for regret. He must depart swiftly from this place, never to set foot in the Chinean Empire again. Under the cover of night, Walnut hastily left the inn and fled towards the outskirts of the town. The further he ventured from the inn, the more he felt a sense of grievance welling up within him. Why was he not as fortunate as Salin? To think that he had to abandon the homeland he had known for years because of that insufferable, debauched mage, destined to wander in foreign lands henceforth. He failed to recognize that Salin had never provoked him. The outcome was solely a consequence of his own jealousy. Upon reaching the city gate, Walnut was spotted by the soldiers on night watch. Such a small town would not ordinarily be under such heavy guard were it not for its proximity to the chaotic marshes, where magical beasts frequently emerged on the outskirts. In a fit of rage, spikes formed from the very ground and pierced through the soldiers, penetrating their abdomens. In that moment, Walnut perceived the two soldiers as embodiments of Salin, unable to contain his murderous intent. These soldiers, mere mortals, stood no chance against a second-level magic attack and perished instantaneously. Even after taking their lives, Walnut felt an insatiable anger simmering within him. He hurled 2 fireballs upon their corpses, reducing them to ashes, before employing a force spell to push open the city gates and depart with haste. After the act, Walnut felt a twinge of fear. Avoiding the main road and opting for a narrow path eastward, he dared not venture west, as the forest there was beyond the reach of a mere second-level mage. To escape the Phoenix Duchy, he would have to take a circuitous route, traversing through the Rhine Duchy before exiting at the Giololan Duchy. As he quickened his pace, a sudden exhilaration surged within him. Recalling the moment he had slain the 2 soldiers, he found himself laughing softly, utterly consumed by madness. He did not notice a scarecrow in a nearby wheat field turn and begin to follow him, hopping along behind. "What have you done to Walnut?" Salin did not make a fuss over the paper puppet incident. Instead, he began to question Neris within the confines of his room. With only 2 mages present in the inn, it was clear to Salin without needing analysis where the paper puppet had originated. Though Walnut was consumed by jealousy, he had promised to introduce Salin to his mentor, a commitment that should have allowed Walnut to focus on his task without resorting to treachery. "I have done nothing," Neris replied, feigning innocence, a guise that was rather enticing. Salin recalled, inexplicably, her hidden tale. Demons, after all, revel in tempting humanity. Neris, Walnut is merely a potential adversary. Our paths may never cross again. I am unaware of your methods, but inciting conflict only complicates matters for me. Salin and Apos' tone softened. He had no intention of reprimanding Neris on Walnut and Apos' behalf. "Master, I merely wish to do so for no particular reason." Neris, sensing Salin and Apos' change in demeanor, found herself divulging her innermost thoughts. She was secretly astonished. Could it be due to the soul contract? Alas, the influence of this contract upon me grows increasingly profound. Instinct. Salin furrowed his brow, recalling a term from a tome on biology. "Master, this sorcerer is perilous. He bears the scent of a demon." "He is a demon," Salin gasped, for on the continent of Mels, demons were long thought to have ceased to exist. "Enough. From now on, you are forbidden from acting on your own accord. This is the final warning. Do you understand?" "I comprehend," Neris replied, lowering her head, secretly gleeful. The master indeed did not chastise her. "Well, next time," she mused, "I shall ensure that whatever I do remains unbeknownst to him." Before Salin could succumb to slumber, a commotion erupted outside the inn, where a troop of soldiers surrounded the establishment. Though there were no witnesses to Walnut and Apos' act of murder, the soldiers stationed along the border were well versed in the skills of adventurers and could swiftly discern that their comrade had fallen to a sorcerer's hand. With the scarcity of mages in the town, the soldiers easily located the inn. Flamingo, discovering Walnut's absence, felt an indescribable rage swell within him. This sorcerer, whom he had aided in his time of dire need, had unwittingly brought such trouble upon him. This small town, owned by a baron, rarely experienced such heinous crimes. Despite its proximity to the chaotic marshes along the border, mercenaries and adventurers passing through would not instigate trouble, and thieves would not target such a modest place. The baron thrived on the taxes levied from adventurers, and their relationship had always been amicable. Reluctantly, Flamingo approached the baron, who appeared quite displeased yet refrained from an immediate outburst. With 2 soldiers lost, the compensation would amount to no less than 20 gold coins. However, given that the assailant was a 5th-level mercenary, provoking him could lead to dire consequences. Flamingo also feared the baron might lodge a complaint with the Guild of Professionals, which would tarnish his mercenary band's reputation and potentially demote them to a 4th-level status, accompanied by significant financial liabilities. Ultimately, the 2 parties reached an accord. The Nut Mercenary Band would cover the compensation, and additionally, they would finance a bounty for the capture of the sorcerer Walnut. As long as the sorcerer remained alive, the Nut Mercenary Band would incur the cost of the bounty each day. Under Salin's command, an ice spike penetrated the wall only halfway, leaving a small hole the depth of a finger. He stuffed the curtain into the aperture, wiped it, and pulled it out, revealing a trace of deep crimson. "What is this?" Flamingo inquired, perplexed. "A mixture of red sand and dragon and Apos' blood ink, fundamental materials for crafting puppets. Walnut should possess a basic understanding of puppet magic. Just moments ago, a paper puppet attempted to enter my chamber." Salin did not elaborate further, for Flamingo had grasped the implication. Taking a deep breath to suppress his indignation, he questioned, "Master Salin, given the gravity of this incident, why did you not inform me?" Had Salin disclosed the matter to Flamingo, it was likely that Flamingo would have immediately summoned others to seize Walnut and execute him on the spot. Now, however, Walnut had escaped, leaving behind a stain on the Nut Mercenary Band. "I had initially wished to let this matter slide. I did not intend to take any action. Everyone makes mistakes, and as a sorcerer, I ought to comprehend the frailty of others." Salin spoke with unparalleled sincerity, appearing less like a sorcerer and more akin to a preacher from the Holy See. Noticing the clenched teeth of Flamenco, Salin reassured him, stating, "You need not take offense. I place my trust in you. This matter shall remain between us, and I will not mention it to the guild." Flamenco exhaled in relief. Had Salin divulged the matter to the guild, his reputation would have been utterly tarnished. In the mercenary profession, once credibility is lost, future prospects become exceedingly bleak. This trait allows no room for error, Many mercenaries have irrevocably ruined their futures due to impulsive decisions, relegating themselves to a life of thievery. Thank you, Master Salin. Regarding the issue of compensation, you and Amp, Oppos, regesting, I have incurred no loss. Our contract remains intact. You shall escort us 4 to Kellen County, and I will pay you 2 gold micas. Do not forget to return to me the 500 gold coins, Salin replied playfully, bringing a sense of relief to Flamenco's heart. The night passed in silence. On the following morning, the Nut Mercenary Group first went to the Adventurers Guild to issue a bounty, expelling Walnut from their ranks before setting off with Salin and his companions. Each member of the Nut Mercenary Group possessed 2 horses, far superior to the diminutive river horses purchased by Annie. The mercenary known as Javelin took the lead, serving as the scout. The remaining mercenaries shielded Annie and Salin, gradually increasing their pace as they departed the small town. The Nut Mercenary Group, seasoned in their endeavors, maintained a steady speed for their horses, minimizing fatigue. The 4 mercenaries tasked with protecting Annie frequently observed his reactions. The boy's pallor spoke volumes of his illness. The Nut Mercenary Group would not jeopardize their employer and Amp, Oppos' well-being for the sake of haste. Salin and Amp, Oppos' equestrian skills were moderate, while Sheikah excelled, soothing her mount with a few gentle words, rendering it exceedingly compliant under her command. This was an advantage of the Caucasians, who could effortlessly ride ordinary magical beasts, let alone common horses, without any formal contract. Neris, however, faced the most challenging situation. Her steed was exceptionally restless, as if it sensed her true identity. Fortunately, her strength was considerable, surpassing that of the horse, and after delivering several firm kicks to its flank, the creature finally settled down. Due to their moderate speed, Salin found leisure in admiring the scenery along the route. The landscape of the Duchy of Phoenix markedly contrasted with that of Scorchingia. Here, the land was fertile, with vast expanses suitable for cultivation. Though situated on the border, numerous villages dotted the landscape. The main roads were well maintained, lined with agricultural fields. As deep autumn approached, the wheat harvest was nearly complete, with many fields displaying the sun-dried crops. In comparison, Scorchingia and Oppos' terrain appeared somewhat barren. It was no wonder that the people of Scorchingia excelled in commerce. Salin recalled that the villages near Salon City were sparse, and during natural disasters, the nobility often faced scant yields. What intrigued Salin were the numerous scarecrows standing in the rice paddies. As the wind swept through, the coarse burlap of the scarecrows fluttered, startling several birds that dared to feast on the crops. However, there was one type of bird that could not be easily frightened away, the silver-billed corvid. This avian creature was exceptionally clever, effortlessly discerning human trickery. A flock of silver-billed crows alighted upon the scarecrows, seemingly mocking the folly of humanity. Caw! One silver-billed crow perched atop a scarecrow and Oppos' hat, curiously surveying the approaching cavalcade in the distance. As they passed by the fields, Neris turned her head, baring her teeth at the crow. A flicker of fear crossed the crow's inky black eyes. It spread its wings, attempting to take flight, yet found itself utterly unable to do so. The procession of the Nut Brigade faded into the distance, while the crow continued to struggle in terror, when suddenly, the scarecrow beneath it raised its hand and seized the unfortunate crow, forcefully shoving it into its mouth. Blood trickled down the scarecrow's visage, and the dying cries of the crow echoed for miles, startling even more silver-billed crows into flight. Blood dripped steadily, rendering the scarecrow and Oppos' features ever more distinct. It turned to gaze at the retreating mercenary band. Nearby, more scarecrows stirred to life, all casting their eyes eastward. The wind swept across the ridge of the fields, causing the scarecrow's garments to flutter ominously. Time passed, though its measure was uncertain, when the very scarecrow that had devoured the crow sprang into action, leaping away from the fields in a series of bounces. "Master, I feel rather unwell," Neris exclaimed as she galloped alongside Salin, keeping pace with him. Her horse, having been violently tamed, no longer dared to misbehave. "What are you planning to do now?" Salin replied wearily, having a general understanding of Neris and Oppos' temperament. She was an energetic little demon, restless by nature. If he did not assign her some task, she would inevitably seek out mischief. "I don't know. I just feel uneasy." Neris frowned, attempting to draw closer to Salin, her heart filled with perplexity. Since leaving the temple, she had noticed the fragility of humanity in this realm. Nothing like the perilous beings of legend. Yet, her unease would surface at any moment. Could it be that she was unwell? "Neris, do not act foolishly," Salin urged as he spurred his horse to increase the distance between them. Neris and Amp, Oppos' expression dimmed, and she discreetly retrieved a piece of fresh meat from her bracelet, chewing on it quietly. Perhaps I am merely hungry, which explains my foul mood, she reassured herself. Chapter 28. The Evil Eagle, Part 1. As I formally extend my wishes for a prosperous year of the tiger, I assure you that my dedication remains unwavering. Even during the festivities, I continue to pen these words. On the first day of the new year, I present this tale to you. In the Phoenix Duchy, grand cities are few and far between. After a day's journey, the group encountered merely a handful of sizable estates, and not even a town of the modest stature akin to Deep Forest Town. They paused 4 times along the way, consuming only a meager amount of provisions. To Annie's relief, the situation was better than anticipated, and they did not delay their travel. As twilight approached, the Nut Mercenary Corps hastened their pace. Mr. Annie, there lies a castle 20 miles ahead. May we rest there for the night? Inquired Flamingo, seeking Annie and Amp Apos' approval. Salin, however, remained noncommittal, feigning ignorance of Flamingo and Amp Apos' suggestion. Both he and Annie were laden with an abundance of gemstones, and while they could not fully trust the Nut Mercenary Corps, they had managed to conceal the scent of their treasures without revealing any telltale signs, thus ensuring the mercenaries harbored no ill intent. Had Salin exhibited undue nervousness, even these seasoned mercenaries would have discerned their unease. The procession promptly veered northward, galloping swiftly onto a narrow path. The landscape on either side transitioned from farmland to a dense forest, with towering trees arching their branches towards the road, casting shadows that rendered the day seemingly darker than it ought to be. In less than half an hour, having quickened their pace, the group arrived before an ancient castle. This castle, bearing the hallmark of the 4th dynasty, featured lofty spires and ornate stone carvings, with its battlements replaced by V-shaped notches, and even retained the remnants of magical cannon emplacements. Such a stronghold would have been the domain of a marquis during the 4th dynasty. Salin mused that the Nut Mercenary Corps had likely predetermined this location for their respite, merely consulting Annie out of courtesy. Baron Cook is my friend, Flamingo elucidated. He has graciously welcomed us here for the sake of our safety. Although we are far from the border, this area remains somewhat desolate, and camping in the wild poses risks of encountering bandits. Upon entering the castle, the interior was a stark contrast to the ruggedness of Scosenia and the oppressive gloom of the Tangula's empire. A spacious stable greeted them, flanked by numerous stone houses capable of accommodating 4 soldiers each, exuding an air more befitting of hospitality than a military fortification. In the great hall of the castle, Baron Cook welcomed Flamingo and his party with a beaming countenance. Old friend, how long has it been since you last visited me? The Baron, a tall figure whose muscular frame was scarcely concealed by his silk attire, appeared to be in his 30s, at the height of his vigor. As he spoke, he embraced Flamingo with hearty enthusiasm, unperturbed by the potential for Flamingo's armor to mar his expensive silk robe. Salin could not help but recall the similarly youthful and vibrant Count Guge. After exchanging pleasantries with Flamingo, Baron Cook turned his attention to Salin. My apologies, Master Mage, for my preoccupation with an old friend. Your wealth is indeed astonishing, my lord, Salin remarked candidly. This castle seems rather extravagant for a mere baron. Baron Cook, without a hint of embarrassment, chuckled heartily. My dear mage, you must be a Scosenian. Am I correct? How did you know? Salin inquired, a touch of curiosity in his voice. Indeed, Baron Cook had displayed a certain rudeness. After entering the hall, he had yet to request an introduction from Flamenco, instead engaging in idle chit-chat with him. Thus, you remain oblivious to some of our little secrets. The acquisition of this castle cost me very little. It was, in fact, a bargain of sorts, Baron Cook proclaimed with evident pride. Such a circumstance is quite astonishing. Salin observed the decor of the hall, its style seamlessly integrated with that of the castle, clearly not a haphazard arrangement. His knowledge of nobility was substantial, allowing him to discern quality from mediocrity. Yet, he dismissed it as merely the theatrics of the upper house. To a mage, such matters were trifling. Baron Cook, recognizing the moment, refrained from mocking Salin's superficial understanding. In a corner, Annie smiled silently, fully aware of the nuances at play. Despite the presence of in the mix, it was a mutual affair. He had witnessed much of such dynamics within grand families. Baron Cook's cheerful demeanor suggested he possessed commendable skills, had it been a time of turmoil. Leading a contingent in service of the emperor would have expedited his rise. Regrettably, the continent had enjoyed an extended peace, leaving him and other lesser nobles like Viscount Guga to navigate their way through the intricacies of court life or simply drift through existence. The castle itself was exceedingly spacious, Accommodating a dozen guests was trivial, and it could easily house thousands of soldiers. After settling into their chambers and refreshing themselves, they commenced the evening banquet. The feast was a revelation to Salin. Though still within the Principality of Phoenix, many customs of the nobility bore striking resemblance to those of the Qin Empire. The dining table featured scarcely any metallic utensils, with even the soup bowls crafted from porcelain more exquisite than jade. Above, magnificent crystal chandeliers hung, fashioned from magical crystals rendered useless or deemed obsolete. Even so, the 3 chandeliers would command a price in the thousands of gold coins. The sumptuous lights, paired with the elegantly painted ceiling, exuded refinement without a hint of ostentation, reflecting on the dining hall of Viscount Bone. Salin now perceived it as little more than a pigsty. Before the main course, there were delicacies to nibble on. The mercenaries, famished from their journey, had foregone their customary afternoon sustenance to arrive here. The pastries vanished as if swept away by the wind, yet Salin abstained from indulging. Next came a light wine, served in modest cups merely to cleanse the palate of its sweetness. The mercenaries, parched, craved to drink deeply but found their options depleted. The maidservants, impeccably trained, smiled gently, their nimble hands quietly attending to the guests. What vexed Salin most was the realization that even the senior maidens were clad in silk. He resolved that when he eventually constructed his own magical tower, it would be the most tasteful edifice across the continent. Salin silently pledged himself to this ambition. Recalling the words of a great mage, the pursuit of magic is not to endure suffering, but to enhance the quality of life. Despite Salin's skepticism regarding this notion, he was indeed haunted by poverty in his youth. When he eventually attained the status of a grand sorcerer or a formidable magus, he might not be immune to the allure of newfound wealth. Baron Cook, with a beaming smile, conversed with Flamenco and others. Now aware that Annie belonged to the Clyde family, yet he refrained from overt flattery. Firstly, since Annie had been dispatched to the Principality of Phoenix, it was unlikely that he was a significant member of the family. Secondly, Baron Cook, having voluntarily distanced himself from Qin to serve as a scout for His Majesty the Emperor, had severed any ties with the House of Commons. A man resolutely leaning toward the Emperor would not seek to cling to others for support. As each dish was served onto their plates, only a modest portion was allocated. Although Salin was a magician, he was still in his growing years and relished his meal. 18 courses were presented, culminating in soup and sweet wine. The mercenaries, still on duty, dared not indulge in strong spirits. After finishing his meal, Salin abstained from further drinking, opting instead to conjure a potion of restoration for himself. Though the mercenaries regarded Salin as a dandy, they could not help but feel envious. The restoration potion crafted by a magician bore no side effects and was far superior to the holy water of the church. Regrettably, magicians seldom squander their magical resources to create such items for others. However, Salin felt a sense of inadequacy. If he were to become a magus, he would be able to consume magical elixirs daily. These were products of 7th-level magic, with shorter storage times yet astonishing effects, capable of curing chronic ailments and dramatically improving one's physical condition. Many remarkably effective magical potions often incorporated some form of magical liquid. What brought Salin comfort was that Neris, due to her status as a maid, was not seated at the table but rather dined privately in his quarters. This was a prudent arrangement, one that would mitigate numerous future inconveniences. My lord, esteemed magician, you may simply call me Cook. We are in Phoenix, not Qin, and there are fewer formalities here. Cook's words greatly pleased Salin, especially in contrast to the somewhat pretentious demeanor of Count Gugu. When I arrived, I noticed eagles atop the castle. I have heard that the Qin Empire excels in the training of such creatures. Are these eagles magical beasts? Despite Salin's keen perception, he yearned for a magical pet of this nature, one that could alert him to danger in the absence of a swordsman as protection. In the Qin Empire, it was customary for a baron to have at least 10 armored guards in attendance, ready to respond at a moment and Oppos, S notice. My lord, the guard saluted with a sword, striking a striking pose, revealing herself to be a remarkably handsome woman. Her armor, adorned with intricate patterns, was markedly different from the standard armor of the Qin Empire. Salin recognized it as magical armor, far more valuable than crystal chandeliers. Skaya, proceed to the tower and assess the situation. Yes, my lord. The female swordsman, Skaya, strode forth with the grace of a peacock. Though not of noble birth, she had the potential to earn merit through her military service, perhaps even becoming a noblewoman in the future. Skaya swiftly exited the dining hall, traversing the airy courtyard, and made her way directly to the tower. The soldier guarding the tower greeted Sigia with a flattering tone. "Captain Sigia, please open the door at the top." Sigia replied coldly. At the pinnacle of the tower lay an alchemical telescope. Since its invention by alchemists, the telescope had rapidly gained popularity. However, ordinary telescopes could only observe a limited area, and most nobles acquired them out of mere curiosity. In the military, however, the alchemical telescope was an indispensable tool for scouts, and it could be affixed to advanced magical crossbows, enabling the marksman to strike targets from a mile away. Once this capability was developed, it was promptly prohibited by emperors and nobles across all nations. An archer would need to be at least an 8th-level professional to achieve such feats. Yet an assassin transitioning from a magical apprentice could wield this fearsome device from the very first level, while wizards could sense the elemental fluctuations of the alchemical telescope. Ordinary nobles and royals lacked this ability, rendering assassination significantly easier. Even the church disapproved of such equipment, leading to the cessation of its miniaturization, with designs shifting towards larger models that could be installed on city walls to monitor enemy movements from several miles away. Upon opening the door to the topmost level of the tower, Sigia found the passageway quite narrow. Ascending to the summit, she encountered spacious windows on all sides. However, the high sills provided ample defense against arrows shot from below. In the middle of the few square meters of floor space stood a platform over a foot tall, adorned with intricate magical runes that required no activation. Sigia bent down, positioning her eyes before a pair of deep apertures on the platform, peering inside. The sky above the castle unfolded before her, and although it was night, everything appeared vividly clear through the alchemical telescope. She scrutinized the scene, and the round moon in the sky appeared enlarged, almost allowing her to discern the mountain ranges upon its surface. The mages of the Myers continent believed that another land existed upon the moon, though it was far too distant from their own. Just as Sigia was about to abandon her search, a shadow intruded her line of sight. A shiver coursed through her as she beheld a pair of enormous wings, black feathers, 2 heads, and 4 eyes, a 2-headed eagle. Sigia stifled a moan, feeling her legs weaken beneath her. Gritting her teeth, she steadied herself against the ground and gradually rose. Outside the tower, the moonlight bathed the castle and Apos' stone walls, bestowing a silvery sheen upon the cold stones. Within this radiance, faint black lines seemed to emerge, resembling countless cracks upon the walls. Sigia was unaware of how she descended the tower, her mind in disarray, instinctively heading toward the dining hall. This matter required urgent communication with the Baron. In the dining hall, the tableware had been cleared away and replaced with fruits and wine. Baron Cook was sharing a joke, eliciting hearty laughter from Annie when Sigia entered, looking disoriented. Sigia? Baron Cook immediately discerned the unusual demeanor of Sigia. Since she had become a master swordswoman at the tender age of 16, she had never exhibited such an expression. The prodigious swordswoman, hailed by the people of the imperial capital as destined to attain the title of Sword Saint before her 30th year, possessed a fortitude surpassing that of men. How could she be reduced to this state? "My lord, I have seen the double-headed eagle." A flame of anxiety smoldered within Sigia's chest, suffocating her voice to a hoarse whisper. The dining hall fell into an oppressive silence, broken only by the jarring sound of Sheikah, blissfully oblivious, crunching on a pear. She could not comprehend Chinyan's language, and even if Sigia were to unveil more astonishing news, it was unlikely that Sheikah would react. "My lord, I must confer with Mr. Annie," said Flamenco, the first to break the silence. "Go ahead. I shall await you in my study," Baron Cook replied, rising with a loss of composure and departing without acknowledging anyone. Adjacent to the dining hall was a chamber, originally intended as a waiting area for guests until their host had finished dining. Members of the Nut mercenary group, along with Annie and others, entered this room and shut the door. "Mr. Annie, Master Salin, I am certain that I will be unable to complete this mission," Flamenco stated calmly. "However, we shall continue to ensure your safety." Annie, visibly agitated, remained silent, while Salin inquired, "Flamenco, are you referring to dark magic?" "Indeed. Is it grave?" Salin maintained his unhurried demeanor, exuding an extraordinary composure that belied his mere 15 or 16 years. "Annie, what do you intend to do?" Salin shifted his gaze towards Annie. Annie offered a wry smile. "What do you suggest? We cannot simply await our demise. What if we leave now?" Salin contemplated the notion of fleeing. Unaffected by Baron Cook and Apos' likability, he had no intention of risking his life for him. "You may depart, but I cannot. It is not merely due to my friendship with Baron Cook. According to imperial law, given the current circumstances, I have been summoned and must assist the Baron in battle." Flamenco stated with resignation, addressing Salin earnestly, "Master Salin, the appearance of the double-headed eagle signifies the resurrection of the dark demon. It would be far safer for you to remain within the castle. If you venture outside, you risk immediate assault." Salin absently stroked his gifted ring, pondering deeply. He was unfamiliar with Baron Cook and Amp Oppos' current plight. Should he choose to leave, there was no guarantee that the Baron would disclose the truth. He might even consider Salin a pawn to test the enemy's strength. Annie would undoubtedly opt against leaving, and the trio, himself, Sheikah, and Nereus, had no inkling of the adversaries they might confront. "Very well, I shall remain." After considerable reflection, Salin recognized that Baron Cook would surely welcome his decision. Though merely a first-level mage, his presence within the castle would amplify his magical prowess significantly. Regrettably, he lacked the ability to craft magical arrays, which could have fortified the castle into an impregnable fortress. By remaining, his status would elevate instantly, earning the protection of all swordsmen. To leave, however, would render him expendable. Did Salin possess any real choices? After much deliberation, the group finally opened the door. Flamenco addressed the guard at the entrance, requesting to be taken to Baron Cook. Inside the study, Baron Cook paced restlessly, relieved to see everyone gathered. If Flamenco insisted on departing, there would be no means to detain him. Although imperial law dictated that mercenaries were to heed the commands of nobles in such circumstances, the reality remained. How many mercenaries would adhere to the law if faced with a certain death mission? The sorcerer had also chosen to remain, prompting a smile from Baron Cook as he instructed his servant to bring in a few chairs. Once everyone was seated, he began. "Since you have chosen to stay and fight, I shall disclose the full context of the situation." Salin felt a sense of gratitude. Indeed, the matter was far more complex than merely the emergence of a dark sorcerer. Had he acted rashly and departed, he would have confronted unfathomable dangers. "You are all familiar with the concept of dark magic, are you not?" Baron Cook surveyed the room. Sijia had regained her composure, while the members of the Nut Mercenary Corps appeared as cold as iron. Annie seemed lost in thought, contemplating something unknown. Salin sat upright, patiently awaiting Cook's next words. The Caucasian warrior, Sheikah, was munching on sunflower seeds, having discreetly pocketed a handful when she left the dining hall. Sheikah's warrior instincts were keen. She sensed that the discussion revolved around a dire matter. However, as a warrior, her sole focus was to protect Salin, leaving all other concerns aside. Salin understood what dark magic entailed. If necromancy was merely looked down upon, dark magic was utterly detested. No nation permitted its existence. This viewpoint might be the sole point of agreement between the Emperor of the Qin Empire and the Pontiff of the Holy See. The sacred texts of the Church denounced necromancy, yet necromancers existed within the Inquisition. The Emperor of the Qin Empire forbade necromancers from constructing magical towers, but still granted them certain exemptions. However, should anyone dare to practice dark magic, both the Church and the Emperor would unleash formidable forces to eradicate them. It is said that dark magic originates from divine arts, a notion vehemently rejected by the Church. The sorcerers themselves even refused to acknowledge it as magic. They believed that the essence of dark magic lies not in harnessing elemental power, but in the sacrificial torment of living souls to forge a void deity, thereby acquiring mysterious powers. If this were the case, dark magic would indeed fall under the domain of divine arts. Yet, the Church contended that neither the fallen nature goddess nor the current radiant lord ever subjected beings to such cruelty or required such sacrifices, thus relegating dark magic to the realm of witchcraft, the profession of which has nearly vanished, and any sullied reputation would evoke little reaction. Salin, however, recognized that dark magic was simply dark magic, belonging to nothing else. It was merely a brutal skill, so cruel that it was intolerable to anyone. Yet, despite this, the potency of dark magic could not be denied. An ordinary sorcerer might spend a lifetime striving to ascend to the 4th tier, merely achieving the rank of a lowly archmage. A dark sorcerer, upon acquiring sufficient materials, can swiftly transcend the barriers of levels and attain inhuman power. The two-headed eagle is a creation of dark magic, forcibly amalgamating the bodies and souls of various magical beasts into a single vessel. Subsequently subjected to relentless torment by black flames, causing these souls to annihilate one another in their agony. The dark sorcerer employs a method akin to alchemy to reconstruct the bodies of these beasts, giving rise to a life that ought not to exist in this world. A dark sorcerer capable of conjuring a two-headed eagle wields an undeniably terrifying power. This indicates that he can also create headless horsemen, abominable dragon beasts, not to mention an overwhelming horde of dark puppets. The two-headed eagle serves as a follower of the dark sorcerer, and wherever it casts its gaze, it marks the sites the sorcerer wishes to cleanse with blood. Thus, the two-headed eagle is aptly referred to as the evil eagle. Chapter 29, Alchemy vs. Magical Potions Part 1. It is well known that the Fourth Dynasty was established for a brief period before its collapse, resulting in centuries of warfare that shaped the current landscape of the continent. The territory of the Phoenix Duchy was originally a place for the exile of criminals. While the land was fertile, its remoteness meant that only two roads connected it to the outside world. As Salin listened to Baron Cook recount the history, he compared it with his own recollections, quickly grasping the underlying causes. The downfall of the Fourth Dynasty was intricately linked to the Phoenix Duchy. This was a place where exiled individuals struggled to survive. Over time, the population began to swell on this bountiful land, gradually forming an ungovernable region. The Fourth Dynasty, which held dominion over the entire continent, paid little heed to this minor area until the emergence of the Dark Sorcerers aroused their concern. The Dark Sorcerers established altars everywhere, executing those who dared to resist in the name of justice, and frequently launched assaults, infiltrating other regions. At that time, the Holy See had not yet been established, but many had already begun to worship the Lord of Radiance, gaining divine powers. A prophet warned that the continent would face ruin due to the presence of dark sorcerers. The royal family of the Fourth Dynasty did not adhere to the worship of the Lord of Radiance. However, they possessed a significant number of mages, alchemists, and astrologers. Astrologers issued similar prophecies, causing the royal family to become exceedingly anxious and resolved to dispatch troops to quell the rebellion. This campaign marked the beginning of the Fourth Dynasty and Appos' demise. After several failed attempts at suppression, dark magic spread uncontrollably, seizing most of the territory of what is now the Qin Empire. Consequently, the royal authority of the Fourth Dynasty weakened, local nobility rose to prominence, leading to the rebellion of feudal lords. The Fourth Dynasty, barely clinging to existence, managed to endure for over a century but could no longer control the entire continent, thus conceding independence to more than a dozen duchies. This did not halt the ongoing turmoil. The feudal lords continued their onslaught against dark magic. During this tumultuous period, a family emerged, swiftly eliminating numerous dark sorcerers and annexing territories in the eastern part of the continent, which became the precursor to the Qin Empire. This family possessed a vast number of mages, harboring ambitious aspirations to establish a fifth dynasty that would unify the continent. Meanwhile, the Holy See grew stronger due to the years of strife. In desperate times, humanity often seeks spiritual solace to avoid mental collapse. The priests of the Holy See rapidly expanded their ranks, supporting the Tangulas Empire. Ultimately, the mercenary-founded Scocinia Empire, the Tangulas Empire bolstered by the Holy See, the Qin Empire rooted in magic, and the Yunlu Empire formed from the remnants of the Fourth Dynasty divided the continent of Mers. Between these four empires lay several duchies that depended on them, creating a buffer zone. The sole exception was the Phoenix Duchy, the origin of dark magic. A place no noble from the Qin Empire was willing to govern. At last, the Qin Empire resolved to establish a principality in this locale, thus giving rise to the Principality of Phoenix. The Grand Duke of Phoenix was a favored general of the Emperor of the Qin Empire, renowned for his invincibility and hailed as the immortal Phoenix. Under his suppression, dark magic vanished from existence for decades. I was dispatched here by His Majesty with the actual purpose of monitoring the dark sorcerers. This castle once belonged to a dark mage, and it has been the site of inexplicable deaths over the years, accompanied by the presence of suspicious individuals. The Grand Duke reported to the Empire, which took the matter seriously, deploying a considerable force to guard several ancient castles. Why are there no magicians here? Salin inquired, perplexed. To confront dark mages, the most effective strategy would be to employ magicians to eradicate them. The Qin Empire is not lacking in sorcerers, yet within this castle, Salin has yet to detect any signs of a single magician's presence. Baron Cook offered a wry smile. There was indeed a grand magician, but at this time last year, he departed for Sun City with his students, stating he could be summoned for matters of importance. You see, I am merely a baron. What shall we do then? Merely hold our ground? Annie questioned, displeased. Let us first heed the Baron's counsel, Salin interjected. Recognizing that complaints at this juncture served no purpose, he understood Annie's frustrations, as he too was entangled in misfortune. This castle houses 600 soldiers, 120 robust servants, and approximately 300 women, children, artisans, and the like, yet those capable of combat scarcely total 1,000. We lack the strength for an offensive and can only fortify our defenses. There is another castle 120 miles away, with a larger garrison and a magician stationed there, who could send out a distress signal. We can only await rescue from Sun City, Baron Cook lamented. His troop count exceeded the Empire's standard, a privilege granted by the Emperor himself. Were it not for their presence in the Principality of Phoenix, he would have long been impeached by the House of Commons. Even so, he held no assurance against the dark sorcerers, especially one who had already attained the double-headed eagle. Baron, how capable are these soldiers? Salin, sensing the Baroness' despair, feared he might surrender. The Baroness' capture would not necessarily lead to his demise, as he still held value. Should he himself fall into the hands of dark magic, it would spell his utter ruin. The soul of a magician is worth 1,000 times more than that of an ordinary person to a dark sorcerer. Sigia was a mid-level swordswoman, commanding 9 junior swordsmen. Among the 600 soldiers, the majority were junior swordsmen, with only the officers being somewhat stronger. "We are still here, my lord," Flamenco said solemnly. Baron Cook's eyes brightened. Indeed, although Salin was merely a first-level magician, this was not a field battle. Within the castle, Salin's powers could be maximally harnessed. Flamenco and his comrades were all swordsmen, effectively bolstering the castle's high-level capabilities severfold. Though dark sorcerers were formidable, they did not wield elemental powers in the same manner as ordinary magicians. Regular soldiers could slay dark puppets, and with so many swordsmen at their disposal, they could contend with headless knights as well. As for whether the dark sorcerer will take matters into his own hands, it remains subject to fate. Baron Cook is no fool. He is a diligent swordsman in his own right. Provided the enemy does not launch a full-scale assault on the castle, there may yet be a glimmer of hope for victory. My Lord Baron, is there a dedicated magical laboratory within the castle? Mr. Aney is an alchemist, and I too possess the ability to concoct some ordinary magical potions. Salin mused that since the original mage had departed for the Sun City, he would not hold back. He intended to utilize everything left behind. Baron Cook hesitated for but a moment before acquiescing to Salin and Apos' request. In a life-and-death situation, he could hardly concern himself with offending a powerful sorcerer. Should this matter reach the Emperor, he would find himself in the right. If he were to perish, there would be no opportunity for legal recourse. Sigia, escort Aney and Salin to the laboratory. Yes, my lord. Baron Cook nodded in agreement, harboring a sense of anticipation towards Salin. This individual is indeed a most orthodox mage, remaining composed in the face of peril. Were it not for Salin's timely reminder, he feared that news of the two-headed eagle might have leaked. He suddenly realized that if the soldiers were to learn of its appearance, their morale would undoubtedly plummet. Sigia, no one is permitted to ascend the tower except for you and your personnel. Do you understand? Sigia nodded and, wordlessly, led Salin and Aney away from the study. Sika glanced around before following Salin, for she could not comprehend the words of others, rendering her presence meaningless. The magical laboratory was not locked. In the eyes of the great sorcerer, it was unlikely that anyone within the castle would dare to enter this chamber. Despite the thriving magical culture in the Chinese Empire, sorcerers remained shrouded in mystery to the common folk. Humanity tends to regard the unknown with trepidation. In a sense, sorcerers have transcended the boundaries of humanity. They approach all things with a sense of curiosity, seeking to study, analyze, and uncover the truth. Following the fall of the nature goddess, the number of sorcerers who worship deities gradually dwindled, and today, not a single sorcerer adheres to any form of faith. The existence of sorcerers is dedicated to unveiling the realities of this world. This profound adage is etched in the hearts of every mage. You are a sorcerer, and thus you speak as such. Although Sigia had regained her fighting spirit, she could not dispel her fear of dark magic. Should the threat be merely that of dark puppets, she would not be concerned. However, the adversary at hand was a dark sorcerer wielding a two-headed eagle. The headless knight and the abominable dragon once haunted the continent, leading to the demise of millions. Sigia stood in the corridor for some time, her eyes finally reflecting a steely determination. As a gifted swordsman, she resolved that any obstacle should be confronted with the sword in her hand. Relentless retreat is but a sign of stagnation. Grateful for Salin and Apos' guidance, she performed a swordsman and Apos' salute before turning to depart. The laboratory was spacious, featuring 3 tables, and the adjoining room served as a small study. However, it contained no valuable magical tomes, only commonplace books found throughout the Chinese Empire. The experimental apparatus on the tables remained intact, indicating that the great sorcerer had not been afforded ample space to equip his laboratory. The walls surrounding them were lined with numerous empty spaces, while a wooden rack displayed an array of magical materials. Saren glanced around casually, noting that all the items appeared to be quite inexpensive. One could surmise that any valuable materials had already been taken by the sorcerers. Ain expressed a hint of disappointment, prompting Saren to pat his shoulder and say, "Ain, even if there were precious materials here, we would be unable to utilize them." Ain chuckled softly, realizing that he had lost even his magic strings and could merely cast zero-level spells, barely managing to unleash a first-level spell. Despite his vast knowledge, he could only create rudimentary alchemical tools. "I am truly sorry for putting you in danger, Saren," Ain confessed, speaking only when they were alone. "It is what it is. Ain, let us focus on surviving for now. How about we have a contest to see whose skills are superior, your alchemy or my magical potions?" Saren proposed playfully. Indeed. Ain and Apos' youthful spirit was ignited by this challenge, and his worries about the dark sorcerer began to dissipate. "Sounds good, but let us have something at stake," Ain replied, eyeing Saren's satchel. "Sika, refrain from touching anything. It's perilous here," Saren cautioned as he noticed Sika reaching for a metallic sphere, seemingly intending to throw it. He felt relieved that he had tea brought nearest to the laboratory, as he would have lacked the energy to concoct magical potions otherwise. "What am I supposed to do then?" Sika asked, her clear eyes reflecting a hint of fatigue, feeling somewhat useless in Saren's company. "I'm going to compete with Ain, and you will assist me. Whatever I instruct you to do, you shall do," he explained. "All right," Sika responded with a smile, narrowing her eyes playfully. "Ain, although sorcerers are not meant to gamble, you are a sorcerer as well, so let us consider this a friendly sparring match. What do you desire as a prize?" Saren inquired. Black hair crystals, a type of crystal that enhances a sorcerer's control, also serve as an essential tool for necromancers, allowing them to store necromantic spells. Notably, Ain did not possess such a crystal among the gems he had acquired. Saren chuckled, appreciating Ain and Apos' character, knowing he would not propose anything outrageous. "Regardless of the outcome, I shall gift you a black hair crystal. Now, let us establish the criteria for victory." "Quantity," Ain suggested, "since we cannot create advanced tools or potions. The best approach to dispatch the black puppets is to craft arrowheads using alchemy. If these arrowheads are imbued with magical potions, they can effectively slay the black puppets in an instant. I will create 1 arrowhead, and you must concoct 5 grams of flame potion. Should I lose, I shall grant you 1 request." Saren laughed. "You are surely destined to lose this one." "Perhaps not," Ain countered, raising an eyebrow, a sense of unspoken pride gracing his somewhat frail features. Saren, too, felt confident in his skills. Recalling the countless low-level potions he had brewed during his time in Salin City, nearly consuming all his free moments. The flame potion was his primary source of income and had the highest success rate among his magical concoctions, though it might not reach a perfect 100. Achieving 80 was well within his capabilities. "Someone is approaching," Ain suddenly shouted. Soon, soldiers responded outside the door. Annie pushed it open and instructed the soldiers. "Go tell the Baron that I wish to forge a substantial quantity of arrows. Whatever he desires, he shall receive." Upon hearing the news, Baron Cook was exhilarated and personally rushed over, directing the soldiers to transport arrows from the warehouse to the magical laboratory. However, Salin sensed an ominous turn. To concoct his magical fire potion, he required a minimum of 500 grams at a time, which could yield the equivalent of 100 arrows. Yet, Ain and Apos' alchemy appeared markedly different. He intended to modify existing arrows. With a fixed alchemical array, Ain needed only to supply the materials. If the array were sufficiently expansive, he could produce hundreds of such low-tier equipment in one go. The crux of the matter lay in the speed of the items produced by the alchemical array, which was remarkably swift. While his magical potions necessitated meticulous mixing, any slight miscalculation would render the materials utterly unusable. At that moment, Ain retrieved a metal box from his satchel, disassembling it and approaching a metal table to begin assembling it anew, as if the alchemical tools he brought were originally disassembled from the very table itself. Salin realized he had been deceived. Although not well versed in alchemy, he understood that no 2 alchemical arrays could be combined to create a new one unless they were inherently unified. This table was likely constructed specifically for crafting alchemical arrows, albeit lacking its core components. Most astonishingly, Annie had brought along a solidified array for manufacturing alchemical arrows. Annie embedded 6 magical cores into the grooves around the table and began introducing materials into the array. Salin, meanwhile, sifted through numerous magical materials to gather those necessary for his magical fire potion, sorting and weighing them meticulously. He presented the selected materials to Sika, merely instructing, "Grind them into powder." The competition between the two commenced. Ani, wielding a magical core, activated the array while replenishing the elemental energy within his body. Although his magical strings had been damaged by a curse, he could still absorb elemental energy, albeit at a sluggish rate characteristic of an apprentice, leaving him with scant reserves. Thus, he supplemented directly with the magical core, a considerable waste. Hundreds of arrows floated within the array, as countless golden beams surged within its confines, etching rudimentary magical patterns upon the arrows. These arrows, standard-issue weapons of the Qin Empire's army, were undoubtedly of high quality. Holes were carved into each arrow, and simple flame motifs adorned their surfaces. In just half an hour, over 100 arrows had been meticulously forged. Ani rested for less than a minute before resuming the creation of a second batch. With a sense of pride, he gazed at Salin. In the Qin Empire, when alchemists were summoned by the military, they often engaged in such mass production endeavors. These rudimentary alchemical products were intended for temporary use. If left unused for an extended period, the magical patterns would eventually fade. Salin, not being a citizen of the Qin Empire, remained unaware of these intricacies. No matter how advanced his potion-making skills, he could not surpass Ani and Apos' speed. "You have lost," he conceded as he commenced the potion-making process, introducing a variety of powdered materials into the crucible. "It is impossible. You can only produce a maximum of 500 grams at a time. While I can forge 300 arrows in the same duration, making my speed threefold yours," Ani declared, brimming with confidence. He possessed a magic core that replenished his elemental energy consumption, allowing him to toil almost without rest. Salin, with a serene smile and a sly upward curl of his lips, responded, "The number of arrows stored in this castle is finite. We have not stipulated an end time for this contest. Once you run out of readily available arrows, I shall surpass you." "What?" Ani and Apos' focus wavered, nearly disrupting the operation of the forging array, causing golden light to almost burst forth. He became flustered and exclaimed, "Salin, you are being unfair. The rules were set by you. How can it be I who is acting unscrupulously?" Salin continued to smile while adding more materials, patiently concocting potions. Ani, bemused yet unable to cease his work, understood that this was more than mere competition. It concerned the lives of everyone within the castle. As long as there were sufficient arrows, the threat posed by the dark sorcerer would diminish significantly, allowing many soldiers to evade direct confrontation with the shadow puppets. The true form of these puppets remained a mystery to all. If their numbers were overwhelming and their ferocity fierce, the fall of the castle could merely be hours away. After all, the soldiers within the castle were vastly outnumbered, while the dark puppets were counted in the tens of thousands. Salin found himself admiring Ani. Although crafting crude alchemical equipment through a solidified forging array was relatively straightforward, the sustained effort required formidable mental fortitude. Upon careful reflection, Ani's mental strength might even surpass his own. Truly, Ani was a prodigious mage, had he not been cursed. He would likely be but a step away from becoming a grand sorcerer. As dawn gradually broke, neither Ani nor Salin paused for respite, while the craftsmen within the castle remained industriously engaged. Some artisans affixed the completed arrows to their shafts, a task they had mastered and found simple. Meanwhile, another group of craftsmen disassembled the already manufactured arrows, a much more challenging endeavor that required utmost precision to avoid any material loss. The disassembled arrows were sent to the magical laboratory, where Ani would transmute them into alchemical arrows before reassembling them. Each individual labored silently, the ominous news of the dark sorcerer's arrival weighing heavily upon their hearts like a colossal stone. If they were to learn that the sorcerer possessed a two-headed eagle, their courage to resist would likely vanish entirely. In the distance, amidst the morning light, an array of eerie figures emerged. These figures moved stiffly, hopping towards the castle, resembling the scarecrows commonly found in the fields of the Phoenix Duchy. Many of these scarecrows had developed facial features and limbs, yet their movements remained clumsy. Tens of thousands of scarecrows converged upon the castle, creating an extraordinarily bizarre spectacle. Numerous scarecrows bore bloodstains on their faces, indicating that slaughter had already commenced. Behind the horde of scarecrows stood over 100 towering warhorses, which trailed slowly in their wake. The knights upon their backs remained utterly silent. They were unable to utter a sound, for their necks were devoid of heads, with dark mist swirling around their severed necks. The imposing black warhorses donned rusted iron armor, with severed heads dangling from their saddles. Hanging beside the saddle, the severed heads bore expressions of sheer agony, their visages contorted in torment. Some of the eyes still flickered, surveying the surrounding landscape. This is the legendary Headless Horseman, an entity of immense destructive power. Ensnared by dark sorcery, the head and body exist as two opposing entities, destined to endure eternal suffering and slaughter unless released by the dark sorcerer. The only respite from the torment of the severed heads comes through the annihilation of foes. For the Headless Horseman, there lies no room for choice. On the opposite side of the saddle, the weapons of the Headless Horseman dangle ominously. Hammers, chains, crescent battle axes, and heavy swords, each weapon marred by the stains of black magic, congealed with dark purple clots of blood. When these implements clash against the iron armor of the warhorse, a faint, wretched wail emanates from within, the anguished cries of souls imprisoned by dark sorcery. Only through the continual absorption of blood can these tormented souls attain fleeting moments of solace. Chapter 30, The Left Hand of God, Part 1. My Lord. We have discovered the enemy, reported a soldier clad in standard chain armor, his expression marred by concern. He served as the personal guard to Baron Cook, selected by His Majesty the Emperor, much like Sigia. How many? Baron Cook and Apos. Eyes were bloodshot from mere 2 hours of sleep. Not fewer than 50,000. The soldier's voice trembled. The sight of the scarecrow atop the tower had instilled even greater fear in him. What manner of black puppet is it? Baron Cook feigned calmness. Though the black puppets themselves were not formidable, their sheer numbers posed a threat that could only be countered by the Empire and Apos' heavy infantry. It is a scarecrow. Both the Baron and the soldier exhaled deeply, silently relieved that it was not the fabled stone statue. The black puppets crafted from scarecrows could indeed be vanquished by ordinary soldiers, yet the overwhelming quantity was daunting. Within the castle, there were only 600 soldiers, while the enemy comprised over 50,000 black puppets. How many alchemical arrows have the mages produced? So many. Baron Cook and Apos' countenance brightened, with an ample supply of alchemical arrows. The number of black puppets would not pose an issue. My lord, what is it? They have also expended 6 5th-level magic cores, which require your reimbursement. Baron Cook paused, momentarily taken aback, then regained his composure. It was implausible for low-level mages to produce such a vast quantity of alchemical arrows. The consumption of high-level magic cores to power the array was inevitable. 6 5th-level magic cores amounted to no more than 30,000 gold coins, with 110,000 arrows, averaging out to merely a few silver coins each. My lord, the soldier called out anxiously. What else? Well, it seems they have damaged the equipment in the laboratory. Baron Cook clenched his fists. They had ruined the Grand Mage's equipment? He then replied with an air of indifference. Do not speak of this to anyone. I shall handle it myself. Where are the mages? Both mages are utterly exhausted and are resting. The weapons have been distributed, correct? All is in order. Let Sigia command the battle. You will assist her. I shall remain with Flamenco, so do not concern yourselves with my safety. The soldier hesitated for a moment before accepting his orders and departing. Sigia commanded 9 soldiers, all skilled swordsmen, typically tasked with ensuring Baron Cook's safety. However, he was also well acquainted with Flamenco, a master swordsman, at least a level 5 practitioner, far superior to the others. The Baron's presence among the mercenaries afforded him a degree of safety. Salin felt no fatigue. The creation of low-level magical potions did not deplete his magical strings, but rather drained his mental energy. With his abundant mental reserves, his recovery was swift, and by morning, it was Annie who could not endure any longer. Were it not for the depletion of materials for the magical flame potion, Salin would have continued his work. Now, he was immersed in a large wooden tub meant for bathing, appearing to be in a state of tranquil meditation. Nearest languidly leaned over the rim of the tub, idly playing with the petals floating in the water. Salin did not require a bath. He possessed a 0-level cleansing spell. However, he relishes the practice of magic within the water. During such moments, both the speed of spell completion and the recovery rate of his magical strings accelerate significantly. At present, Salin is surrounded by 20 diminutive water-patterned shields, each compressed to a size smaller than his palm. This compression does not diminish the consumption of magical energy. In fact, Salin's magical strings are nearly depleted, allowing him to cast at most 3 first-level spells. Salin is focusing on the movement of the water-patterned shields and discovers that the core area offers the strongest defense, while the periphery is considerably weaker. However, the mutated water-patterned shield does not exhibit this characteristic. Every point of the shield, encased in bubbles, possesses uniform defensive strength. The sole limitation of the water pattern shield is that it does not provide comprehensive protection. Even in its mutated form, its normal diameter is merely half a meter. Salin further observes that when the water pattern shield is compressed, its defensive capability multiplies dramatically. By reducing the shield to a size smaller than his hand, he achieves a tenfold enhancement in its defensive strength. Yet, the smaller the magical shield, the larger the vulnerabilities become. To perfect this mutated spell, Salin must exert complete control over the water pattern shield, as he is currently doing, allowing his mental energy to manipulate it in continuous motion. Salin possesses formidable mental strength. Yet maneuvering the magical shield proves to be quite taxing. Once a magical shield is formed, it possesses a fixed coordinate. Even a slight movement is challenging. This coordinate typically corresponds to a specific point on the mage and amp, Oppo's, body, or another object. Elemental energy converges around this point, creating a complete spell, and to effectuate movement, one must constantly adjust the magical coordinate. This is an exceptionally arduous task. Salin is not conjuring these ideas from thin air. He understands that such feats are achievable, as great mages can handle low-level spells in this manner, and magic scholars are capable of freely controlling intermediate spells. Although his endeavors may seem somewhat avant-garde, they are by no means impossible. As Salin's head breaks the surface of the water, he catches sight of Neres' face. "What are you doing, Neres? I see you bathing." Neres traces circles in the water with her finger, sending ripples across the surface, causing the floating petals to rise and fall. "I am practicing," she replies. Salin glares at her. "I know, but magic does not work like that." Neres leans forward, extending her arm to poke the water pattern shield beside Salin with her finger. A strand of her long black hair cascades down, dispersing in the water like wisps of smoke. Salin curls his lip. He now realizes that Neres is incapable of casting any demon attribute spells. He has little regard for the opinions of amateurs. The pride of a mage can also be viewed as arrogance. "I remember." Upon hearing Neres' remark, Salin suddenly awakens to the realization that, although Neres is a juvenile demon, she has undoubtedly encountered formidable humans from thousands of years ago and must possess some secrets. "What do you remember?" Salin asks, excitement causing him to nearly spring to his feet. It is important to note that humans from thousands of years ago could traverse planes at will, a power that even surpassed that of ninth-level mages. "I remember that the magic wielded by humanity was vibrant, almost as if it possessed a life of its own. I witnessed a pair of hands tear through the air, creating a rift that ensnared a multitude of dark demons. Every element bowed to the command of those hands, embodying trust and submission. Neres, akin to a poet, extolled the wonders before her, her eyes shimmering with rapture. Salin listened intently, absorbing the essence of that memory, an invaluable experience unattainable elsewhere. Elemental resonance? No, that was irreversible. Yet Neres described a malleability in elemental fluctuations, a level of control beyond even that of a mage. Was Neres tempting him to err? No, for she spoke no falsehood. She herself remained ensnared by the nightmares of the past. Was there truly a life force within the magical elements? Salin recalled the enigmatic leaf within the Ring of Blessing, which concealed a vitality of its own. An impulse surged within him, compelling him to pursue the experiment. The second incantation from the Ring of Blessing began to flow softly in his heart, and he uttered it aloud. Life bestowed, a half-magic crafted by the nature goddess. The green radiance of the ring flickered once more, ephemeral yet striking. Salin sensed the elemental vibrations, yet he could not complete this half-magic. Must he seek divine assistance? Doubt gnawed at him. Was this magic intertwined with divine art? If so, success was utterly out of reach, for the nature goddess had fallen. Perhaps he ought to pray to the Lord of Radiance? Salin harbored no ill will towards the clergy. After all, he had initiated the confrontation, and that divine magician had not attacked him first. However, having heard Ani and Oppo's tale, he understood that he had underestimated the church. Thus, he harbored no delusions of redemption and resolved to flee further, ensuring the clergy would have no opportunity to capture him. Yet Salin did not despair. He retrieved the leaf, imbued with life, from the Ring of Blessing. The leaf appeared withered and unremarkable. Clutching it in his palm, he recited the incantation of life anew. This time, the green radiance ignited within his grasp, and a mysterious force emanated from the leaf, coalescing into a verdant orb that permeated a designated shield of water patterns. Instantly, he sensed a mystical connection forming between himself and the shield. He endeavored to manipulate the water patterned shield with his mental energy. The bubble-like magical shield detached from Salin's body, soaring into the air, moving in accordance with his will, its trajectory growing ever more intricate. Overjoyed, Salin realized that if he could control the water-pattern shield in such a manner, his safety would be significantly enhanced. Eagerly, he cast the second incantation of life, and the second water-patterned shield ascended into the air. Nearus seized the second shield, biting into it. Enraged, Salin had not the chance to voice his protest before Nearus spat the shield out, still intact as a bubble. "Master, it cannot be broken. You have succeeded," Nearus declared with an innocent demeanor, as if her intent had never been to consume the animated magical shield. Salin sighed, recognizing the cunning nature of this little demon, who seemed to grow increasingly sly. Shaking his head, he sought to continue his life-bestowing magic. As the remaining 18 water-patterned shields shattered, he suddenly recalled that he had been submerged for an hour. Although the water-patterned shields endured longer in liquid, an hour was their limit. What puzzled him, however, was that the two water-patterned shields imbued with vitality had not vanished. Instead, they danced playfully before him. Nalis and Apos' eyes fixated greedily on the leaf in Salin and Apos' hand. Her desire unmistakable. Such a marvelous item. Consuming it would surely lead to evolution, wouldn't it? Salin, too, scrutinized the leaf. What was it? Could it be the fabled leaf of the Tree of Life? The nature goddess was said to possess 4 divine trees: the Tree of Life, the Tree of Elements, the Tree of Knowledge, and the Forbidden Tree. These details were frequently referenced in numerous magical tomes, with mages openly coveting these 4 sacred trees. Alas, it was rumored that after the fall of the nature goddess, these trees withered away. To possess the Tree of Life would grant eternal life. To possess the Tree of Elements would bestow mastery over formidable magic. To possess the Tree of Knowledge would unveil the past and future of the world. And to possess the Forbidden Tree would confer divinity. Master, Nalis instinctively licked her lips, her tongue extending so far that its tip brushed against her nose. "What do you intend to do?" Salin asked warily, clutching the leaf tightly, fearing it might be devoured by Nalis. If she were to consume it, even disemboweling her would prove futile. The digestive capabilities of demons were said to be more terrifying than the acidic solutions conjured by mages. It was rumored that the saliva of certain greater demons could corrode mithril. "Master, you might consider using it to heal your hand." Nalis suppressed her inner yearning, uttering words that betrayed her true feelings. Salin suddenly realized the wisdom in her suggestion. This leaf was incredibly precious, yet it would eventually exhaust its life force. Utilizing it to enhance his magic was a short-sighted plan. It would be wiser to use it for the healing of his hand. He extended his left hand, which had withered like a desiccated branch in the depths of winter, its fingers unable to bend. If he did not treat this hand soon, even advancing in rank would hold little significance. The newly learned magic required both hands to cast spells. Otherwise, mastery was impossible, let alone practice. With this thought, Salin placed the withered leaf in the palm of his left hand and once more invoked the life-bestowing magic, a semi-spell. A gentle green light emanated from the leaf, enveloping Salin and Apos' left hand. He felt a sharp pain in his palm, and his heart surged with joy. The pain signified the return of sensation. However, as he observed closely, he was taken aback. The withered leaf crumbled silently, leaving only a network of veins behind. The shattered leaf transformed into a rich, verdant luminescence, seeping into his hand, while the remaining veins began to writhe, burrowing into his palm. In a flurry, Salin reached out with his right hand, but the thread-like veins, as fine as silk, had already penetrated the palm of his left hand in the blink of an eye. Salin stared blankly at his left hand, which had transformed from the appearance of a necromantic entity into a structure of green and translucent hues. The muscles had regained their fullness, no longer resembling the grotesque, withered form they once had. The leaf veins penetrated into his palm, continuing their journey into the very bones beneath. This time, the sensation was not pain, but rather an itch. As the leaf veins burrowed into the bones, they extended further up his arm, halting only at the midpoint of his forearm. The green substance within the muscles of his left hand began to absorb into the bone, permeating gradually until it faded, losing its transparency and transforming into a pristine white. Gazing at his palm, which appeared as tender as that of an infant, Salin felt a mixture of astonishment and uncertainty. Despite the palm no longer being transparent, he could still sense the leaf and Apos' veins actively reshaping his skeletal structure. Was this a trap? He had won the ring from Baron Mingwei, and there was no inherent necessity in its power. His discovery of the ring's secret had been fortuitous, triggered by being struck by that ascetic. which revealed the ring's true nature. Pondering this, Salin could not fathom any necessary connection between himself and the ring. Everything seemed to have occurred by chance. Yet how could the leaf have invaded his body? If this were a leaf from the tree of life, merging with his very being, could it lead to dire consequences? Nellis, observing the leaf and Apos' entrance into Salin and Apos' body, heard that voice echo once more. Consume the master, and you shall not only attain freedom but also immense power. Time slipped away quietly, and the leaf veins finally ceased their transformation of the bones. The tingling sensation dissipated, and Salin gently curled his left hand, savoring the changes brought forth by the leaf. It felt pleasing. His hand and arm remained connected by the flow of blood, unchanged by the transformation. Salin and Apos' fingers and wrist moved with dexterity, bending and twisting without any discomfort. Deep within the marrow, he sensed a familiar vitality coursing through him. This life force bore no resemblance to elemental power. It was far more intricate and impossible to replicate. If elemental power was singular, then the essence of life was the epitome of complexity, as though it fused all elemental forces together while entirely eliminating their mutual repulsion. Salin pondered in a daze. Is this hand still mine? He desperately searched his memories of the texts and notes he had read, seeking an answer. This was the limitation of his knowledge of magic. One could only memorize without the ability to immediately internalize the knowledge. After considerable contemplation, Salin could not arrive at a definitive answer. He merely discovered similar content. During the age of goddesses, knights who venerated the goddess could pray to alter their bodies through divine arts, endowing their forms with divinity. Should a magician undertake such a transformation, they could wield divine spells. In those times, the distinctions between magicians and priests were minimal. Humans could harness a plethora of powers, such as summoning demons, the undead, and even certain sacred beasts. Thus, this approach was not universally practiced. It was merely a clever method employed by those lacking an innate talent. These individuals were known as divine warriors and divine mages. However, their transformations were gradual, requiring a complete metamorphosis of the body. Salin and Apos' transformation was marked by the singularity of his left hand, and he held no allegiance to any deity. As he composed himself, he removed his gloves at the edge of the wooden tub and donned them anew. Even if this were the hand of a god, the goddess had long since fallen, and it was still to be wielded by his own will. Worrying excessively served no purpose. It was far better to contemplate the predicament before him. Master? Look, Nereus exclaimed, her slender fingers delicately manipulating the two shimmering water shields before them. It was only then that Salin noticed the two shields, bestowed with life, had not dissipated. They still hovered in the air, defying the passage of time. As he extended his perception to examine the structure of these magical shields, he was astonished to find them as intact as when they were first conjured, showing no signs of collapse. Though diminutive in size, their strength surpassed that of typical shields by a factor of 10. Under the guidance of his mental prowess, the shields moved with fluidity, as if they were an extension of Salin's own being. With a motion of his left hand, he summoned the water shields to rest within his grasp, whereupon they seamlessly integrated into his glove and vanished into his hand. Salin remained unfazed. The shields still existed within his awareness, and with but a thought, they could be unleashed from his palm. Nereus, this matter must remain confidential, Salin insisted with emphasis. Master, does this mean I cannot speak of it to Sika? Nereus inquired, feigning surprise. Salin suddenly recalled that Nereus was still limited to the ancient Gumarus language, rendering his admonition somewhat redundant. Nonetheless, her question was clearly provocative. He scoffed and replied, Sika is a warrior. She would not comprehend these nuances. What purpose does it serve to speak of it? Salin held trust in Sika, a trust not solely based on her past acts of valor in saving him. It was an instinctual assurance. He understood that while Nereus might pose a threat, Sika would never betray him. Nereus smirked with satisfaction, rising to fetch Salin and Apos' garments. Though her master had seen through her intentions, she dismissed it with indifference, believing that as long as she remained by his side, she would eventually displace all others, ensuring that he would belong solely to her. At that moment, she would devise a means of departure, knowing it would cause her master great heartache. Before Salin could fully attire himself, those waiting outside grew impatient, softly calling, Mage Salin? Salin had lingered in the bath for too long. Annie had already awakened, yet he had not finished. The soldiers outside mused about the tantalizing scenarios that might be unfolding within, yet none dared to peer through the door's crack for fear of consequences. If such were the case, the young mage and Apos' stamina was indeed commendable. Had it not been for the Baroness' repeated urgings, they would not have dared to call out. Interrupting the mage's privacy could spell disaster. "What is it?" Salin asked, donning his mage's robe, as Nearest obediently fastened his belt, embodying the role of a devoted servant. "The Baron requests your presence," announced the soldier outside, breathing a sigh of relief, sensing that Salin's temper had not flared, likely indicating he had completed his rituals. "I shall be there shortly." Salin adjusted his attire, and Nearest remarked, "Master, your hair is somewhat disheveled. May I tidy it for you?" "There's no need. Simply wait for me in the room," he replied. Salin carelessly raked his fingers through his hair and stepped out the door. Naelis, resigned, took a seat, lamenting her inability to speak multiple languages. Baron Cook paced restlessly in the study, now clad in armor stained with grimy blood. The onslaught of the dark sorcerers had commenced, and the scarecrows proved to be more formidable than anticipated. In this dire moment, even Baron Cook ascended the castle walls to engage in battle personally. What troubled the Baron was the startling strength of these scarecrows. Plunging a longsword into them felt akin to piercing living flesh, complete with the sight of blood. Though their movements were stiff, their power surpassed that of ordinary soldiers by a considerable margin. Were it not for the alchemical arrows crafted by Annie, the castle would have long succumbed to the siege. Yet, the headless horseman remained yet to make a move. Merely the presence of these dark puppets had already inflicted grievous losses upon the castle's defenders. "Master Salin." Upon Salin's arrival in the study, Baron Cook hurried over, his voice tinged with urgency. "Many of the soldiers have been poisoned. Could you create some restorative water?" Chapter 31. The Salty Hand and the Rejuvenation Elixir. Part 1. The black puppet is toxic, albeit the poison is not particularly potent. Both the holy water from the church and the restorative water crafted by mages exhibit clear curative effects. However, both types of healing liquids possess a certain temporal efficacy. The typical restorative water can be preserved for about 10 to 15 days before gradually losing its magical properties. The holy water remains effective for a slightly longer duration, yet it too will not exceed a month. The grand sorcerer in the castle has been absent for a year, and the restorative water left behind has long since lost its potency. "My Lord Baron, the effects of the restorative water are enhanced when ingested, however at this moment." Baron Cook could no longer concern himself with other matters and inquired, "Do you require magic cores?" "Indeed, I am merely a first-level mage. With the assistance of magic cores to restore my magical strings, I would be able to produce a significant quantity of restorative water," Salin mused to himself. He recalled that Annie had profited handsomely from crafting alchemical arrows and resolved to procure several fifth-level magic cores to justify his efforts. "Very well. Send 10 magic cores to the mage," Baron Cook declared loudly. Salin was taken aback, then quickly realized that Baron Cook had likely prepared for this and was merely waiting for him to voice his request. Observing the Baron's sharply defined features, Salin acknowledged that he had underestimated this minor noble. "Salin the mage, in addition to the restorative water, I am in dire need of healing potions. You may use the laboratory as you wish. I will cover all costs incurred," the Baron offered. Salin nodded and replied, "Please send some large water jars to the laboratory. Do not disturb me. Let Sika accompany me alone." Soon, everything was prepared. Salin closed the grand door of the magical laboratory and directly stored the 10 fifth-level magic cores in his enchanted ring, beginning the production of restorative water. Restorative water is a first-level spell, and an ordinary mage can produce up to 500 grams at once. Due to the mutation of his magical strings, Salin could now produce 4 times that amount in a single casting. Moreover, his magical strings were double those of other first-level mages, effectively allowing him to function as 8 first-level mages simultaneously in the production of restorative water, producing 8 times the quantity. It was only fair for him to receive some compensation. Salin felt a sense of pride. Despite the flaws in his magical strings, they also offered advantages that others lacked. Salin required only a 3rd-level magic core to restore his magical strings and continuously cast spells, filling an entire water jar with restorative water in one go. Grasping a magic core, he commenced the restoration of his magical strings. His supply of 3rd-level magic cores was dwindling, aside from those he had purchased. The cores gifted by Count Guger had long been exhausted. He still possessed 5th-level magic cores, which had been given to him by Naelis. The utilization of a 5th-level magic core by a 1st-level mage can lead to wastage, which is why Salin had been reluctant to expend them. Even with a considerable quantity of gemstones at his disposal, he continued to live frugally. The shadows of his childhood were not easily dispelled. A person who has endured years of hunger may either squander their newfound wealth or become miserly to an outrageous degree. Salin could consecutively cast 24 first-level spells, yet he chose to produce only 20 portions of restorative water before halting, reserving a small amount of magical energy for self-defense. This practice is customary among all mages, not merely Salin. Unless within their own magical towers, wizards seldom expend their magical strings entirely. Sheikah carried a full urn of restorative water to the doorway, opening it to allow the soldiers waiting outside to take it away. However, witnessing the swift production of restorative water by Salin, the swordsman felt it was worth every effort. He immediately instructed the soldiers to place the urn in a metal chest and transport it to the infirmary to treat the poisoned soldiers. The castle boasted a dedicated chamber for the treatment of soldiers, spacious enough to accommodate over 100 men, alongside a dozen robust servants, all incapacitated by the poison of the black puppets. The poison from the black puppets typically does not prove fatal but induces excruciating pain, which even the most seasoned soldiers cannot withstand. The chamber is filled with the sounds of anguished groans. Many armies of the 4th dynasty had succumbed due to this, as the cries of suffering comrades could sap one and amp, Oppos, as will the fight. Countless soldiers may not fear death, yet they dread the ceaseless torment. On the castle walls, Sigia commanded the battle, having repelled enemy assaults more than 10 times, her body and mind weary. Scarecrows surged like a tide, their movements clumsy. Yet once they reached the base of the castle, they could leap several meters high to scale the walls. The crude alchemical arrows were effective against the black puppets. A single arrow strike would cause the scarecrow to explode from within, and the black flames would swiftly reduce it to ash. Although there were ample arrows within the castle, there was a lack of corresponding archers. Ordinary soldiers could only manage a dozen shots before fatigue set in, so despite the scarecrow's slow advance, they could only unleash 5 volleys. With merely 200 soldiers on the front wall, 5 volleys amounted to 1,000 arrows. After 5 rounds of fire, the scarecrows would reach the base of the wall, leap up, and engage the soldiers in close combat. Behind the thousands of scarecrows stood over 100 headless knights, stationed at a distance, facing the castle and awaiting their assault. Sigia was not concerned about the black puppets, whose numbers were less than 100,000, relying on the castle and Oppos' defenses. They could undoubtedly withstand the onslaught. Her apprehension lay with the 100 or so headless knights. The combat prowess of a headless knight was at least equivalent to that of a junior swordsman, with some even rivaling advanced swordsmen. Over 100 headless knights would send even a bronze sword saint fleeing in disarray. Currently, the only hope rested on the 4 alchemical crossbows within the castle. At the highest point of the castle, around the tower, vast platforms housed 4 alchemical crossbows, with a range exceeding 2 miles. Their bolts were thick, even longer than the blades of the spears wielded by the soldiers. Even the mightiest magical beasts would be pierced through by such bolts. Once more, thousands of scarecrows surged to the base of the wall, leaping up with stiff precision. A soldier thrust his shield forward with great force, colliding with the first scarecrow to reach the wall, sending it tumbling away. His skills were commendable, as his broken sword simultaneously severed the head of another scarecrow. The decapitated scarecrow spewed forth foul black blood from its neck, the stench reminiscent of eggs left to rot for days, tinged with a hint of sulfur. The robust servants positioned behind the soldiers were also armed with weapons and armor. They used bamboo poles over 4 meters long to prod the headless scarecrows off the city walls, fearful that these dark puppets might revive. Several soldiers had already lost their lives to these headless entities, which exhibited no discernible pattern in their resurrection. After prolonged combat, both soldiers and servants had grown somewhat numb to the ordeal. Initial terror had morphed into a profound aversion towards the scarecrows. The regular army of the Qin Empire boasted formidable combat capabilities. However, they were vastly outnumbered by the enemy. Sigia gazed anxiously at the distant headless knights, refraining from issuing orders to use the alchemical crossbows for their extermination. These headless knights were less than 2 miles away, well within the range of the crossbows. Yet, with only 24 specially crafted bolts available, Sigia feared depleting their supply, anticipating the summoning of abominable dragon beasts by the dark sorcerers. Although she had never encountered such creatures, she understood their prowess in siege warfare. Without the alchemical crossbows, the abominable dragon beasts would surely breach the city gates, allowing the headless knights to invade. The few hundred soldiers were no match for them. As the sun gradually sank in the west, the battle had persisted throughout the day, despite the soldiers taking turns. They were utterly exhausted. Half of the scarecrows had been vanquished, yet around 40 to 50,000 still loomed outside the walls. The dark puppets exhibited tireless persistence. while the humans required rest. With nearly 100 soldiers lost, vulnerabilities in their defenses began to emerge. Sijia reluctantly adjusted her tactics, dividing the soldiers into 2 combat rotations, thus affording them even less time to recuperate. How she wished for a necromancer to summon skeleton warriors to withstand the overwhelming numbers of dark puppets. Sijia and her 2 subordinates stood in the most open area of the city wall, gazing outward with an indescribable sense of frustration. If only the Grand Mage were present. The low-level fireball spell would serve as an effective weapon against the scarecrows. That cursed Grand Mage had gone to the Sun City. If they survived this ordeal, she would certainly report to His Majesty the Emperor. Years ago, Emperor Qin had dispatched 2 necromancers to the Phoenix region to assist in the eradication of dark sorcerers. With remarkable success. Alas, necromancy was exceedingly difficult to master and was met with disdain from common folk, leading few to pursue such dark arts. Finally, this wave of attack was halted as twilight deepened, and the abominable dragon beast had yet to appear. Sijia spoke solemnly. Baisha, prepare the first cavalry unit. Nighttime defenses will be even more challenging. Baisha, the foremost swordsman among Sijia and Amp, Appos, as subordinates, accepted the command, and soon 10 fully armored cavalrymen ascended the city walls via the horse path. The armor of these heavy cavalrymen weighed over 50 pounds, and their noble steeds were similarly clad, rendering them resilient even amidst a hail of arrows. The wall, over 5 meters wide, hosted the heavy cavalrymen wielding poleaxes, arrayed along the sides of the ramparts. The poleaxe, with its broad blade, was significantly heavier than a sword, and even a single heavy cavalryman could dislodge dozens of dark puppets with a charge. Originally, these few heavy cavalrymen were intended to combat the Headless Knights, but Sijia now had no other recourse. With nightfall imminent, relying solely on the infantry would render the city walls indefensible. Should the walls be breached, the scarecrows would be able to slaughter everyone within the castle without the need for the Headless Knights to engage. My dear Baron, why have you come up again? Skaya asked anxiously as she observed Baron Cook, clad in full armor and wielding a heavy sword, ascend the battlements. Take a moment to rest, Skaya, the Baron replied calmly. Allow me to stand with the soldiers. This phrase echoed the famous words of Emperor Qin, the founder of the nation. Skaya hesitated but noticed a flicker of determination on the faces of the soldiers atop the walls. Realizing she could not dissuade Baron Cook without shattering the morale they had so painstakingly built, she acquiesced. A coward is unworthy of nobility. Although the Qin Empire was founded on magic, most nobles practiced swordsmanship, ready to take up arms themselves. While Baron Cook may not have been the most exceptional, he was a competent swordsman, having vowed from a young age to serve his country through martial prowess, or perhaps to ascend to greater titles through war. Regardless of his motivations, they demonstrated that the Baron was no idle noble. Should he survive this battle, he stood to rise at least 2 ranks to become a 3rd-class viscount. Even the most resentful elders of the lower house could not erase his achievements. Skaya, seek out Mage Salin and have him assist you in restoring your strength. The Baron instructed before turning to the soldiers on the wall. Warriors of the Empire, outside lies the malevolent puppets. I understand your fear. Many comrades have already fallen. But will the warriors of Qin lose their courage? No. Shall we falter? Fight. 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 Will we surrender? Absolutely not. I swear upon the honor of the Qin nobility that I will stand with you, fighting until the end, never to yield. With tears in her eyes, Skaya descended the wall, only to encounter Flamenco approaching with 4 mercenaries. She halted, placing a hand upon her chest, bowing her head as she spoke. Flamenco, I entrust the safety of the Baron to you. The Baron's oath was not mere words. The laws of the Qin Empire explicitly stated that a noble who violates their vow would lose everything. The Emperor would gladly accept the forfeited gold, land, and estates of any treacherous noble. Could a noble evade such consequences? Let us not forget that the art of lie detection exists in this world. By swearing his oath, Baron Cook demonstrated his willingness to die in battle rather than flee. Exhausted, Skaya arrived at the door of the magical laboratory and knocked softly. She felt immense gratitude towards the young mage. Without Salin and Ani, 600 soldiers would have already perished, and the scarecrows would have seized the walls and opened the gates. Should the headless horsemen invade the castle, they would all fall captive to the dark sorcerers. Come in, came Salin's voice from within. Inside the laboratory, he was diligently concocting restorative water. Preparing healing potions required more time, a task he had assigned to Ani. Evidently, Ani had a grasp of potion making, as the materials for basic healing elixirs were scarce yet available on the shelves left by the great mage. Sika and Nahlis were also by Salin's side. He was at a loss as Nahlis had come in, claiming she was hungry. Salin was acutely aware that if he were to leave her alone in the room any longer, Nearest might very well resort to devouring two individuals. It was not hunger that drove her actions, but rather an aversion to being abandoned by Salin. "How's Skja, the injured soldier?" Salin inquired with genuine concern as Skja entered. "Thanks to your assistance," Skja replied, appreciating the tone in which Salin spoke. The young mage exhibited none of the domineering demeanor often associated with those of his caliber. Unbeknownst to her, those who interacted with Salin gradually became accustomed to his manner of speaking. Whether it was Annie, Flamenco, or even Baron Cook, they had all begun to regard Salin as a figure of considerable importance. Since the discovery of the double-headed eagle, Salin had remained the most composed among them, exuding an air of calmness. Even the mercenaries of the Nut Brigade had to concede that this flamboyant mage possessed an audacity that was commendable. "Please, have a seat. Does the Baron have any instructions?" Skja asked, taking the chair Salin had designated for her while glancing at the industrious Annie. "No. My lord merely requested that I take a moment to rest." Her education had instilled in her a certain decorum, causing her speech to be more measured than that of the mercenaries. Salin understood her unspoken words and smiled gently, prompting Nearest to assist Skja in removing her armor as he paused his own tasks. Skja felt a twinge of embarrassment in an effort to avoid hindering the battle. She wore nothing beneath her armor but a simple shirt, lacking even the modesty of feminine undergarments. The fine cotton fabric, now thoroughly soaked with sweat, clung to her form, leaving little to the imagination. The young mage seemed to possess an insatiable curiosity, and as Skja closed her eyes in an attempt to relax, she found herself uncertain of Salin's next move. Though she was a mid-level swordswoman, equivalent to a level 5 practitioner, and he merely a first-level mage, a second-level practitioner, she could not fathom why her heart raced with such trepidation. She sensed Salin approaching, his presence drawing nearer with each step. Normally, she would have been confident in her ability to incapacitate an adversary without even opening her eyes. Yet, at this moment, her fingers felt rigid, incapable of forming a fist. The young mage and Appos' breath was palpable before her, and suddenly, she felt her wrists clasped by a pair of hands that gently squeezed. Instantly, her entire body stiffened, rendering her powerless and weak. Then, she heard Salin's voice rise in indignation. "Nearest, curious? Do you not feel the same?" Salin's frustration was evident, as he feared Skja might misinterpret the situation, believing she had instigated Nearest's actions. Skja was oblivious to the exchange between Nearest and Salin. Yet she recognized that it was not Salin's hands that had touched her, and her previously rigid limbs began to relax, albeit accompanied by an inexplicable sense of loss. "Success!" Annie's exclamation startled everyone present. Skja opened her eyes to find Annie animatedly gesticulating in front of the table, where a freshly concocted magical potion lay. "What potion have you brewed?" Salin inquired, eager to divert attention from the awkwardness of the moment. Nearest playfully massaged her fingers, grinning at Skja, her gaze frequently drifting towards Skja's bosom. The sweat had rendered the cotton translucent, accentuating Skja's form, and whether due to Nearest's earlier squeezes or not, her figure appeared even more pronounced. Skja was not angry, but rather filled with a sense of astonishment. She had been oblivious to Nearest and Appos' hand until it made contact with her own. If that hand had been wielding a dagger, this maid was no ordinary servant. Skja sensed Nearest's gaze, causing her skin to tighten and a chill to creep into her heart. Only then did Skja's face flush. The young master of the Clyde family was not a virtuous man, after all, yet he still found time to orchestrate such mischief. "How delightful!" Saren applauded. The only troubling aspect was that the effects of this magical potion were rather prolonged, if she did not find a woman to relieve herself. The soldiers might remain in a state of agitation for an indeterminate duration. Hence, the Empire had refrained from allowing such potions into the military procurement plan. Once a soldier consumed it, the ensuing chaos would be monumental. "Annie, well done," Saren commended. His own rank was too low to provide substantial assistance to the soldiers, while Annie had taken a different approach and concocted this potion. Though it bore side effects, survival was the foremost concern at present. Skja recalled that when she departed from the city walls, her soldiers appeared utterly fatigued. In such a state, even Baron Cook and Appos' direct oversight would not rectify the underlying issue. There is a saying in the Chinian Empire, when a person is on the brink of dying of thirst, they do not concern themselves with whether the water is poisoned. He unleashed a complete spell rather than the usual modified half-spell meant for gathering. Before the mist of water that formed in the air could coalesce, it had already begun to permeate Sigia and Apos' body and was drawn into her lungs through her mouth and nose. Sigia felt a warmth envelop her body, and a wave of drowsiness washed over her. Within mere seconds, she succumbed to sleep. Every spell possesses an element of aggression, even those of a healing nature. Salin, restricted to water magic, had devoted himself to the study of spells with unparalleled diligence. This time, in a casual experiment, he discovered that if the enemy was unprepared, the restorative water was far more potent than the hypnotic spells of divine arts. The reason being that hypnotic divine arts require the cooperation of the target, whereas restorative water is coercive. A level 5 practitioner like Sigia was not exempt from its effects. Annie watched in astonishment, never having imagined that restorative water could be employed in such a manner. Who was Saren's mentor to have nurtured such an anomaly? If Annie were to learn that Saren had derived this magical application from a mere saying through his own research, he would likely feel even more embarrassed. In truth, Jason had provided little direct guidance to Saren regarding magic. He merely encouraged him to expand his thinking and transcend any mental constraints. Who would intentionally create a magical armor that resisted healing? Wood and Apos. Did that be madness? The principle behind a swordsman and Apos' sword aura protecting the body is analogous. Any force that disrupts the body's structure would be nullified by the swordsman's aura, while restorative water conveniently fell outside that realm. Chapter 32. The Dignity of the Mage, Part 1. The door to the laboratory was suddenly kicked open with a loud bang, and a fully armed soldier burst in, brandishing his sword towards the still excited Annie, exclaiming, "What is your relationship with the dark sorcerer? Why do you wish us harm?" Sika promptly drew a staff from her back, positioning it protectively in front of Saren, while Nereus instinctively retreated behind him. Skaya, startled awake, gazed in disbelief at the soldier and shouted, "Kin, have you lost your mind? Put down your weapon." The soldier, known as Kin, replied in anguish, "My lord, he is a spy. Quinn has already perished." "Those arrows. Quinn is dead." Skaya was momentarily stunned. Quinn was the only swordsman among her subordinates on the verge of a breakthrough, poised to become an intermediate swordsman within 3 months. The most skilled of the 9. How could such a soldier have fallen first? What happened to the arrows? Saren inquired calmly, sensing a troubling intuition. "See for yourself." Kin pulled an arrow pouch from behind him and tossed it over. Sika caught it deftly and extracted an arrow, only to find the metal tip shattered. A light flick of her finger caused it to completely crumble. Saren instantly comprehended the situation. Annie, in a bid to accelerate the process, had expended all his efforts in the alchemical array, utilizing a 5th-level magic core to inscribe magical patterns on the arrowheads. It was beyond the capabilities of a seemingly inept mage devoid of a magic string to control. If an apprentice-level mage could produce 110,000 arrowheads in a single day, what purpose would alchemists serve? Ken, remain calm. How many arrowheads were rendered unusable? Saren refrained from questioning Annie and Apos' loyalty. There was no reason for him to conspire with the dark sorcerer. If he had, he would have struck against Saren long ago. Skaya stood up, donning her armor as she addressed Kin. "What of the Baron? Given the substantial loss of arrowheads, the city walls would surely fall." Saren was not a spy. Skaya could ascertain that. Otherwise, he could have easily slain her moments ago. Should she perish, the 4 of them could seize control of the laboratory, and with the aid of the magical potions, they could breach the castle from within. Upon hearing of the walls and Apos' impending collapse, Saren felt a chill in his heart. The tower was a dead end, a place of defense with no route for retreat. If he did not act, even if Skaya trusted him, the Baron would remain skeptical. To kill Skaya and escape? Outside lay tens of thousands of black puppets. "Annie?" Saren called softly. Annie and Apos' face was pale, his condition worsening. He coughed heavily, packing the prepared magical potions into a pouch, casting a cold glance at Ken as he declared, "I will head to the tower. This is merely an unfortunate incident. If I must die, I shall perish alongside you." "Very well, I shall accompany you." Saren signaled for Skaya to lead the way, cautiously following behind Sika, deliberately keeping his distance from Kin. The latter had just lost a brother and was in a highly unstable state. Saren wished to avoid any tragic misunderstandings. Annie walked at the forefront with a cold smile, indifferent to the predatory gazes fixated upon him. This predicament was his own miscalculation. With the castle crumbling and everyone facing certain death, what did it matter to him? Nereus sensed something amiss and whispered softly behind Saren, "Master, could it be that the enemy has infiltrated?" Perhaps we should retreat. For Nereus, fleeing in the demon realm was commonplace, if escape was an option. There was no need to engage in battle. If matters became dire, she could always flee alone. Salin, however, did not acquiesce to Nereus's plea. Should he flee? And if by chance the inhabitants of the castle had not perished, he would undoubtedly be branded as a spy sent by the dark sorcerers. And no one would heed his explanations. There was no place left for him to escape to. Suddenly, Ken drew his dagger and pressed it against Annie and Apos' throat. Annie merely continued to smirk, striding confidently towards the tower. Nereus followed behind Salin with a troubled expression. If escape were feasible, she would have already taken her leave. Bound by a soul contract with Salin, her fate would be even grimmer should he fall. For demons, death was not the end. Between the alchemical laboratory and the tower lay aerial corridors, allowing passage without descending to the ground. Looking down from the broadstone bridge, the scarecrows had already swarmed in. Converging towards the tower, there were 4 aerial corridors leading to the tower. If the castle and Apos' soldiers were sufficient in number, there would be no urgency to retreat into the tower. The tower was flanked by 4 imposing structures that could also serve as bastions against intruders. However, under conditions of severe manpower shortage, they could only concentrate their strength to make a final stand within the tower. The ground entrance to the tower had been sealed by a metallic gate, forcing the scarecrows to scale the surrounding buildings and traverse the stone bridge to gain entry. At the end of the stone bridge lay a platform, upon which alchemical crossbows were positioned, now aimed at the bridge. Anyone attempting to cross would pay a heavy price. Upon entering the tower, Salin beheld Baron Cook, bloodied and surrounded by a group of soldiers, seated on the ground, clearly wounded. The remaining soldiers within the tower numbered fewer than 100, having sustained significant losses on the walls. The Flamingo Nut Mercenary Corps had lost 2 members, and he, along with 4 mercenaries wielding the Chinine 8-sided sword, guarded the Baron. Should the Baron perish, their own fates would be sealed. In truth, these soldiers remained steadfast solely due to the discipline instilled through training, not having disbanded in chaos. As long as Baron Cook survived, they still held on to a glimmer of hope. Upon entering the tower, Ken kicked Annie in the lower back, causing him to fall to the ground. Without hesitation, Salin unleashed a pre-prepared frost trap spell. Ken was immediately encased in ice. After enduring a grueling battle, his energy had been nearly depleted, leaving his resistance to first-level magic shockingly low. Salin and Apos' intervention ignited a frenzy among the soldiers near Baron Cook, who raised their weapons, ready to charge. "Stop!" Salin bellowed, his voice icy as he addressed Baron Cook. "My lord, we are not the criminals here. Is your army and Apos' conduct a blatant disrespect towards the dignity of a mage?" The amiable demeanor of Salin had vanished entirely. He understood that if he did not quell the situation, he and his companions would likely find themselves imprisoned. Baron Cook, in an effort to bolster morale, was unlikely to concern himself with whether Salin was a spy. The only course of action for him was to adopt a firm stance, instilling a sense of apprehension in Baron Cook to alter the tide of events. As he spoke, a white luminescence emanated from his hand, simultaneously activating 3 magical shields from his robe, an immense force spell, a resistance to fire, and an intangible barrier. The magical core embedded in his belt had been upgraded to level 5, sufficient for his needs. At that moment, Sika forcefully struck the ground with his staff, resulting in a thunderous sound that sent dust cascading from the ceiling and caused the floor to crack. Sigia furrowed her brow, while Baron Cook remained silent. Suddenly, Salin smiled at Ken, who was ensnared by the frost barrier, and remarked, "Do you realize how foolish you are? Without me, none of you would survive. You still believe that by defending the tower, you can await rescue?" Ken glared at Salin with fury, but Salin continued unabated. "An adult can only survive 7 days without water. If you must fight, you will sweat, and your blood will gradually dehydrate, leading to a quicker demise. If I were a spy, I wouldn't need to accompany you. It would merely be a matter of time before you were trapped." The eager soldiers, upon hearing Salin and Apos' words, turned pale, their weapons drooping. Salin was a mage, capable of conjuring fresh water. It was even rumored that mages could create food. If Salin were to be killed, there would be little sustenance left in the tower. Even more foolishly, the person you just struck down belonged to the Clyde family. If you kill him and the news leaks, not a single one of your family members will survive. If I am not mistaken, you were stationed in the Imperial capital, correct? Ken, stubbornly fixated on Salin, found himself incapable of speaking, desperately utilizing the last remnants of his sword energy to counter the freezing effects of the frost barrier. "Perhaps the Baron would conceal your secret," but I doubt the Nut Mercenary Corps would jeopardize their standing with the Clyde family for the sake of a mere foot soldier. Are you truly considering silencing everyone? Had Kent not been immobilized, he would have already begun to sweat. Salin had finally touched upon the crux of the matter. He could not possibly eliminate everyone present, which meant he could not kill any either. To do so would not only result in his own death but would also endanger his loved ones. Even more foolishly, you believe this is a dead end. Are you truly in despair? Are you ready to abandon hope? Do you think offending a mere mage like me is inconsequential? Salin pressed, his gaze directed at Baron Cook. Baron Cook remained silent, and Salin sneered, I am a mage. Even if I perish here, I possess the means to ensure your retribution. My lord, if you do not trust me, it would be prudent to act now. Should I strike first, you will be the most foolish of all. What do you intend? Baron Cook inquired, his tone composed yet probing. He had initially wished to subdue Salin to facilitate his own escape. But it was now evident that this young mage was far too astute, directly challenging his authority. In such a precarious situation, turning against Salin would clearly not serve his interests. I merely wish to inquire, my lord Baron, do you intend to eliminate me to silence me? Silence you? Master Salin. You jest. Baron Cook suppressed the tumultuous impulses within him. This little sorcerer was utterly oblivious to the weight of his actions. If he continued to push, it would render him incapable of stepping down. Salin took a couple of steps forward, assisting Annie to his feet. Annie is of the direct line of the Clyde family. Even if he errs, he is not to be dealt with by others. He turned to the Baron. Do you truly believe he is a mere insignificant individual? The Baroness' expression shifted dramatically as he cast a glance at Flamenco, who slowly nodded in acknowledgement. He was vaguely aware of Annie's lineage. Salin spoke no falsehood. The direct line of the Clyde family was not to be trifled with. I care not how you handle your soldiers. I simply will not permit anyone to challenge the dignity of a sorcerer before my very eyes. Annie is a sorcerer, and in my realm, there exists but one consequence for insulting a sorcerer. As Salin spoke, memories of Jason rescuing him from the dungeon surged within him, and a fierce glint of murderous intent flickered in his eyes. Annie lifted his head with a sardonic smile and remarked, Salin, I have not chosen you as a friend in vain. Flamenco, I am your employer. Now, someone seeks my demise. What do you intend to do? Flamenco found himself in an exceedingly awkward position. He glanced at Baron Cook, whose expression was rigid, leaving him uncertain on how to navigate this predicament. Should he kill Ken? What would the soldiers think of that? To slay Annie? It was evident that Salin was not one to be trifled with. The Caucasian warrior beside him also posed a considerable threat, and should conflict arise, his own comrades would suffer grievously. Baron Cook is also my friend. Flamenco articulated with great difficulty. Annie's mockery deepened, his voice frigid as he replied, Very well, it seems our covenant holds no weight. I hope you do not come to regret it. The sorcerer's pact is not so easily broken. Salin felt a surge of inner resentment. Annie and Apos' words were excessively harsh. Originally, Flamenco and his companions could have been allies, but such statements would undoubtedly push the Nut Mercenary Corps toward Baron Cook. Flamenco, however, responded with a sardonic grin. All right. And what of it? I willingly accept the punishment for breaking the pact. I shall never stand against the Baron. He had covertly resolved to eliminate these individuals, thinking, would the soldiers dare to utter a single word? Yet, as soon as the words left his lips, a crimson light flashed from each member of the Nut Mercenary Corps, and a magical pattern appeared on their foreheads. This insignia was diminutive and red, resembling delicate threads woven into their skin. Annie wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, exclaiming with delight, Flamenco, it is you who willingly accepted the punishment of the pact. I did not coerce you. As he spoke, he pointed a finger, and the red magical pattern on Flamenco and Apos' forehead transformed into a vivid hue. Flamenco let out a painful scream, dropping his heavy sword, clutching his head, and collapsing to the ground, writhing in agony. The other swordsmen of the Nut Mercenary Corps were taken aback, rushing forward in fury, shouting, What have you done to our leader? Annie gently pointed at each mercenary, causing the magical patterns on their foreheads to take on an eerie appearance, as if burrowing into their minds. Instantly, all 5 collapsed to the ground. The bizarre scene was so unsettling that none of the surrounding soldiers dared to take action. A novice in the art of magic, Annie, astonishingly commanded 5 swordsmen of the Nut Mercenary Corps. Contract magic? Salin murmured, devoid of excessive astonishment. This form of magic is considered obscure, akin to the soul bond he shares with Nahlis. However, Annie and Apos' prowess is indeed rare. The ability to transform an ordinary employment contract into a magical one is not to be underestimated, especially when considering the Clyde family. despite his constant vigilance. Salin had failed to discern when Aini had enacted his subtle manipulations. It is no wonder Aini felt secure in trusting his safety to these mercenaries. Had the situation not unfolded as it did, should the Nut Mercenary Corps have harbored ill intentions during their journey, Aini would likely have eliminated them all. Aini beckoned to Flamenco, who stood involuntarily. Though the pain in his head had subsided, the terror in his heart surged uncontrollably. Aini cleared his throat, gazing at Flamenco, and inquired, "Do you now comprehend the consequences of breaching a contract?" Flamenco nodded, and Aini smiled, stating, "Now, I ask you, what do you intend to do if the Baron desires my demise?" "Then let us proceed," Aini declared, retrieving a metallic cube from his satchel. With a twist of his hands, it swiftly transformed into a weapon. The four mercenaries who had fallen to the ground rose, seizing their chain in eight-sided swords, and charged towards Baron Cook. Sijia hesitated momentarily, drawing her sword with the intent to bypass Salin and strike at Aini. However, the proximity to Salin rendered her vulnerable. Sheikah, regardless of Sijia and Appo's intentions, was determined to confront her first. Sheikah and Appo's staff swung down with a forceful whoosh, reminiscent of a wailing ghost. Aini wielded a peculiar weapon, resembling a staff with quadrilateral ends, hollow and adorned with arcane patterns. The center resembled the shaft of a cavalry sword, slender and smooth, fitting comfortably in his grip. As he twirled the weapon, flames began to erupt from its hollow extremities. Approaching Ken, Aini locked eyes with him and declared, "If I survive, I shall spare your family." With that, Aini swung his weapon, striking Ken's neck. Flames erupted from the hollow metallic ends, igniting Ken's head as he collapsed to the ground. A chill gripped Salin's heart. The murderous intent emanating from Aini was palpable. The scene spiraled into chaos. The Nut Mercenary Corps, their eyes bloodshot, surged forward to attack Count Cook under Aini and Appo's control. Count Cook was engulfed in regret, never anticipating that a first-level mage and an apprentice could incite such turmoil. It was no wonder his father had repeatedly cautioned him to never offend a magician. If he were to escape this ordeal, Count Cook would undoubtedly relay this wisdom to his son. However, the Nut Mercenary Corps had already closed in, and the soldiers tasked with protecting Count Cook lacked swordsmen of equal caliber. In an instant, over a dozen soldiers fell into a pool of blood amidst the onslaught of sword energy. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Salin understood that there could be no resolution without bloodshed. Aini had the backing of his family and feared no repercussions from Count Cook, whereas Salin stood alone. Failing to eliminate these threats would surely lead to greater troubles in the future. At this moment, the Scarecrow had ascended the surrounding structures and charged towards the tower along the stone bridge. The soldiers on the platform were at a loss, unsure of where to focus their efforts. Salin steeled himself and released a cloud of confusion. The mist swiftly enveloped the area, causing the soldiers to lose their sense of purpose and panic, rushing chaotically towards the tower and Appo's exit. In the absence of visibility, fear became uncontrollable. Yet, even if they managed to escape the cloud, they would still fall victim to the Scarecrow and Appo's wrath. Salin called out softly, urging, "Do not kill the Baron just yet. He surely knows the way out. It must be below," and calmly asserted. Both possessed formidable mental fortitude, allowing them to maintain keen awareness within the cloud. Salin, in particular, could perceive the mist as an extension of his own being, fully aware of everything transpiring within its confines. Baron Cook had retreated from the tower under the protection of his soldiers, finding refuge on the platform. The tower was shrouded in mist, leaving only the Nut Mercenary Group and Salin and Appo's company behind. Salin sighed and grasped Sika, who was intent on pursuing, saying to Ain, "Since you believe there is a way out, we must flee while the dark sorcerer has yet to appear." Salin conjured a glow spell, illuminating the surroundings. The tower was devoid of soldiers, save for the corpses scattered about. In the center of the clearing lay a thick iron plate leading downward. Ain prodded the plate with his weapon, causing flames to erupt. Realizing the plate was stout and had been secured from below, Salin and Ain exchanged knowing glances, aware that soldiers were likely lying in ambush beneath. Seeing Salin's spell create a caustic acid to erode the iron plate, Sika cleverly picked up a round iron shield, adjusting her favored staff, and retrieved a blade spear from the ground, positioning herself beside the plate, ready to descend the moment it gave way. Salin gestured for Sika to hold on, extending his hand towards Ain, requesting, "The poison capsule, if you please." Ain, puzzled by how Salin knew he possessed such a capsule, nevertheless complied without hesitation, producing a wax ball and handing it to Salin. Upon inspecting the magical runes on the wax, Salin recognized it as a universal detonating rune. It was only natural, as Ain had run out of magical strings, he would resort to simpler devices. The acid quickly corroded a sizable hole in the iron plate, and Salin infused a trace of elemental power into the poison capsule before tossing it through the opening. The individuals stationed below were undoubtedly Baron Cook and Apos, as confidants. There was no need for further discussion, simply poison them. A sharp explosion resonated from below as the capsule detonated, releasing a toxic mist. Unless one was a sword saint, survival in such a confined space would be fleeting. Within 10 seconds, Salin heard footsteps approaching the iron plate with haste. He swiftly moved aside, allowing Sika to position herself above the plate, listening intently. Suddenly, her blade spear shot through the hole with lightning speed. A dull groan echoed, accompanied by the sound of metal slicing through bone. Sika and Apos' strike had decisively eliminated the foe. Saren did not rush to descend. Although the sounds of battle outside the tower were exceptionally intense, he remained unperturbed and asked, "Aini, are we friends? Then please tell me, what lies beneath us?" Chapter 33, Uncontrolled, Part 1. Though Salin lacked understanding of architectural alchemy, he was well versed in the principles of magic. The structures surrounding the tower were evidently incongruous with the original castle architecture. Despite the deliberate weathering and traces of magical erosion, Salin could still discern that these edifices were constructed later. The 4 towering structures erected subsequently transformed the tower into a formidable fortress, undoubtedly concealing some clandestine secrets within. Aini dared to confront Baron Cook, clearly aware of certain matters lurking beneath the altar. Upon uttering this word, Aini was seized by a fit of violent coughing. Was there danger? Indeed. Aini stifled his cough and stated, "I instructed Flamigo to descend first." The iron plate had been nearly corroded by acidic substances, and a soldier plunged into the fog, collapsing near Salin, motionless and utterly lifeless. Flamigo wielded his heavy sword, forcefully carving an entrance into the iron plate. Salin cast 2 glowing orbs of light, illuminating the path below. In the emerald glow, a tall figure lay supine amidst the steps, a blade impaling his heart, pinning the massive man to the ground. The Nut mercenary group's soldiers led the way, with Aini in the center and Salin trailing behind. After descending more than 10 meters, nearing the next level, Aini halted. Salin, the poison and Apos' potency lingers. Salin casually cast a cleansing spell, a level 0 magic, typically employed for personal hygiene. This spell was originally designed to dispel toxic vapors, akin to the fire-based first-level spell, Fire Wash, which has now been relegated to domestic use. The toxic mist on this level was swiftly eradicated by the cleansing spell, and Aini was no longer astonished. Salin's mastery of magic surpassed his comprehension. This level could lead to the surface, yet the entrances had been completely sealed by metallic gates, rendering it a confined space. The room was furnished with tables and chairs. Aini directed Flamigo to push aside a table, revealing an iron plate beneath. This time, intricate magical patterns adorned the plate. A magical lock? Salin furrowed his brow. While a magical lock was merely a level 0 spell, its efficacy varied significantly based on the caster and Apos' level. This also fell within the realm of alchemy. Observing Aini on the ground, studying the magical patterns, Salin felt a twinge of regret. Had he known Aini's vengeful disposition, he would have refrained from insulting him even once. Now that they were inextricably bound together, it was too late for any remorse. Having already offended the Baron, why not further antagonize the Clyde family? How long will it take? Salin inquired anxiously, uncertain of how much longer Baron Cook could endure. Fortunately, it was the door of wonders. Aini smiled, producing a key and inserting it into the small hole at the center of the magical patterns. With a gentle twist of the key, the magical patterns fissured, dividing into 3 segments and unveiling an entrance. As they descended underground, a cold wind swept in, carrying the scent of decay. Salin immediately cast a cleansing spell, endeavoring to purify the fetid air below. He then enhanced the illumination by conjuring 2 additional luminescent orbs, thereby expanding the light's reach. The staircase was broad and interminable. As Salin counted, they descended over 1,400 steps before finally reaching the level ground. This was a natural cavern, dark and expansive. At the center of the cavern stood a square altar, upon which rested a stone platform, 1 meter in height, inscribed with arcane symbols of dark magic. Between these symbols were contorted patterns, deeply etched into the stone, forming a series of interconnected grooves. Salin caught a whiff of a metallic scent, and Nahlis, more attuned to such things, swallowed hard, as if envisioning the remnants of past sacrifices lying upon the stone platform. Dark sorcerers were known for slitting open their victims and Apos, veins, allowing their lifeblood to slowly drain onto the altar. This blood would trickle along the grooves formed by the magical symbols, flowing into a collector as part of the grotesque offering. How do we escape? Salin inquired, scanning the surroundings for another passage, but finding none. The sacrifices? His gaze shifted towards the 4 mercenaries of the Nut Brigade, and a wave of sorrow washed over him for their plight. Yet, Salin held no intention of pleading for their lives. Baron Cook was likely doomed. Once the Scarecrow breached the sanctum, his own fate would be sealed alongside theirs. Salin observed the mercenaries' eyes. They had not yet succumbed entirely to madness. Their confusion mingled with fear, a testament to their instinctive attachment to life. What if my offering could empower the Dark Sorcerer, awakening the Dark Deity? Annie mused, pressing his fingers against a mercenary's neck in search of a vein. Under the glow of the luminescent orbs, his pallid visage appeared somewhat sinister. Better we die here, Salin replied, his tone laced with bitterness. Annie was being overly cautious, still probing the limits of his own resolve. Once the Dark Deity emerges, devastation will ensue. Annie's knife gleamed coldly as it pressed against the mercenary's throat. His gaze fixed on Salin. Annie, if you delay any further, we may not witness the day when devastation unfolds, Salin warned, his eyes steady and unyielding. The sounds of clashing weapons echoing above them. Flamenco had already encountered foes. It remained uncertain whether it was Baron Cook descending or the Headless Knight. Salin and Apos' gaze was clear and frigid, devoid of inner turmoil. He was no martyr, even if the Dark Deity were to resurrect due to this offering. Salin had no intention of surrendering. Annie smirked, and with a swift motion, his knife severed the mercenary and Apos' vein, blood gushing forth and pooling into the stone trough, gradually collecting within a magical array on the altar. Annie's hands were remarkably steady as he continued to cut the mercenaries' throats, discarding the knife in disgust. Though he harbored a profound loathing for dark magic, he was compelled to utilize blood to unlock the altar's ominous portal for the sake of survival. As the blood flowed increasingly into the trough, the magical array emitted a dim glow, enveloping the entire stone platform. A heavy metallic clattering resounded as the altar split in two, revealing a shadowy abyss. Dark magic does not draw upon elemental forces. Thus, during the reign of dark sorcerers, many alchemists were captured to serve them. Even as the majority of alchemists resisted cooperation, there were always those who, gripped by the fear of death, crafted traps and weapons for the dark sorcerers. It seems there is no trouble at all. Annie feigned nonchalance as he lifted his weapon and swung it a couple of times. Flames erupted from the hollowed sections of his weapon, illuminating the interior of the cave. According to the description in the Book of Forbidden Knowledge, the passage behind the altar serves as the entrance for dark sorcerers. Those who worship black magic offer sacrifices of blood, and only then does the dark portal open, allowing the dark sorcerers to manifest and bestow the powers of the demon gods upon their followers. Consequently, the sorcerers refused to acknowledge this as magic, considering it a form of divine art. Suddenly, the cave was engulfed by a violent tremor, causing the surrounding stone walls to shudder. Cracks appeared on the once smooth surfaces, and massive stones broke free, crashing to the ground. To their astonishment, these boulders sprouted limbs, slowly rising to form humanoid stone statues. "Hurry, it's a statue formation," Saren shouted. And Annie dared not linger. Regardless of the dangers that lay within the passage, it was far safer than remaining amidst the statues. Annie hastened into the passage, with Sheikah closely trailing him, deliberately separating him from Saren. She sensed that Annie was a perilous individual, although both he and Saren were low-level sorcerers. And Annie lacked even a magical string. Sheikah remained vigilant. At the end of the short passage lay a stone chamber, pristine and devoid of any relics. It was here that the dark sorcerer awaited the offerings of his devotees. Behind the chamber was another exit. And since the dark sorcerer did not comprehend the principles of teleportation arrays, it inadvertently allowed Saren and the others to escape unharmed. The tunnel was dim, the ground cracking underfoot as Saren could not resist casting a glance downwards, only to find the floor littered with shattered bones, their remains strewn across the passage. These bones emitted no phosphorescence, clearly having been subjected to black magic prior. Annie, how could there be a path of bones? Saren, though not well versed in black magic, knew of the infamous path of bones. This altar was indeed a place capable of awakening the demon gods. Saren felt a surge of anxiety. Why had this place not been utterly destroyed? Its mere existence was a menace. How would I know? The book does not specify. Annie and Apos' countenance darkened further. The emergence of the Path of Bones shattered his confidence. The layout here was evidently that of a high-level black magic altar. Flanking the Path of Bones were numerous branching passages, albeit all dead ends, rumored to serve as hiding spots for soldiers. The four hastily traversed the path for over 10 minutes, presumably having departed from the ancient castle's confines, until they finally arrived in a vast cavern. Annie's weapon belched flames, casting light throughout the cavern. A gust of wind swept through, causing the flames to flicker ominously. The surroundings of the cave came into full view, and even Sheikah's expression shifted. Before them stood hundreds of headless knights, and at the center, a massive beast loomed silently, its eyes glinting with golden light in the fire's glow. Saren held his breath, feeling a chill in his limbs. Annie's voice trembled slightly as he whispered, "It's nothing. They're all dead." It was then that Saren noticed the beast and Apos' eyes were motionless, devoid of any spark of life. The headless knights stood still, their heads nowhere to be seen. Annie spoke, attempting to reassure his companions, though uncertainty lingered in his heart. The headless horseman required an abundance of blood to resurrect, and they needed to follow the wind to find an exit. As soon as Annie's words fell, a rustling sound echoed above, followed by the roar of rushing water. The group looked up to discover a chimney-like opening at the cave's apex, through which the wind gusted. This passage was quite lengthy and wider than 2 people. As it was nighttime, devoid of light, it appeared profound and chilling. A torrent of crimson liquid cascaded from this opening, spilling into the cavern. Saren caught the scent of blood. "It's a blood pool. We must flee." Saren lost his composure once more. The sacrificial altar had triggered a chain reaction throughout the subterranean cave, and the blood stored in the pool would soon rain down, enabling the headless horseman to rise again. As for the massive beast in the center, it was likely the dreaded abomination of legend. This was a straightforward arrangement, with sacrifices made. It signified the return of the dark sorcerer. The blood pool had been activated, prompting the resurrection of the headless horseman, if such setups were commonplace. The Duchy of Phoenix would be doomed. The blood rain poured down, seeping through the armor of the headless horsemen, their bodies emitting a mournful cacophony, as if countless souls were engaged in a fierce battle within. Annie anxiously glanced at Naylis, believing her to be at least a 5th-level sorceress, if not a 6th. If she could fly to the top of the cave, a mere rope would suffice to lead everyone to safety. Naylis disregarded Annie, seizing Saren and hoisting him onto her back. "Master, hold on tightly," she instructed, springing upward and placing her hands against the stone wall. Barefoot, she ascended rapidly, using both hands and feet to scale the surface. Annie stood dumbfounded, gradually realizing his misjudgment. A powerful sorceress would never become a servant, even if bound. Sheikah was not slow either. She retrieved gloves from her pack and followed Naylis up the cave. Naylis, being a demon, could easily dig her fingers into the crevices of the rock, and on smooth surfaces, her nails could penetrate effortlessly. Sheikah, a Caucasian, was adept at climbing sheer cliffs, a skill she had mastered since childhood. Her gloves were specially designed, and with Naylis leading the way, ascending to the cave's summit posed no challenge. Only Annie was left, gazing at the rock wall with despair. Naylis moved faster than a rock lizard, her figure swiftly vanishing into the cave and Apos' opening. Annie felt a genuine terror swell within him. He shouted, "Saren! Saren!" Naylis and Apos' speed increased, traversing the stone wall with ease. Saren felt as though he were galloping atop a steed. After climbing over 20 meters, Saren glimpsed dozens of crude magic circles etched into the wall, at the center of which lay a black void, from which blood gushed forth. In an instant, Naylis had pulled Saren through the opening, and they emerged into a thicket of dense wild grass. Saren looked up, realizing he stood atop a hill. The Duchy of Phoenix boasted no tall mountains, and this hill barely rose over 300 meters. As Saren gazed into the distance, the ancient fortress of Baron Cook appeared far away, and to his astonishment, he beheld an array of torches illuminating the plain, densely clustered and seemingly countless. Reinforcements were launching a counterattack from outside. Black sorcerers did not require torches, and these flames signified the presence of human forces. Furthermore, Saren could hear the sound of explosions, which traveled such a distance that they could not be attributed to mere fireball spells. This army even boasted high-level sorcerers. Saren cursed inwardly, realizing that Baron Cook was merely a decoy, and the defense of the castle served only to entice the black sorcerer's assault. Otherwise, the forces of the duchy could not have arrived so swiftly. He felt foolish, now understanding the source of Baron Cook's valor. It was because reinforcements were imminent that the Baron could display such righteous courage. He had unwittingly offended him. and he wondered whether the Baron had already fallen to the headless night. If he had survived, would Saren find himself in a predicament? Saren. Sheikah emerged from the cave, bringing Saren back to the present moment. He suddenly recalled that Annie had yet to surface. Gazing down at the concealed cave, he pondered whether to rescue Annie. The cunning of Annie was daunting, yet if Baron Cook survived and Annie perished, Saren would become the perfect scapegoat. He gritted his teeth. He had invested significantly in Annie, and to abandon him would be excessively cautious. Sheikah, the rope, Saren instructed succinctly. Sheikah promptly retrieved the rope from her satchel, untying it and letting it dangle. The rope was lengthy, though not exceeding 300 meters. Saren produced his own rope and tied it to Sheikah and Appos. This was specialized equipment for adventurers, provided by Annie for Saren and his companions. Ordinary ropes measured only 50 meters, but Annie had generously supplied Saren and Sheikah with the finest rope available in the shop. This spider silk woven rope, thinner than a little finger, could bear the weight of over 10 individuals. By some divine providence, had Annie given Saren a common rope, he would have had to rely on Nahlis to rescue him. In such a scenario, Nahlis might have whimsically decided to bite Annie. Annie was pulled up, looking disheveled and stained with blood. He lifted his gaze to the distant torches, stunned. It was rare for sorcerers to lack intelligence, and Annie was particularly astute, quick-witted. He soon grasped the reality. Baron Cook was a bait. Saren refrained from casting blame and offered a wry smile. So you understand now? Annie clenched his fists, his complexion turning pale as he gritted his teeth, saying, I have implicated you. I will take responsibility for this matter. Responsibility for what? We have unleashed the loathsome dragon beast. These reinforcements may not be able to control the situation. Moreover, there is the statue formation. If those statues gain their freedom, their combat prowess would rival that of the Headless Knight. A flicker of regret crossed Annie's mind, but he resolutely declared, It is done. Regret serves no purpose. We must depart from Phoenix swiftly. If the black magic spirals further out of control, the situation in the duchy will descend into chaos. With so many black puppets, one cannot fathom how many lives the black sorcerers have already claimed. This is a burden neither of us can bear. Salin, there is no need to elaborate. Having you as a friend has proven to be my misfortune. The Baron seeks to bring about your demise, and I cannot remain indifferent. The future remains uncertain, and we can only hope that the Baron meets his end thoroughly, thus freeing us from trouble. Salin felt a deep sense of lamentation. The situation had escalated to such an inexplicable degree. His fate seemed perpetually fraught with misfortune, as he encountered calamity wherever he went. A true wizard would not engage in trivial disputes over meaningless victories. At last, Salin grasped the essence of this adage, though the cost had been considerable. So simple? Salin was perplexed by Annie's unfounded confidence. The Clyde family, loyal to the crown, traversed the path of the House of Lords, and Cook, being aligned with the Clyde family, was of little consequence. His foundation was weak, and the Emperor would not hold the Clyde family accountable for his actions. As long as he did not speak in the Emperor's presence, his death would be inconsequential. Annie spoke of political machinations, a realm Salin did not fully comprehend. Yet he discerned that the Clyde family and Appos' backing was more formidable than anticipated. Annie, is it fortunate or unfortunate that I have come to know you? Salin chuckled, recognizing Annie's swift adjustment of mindset, a testament to his noble lineage and qualities beyond the ordinary. Let us hope for the best. However, our immediate concern is survival. And we lack horses. Salin posed a pragmatic question. Annie furrowed his brow and produced 2 scrolls from his satchel, stating, I possess 2 scrolls of wind speed. But there are 4 of us. He understood that Salin, a first-level mage, could cast at most 1 second-level spell. Thus, one person would have to rely on their own legs. How far is the nearest town? Salin was elated. 2 scrolls would suffice. Sika could use 1, Annie the other, while he would have to trouble Nahlis. This little demon seemed inclined to become a mount. Over 100 miles. Annie was baffled by Salin and Appos' exuberance. Then we can depart. Salin smiled, instructing Sika to secure the rope to a rock, and the 4 of them descended the mountainside along the rope. In the distance, the ancient castle trembled as flames erupted skyward, illuminating the heavens and rendering thousands of torches insignificant. Salin felt a chill in his heart. This must be the work of a great mage. With no time for further contemplation, Salin unfurled the scroll, channeling his mental energy to activate the wind speed spell, which he cast upon Annie. Such scrolls, being one-time magical artifacts, were exclusive to wizards, and fortunately, wind speed was a second-level spell. Otherwise, he would have been unable to utilize it. The second wind speed spell was cast upon Sika. Having completed this, Salin climbed onto Nalis and Apos' back, setting forth southward under Ani and Apos' bemused gaze. Chapter 34. The Headless Horseman, Part 1. The second-tier spell, Wind Speed, is an exceedingly practical skill, bestowing upon mages the ability to traverse great distances with remarkable swiftness, akin to the gallop of a fine steed, even at lower levels of mastery. While exceptional warhorses may possess greater speed, they cannot sustain such velocity for an extended duration. Conversely, a steady run does not yield comparable rapidity. What confounds Ani is the fact that Neris, unassisted by the wind speed spell, carries Salin on her back, effortlessly outpacing him and Sheikah. Neris reveals her long, slender calves, her crystalline toes leaving faint imprints upon the earth, her muscles unleashing formidable strength, perhaps rivaling that of a seasoned swordsman. Similarly, an advanced swordsman, striving to attain such speed, would find it impossible to maintain sword energy at full throttle for any considerable length of time. The wind gusts harshly against Neris's face, yet she finds it immensely pleasurable, sensing that she could further accelerate without the need to evade pursuing demons. Generally, when demons employ advanced transformation spells, they experience a diminishment of strength. However, Neris feels none of this. Instead, she perceives her transformed muscles gradually adjusting, optimizing energy output, a phenomenon unique to the ultimate transformation spell, intrinsically linked to demon bloodlines. Could it be that she is approaching maturity? The expanse of the field stretches before them, vast and unbroken, and soon the four of them distance themselves from the battlefield. The ancient castle recedes into the background, the cacophony of battle and explosions fading into silence, leaving only the whisper of the wind and the moonlight, cool and soothing. They encounter no ambush along the way. It seems the black puppets have concentrated their efforts on attacking the castle. An hour swiftly passes, and Neris slows her pace, coming to a halt, causing Ani and Sheikah's wind speed spells to dissipate as well. Salin, feeling somewhat embarrassed to remain on Neris's back, though it is comfortable and effortless, jumps down and inquires, Ani, how far is the town? Salin feels a sense of relief. They are close to the town, likely near a sizable village, perhaps even a small noble estate. He glances at Ani, still catching his breath, and asks, can you continue? The autumn dryness of the Phoenix Duchy has spared Ani considerable hardship. Otherwise, his ailing body would have faltered after walking but a short distance through the muddy terrain. After more than an hour of travel, Salin spots an estate. Under the moonlight, the walls of the estate are starkly marked with bloodstains. Protect Ani, Salin instructs Sheikah, quickening his pace alongside Neris towards the estate's entrance. The earth, soaked in blood, takes on a dark, purplish hue, the stench pervasive, yet no bodies are in sight. Most strangely, not only is there a conspicuous absence of people, but even flies are nowhere to be found. Salin squats, scooping a handful of soil to inhale its scent. There is no trace of life. The soil contains only congealed blood, devoid of any detectable presence or the common insects. A dark sorcerer has been here. Standing upright, Salin cautiously retreats. He is uncertain if there are further ambushes within the estate. Ani observes Salin exiting through the estate's grand entrance, shaking his head, aware that the situation is dire. If even this place has been ravaged by the dark sorcerer, what fate awaits the nearby town? The small town, with a mere population of over 10,000, found itself overshadowed by the tenfold presence of the dark puppets emerging from the castle, indicating that the dark sorcerer and Apos' sphere of influence was far-reaching, resulting in a greater toll of lives lost. The distance to the border of the Principality of Phoenix was still considerable, and without suitable steeds for transportation, a swift escape from the dark sorcerer's domain would prove exceedingly difficult. Yet, within this realm of darkness, it was nearly impossible to find any signs of life. As they entered the estate, Salin observed keenly but refrained from intervening. The headless knight possessed the prowess of at least a sword master, and the impact of its steed would be beyond the protective capabilities of his magical shield. Moreover, Salin was uncertain whether further dark sorceress forces lurked behind. For if more headless knights appeared, a mere handful could easily vanquish ordinary mages in the open fields. The fleeing individuals caught sight of Salin and his companions, their eyes gleaming with hope. They urged their horses onward, kicking their flanks vigorously, racing down the main road toward the estate. The grand gates of the manor stood wide open, and Salin did not instruct Sheikah to close them, allowing the riders to enter. The headless knights soon followed in pursuit. The walls of the estate were constructed of stone, lacking the fortifications of a military stronghold. The entrance was spacious, devoid of any hidden bastions. Should the headless knights breach the gates, The only recourse for the inhabitants would be a frantic retreat. Salin focused intently, preparing his magic. Sika, positioned by the entrance, awaited the opportune moment, wielding her staff to strike horizontally at the headless knight charging through the gates. The leading knight brandished a massive wolf-toothed club, bringing it down upon Sika and Apos' head. The club was adorned with metallic spikes, resembling the fangs of a beast, and forged entirely of metal, likely weighing several hundred pounds. In comparison, Sika and Apos' staff appeared diminutive. In the chaos of battle, such an assault was terrifically formidable. Even a heavy shield could be sent flying by its impact. However, the gates were not sufficiently wide, and without another knight to flank, Sika deftly sidestepped the club and Apos' swing, her staff striking the chest of the headless knight and Apos' steed instead. The horse, clad in heavy iron armor, deflected the blow, causing Sika to spin half a turn to dissipate the force of the impact, leaving her back exposed to the approaching headless knight. The 5 individuals who rushed into the estate appeared to be mercenaries. They dismounted in haste, seizing their long swords to barricade the entrance. Lacking proficiency in mounted combat, they understood the significance of defending the gates. These mercenaries had no choice but to fight, for they noticed a young, junior mage standing behind the female warrior, and if this young mage were to perish, their own chances of survival would diminish further. Salin first cast an ice ring spell. At the exact moment Sika's staff connected with the headless knight's steed, the spell ensnared the horse's front legs. Although Sika's strike had not inflicted any damage upon the knight's mount, the force of her blow momentarily halted the steed, providing Salin with the perfect opportunity to execute his spell with precision. Salin and Apos' water-based magic exhibits somewhat mutated properties, the most conspicuous being its slightly extended duration. However, even the ice ring spell dissipates after merely over a second. If the enemy remains stationary, it fails to inflict any damage. Clearly, this is a rather superfluous spell. In the heat of battle, who would pause to allow you to ensnare them, only to charge forward and let the ice ring slice through themselves? Salin is distinct from other mages, as his repertoire of spells at this level is limited. He must exert himself to maximize the utility of his magic to compensate for the shortcomings of his magic strings. In truth, casting an earth-based spell would yield the most effective results at this juncture. A rock spike could easily topple the headless knight. Even the swamp spell would prove more targeted in its efficacy. Yet, Salin chose an unconventional path, seizing that fleeting tenth of a second to execute this seemingly redundant spell. The headless knight, momentarily stunned, propelled its steed forward, unable to truly halt its advance. The ice ring and Apos' offensive power is clearly characteristic of spells of the 3rd tier or above, as the front legs of the knight and Apos' mount were instantly severed, causing it to crash to the ground. Subsequently, 4 ice spikes accurately pierced through the knight's hands, penetrating both palms and wrists. The right hand, which clutched a spiked club, crystallized into ice, rendering it exceedingly fragile and unable to bear the weight of the weapon, resulting in a sharp crack as it broke. Another headless knight attempted to circumvent its fallen comrade, while Sika leapt into action, bringing her staff down forcefully upon the knight's neck. Unaware of the knight's vulnerabilities, her strike inadvertently created an opportunity for Salin. Her peculiar staff, hollow at both ends and square-shaped, emitted flames. Were it not for the corrosive acid that had eroded a hole into the headless knight's body, I would not have been able to inflict any harm. Now, however, his weapon plunged into the knight's chest, and with a resounding boom, flames erupted from the wound, producing a ghastly sound from within the knight and Apos' body as it writhed even more violently. You have leveled up. 3rd tier magic will soon be available. Vote now, ha ha ha. And withdrew his weapon and retreated swiftly. The headless knight now bore a charred wound over half a foot in diameter at its chest, from which a black orb of liquid burst forth, exploding violently and splattering 5 mercenaries. The knight and Apos' body finally ceased its struggles, and those mercenaries doused in the black liquid felt their vision darken, collapsing weakly to the ground. This black liquid was highly toxic. Even with an antidote, there would be no time to consume it. One mercenary, evidently at the swordsman level and possessing sword energy, did not immediately succumb, glaring furiously at Ein. Had Ein offered a warning, he and his companions would certainly have had time to evade. Ein merely smiled coldly, disregarding the mercenary and Apos' gaze. He gripped his weapon and approached the main gate, preparing to seek an opportunity to assist Salin. If these 5 mercenaries did not perish, where would he find horses? Now, however, The situation was much more manageable. For individuals, 5 horses, Nearest need not even ride. These 5 steeds could facilitate the swift exchange among 3 people, allowing for continuous travel day and night. Ein recognized that while Salin possessed a ruthless heart, he lacked the willingness to take lives. Salin could accept the events that had transpired, but to force him to kill and seize horses, this would likely prove beyond his moral capacity. Otherwise, Salin would find it even easier to abandon himself and flee. The Headless Horseman knows no fear. Despite witnessing the slaughter of his companion, he charges forward with unwavering determination, wielding his weapon. For the Headless Horseman, perhaps death serves as a welcome release. In his grasp lies a broad-bladed battle axe, its crescent-shaped edge measuring nearly a meter long, capable of cleaving even the mightiest of beasts in two. Unlike a halberd, the axe lacks a spear tip, designed solely for slashing. As Sheikah leaps high, the Headless Horseman swiftly raises his weapon, intending to bisect her. This movement exposes his chest. Salin completes his final spell, preparing an icy arrow in less than a second. This is the only second-tier magic he can cast swiftly. A beam of white light shoots from his hand, striking the Headless Horseman's chest with precision. With a resounding clang, the icy arrow pierces through the thick metal armor, but fails to penetrate deeply, halting within half a foot. A fierce wail erupts from within the Headless Horseman, causing him to falter, and his enormous axe misses Sheikah, colliding instead with her staff. In truth, Sheikah has not trained in sword energy, relying solely on her innate divine power for combat. Devoid of the support from the beast's spirit, her fighting prowess has significantly diminished, resulting in her sustaining a grievous injury from the Headless Horseman's strike. Seeing his icy arrow fail to slay the Headless Horseman, Salin shouts, "Neres." Only then does Annie realize Neres has vanished. Just as Salin's voice fades, a shadow materializes behind the Headless Horseman. Neres has somehow mounted the Headless Horseman's steed. With her long limbs, Neres wraps herself around the Headless Horseman, opening her mouth wide to viciously bite into his shoulder. Annie, in shock, witnesses a horrifying sight as Neres' mouth expands, her crimson, alluring lips transforming into a gaping maw that engulfs the Headless Horseman's entire shoulder. The sound of metal fracturing echoes as Neres' enormous mouth clamps down on the steel-clad shoulder, severing it along with the arm. Annie, who had once envied Salin's fortune, now feels his heart freeze at the spectacle. What has Neres become? Though gravely wounded, the Headless Horseman continues to charge forward, his weapon flying from his hand as his arm is severed, while his steed bolts directly towards Salin. Salin retreats with composure, casting spells as he withdraws. Annie, startled by Neres, fails to notice that Salin, after completing his second-tier spell, still possesses some residual energy. Salin casts a first-tier spell, Frost Barrier. This control spell has little effect on the Headless Horseman, incapable of freezing him or his steed in place. He releases the spell with such swiftness that his magical energy is depleted in an instant, yet he cannot halt the charge of the Headless Horseman and Apos' steed. Salin feels a splitting headache, with only a trace of magical energy remaining within him. He desperately gathers this last vestige, the energy trembling as if on the verge of collapse, suddenly fracturing from its core. Salin himself was unaware that the remaining magic strings could originally unleash only 7 first-level spells. Yet, at that moment, he had already cast 12 frost domains in quick succession. Behind the Headless Knight lay a carpet of frost, and the temperature within the courtyard plunged dramatically. Neres gripped the sides of the wound tightly with her fingers, pulling forcefully, ripping open the knight's chest entirely. The ribs fractured, revealing a black heart. Neres grasped this heart in her hand and squeezed with all her might. The Headless Knight leaned back violently, attempting to throw Neres off his warhorse, but she wrapped her legs around his waist, rendering him powerless. Clutching the knight and Apos' heart, Neres pulled desperately. The black heart, subjected to her relentless assault, finally succumbed and shattered with a resounding pop. At that moment, the knight and Apos' steed collided with Salin, who was enveloped in a crimson glow from his magical robe as the ring of fire resistance activated. Though Salin was hurled away, he emerged unscathed. For a cataclysmic transformation was occurring within him. The shattered core of the magic strings began to reassemble and grow rapidly. Originally boasting over 20 branches, which had been entirely consumed, the magic strings not only reformed their main trunk, but also sprouted more than 40 longer branches. However, these new strings were exceedingly fine, resembling strands of hair, rendering them unusable for casting spells. Salin had never believed in the notion of mages leveling up during battle, yet this phenomenon was unfolding within him. Not only had the number of branches increased dramatically, but the trunk had also lengthened. With meditation and restoration, these strings would thicken beyond their previous state, enabling the casting of second-level spells. As Salin landed, the invisible shield in the giant strength spell from his robe continued to function, allowing him to roll once before halting his movement, rising to his feet with one hand on the ground. The physical training and daily potions administered by Jason had borne fruit. Salin and Apos' physique was not inferior to that of a swordsman. Though he lacked the ability to cultivate sword energy, his strength and balance far surpassed that of an ordinary person. A physically frail mage would not endure long. Only by surviving could one aspire to ascend to greater heights. The heart of the headless knight shattered, black liquid splattering onto Nearest and Apos' hand. She was unfazed, casually pushing the knight and Apos' body off the warhorse. The steed, unwilling to relent, charged forward, attempting to trample Salin underfoot. Nearest embraced the horse and Apos' neck, twisting with force. A dull crack echoed as the robust neck snapped, the horse and Apos' head contorting to the side, lost to direction. From her vantage point, Sika felt an indescribable discomfort. She could have broken the steed's neck too, but the ease with which Nearest accomplished it, along with the distortion of the horse's armor, left her feeling powerless. This demon's combat skills mirrored her own. With Nearest present, she felt her utility to Salin dwindling. Nearest leapt gracefully from the warhorse, allowing it to charge into the estate. With a thunderous crash, the horse collided with a wall, finally ceasing its advance and collapsing to the ground. The headless horseman's steed possessed immense strength. It was merely a creature of the black puppeteer. It relied on the protection of its heavy armor to charge recklessly, but now its neck lay broken, leaving it unable to maintain its balance or control its body. The estate fell once more into silence. The last mercenary succumbed to the noxious gas, collapsing to the ground. Until his final breath, he clutched the triangular sword in his hand. In his dying moments, he finally understood that the frail boy wielding the magical weapon had desired their demise solely for the sake of their 5 horses. Nearest scampered to Salin's side, tugging at his sleeve with a gaze that blended concern and urgency. "Master, are you unhurt?" she inquired. Salin shrugged off Nearest's bloodied hand, a wave of inexplicable frustration washing over him. Had Nearest acted sooner, perhaps Sheikah would not have been injured. He retrieved the water skin from his waist, approached Sheikah, removed the stopper, and administered a mouthful of restorative water. Sheikah coughed violently, expelling a clump of blackened blood. Only then did Salin feel reassured. With Sheikah and Apos' constitution, he would soon recover from the internal injuries. Nearest stood forlornly, casting a glance towards Annie, who shivered involuntarily. Finding the situation dull, Nearest licked her lips, spitting out the decayed flesh lodged between her teeth, then turned her gaze towards the 5 corpses of the mercenaries. The bodies were decomposing at a visibly rapid pace. Even if they were intact, it was likely her master would not permit her to partake. Salin Annie could not restrain himself any longer. He had indirectly caused the death of the 5 mercenaries, motivated purely by a desire to seize their horses. While it was a necessity for him, he was uncertain how Salin would perceive his actions. Salin steadied Sheikah as he rose, sighing, "I understand. To kill one must sever the head, to eradicate the roots of the grass. Regardless, these 5 would not have survived had they not encountered us." As he spoke, his eyes fell upon the 5 mercenaries' lifeless forms. Their postures were strikingly similar, each gripping the hilt of the triangular sword tightly. A pang of compassion stirred within him as he declared, "Let us incinerate them, lest they be discovered by the dark sorcerer." Though the mercenaries were deceased, their bodies could still be exploited by the dark mage. While cremation was uncommon in the Chinese Empire, it represented the mercenaries and Apos' best possible fate. In death, they ought to depart cleanly, unencumbered by ties. Chapter 35, Bitterwater County, Part 1. Salin knew they could not linger here. The town ahead was fraught with danger. Concerned that Salin might be unaware of the intricacies surrounding the Chinese Empire and its vassal principalities, he patiently elaborated. Even if the town had not succumbed to the ravages of dark sorcery, encountering an army could lead to forced conscription. We must evade all human contact as much as possible. Upon hearing this, Salin dared not delay. He hastily gathered the 5 horses left by the mercenaries, and the 4 of them set off in a hurry. Despite Annie and Apos' frail health, his exceptional horsemanship, honed since childhood, allowed him to persevere. They avoided the main roads, sneaking and hiding, taking 5 days to finally approach the border of the Phoenix Principality. From Phoenix to Chinin, there were only 2 routes. As the city came into view, Annie halted his horse. Salin furrowed his brow, dismounted, and grasped Annie's arm, inquiring, "Given your condition, why do you not accompany me?" He pressed a gemstone into Ani and Amp, Apos' hand, patting his shoulder gently, and said, "Take care." Ani stood momentarily in a daze, watching Salin and the others retreating, his grip tightening around the flawless black crystal. Suddenly, he called out loudly towards Salin's departing figure, "Salin, when you become a grand sorcerer, remember to seek me out." Had Ani been a decade older, Salin would have hesitated to forge a bond with him. Yet, in this moment, Ani's frail physique and ailing countenance evoked memories of Salin and Apos' own childhood, two souls, so strikingly alike. After traversing over numerous peaks, Salin and his companions finally entered the Qin Empire. The border town of Phoenix was diminutive. Yet the Qin Empire maintained a formidable military presence at the frontier, not due to distrust of the Duke of Phoenix, but rather as a remnant from the Empire and Apos' inception, primarily to thwart any resurgence of dark sorcery. The city was vast. After leaving Scosenia, it was the first time Salin beheld such an imposing structure. From a distance, the city gate shimmered with a purplish bronze hue, the summit adorned with a mosaic of seven-colored glass. Salin was awestruck. Such grandeur was not the hallmark of mere nouveau riches. The seven-colored glass was a product of alchemy, and its presence on the city gate rendered it impervious to magical targeting by sorcerers of lesser rank. The towering walls, constructed from immense azure steel bricks, glistened in the setting sun, clearly maintained to prevent corrosion, akin to the grand castles of Europe, yet on a far grander scale. The closer he approached, the more Salin felt the immense pressure emanating from the walls themselves. It was evident that embedded within were solidified magical formations, yet void of a magic core. Otherwise, it would likely trigger the defensive spells woven into Salin and Amp, Apos' enchanted rope. Such a formidable stronghold would render even hundreds of thousands of dark puppets powerless. Suddenly, Salin comprehended why the Qin Empire dared to oppose the Holy See, forbidding the construction of any churches within its domain. Even priests refrained from brazenly entering the imperial territory. The depth of magic within the empire was profound, making even a single city a breathtaking marvel. The calamity of the Principality of Phoenix has evidently yet to impact the empire. It is estimated that the Duke of Phoenix can still maintain control over the situation. The border town remains open, albeit with an increased presence of soldiers patrolling its walls. Should the Duke refrain from requesting assistance from the Emperor, the Qin Empire would not deploy its troops across the border. At the city gates, soldiers scrutinize the merchants passing through, yet the atmosphere is rather subdued, likely due to the hesitation of traders to gamble in such uncertain times, although many mercenaries are present. Guderian City, Salin committed this name to memory. It appears to be the name of an individual, a common practice on the continent to name cities after notable figures. This person must have been a remarkable hero, leaving a significant mark on history. Salin had no intention of lingering in Guderian. He proceeded directly to the Guild of Adventurers and hired 10 mercenaries. Additionally, he rented a spacious and comfortable carriage, not pausing for rest as he swiftly traversed the city, leaving the border behind. The carriage was notably spacious and luxurious, albeit at a steep price. Salin reclined in the soft, generous seat. Opposite him were Neris and Chica. "Neris, how has your proficiency in the common tongue progressed?" he inquired. "Master, I scarcely have time to study," she replied, holding the book Salin had given her, filled with phonetic annotations. Chica clutched her staff, seemingly on the verge of slumber. The carriage moved with exceptional steadiness, likely enhanced by components crafted by alchemists. "You have 3 months to learn it. Otherwise, you shall be forbidden to speak," Salin stated bluntly. Neris had previously displayed a lack of diligence during the confrontation with the Headless Knight, nearly jeopardizing Chica and Amp, Apos' safety. Within the empire, tranquility reigned. The carriage journeyed along the main road for over 2 months without encountering a single band of thieves. The mercenaries Salin had employed were highly professional, refraining from unnecessary conversation with their employer, diligently safeguarding the carriage, remaining vigilant even during rest in larger cities. Upon awakening one day, the mercenaries knocked gently on the carriage window, whispering, "My lord mage, we have arrived at Bitterwater County." Salin opened the window to the carriage. The sun shone brightly outside, yet a chill lingered in the air. Winter had arrived, and this region, still considered the central part of the empire, was soon to see snowfall. 9 days ahead of schedule, let us call it 10, Salin remarked with a smile. "Thank you, my lord mage," the mercenary replied courteously. "Are you not coming into the city with us?" Salin inquired. "No, there are no tasks to be had here. and taxes must be paid. My lord mage. There is no further danger here. Salin understood that the mercenaries were reluctant to enter Bitterwater County. He alighted from the carriage and gazed upward, spotting a quaint yet imposing city in the distance. My good man, I would like to inquire how I might seek an audience with the county princess, Salin asked, noting the mercenary and Apo's unwillingness to enter the city without pressing the issue, as it was merely a few minutes and Apo's walk. You are a mage. Simply approach her directly, the mercenary suggested. Very well, take this, Salin said, producing a deposit slip from the Bank of Skokina, stating, I have little else on me. You may have this. It was a deposit slip worth 100 gold coins, which, if exchanged in the Chenin Empire, would yield only 90 gold coins. The losses incurred during this endeavor are considerable. However, the agreed-upon compensation is a mere 50 gold coins, with an additional 40 coins being merely a gratuity. Prior to hiring these mercenaries, Salin had stipulated that for each day they arrived ahead of schedule, an increment of 4 gold coins would be added to their remuneration. In less than 3 months, 10 mercenaries would each earn 9 gold coins, which is a significant sum for low-ranking mercenaries. Furthermore, the Empire is currently peaceful, rendering such escort missions quite effortless. Even if there exists a covert band of thieves that would likely refrain from targeting such a trivial objective. The mercenaries joyfully departed with their coins, while Salin and his companions were left to walk into the city. This city possesses an unusual architecture, built against the mountains and situated in a precarious location. Should an attack occur, it would suffice to confine the inhabitants within from the front. Naturally, the defensive burden is lessened, requiring only a quarter of the forces typically needed to withstand an assault on a standard city. Even more peculiar, the city walls are not constructed from bricks, but are instead vertical and smooth as glass, devoid of any visible seams. The parapets lack the traditional crenellations, presenting a seamless facade. The city gates, however, are exquisitely crafted, with wooden doors that swing inward, adorned with intricate patterns etched by magic. Yet, such a gate would likely shatter with a single blow from a battering ram. Salin and his companions strode confidently towards the city, only to be halted by a robust arm. A thunderous voice boomed, "Tax collection." Tax? Salin was momentarily taken aback. Ever since donning the robes of a mage, he had grown accustomed to entering and exiting cities without paying taxes. Of course, the 3 of you together outweigh me. Naturally, you must pay. It was then that Salin scrutinized the soldier who had blocked his path. The soldier was not particularly tall but possessed a remarkable physique. Clad not in metal armor but in leather that clung to him like a water skin. His face was adorned with a thick beard and long eyebrows, resembling some kind of primate. How much? Salin did not wish to argue. Being on another's territory necessitated adherence to their rules. As long as others were paying, he would not mind even if it amounted to 30 or 50 coins. As a mage, your entry tax is doubled, 1 silver coin for you, and 1 for each of the others. Salin was acutely aware of the value of coins. 1 silver coin seemed exorbitant, as most cities only imposed such taxes on vehicles, while pedestrians typically faced just a few copper coins. Was this Countess of diminished intellect? It was no wonder the mercenaries had vacated at a distance, unwilling to enter the city. How could business be conducted under such conditions? Having no silver coins on his person, Salin produced a gold coin and handed it to the soldier. The soldier tossed the gold coin into a nearby box and waved them on, saying, "Off you go." Salin glanced at the box but chose not to comment. 1 gold coin equated to 10 silver coins. He had effectively been shortchanged by 8 silver coins. Instead of squabbling with this soldier, he preferred to hasten to meet that foolish countess. He had no intention of coveting the green dragon's magic core, and a few silver coins were of little concern. "Could you kindly direct me to the Countess and Apo's residence?" Salin inquired with a smile, signaling his goodwill. After receiving payment, the soldier's demeanor softened, and he gestured towards the path. "Proceed forward for 10 streets, turn right, then walk 2 streets and turn left. You will find it." "Thank you," Salin nodded, leading Sheikah and Nearest away from the city gate. Over the past 2 months, Salin had compelled Sheikah and Nearest to learn the Chin language, while Nearest also needed to grasp the common tongue. Now both had made significant progress. Sheikah could speak, and Nearest could write. "Salin, it seems we have been swindled out of 8 silver coins," Sheikah remarked with discontent. After departing from the village, she had possessed but a few coins, and now, upon entering the city, she was distressed by such a hefty deduction. Nearest stammered, "And master, why not? Why not just bite him to death?" "Silence," Salin rebuked. Though the streets were sparsely populated, passers-by could still hear Neris's words. Loose lips can invite trouble, and he could scarcely fathom how to handle any ensuing issues. The atmosphere in Bitterwater County was peculiar. The streets were immaculate, and the few pedestrians appeared leisurely, adorned in splendid attire. The houses lining the streets, though quaint, exuded an indescribable charm. Upon closer inspection, one would notice that nearly all of these abodes were embellished with magical decorations. It was as tranquil as a rural setting, yet more opulent than noble castles. As Salin ventured further, his astonishment deepened, for he encountered numerous mages along the way. Although they all donned white robes, their presence was unsettling to him. In Oceania, only thriving metropolises boasted mages. In a place like Salin's hometown, merely having an apprentice was deemed remarkable. Here, mages were as plentiful as flies. Not only were there many mages, but swordsmen were abundant as well. Moreover, these warriors were evidently not mercenaries. They wore long robes and carried the keen eight-sided sword at their waists, exuding an air of confidence, without a hint of humility when encountering mages. Salin harbored a fondness for cities, for their clamor and vibrancy filled one and Apos' heart. Even in solitude, one could feel a sense of belonging amidst the throngs. Yet, in Bitterwater County, he sensed no urban essence. Everything was meticulously organized, and each individual refrained from producing cacophonous sounds, creating an eerie stillness. The street stretched long, and after walking several miles, Salin and his companions finally traversed 10 streets and turned right. This avenue was even quieter, with scarcely a soul in sight. Flanking the road were double rows of trees, tall and stately, their lush foliage casting almost complete shade, the cobblestones beneath their canopy emanating a slight chill. A carriage approached with a rapid cadence of hooves, the sound of its golden bells ringing out as it neared Salin and the others. This arrogance, akin to the chime of the golden bells, bore no semblance of disdain, yet it pierced the deep-seated insecurities within Salin. The street was wide enough that the carriage would not collide with him, yet he instinctively moved aside. The driver, clad in a brocade robe, subtly nodded as if offering thanks to Salin. Displeased, Salin turned away, pondering the necessity of such ostentation for a mere coachman. Such brocade was something even the ancient count would hesitate to wear. Damn it, the Cheen people have wealth with nowhere to spend it. However, I possess wealth. Salin lightly touched the gift ring on his hand, which contained an extraordinarily rare collection of gemstones, bringing him a sense of equilibrium. After traversing 2 streets, he glanced to the left and soon beheld the distant silhouette of the county lord and Apos' residence, as no other structures were nearby. Nalis, initially at ease, suddenly adopted a grave demeanor upon spotting the imposing mansion, which evoked memories of the prison that had ensnared her for countless years. She feared that once inside, her fate would be beyond her control. This mansion, echoing the architectural style of the 4th dynasty, featured an abundance of bricks and glazed tiles, with towering walls adorned by diamond-patterned tiles that allowed for ventilation at the upper sections. The main entrance stood firmly shut, while a side door, nearly 100 meters to the right, remained ajar. The steps leading up were littered with unkempt leaves, and the stone posts for tethering horses had succumbed to the ravages of time, their original patterns long since worn away. Strangely, this antiquity was something that could not be purchased, no matter the wealth one possessed. Unlike the grandiosity of the noble residences in Oceania, where it seemed 1,000 soldiers would be displayed to assert their might, here there were no guards at the entrance. As Salin ascended the steps, he entered the modest foyer. Immediately upon crossing the threshold, a voice emerged from the left side. "Who is it?" Salin felt a twinge of confusion. Was the security of the county lord and Apos' residence truly so lax? He was well aware of the hierarchy among the nobility across various nations. The county lord of the Cheen Empire could only be the emperor's daughter, and upon her ennoblement, she would rank equivalently to a first-class marquis. The tax revenues from the surrounding 100-mile radius belonged solely to her, governing potentially over 10 towns. This was no mere title bestowed by the Clyde family, but rather genuine power in its truest form. In times of war, the county lord could command thousands of soldiers, rendering her status akin to that of a duke. Feeling a mix of apprehension, Salin pushed open the door that was slightly ajar and entered the foyer. The room was small, with a flower-patterned window partially ajar. A single table occupied the space, behind which sat a young man engrossed in a book. Upon noticing Salin and Apos' entrance, he set down his reading material and inquired, "What brings you here?" "I seek an audience with the county lord," Salin replied, observing the young man closely and detecting a faint elemental aura emanating from him. Remarkably, He was a magic apprentice, and given the presence of elemental fluctuations, he was at least a high-level apprentice. Such a high-level magic apprentice, likely to ascend to the rank of a first-level mage within a few years, seemed a lavish choice for a mere doorman. Do you have a nameplate? The young man asked. No. Any invitation? None. Then what is your purpose here? Leave. Leave. The young man, indifferent to Salin and Apos' identity as a mage, raised his voice slightly, urging him to exit. With that, he stepped out of the foyer. Salin, feeling hesitant to wander aimlessly, remained in the small room. He cast a glance at the book left on the table by the apprentice, noticing it bore no title. Upon turning it over, he discovered it was a tome on magical knowledge written in the Chinese language. Do not stray too far. Salin cautioned Nahlis and Sheikah before finding a chair for himself, settling down to peruse the magical text. The book was aged, composed of ordinary paper, its pages densely filled with intricate script, interspersed with symbols marked in red ink. Indeed, it was a basic volume of knowledge, with its highest teachings pertaining to first-level magic. Salin swiftly turned the pages, and the last few contained writings on meditation techniques. In Salin's eyes, these methods were rudimentary and poorly constructed. Yet they were accompanied by an abundance of annotations. Many of these notes were erroneous, with only a few touching upon the genuine principles of meditation. Salin set the book aside, and the wizard nodded at him, stating, "Follow me, the princess is awaiting you." Salin cast a glance at the magical sigils adorning the wizard and Apos' white robe. Like himself, he was also a first-level mage. The wizard led Salin and his companions away from the foyer, deeper into the residence. After traversing an indeterminate number of courtyards, Salin was brought to a house by the water's edge. This room was exceptionally spacious, with one side facing the water devoid of walls, entirely comprised of open windows. Outside, the water rippled gently, and a breeze wafted in, carrying a hint of chill. In the center of the room stood a table, only half a meter high. Behind it sat a woman on the floor, attended by several maidservants. The table was adorned with simple celadon tableware, merely 4 unembellished items. The woman faced away from Salin, her long hair cascading down to her waist, dark as ebony and as smooth as silk. An inexplicable tension gripped Salin's heart, stirring feelings of unease within him. Though he could not see her face, her presence quickened his breath. The woman wore a loose robe, and her long skirt was made of plain cotton, lacking any adornment. From her silhouette, she appeared somewhat frail. An involuntary sense of pity welled up within Salin, not merely due to the chill that permeated the room, but rather because of the solitary air that enveloped her figure. "The princess, the guest has arrived," the wizard murmured, endeavoring to keep his voice low, as if to preserve the tranquility of the space. "Yes, you may leave now," the woman replied, her voice rich and resonant. Salin held his breath, uncertain of how to initiate conversation. Chapter 36. Princess Rex, Part 1. His Excellency, Salin, waited for a moment, unable to bear the silence that enveloped the room, and tentatively called out. The woman appeared lost in thought, and upon hearing Salin's summons, she smiled gently. "Your Excellency? Ah. It has been quite some time since I have heard such a title. You are not from the Chinese, are you? Please, come closer." Salin approached the table, cautious not to make any abrupt movements, and seated himself on the floor with propriety. Stealing a glance at the woman, he quickly diverted his gaze to the table. It was the princess, the daughter of His Majesty the Emperor. In his hasty observation, Salin failed to discern her features clearly, but he felt an undeniable sense that she surpassed Nahlis, the goddess of natural beauty, by a margin. From the moment he entered the princess's residence, Salin sensed an omnipresent danger. Though there were only 4 people in the room, he felt the weight of many unseen eyes upon him. His instincts could not pinpoint the locations of those concealed, but he knew that any attempt to harm the princess, even with instantaneous magic, would not succeed. Rock is dead. ISN and Amp, Apos, Tihi. The princess finally spoke. Salin looked up. Her cheeks appeared slightly gaunt, her skin translucent, and her eyes held a hint of regret. What were his last words? She inquired softly. Salin contemplated revealing the green dragon and Amp, Apos' magic core, but, considering that the Bitterwater County could provide him refuge from danger, he opted to say, "He asked me to deliver this to your Excellency." As he spoke, he retrieved the box containing the green dragon and Apos' magic core from his satchel. Wary of using the gifted ring in the princess's presence, Salin had long since resolved to remain discreet, knowing that the Chinese Empire harbored many hidden talents, and therefore, a low profile was advisable. "What is this?" The princess and Apos' curiosity piqued. Salin placed the small box on the table and opened it to face himself. A powerful surge of magical energy immediately filled the room, yet not a trace escaped through the windows. As the box opened, Salin sensed subtle shifts around him. Concealed figures lurked in every corner, even on the ceiling. Particularly from the ceiling, one presence erupted with a fierce intent to kill. Salin was convinced that had the box been opened towards the princess, this individual would not hesitate to eliminate him without a second thought. This sense of being targeted was inescapable and was not a result of magical tracking. Salin had never before encountered such an overwhelming sense of peril. A sword aura locked onto him. Could it be that the figure on the ceiling was a sword saint? Faced with a swordsman, he might have a chance to launch a surprise attack with the aid of his Sika, but against a sword saint, a single encounter could spell his end, leaving no room for resistance. This murderous intent simultaneously zeroed in on 3 individuals, only to vanish in an instant. Salin remained oblivious, turning the box around. The radiance of the green dragon's magic core illuminated the princess's flawless visage, casting an ethereal glow. With a sudden sigh, the princess remarked, "A dragon core? His death was truly in vain." Salin remained silent, sharing her sentiment that Rock and Apos' demise was indeed a waste, lifelong loyalty exchanged for naught but a sigh. "What is your name?" The princess seemed indifferent to the dragon core, her gaze now fixed on Salin. "Salin Metatlin, shall you stay?" Salin feigned ignorance. The princess reached out and closed the lid of the box, saying, "Stay as my personal mage. You will learn a great deal, as a token of my gratitude." How charmingly she spoke of rewards. Salin gazed at the princess's delicate, polished nails, feeling a slight stir within. He was tempted to reach out and touch them. However, should he dare to do so, the presence above would likely sever his hand without hesitation. "Your Grace, I have 2 companions." The princess suddenly inquired. "What level of mage are you?" "I am a 2nd-level mage. Having 2 attendants is permissible. I have 3 mage squads by my side. But your level is too low to join the battle mages. You would likely not want to serve as an attendant. Perhaps you could be a lifestyle mage." Salin was perplexed, uncertain of what a lifestyle mage entailed. "Your Grace, simply refer to me as an Amp, Apos, Princess and Amp, Apos, from now on." "Salin, you are quite young yet already a 2nd-level mage. Do you have a mentor?" "Yes." "Then I cannot instruct you. However, you may borrow any low-level spellbooks from the manor." Surprised by her offer, Salin pondered if the princess herself was a mage. To mentor a 2nd-level mage, one would typically need to possess the prowess of a grand mage. The princess appeared only slightly older than himself. Was every individual from the Qin Empire a magical prodigy? "My name is Rex. And when you mention me in front of others, never mind, I am the sole princess in the empire." Lin Shi, the 1st-level mage, who had been waiting outside, entered and bowed respectfully. "Princess, take these 3 to the courtyard and inform Fei Luan to assign them a position." "Yes." Lin Shi bowed his head, anxious that the princess might perceive any jealousy in his eyes. The fact that Salin, having just entered the manor, could work directly under Lord Fei Luan filled him with immense frustration. Princess Rex lifted a bowl of soup, taking a sip. Once Lin Chi had escorted Salin and the others away, she gently tapped her fingers on the table, contemplating the small box containing the green dragon magic core before her. "Bayan," Princess Rex called softly, and from the shadows beneath the window, a figure slowly emerged. He had been concealed in the shadows, showing no reaction even when the green dragon magic core emanated its magical aura. Though Salin had noticed the figure on the roof, he remained oblivious to this one. "Do you think this young mage is a spy?" "No. Why not?" Princess Rex furrowed her brow, appearing even more delicate. "If the princess is aware, why must I answer?" By In and Amp, Apos' complexion was pale, his form clad in tightly fitted black garments devoid of any excess, the attire of a standard assassin. Yet he bore no dagger. Instead, he wore 2 rings akin to a mage. "Just tell me." Princess Rex laughed, illuminating the room with her smile. "But my father says that money is also a form of faith." Princess Rex scoffed lightly, declaring, "No need for that. Let us observe for now. A mere young mage cannot stir up much trouble. However, do you recall the surname Metatlin?" A shiver ran through Bayan's heart. Those who could be described as formidable figures by Princess Rex are undoubtedly remarkable geniuses. The princess is indeed astute, even if Salin harbors issues. One should investigate thoroughly before taking action. At such a tender age, he has already achieved the status of a 2nd-level mage, which indeed casts a peculiar shadow over his origins. "Bayan, how old is your daughter?" Princess Rex did not delve further into this topic, but instead inquired about Bayan and Amp, Apos' family affairs. "Are you intending to guide her along your path?" Bayan hesitated for a moment before replying. No? Well then, perhaps you should hire a tutor for her. Becoming a mage is quite commendable, a gift worth bestowing upon her. Princess Rex nudged a small box forward, indicating that Bayan should accept it. She appeared serene, as if she were merely offering a stone. Bayan collected the box. Hesitating as he spoke, Your Highness, I have heard that a dark mage has appeared in Phoenix. I am aware. What of it? There is no need for concern. Dark mages have long ceased to be a threat. Do they think they can invade Bitterwater County? A jest indeed. Princess Rex's tone was flat, yet it carried an indescribable pride. If it were the prince. Insolence. A trace of coldness flashed across Princess Rex and Appos' face, and her previously serene demeanor vanished instantly. Bayan felt as though he were ensnared by the princess and Appos' formidable presence, his body drenched in cold sweat that he could not release. 10 years prior, he had been a 7th-level assassin, yet a single reprimand from Princess Rex shattered the sword energy within him entirely. This was neither magic nor martial prowess, but a secret royal art. Gradually, Princess Rex and Appos' expression softened as she addressed Bayan. I understand your concerns for my safety. However, if he dared to act, he would have done so long ago, and I would not be here in Bitterwater County. With the teacher present, there is no need for worry. Bayan, now that you have a family, be more cautious in your speech. Cold sweat broke out over Bayan's body, yet he regained his freedom. Princess Rex waved her hand dismissively. I am weary. I shall not attend the academy today. You may leave. Despite Salin possessing precious treasures and a mind brimming with magical knowledge, he remained, at his core, rather naive. Linchi guided him through a labyrinth of courtyards, and after several turns, he began to feel slightly dizzy. This princess and Appos' residence is exceedingly vast, even larger than the entire dock district of Salin. As they walked on, the architecture began to lose its uniformity, becoming more varied and picturesque. Linchi led Salin into a relatively large courtyard and called out, Lord Phelan, the princess has sent someone for you. Is that you, Linchi? A youthful voice emerged from within the room. Linchi and Appos' heartsword. Lord Phelan remembered his name. He responded with utmost reverence, his voice trembling with excitement. Yes, it is I. My lord. Let them enter, but next time, you shall not enter this courtyard. The young voice replied without a hint of courtesy. Linchi felt as though he had been doused with cold water, his expression momentarily blank, yet he dared not show any dissatisfaction. He merely bowed deeply and exited the courtyard. You lot, come over here. The youthful voice resonated once more, and Salin, accompanied by Sheikah and Neris, stepped into an empty chamber. Passing through this room, Salin found himself in an expansive magical laboratory. In this laboratory stood a grand table, measuring over 10 meters in length. The surface gleamed with a metallic sheen, yet its essence was that of polished wood. The wooden workbench bore intricate patterns, etched with countless magical designs. Neatly arranged upon it were various magical tools and alchemical apparatuses. Beside a purely metallic alchemical instrument sat a middle-aged man clad in a gray robe adorned with 3 magical insignias. A 6th-level mage. Salin was overwhelmed with excitement. This was the first time he had encountered a mage of such caliber. 6th level was the aspiration of all magicians. Only by attaining this level could one construct a magic tower, and with a tower, the possibility of evolving the magical strings and becoming a magus arose. The lifespan of a magus would significantly increase. Even a 7th-level magus could expect to live for at least 3 centuries. For magicians, time is an invaluable commodity, and the vast ocean of magical knowledge seems nearly inexhaustible. Generations of magicians have devoted their finite lives to the pursuit of infinite knowledge, forging the brilliance of the mage's legacy. As Salin gazed at the Grand Mage with admiration and awe, the mage suddenly pointed a finger at him, and a cerulean fireball hurtled towards Salin. This fireball, no larger than a meatball, emitted no discernible heat, yet Salin understood that if it struck his body, the consequences would be far more severe than merely burning a hole. It could incinerate him instantly. Salin did not attempt to evade it. Magical attacks possess a tracking nature, and no speed could allow him to escape. Furthermore, this fireball was launched by a Grand Mage, with mental targeting capabilities beyond imagination. Even if Salin mounted a swift steed, he could not outrun magic. Without hesitation, he summoned the water pattern shield. A series of substantial bubbles formed before the fireball, popping with soft sounds as the blue sphere effortlessly shattered the water pattern shield. With each bubble that burst, the fireball grew larger, its surface revealing a faint visage. Salin had no time to ponder. His water-patterned shields were all conjured instantaneously, a feat only achievable after advancing to a second-level mage. Yet, even as a second-level mage, what could he accomplish in the presence of a sixth-level sorcerer? In the span of a second, Salin unleashed 30 water-patterned shields, while the Grand Mage and Amp, Appos, blue fireball continued to obliterate them in succession. Though Salin and Amp, Appos, speed in casting the shields was formidable, the fireball not only remained unimpeded, but also swelled in size. Suddenly, two palm-sized bubbles emerged from Salin's left hand, altered by his semi-magical life-bestowing mutation. These two magic shields persisted, displaying remarkable resilience. With a sizzling sound, the bubbles traversed through the blue fireball, instantly shrinking to half their size, rising with a mournful whine. Your foundation is solid. You are quite impressive. The Grand Mage chuckled, complimenting Salin. Please, Master, offer your guidance. Salin respectfully performed a Mage and Appos' salute, cautious not to overstep. You have already employed the most effective method. The disparity in strength is unrelated to technique. The water-pattern shield can actually be cast instantaneously. Who is your instructor? The Archmage expressed a flicker of curiosity towards Salin. The essence of the water-pattern shield is that it cannot be instantaneously cast, implying that even if this spell were perfected, it would be impossible to release it within 2 frames of time. However, Salin and Amp, Appos' modified version not only enhanced its defensive capabilities, but also met the criteria for instant casting. Truly remarkable talent. Your teacher is fortunate. Upon hearing the Archmage and Amp, Appos' praise, Salin felt a twinge of melancholy. How could he possess such talent? His instructor had initially declared that he might never advance in his lifetime. Yet, despite this, his teacher had granted him an opportunity. He wondered how his mentor was faring now and whether Count Su Fengsua would find ways to trouble him. What is your name? Salin Metatlin. The princess has sent you to find me, but do you know what a life mage is? Salin shook his head. A life mage is a sorcerer who attends to the princess and Amp, Appos' daily needs. Do you comprehend now? The Archmage inquired with a smile, observing Salin. A surge of anger involuntarily crossed Salin and Amp, Appos' face. Attend to her daily needs? How could Princess Rex treat mages in such a manner? Was this not akin to servitude? Are you angry? The Archmage asked. Salin nodded, revealing his feelings. In the presence of a 6th-level mage, there was no concealing his emotions. Salin, come here and see what this is. The Archmage beckoned, and Salin approached the entirely metallic alchemical apparatus, scrutinizing it with great interest. This metallic device was constructed from numerous metal cubes, resembling a type of building block game. The cubes were arranged in a manner that formed the foundational shape of the Figaro magic formula. Within the hollow alchemical apparatus floated a blue gemstone, pure in quality and remarkably transparent. Black magical rays emanated from within the device, penetrating the gemstone in an orderly fashion, gradually etching magical patterns into its surface. This is a dark crystal. You have a discerning eye. Most would mistake it for a sapphire. Do you know what this is used for? The Archmage queried. It is a magical pendant that can be affixed to a necklace. Its purpose? The princess favors cool weather, and this pendant can lower the temperature in its vicinity at will. Just like that? Yes, just like that. Salin was at a loss for words. This alchemical apparatus utilized over 3,000 metal pieces, each of considerable value, meticulously arranged by a Grand Mage to form the Figaro magic formula sequence, solely to emit corrosive rays of dark magic and precisely etch a magical array within the gemstone. Could it be that the Grand Mage was content with this? When I accompanied the princess, I was merely a 3rd-level mage. That was a decade ago, the Grand Mage revealed astonishingly. Advancing in magic is a formidable challenge. The initial stages are manageable, as an ordinary person can typically become a senior magic apprentice in about a year and ascend to a 1st-level mage within 2 to 3 years. As long as one possesses sufficient wealth, it should not pose a challenge. However, for an aspiring Archmage, the journey to ascend typically demands over 5 years of dedicated effort from the average individual. The higher one strives, the more time is required. Once one attains the esteemed rank of Grand Mage, the significance of monetary resources diminishes considerably. Nonetheless, a lack of funds still hampers the pace of cultivation, which is why most high-ranking mages enjoy considerable affluence. Beyond the rank of magus, wealth becomes irrelevant to advancement, serving merely to procure materials and craft one's own magical artifacts. This Grand Mage astonishingly progressed from the 3rd to the 6th level in a mere decade, a pace that is truly formidable. Furthermore, this mage is still in the prime of life, indicating that he is likely to ascend to Magus before his lifespan wanes. How many permutations exist for the Figaro magical formula? The Grand Mage suddenly inquired. In crafting this pendant, I have experimented with every possible arrangement, and now I have mastered all variations of the formula. Moreover, the corrosive ray spell holds no further avenues for research in my eyes. The Grand Mage spoke with profound significance. A tempest of emotion surged within Salin as he grasped the magnitude of mastering every variation of the Figaro formula. What could this possibly signify? It implied that the Grand Mage had laid a solid foundation for his advancement to Magus. Salin, you must be familiar with the most renowned maxim of mages, correct? The existence of a mage is to unveil the truths of this world, Salin articulated slowly, as enlightenment dawned upon him. Chapter 37, Level 3 Magic, Part 1. The Grand Sorcerer suddenly extended his hand, pushing aside the alchemical apparatus composed of over 3,000 metallic pieces. His hand was clearly enveloped in a magical shield, the simplest form of an invisible barrier. In an instant, the corrosive ray vanished, and the piece of obsidian suspended within the alchemical device shattered into fine dust. Salin and Appos' eyelids twitched, although this obsidian was not large. It was certainly more valuable than the white crystal on his ring, worth several tens of thousands of gold coins even if it were to be transformed haphazardly by the corrosive ray. The Grand Sorcerer destroyed it nonchalantly, seemingly indifferent to whether the pendant would be successfully created. Could it be that the princess allowed him such extravagant waste? I have already mastered the Figaro formula. This experiment holds no further significance, Salin pondered, his mind swirling with questions, yet he found himself at a loss for words. The Grand Sorcerer, perceiving Salin and Appos' doubts, chuckled and remarked, "The princess and Appos' estate boasts 3 mage guilds, comprising 128 battle mages, several life mages, and 32 attendant mages." Salin was utterly astonished. Before arriving in the Chianian Empire, he had heard tales of the vast number of mages within the empire, where every large city housed a magical tower. Yet, to discover over 200 mages within a single princess and Appos' estate felt surreal. Mages were not as common as cabbages growing in a field, ready for harvest in autumn. Especially concerning the 128 battle mages, they seemed to possess levels slightly superior to his own. Regardless of their ranks, gathered together, they could easily dispatch a sword saint. How could the princess and Appos' estate harbor so many mages? Did His Majesty the Emperor not harbor suspicions? It was well known that although a princess ranked higher than a duchess, she could still possess extensive territories, military authority, and tax rights, akin to a minor duke. Most critically, even in a theocratic nation like the Tangula's Empire, women had the opportunity to inherit the throne. The princess had been exiled from Holy Rock City at the tender age of 7, and at that time, the region of Bitterwater County was desolate, one of the poorest places in the empire. It took 10 years of governance to achieve the present scale. Now, there were countless individuals seeking to align themselves with the princess. Salin, do you think there is any wrongdoing in this? Salin shook his head. There was nothing wrong. The pursuit of martial prowess was inherently aimed at serving the nation and establishing merit. As for mages, few shared his fortunate fate. The majority would undertake mercenary tasks for a few dozen or 100 gold coins. It seemed the princess was indeed generous towards mages. Even the doorman could borrow magical tomes. And this Grand Sorcerer had casually destroyed a piece of obsidian. Do you still feel aggrieved? Behind this courtyard stands an 8-story magical tower, the Grand Sorcerer declared, astonishingly. Salin felt his throat dry. He had seen no magical tower, but he understood that sorcerers possessed numerous methods to conceal such towers, rendering them undetectable to mages of his caliber. An 8-story magical tower implied the presence of an 8th-level sorcerer within the princess and Appos' estate, even if one is not in one of wealth or resources. Receiving guidance from an 8th-level mage, even if only a few words, could significantly shorten the arduous path of magical training by several years. However, would such a mage deign to offer their counsel? The master appears weekly at the academy, imparting an hour's worth of magical knowledge. Before Salin could voice his thoughts, the Grand Mage continued, "Only members of the Mage Guild are entitled to listen. Now you comprehend why the princess attracts so many mages to her cause, do you not?" "I understand," Salin replied with difficulty. He too found it hard to resist such temptation, the prospect of guidance from an 8th-level mage, and on a consistent basis. An hour each week was indeed alluring. Moreover, he had accumulated considerable troubles, yet no one would dare seek him out here. To act against the princess would be tantamount to directly challenging an 8th-level mage. What was even more perilous was that this mage's tower was not constructed outside the city, but rather nestled within the very grounds of the princess's estate. Perhaps only the imperial palace of the Chinese Empire could rival this place in terms of security. It was said to house 3 9-story magical towers. What am I to do? Salin's tone softened. He had originally intended to remain at the princess and Apos' estate for his studies, and now, with this enticing opportunity, it would be difficult to send him away. All his necessities, food, shelter, and daily affairs, were already tended to by dedicated individuals. He could simply serve as my assistant. Salin was elated. Even Jason only required him to assist in experiments for a day each week. To learn under a 6th-level mage was indeed a fortuitous chance. Thank you, my lord. Salin immediately bowed. He was not one to lack gratitude. A grand mage permitting one to be an assistant was a clear indication of favor and willingness to nurture. Were Jason to recruit assistants in Salin City, noble families from miles around would undoubtedly seek to have their young kin enlist, no matter the cost. My name is Farron. Although I can no longer be your teacher, do not call me Lord, simply refer to me as Sir. Salin felt a surge of excitement. In the Chinese Empire, Sir connoted a semi-teacher's title. He had not anticipated such a swift turn of fortune, evolving from a life of flight to suddenly having a 6th-level mage as a mentor of sorts. Farron regarded Salin with an indescribable fondness, though he concealed it from his countenance. He had no students. And had it not been for Salin's claim of possessing a legacy, he would have considered taking Salin as a true disciple. Salin's background was easily traceable. The princess would soon dispatch someone to his hometown, leaving no stone unturned in their investigation, even delving into his childhood. Farron, an experienced grand mage, recognized the white crystal ring upon Salin's finger, understanding that his mentor was no fool, but rather someone of comparable stature to himself. Such an individual would be a boon, provided they were not a spy. With this thought in mind, Farron gently addressed Salin. Do you know why I do not permit Linchi to enter this courtyard? Salin shook his head. He could not possibly know. Having been at the princess's estate for less than an hour, who could ascertain the intrigues within? Because he is unworthy, Farron replied. His tone calm yet imbued with an unmistakable pride. This man had been in the estate for 2 years, constantly scheming rather than patiently honing his craft. In a year, the princess would surely dismiss him. You are admirable, not he. Salin felt a sense of shame. Had he not encountered Jason? Had he not obtained the gem left by the goddess, he might have harbored thoughts akin to those of Lynch. The fewer the desires of a person, the purer their essence. Reflecting on this adage, Salin and Apos' understanding deepened. Who are those individuals? Farron inquired. His discernment surpassed that of the members of the Nut Mercenary Corps. While he failed to recognize Nereus and Apos' true identity, he discerned that she was a formidable warrior. A sorcerer like Salin, paired with 2 warriors, indeed formed the most optimal combination. What did the princess say? The princess instructed them to continue accompanying me. Upon uttering this, Salin felt a complete dissolution of his inner unrest. If the princess were someone who took pleasure in subjugating sorcerers, how could she permit him to have 2 subordinates attending to him? There are 2 additional rooms in this courtyard. You may take residence there. Please do not disturb me in the mornings, as I conduct my experiments post-lunch. And you are welcome to assist me. Salin finally found a place to settle, residing with Sika and Nereus in the spacious courtyard of the Grand Sorcerer Farron. Although the courtyard was vast, it contained only 2 rooms. Sika was unwilling to share a room with Nereus, leaving Salin no choice but to allow Nereus to sleep beneath his bed. In truth, he felt a twinge of unease at the thought of Nereus voraciously devouring the headless knight. Yet he was reassured by the soul contract that assured her would not turn against him. On either side of the courtyard were cross courtyards, lesser in size. After 2 days, Salin learned that the cross courtyards housed servants attending to the sorcerers. Farron's courtyard boasted 16 rooms, all occupied by sorcerers. The servants in the cross courtyards were specifically tasked with serving the sorcerers. These servants had accompanied the princess from Holy Rock City since childhood, displaying manners and decorum that surpassed many nobles. Thanks to Sika and Nereus, Salin was not assigned a servant, nor did he mind this absence. Among the 14 remaining rooms in the courtyard, 8 housed young sorcerers, 5 females and 3 males, none of whom were grand sorcerers. The other 6 rooms remained unoccupied, their future inhabitants unknown. Salin did not inquire further. Each day following lunch, he would join Farron in his chamber to partake in experiments. These experiments broadened his horizons. Yet Farron imparted no additional knowledge, merely urging him to become increasingly familiar with the Figaro magic formula. This formula primarily served to calculate the equilibrium of magical elements, a concept of paramount importance for a sorcerer like Salin. His practice consisted entirely of high-level content, and the dangers of combining magic were substantial. Without a theoretical grasp of the relationships between magical elements, a combination spell could prove fatal. Although Salin could only manipulate water-based magical elements, this knowledge remained exceedingly significant. Should an adversary seize upon the critical point of elemental imbalance, even a first-level spell could spell the end for a grand sorcerer. The flawless synergy of a magus and Apos, combination spells stemmed from a profound understanding of the theory of elemental balance. In the span of a few days, despite not acquiring any practical spells, Salin reaped immense benefits from his theoretical studies in magic. Jason, possessing a robust foundation, has fully absorbed the essence of his experiences, giving him a transformative sensation. In the continent of Myers, there are 6 days in a week, and on the 7th day, coinciding with the commencement of classes at the Duchess's residence, Saren arrived. Sika and Nalis, lacking magical prowess, were not permitted to attend the lessons, and even if they did, they would not comprehend the teachings. Farron personally escorted Saren to the classroom, eliciting envy from the lower-tier mages. The architecture of the classroom bore no resemblance to that of noble institutions. It was an entirely open structure, reminiscent of a temple's altar, spacious and immaculate. Surrounding it were dozens of towering columns, with a solitary stone platform at its center. Farron occupied the position closest to the center, and Saren sat beside him, with mages whispering behind him. "Who is that? I don't know. I've never seen him before. Could he be Lord Farron and Amp? Apos? A student? Nonsense. You should know Lord Farron and Amp. Apos, discerning eye. If he were inclined to take on students, he would have done so long ago." Saren, keenly perceptive, overheard their murmurs but remained unperturbed. He understood these mages. Although they could receive guidance from an 8th-level mage weekly, it paled in comparison to his daily tutelage from a grand sorcerer. Intricate magical patterns adorned the stone platform, upon which sat an elder. Saren recognized that this beardless old man was indeed the 8th-level mage. The elder closed his eyes in meditation, and as Farron took his seat, he suddenly opened them. His blue eyes were remarkably pure, devoid of any impurities, even lacking the oppressive aura often associated with power. Saren sat silently beside Farron, patiently awaiting the proceedings. The mage's gaze lingered on him for a moment before he closed his eyes again, remaining silent. The classroom fell into a profound silence, and Saren discerned gentle footsteps. A figure ascended the steps, and all the mages awaited in quiet anticipation. Saren observed as Duchess Rex, clad in a mage's robe, approached Farron gracefully and seated herself to his right. She spoke, "The time has come. Please begin, teacher." Despite having grown accustomed to the exaggerated prowess within the Duchess and Amp, Apos' residence, Saren found it hard to believe upon seeing Duchess Rex in her mage's robe, which bore 2 magical insignias at the chest. A 5th-level mage, according to Farron. Duchess Rex had departed from Holy Rock City at the age of 7 and spent a decade in Bitterwater County, making her merely 17. A 17-year-old grand sorcerer? This concept bewildered Saren. He understood that the royal family possessed the continent and Apos' most substantial resources, unreservedly cultivating mages. Yet, why did Duchess Rex, who had been exiled from Holy Rock City, receive such treatment? If the Emperor disdained her, he could simply neglect her. Why then bestow upon her an 8th-level mage as a mentor? Nonetheless, as the mage was about to commence his lecture, Saren refrained from questioning Farron. The elder on the stone platform opened his eyes, smiled gently, and spoke slowly. "Today, I shall impart a water-based spell to you, a 3rd-level ice blade technique." No one dared to make a sound, yet Salin could perceive the rhythmic breaths of hundreds of wizards. It was a remarkable sensation. The majority could not conceal their profound disappointment. Only a select few exhibited accelerated breathing, clearly stirred by excitement. Among them, one individual remained composed, her breath steady and unchanged. Princess Farron. Despite Salin and Amp, Apos' proximity, he felt neither the rhythm of Farron and Amp, Apos' breath nor the beat of her heart. The Ice Blade spell was merely a commonplace 3rd-level magic, lacking any extraordinary features. This spell could conjure crescent-shaped water element attacks of varying sizes. Yet it paled in comparison to the fiery might of the Fireball spell. Salin could have easily self-taught himself. He recalled the incantation and gestures, as well as some pivotal casting elements. However, he understood that the sorcerer imparted knowledge far beyond these basics, a truth that the excited wizards also grasped. It was common knowledge that Fireball was the most prevalent offensive spell, boasting the greatest power among spells of the same level. Within Death Study, Fireball could evolve with the wizard as they ascended in rank, transforming into a more advanced magic. Yet, a famous adage states that a wizard who can only cast Fireball is not a true wizard. The sorcerer spoke with a calm and deliberate cadence, and Salin listened intently, fearful of missing even a single word. Most known spells have been refined over millennia, rendering them irreplaceable. Fireball stands as a quintessential example. But today I shall reveal that Fireball is not the sole option. Farron, please demonstrate. Farron nodded, flicking his fingers, and a blue fireball soared into the air, descending towards the sorcerer on the stone platform. Gasps filled the classroom. This blue fireball had transcended the realm of low-level magic. Moreover, the fireball followed a curved trajectory, resembling a chaotic burst of fireworks in the air. In an instant, a crescent-shaped weapon of ice coalesced before the sorcerer, slicing through the air to strike Farron and Appos' blue fireball, as if the fireball had careened into it of its own accord. The ice blade did not undergo any enhancement, nor did it gain strength simply because it was conjured by the sorcerer. Yet, Salin was astonished to witness the silent dispersal of Farron and Appos' blue fireball upon impact with the ice blade. The ice blade, however, did not vanish. It continued its downward arc, poised to cleave towards Farron's head. Oblivious, Farron felt nothing as the ice blade dissipated against his forehead, the magical elements dispersing without provoking any violent disturbance. The astonishment in the room faded. While Farron's fireball spell was indeed impressive, the sorcerer's seemingly mundane ice blade had surpassed the comprehension of most wizards. The sorcerer and Appos' mastery over the ice blade was nothing short of sublime, neutralizing an advanced spell with a basic one while precisely hitting its target. Had Farron been an adversary, that ice blade would have cleaved through his skull rather than dissipating into thin air. A surge of enthusiasm swept through the crowd. If one could master such magic, they could wield formidable power even at lower ranks. Who can articulate how this was achieved? The sorcerer refrained from further demonstrations, instead opting to pose questions. Salin did not raise his hand. He vaguely understood the sorcerer's techniques but could not articulate them in detail. Master, Lord Farron's fireball spell is an intrinsic form of magic that continuously accumulates power. The greater the distance, the stronger the attack. It may even consume the energy of some lower-level magical shields. The essence of such a magical structure is loose, with numerous vulnerabilities between the accumulated elements. One merely needs to penetrate these gaps to utterly shatter the fireball. Master, while water magic exhibits instability, it is nonetheless more